Chapter 1 10,000 World's Rags Recycling System. Egg yolk long dress. Fluffy hair. Holding my hand to see the latest oil painting on display. Cell phone ringing. Shinsho put the 2 drink bottles that he just rummaged out of the garbage can, stuffed them into the woven bag in his hand, then pulled out his cell phone and picked it up. It was his girlfriend Chu Xiaoxiao calling. Shinsho smiled and picked it up. Xiao, what are you looking for me for? Miss me? Shinsho, I was going to call you a few days later. Let's break up. I'm getting married to someone else next month. Shinsho head wang a moment, feet a little soft, almost fell to the ground. What did you say? Let's break up and don't contact each other again in the future. Why? Where did I apologize to you? Shinsho felt like his entire body was going to crack. 2 days ago, Chu Xiaoxiao also said that her younger brother at home was getting married, and her parents wanted him to help put together some money. Shinsho jacked up several borrowing platforms and put together more than 80,000 yuan, which was just transferred yesterday. Today you want to break up with yourself? Shinsho feels like he is dreaming. Since and Chu Xiaoxiao together, he is Chu Xiaoxiao is really no words. Hold in the hands of the snap fall, in the mouth for fear of melting. 2/3 of his monthly manuscript fee was given to Chu Xiaoxiao, and he only left over $2,000 for rent and food. In a high-consumption city like Magic City, Shinsho's monthly meal money is only $400. On weekdays, if you want to smoke, you have to rely on picking up some bottles, paper shells and other waste products, and sell the money to buy cigarettes, in order to make Chu Xiaoxiao's life in the capital a little better. Xiao, we've been together for 6 years. We've been together since freshman year. You want to break up with me now? Is it that your brother doesn't have enough money for his wedding? So I can go borrow some more. It's not about the money. You can't give me the life I want, and I don't want to live like this anymore. Chu Xiaoxiao's words made Shinsho clench his fists. 6 years of feelings. Said don't want it? Since freshman year Shinsho has been giving the money he earns from writing every month to Chu Xiaoxiao. Less than a few thousand. More than a few tens of thousands. Let her afford to buy new clothes and use cosmetics. Nowadays, he was even carrying a debt of over $80,000 for her. Chu Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with living like this? It's been 6 years. What you want I've tried to fulfill you. What happened to this life? Shinsho yelled at the top of his voice, causing the people around him to look sideways. Shinsho, I'm 24 years old. I want a home. Can you afford me a car? Or can you afford to buy me a house? When it comes to this I won't hide it from you. The person I'm going to marry is Li Daxiang. He bought a house and a car in the capital, and they're both in my name. I can't accept these in a sulky way. So you are going to marry him, so you can smother all the good I've done for you? Shinsho's fists clenched tightly. He now wanted to hit someone. Whatever you think. I'm just informing you that we're done. Shinsho's teeth clenched and squeaked, itching to tear that Li Daxiang alive. This guy graduated 1 term later than Shinsho. Was Shinsho and Chu Xiaoxiao's schoolmate, a rich second generation full of copper. In college, this grandson has been thinking about Chu Xiaoxiao, has been sending flowers and gifts, but also often about Chu Xiaoxiao to go out to eat. At that time Chu Xiaoxiao was a bit ambiguous with that kid. Shinsho and the two of them didn't quarrel much because of this grandson. Chu Xiaoxiao, you said you wanted to marry me, to work together with me. Shinsho's voice was a little shaky. I'm sorry, we both lost to reality. Let's get together. Don't contact each other in the future. Daxiang will be angry. Last year the big man, you give me a clear explanation. When did you two get together? If it wasn't for someone telling me you were getting married, is it that you weren't even going to talk to me? Shinsho couldn't hold back any longer and cursed. Shinsho, we all have to face reality. Relying on your $4,000 or $5,000 a month. How long can you buy a house? How long will it take for me to live the life I want? Daxiang and I have been together since early last year. There's nothing to hide. Shinsho felt the blood in his body rush to his head, his eyes bulging outward as if they could go out of their sockets in the next second. You. Shinsho didn't say anything. It had been a year and a half since the beginning of last year. During this period he and Chu Xiaoxiao had met 5 or 6 times. He then understood why he went to find Chu Xiaoxiao 5 or 6 times, and every time he happened to meet her coming to her period. It turned out that she did not have a great aunt, is coming next door oldly. ******** Your grandpa. Chu Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with you? You gave me more than a year of cuckold, and now you're about to get married. You told me to break up and not owe each other. You've been together for a long time. Why are you asking me for money? I just transferred more than $80,000 to you yesterday. Shinsho did not expect the woman he had loved for 6 years to be such a piece of work. Shinsho, can you be manly? You gave me the money of your own free will, and you want it back as soon as you break up. I didn't think you were such a careful person. Chu Xiaoxiao's words almost made Shinsho vomit blood. Lousy is careful? Lousy has a big head. A green hat you knitted for me for a year and a half. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to break up give me back the money you owe me, or else. Shinsho words did not finish. The handset came out a man's voice. Shinsho again stupid also know who this is. Shinsho, don't you just want money? Go to the court and sue. I'll find the best lawyer to fight with you. Even if you win, the money will be returned to you within 2 years, and you can't get it back outside of 2 years after the retroactive period. Don't bother us anymore in the future. Bye, Li Daxian. Your ancestor. Beep beep. The phone was hung up. Shinsho did not die. Called again. The phone was turned off. Shinsho felt sure that he would be pissed off if he didn't do something. He wanted to slam the phone, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. So in the end, he had to throw the braided tape in his hand to the ground, scattering the bottles and paper shells in the bag all over the place. Jesus, you're so blind. Boom. Click. A bolt of lightning, thick as a bucket, struck Shinsho's head fiercely. Thunder Duke was in the clouds and silently put away the guy thing in his hand. Shinsho felt that his head was heavily smashed, then his eyes went black, and his whole body slumped to the ground. The sounds of the surrounding cars, the screams of people, gradually could not be heard. 10,000 Worlds Rag System Binding in progress. Host Body Strengthening in progress. Chapter 2 $100 for a pair of pants. Although Shinsho had fainted, he was conscious, just like the feeling of sleeping with a ghost on his bed. The consciousness was awake, but there was no way to control his body. Universal Recycling System Binding in progress. Unknown mutation has occurred in the host's body reinforcement, activating the highest level of reinforcement. Before Shinsho could think about where the voice came from, he felt a pain that tore through his soul. It hurt so much that he couldn't even think of anything before he completely fell into a deep coma. When he woke up lying in a hospital bed, it was already the morning of the next day. These days there are still more good people. Luckily, he is not an old man or woman. Otherwise no one would dare to help himself and send himself to the hospital. Shinsho sat up from the bed and couldn't help but sigh. At this time a young little nurse walked in from outside. After seeing Shinsho, she smiled and opened her mouth at him. Young man, you're awake? Shinsho nodded. Well, what happened to me? Nothing. You were just struck by lightning. There's no need to worry. The doctor gave you a detailed examination. You're very healthy. Nothing at all. Wait to settle the fees and then you can be discharged. Thank you. The little nurse smiled, then turned around and went out. Shinsho sighed and laid back on the bed. His heart was already aching in his heart. A detailed examination? How much money is that going to cost? Heartache after heartache. Shinsho still hardened his heart and went to pay the money, then left the hospital wearing a hospital gown. He is now more miserable. The original clothes have long been turned into ashes. Only his cell phone was intact in the lightning strike. Shinsho took a taxi and went straight back to his rented house. Although it cost him more than $20 more, it was better than wearing a hospital gown and going to squeeze on a bus. If he was mistaken for someone who ran out of a mental hospital, whoever's head was hot, came to do what was right and sent him to the mental hospital, then the fun would be great. Returning to the rental room, Shinsho sat down on his butt on the chair. This is completely poor. After paying at the hospital, in a taxi home, he was now left with only $3 of belongings. Shinsho sighed and put his cell phone on the computer desk, then picked up the cigarette case on the desk. Pulling out the last cigarette, Shinsho took a deep drag. Money. Lousy wants money. Shinsho thought of Chu Xiaoxiao, and his heart ached even more. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Chu Xiaoxiao. Sorry, the number you dialed is empty. Shinsho was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Chu Xiaoxiao to do such a desperate thing. Her cell phone number was cancelled. He instantly felt that he was the most miserable person in this world. Being green for a year and a half, he also cheated away his money. It's not much, but for 3 years, it's more than $100,000. How to count it? What does it mean to lose a wife and a soldier? Lousy is now. This matter cannot just let it go. Must find that pair of dogs and girls to ask for a statement. I'm going to the capital. I'm going to make a scene at their wedding. Egg yolk long dress, fluffy hair. The ringing of the cell phone pulled Shinsho's thoughts back. The landlord called. Shinsho frowned and picked it up. Xiao Qin, next month's rent goes up 500. Remember to pay it on time. Sister Wang, another rent increase just went up a year ago. If you don't want to rent it, move out. Don't say $2,000. It's $2,005. There is also a large group of people grabbing to rent. Sister Wang, I rent. Sister Wang did not make it difficult for you. Now the price of housing is rising fast. This rent also have to follow the rise is not. Sister Wang, to the day I will give you the rent to transfer. I have a prior busy, Shinsho said and hung up the phone. Alas, the house leaks and it rains all night. System binding successful. Ding, recover 1 cigarette head. Reward cash 10 yuan. A slightly mechanical voice rang in Shinsho's head, startling him. Who's talking? Shinsho was so startled that he stood up from his chair. He turned around and looked around. He was alone in the room. Then he realized that the cigarette in his hand had disappeared. He thought it had fallen to the ground and hurriedly looked down to find it. Just at this time, his cell phone rang a text message tone. Shinsho picked up his phone and looked at it. Dear customer, your bank card with the tail number 5670 has earned $10 and has a balance of $13.21. Who transferred money to himself? Host, this is the cash reward you acquired. The cash rewarded from recycled items will be deposited into your bank account in real time. That voice from before sounded again, and Shinsho became even more nervous in his heart. Who the hell are you? I am the universal recycling system. Shinsho turned his head to look around, and after making sure that he was really the only one in the room, he shook his head and pulled out his ears with his hands. Could it be that he had been struck dumb by lightning, experiencing hallucinations? Host, I am the universal recycling system, recycling everything in the world. The host can receive monetary rewards, and along with that, items or skills. Where are you? I'm in the host sea of consciousness. I'm communicating with you directly through divine sense. Did you recover that cigarette but just now? Yes. The initial recovery is to test whether the degree of system binding is perfect or not, so it doesn't need to be ordered by the host, and after that the recovery you just need to order it with your consciousness. Can it really be exchanged for money? Shinsho still thought that he was hallucinating and was a bit in disbelief. Host, you can try to recycle it further. Shinsho nodded, reached out and picked up the ashtray on the computer desk, and the word recycling just came to his head. The ashtray in his hand disappeared and that mechanical voice sounded again. Ding, recycling an ashtray. Reward cash 100 yuan. Ding, recycle 32 cigarette butts. Reward cash 320 yuan. Immediately after, a text message came from Shinsho's cell phone. Dear customer, your bank card with tail number 5670 has an income of 300 yuan and a balance of 313.21 yuan. Dear customer, your bank card with tail number 5670 has a revenue of 320 yuan and a balance of 633.21 yuan. Shinsho froze with his cell phone. Is this real? The worldwide recycling system was real. Shinsho felt like he was going to be rich. He wrote his own novels and read novels, especially system texts, and he had fantasized countless times that he would one day get a system and then go to the peak of his life and become a winner in life. He didn't expect this day to really come true. Ha ha, got rich. Chu Xiao Xiao, you give me a weight. I'm going to make you regret it. I'm going to trample both you and Li Daxian under my feet. Shinsho waved his fist hard, not to mention how much pain he felt in his heart. Then he started tossing it all over the house. First, he picked up the cigarette butts on the ground. Then he laid his hands on the other miscellaneous items in the house. Ding, recycling 3 mineral water bottles. Reward cash 30 yuan. Ding, recycle 1 pair of old shoes. Reward cash 100 yuan. Ding, recycle 1 pair of torn underwear. Reward cash 100 yuan. Ding, recycle 1 medical journal. Reward cash 200 yuan. Triggering a special reward. Rewarding divine medical skills. Shinsho froze, stopped his hand movements, and sat on his butt on the bed. God-level medical skill? What the hell is this? Chapter 3, The Second Puberty. Shinsho was still in a daze when he felt his head heat up and swell. He then had a lot more medical knowledge in his head, but it was all from traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, the medicinal properties of various drugs, various magical prescriptions, acupuncture, massage, system. Can you change my undiscovered skill? The skill is a randomized reward. The specific skill cannot be controlled. Shinsho was splashed with cold water. If he could be unforeseen, he would be able to get rich by buying lottery tickets. Although it would take more than 100 years to surpass Papa Ma by winning $5 million in every period. But Shinsho is not greedy. As long as he wins every period, just leave the matter of surpassing Ma's father to Uncle Ma. God-level medical skills on God-level medical skills. At least one more ability to eat. If you can't do it, you can open a Chinese medicine center. Nowadays it's also very profitable to treat people. Shinsho's heart was not only happy, but also a little bit afraid. Just now he recycled the book. In fact, is the roadside mom sent the kind of men's hospital promotional materials, which writes things in medical knowledge is not much to do with. It was mostly some titillating little articles, mostly about circumcision or some aspect of dysfunction. The fact that the system didn't reward him with a circumcision proficiency skill was already a blessing in misfortune. Shinsho had just rummaged around the house for a while and recycled quite a few things. He now had over $3,000 in his bank card. He felt that if he worked hard at picking up rags, he could definitely earn more than winning the lottery. Not to mention the special skill rewards. It was a little exciting to think about. Then Shinsho changed his clothes, and by the way, he recycled the set of hospital gowns in his hand. Ding, recycling a set of hospital gowns, rewarding 200 yuan in cash. Maisie, another 200 oceans into the account. After changing his clothes, Shinsho rummaged out a woven bag from under the bed and went out. As mentioned earlier, picking up rags was an important source of cigarette money for Chinsho. While picking up rags to make money, he could also exercise his body. It was Chinsho's favorite thing to do. Just as he went downstairs, Chinsho sent down a mineral water bottle. He hurriedly bent down and picked it up before ordering it to be recycled. Ding! Recycling 1 mineral water bottle. Rewarding cash $10. Chinsho's heart is happy. A bottle of $10. 10 is $100. 100 is 1,000. Where is this picking up rags? It is simply picking up money. Chinsho immediately felt like he was filled with power. The trash cans not far away became gold mines in his eyes. The garbage on the ground in his eyes was like a beautiful woman in the eyes of an old hooligan. It was called a rare person. Chinsho rushed towards them with a bounce. Ding! Recycle 1 mineral water bottle. Reward cash 10 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 cigarette case. Reward cash 10 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 plastic bag. Reward cash 5 yuan. Ding! Recycle cigarette butts 1. Reward cash 10 yuan. The system's mechanized voice kept ringing in Chinsho's head. His cell phone's text message tone also rang non-stop. Chinsho felt that these two sounds sounded too comfortable. What kind of sound is this? This is the sound of counting money. After picking up the ones on the ground, Chinsho picked up the garbage and the green belt again before walking towards the 2 garbage cans downstairs. Reaching out and grabbing a filled garbage bag, Chinsho ordered recycling. Ding! Recycling 1 bag of household garbage. Rewarding cash of 300 yuan. Chinsho froze for a moment. This time the recycling was not broken down. He felt a bit of a loss. Then Chinsho learned to be smart, and got each garbage bag open, recycling the contents one by one. Ding! Recycling 1 chicken bone. Reward cash 1 yuan. Chicken bones can also be recycled? Chinsho smiled. This system is not picky. Ding! Recycling 32 sheets of toilet paper. Rewarding cash of 32 yuan. Chinsho frowned. No wonder he felt that the taste and color were not right just now. But for the sake of money, Lousy endured. Ding! Recycling 2 old batteries. Reward cash 20 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 small raincoat packing box. Reward cash 10 yuan. Ding! Recycling a fish bone. Reward cash 1 yuan. Chinsho moved quickly, not caring if he would get dirty. These days, a little dirty for money is a little dirty. Some people can eat poop for money. A little dirty on the hands is nothing. Ding! Recycle 1 bean net packing box. Reward cash 10 yuan. Trigger special reward. Rewarding the host with a second puberty. Chinsho froze. Second puberty? What the hell is this? Could it be that he was going to revert back to his teenage years when he was full of pimples? Second puberty. After using it, the host can develop again. Increase the host's height. Help the host shape a perfect body proportion. And increase the host's face value. There are slight side effects. May I ask if the host will use it immediately now? Chinsho hastily refused. He heard the system's explanation. To put it bluntly, it was a chance for him to make a big change. He didn't want to use it now. If the onlookers saw it, they would definitely treat him as a monster. Besides, this thing had side effects. System, what is that side effect? Short-term drowsiness. Chinsho sighed in relief. This was not considered a side effect. He forced himself to hold back his inner excitement and finished picking up those 2 trash cans in one breath. Although the special rewards were never triggered again, the cash rewards were enough to make him laugh out loud. The balance of his bank card was now over the 10,000 mark. That was to say, in the half hour he had been downstairs, he had earned a total of $7,000 to $8,000. Those 2 trash cans had brought him an average of $3,000 to $4,000 each. I made money. I don't know how to spend it. Chinsho hummed a song from N years ago before taking the knitting bag and going home. Running upstairs in one breath, Chinsho then took a shower and then lay down on the bed in his big pants with his cell phone. Once again looked at the text message on the phone. Chinsho excitedly rolled on the bed. So a moment of effort on the income over 10,000. What's the point of having a loan of more than $80,000? With a little bit of diligence, he could earn $70,000 or $80,000 a day. Isn't Li Dashan looking for the best lawyer to fight the lawsuit? I'm not afraid of you. I'll find one too. Let's see who can beat who. I'll make sure Chu Xiaoxiao spits out every penny of my money. What's a 500% increase in rent? Will I still live in this small house? I'll get a bigger house. I want to live in a big house. Doesn't Chu Xiaoxiao think he's poor and can't afford a house? I'm going to buy the biggest house in Magic City to show her. Chinsho's heart was half a day hard. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Although he is now only more than 10,000 yuan. But he cannot wait to let Chu Xiaoxiao know now. He is now Chu Xiaoxiao high climb cannot afford. Chinsho had broken Chu Xiaoxiao and Li Daqiang into pieces hundreds of times in his heart, and finally remembered that he still had rewards that he hadn't collected. System, I'm collecting that second puberty. Ding, start distributing. The system's words, Shinsho didn't even finish listening to them before he directly lost his consciousness and didn't know anything when his eyes went black. Chapter 4, A Bicycle Becomes a Motorcycle. Shinsho slept until 8 o'clock in the morning of the next day. If it wasn't for the fact that someone called him, he probably would have slept until the afternoon. He opened his eyes in a daze, sat up and stretched. This sleep is too comfortable. Shinsho picked up the phone that was ringing nonstop and answered it. Who is it? Beast, your kid didn't save my number? Shida's voice came out from the phone. This guy was Shinsho's college classmate and best friend. You're the Beast. Your whole family is the Beast. Let go if you have an ass. Hang up if nothing happens. Shinsho was disgusted by the nickname of Beast. He was a hot-blooded youth full of positive energy. How did he become an animal? Don't hang up. I'm looking for you for something. What did you kid do? I called you last night. No one has been answering. Is it that Chu Xiao Xiao is with you and busy rolling in the sheets? That's why she didn't answer the phone? Shida mentioned Chu Xiao Xiao, which made Shinsho's heart thump. Painful and disgusting. I went to bed early last night. I didn't hear my cell phone on mute, so hurry up and say something. Shinsho became a little impatient. Let me tell you. Next month 30 years of school celebration. Classmates go. Professor Guo, let me remind you. You kid, do not forget. If I say you take Xiao Xiao to go there with you, and propose to her directly on the school festival. Shida, this kid is just a broken mouth and no eyesight. Didn't even hear Shinsho's impatience. Don't mention her that to me. She broke up with me and is going to marry Li Daxiang. Shinsho directly roared out, and Shida on the other end of the phone was startled. Marrying Li Daxiang? What the hell is this? Shinsho, this can't be a joke. You two are golden children, a pair created in heaven and earth. Humph. Fart. Chu Xiao Xiao has broken up with me. Don't mention her to me in the future. Brother, you have to fight for it and redeem it. That guy Li Daxiang is just a rich. I will go to the school festival. Nothing, I hang up. Shinsho said and hung up the phone directly. Shida then called again. Shinsho directly pulled this guy to black. This guy's mouth has caught up with 10 old ladies. Shinsho does not want to listen to him talk about some things. However, this school festival came in time. Shinsho felt that this is a good opportunity to hit Chu Xiao Xiao hard. She will definitely go, because Li Daxiang is sure to come out. This kind of good opportunity to make a splash, he certainly will not miss. Money, Laozi is going to become rich, buy a sports car, rent a beautiful woman, and make a huge donation to my alma mater at the school festival. This way, Chu Xiaoxiao's face would probably look like she had eaten. That's not enough. Didn't Li Daxiang invite the best lawyers? Laozi also invited. Change back every penny of the money Chu Xiaoxiao took from herself in the past few years. When the time comes, find the media to hype her up, so that everyone in all of China knows that she's the contemporary version of Pan Jinglian, the little sister of a certain Rong. The more Shinsho thought about it, the more relieved he felt, but soon his brows furrowed. It would definitely cost a lot of money to do all this, although there is now a system, but the most you can make a day is about 100,000 or so, and there is still a month to go before the school festival, so you can only make about 3 million. It is estimated that it is only enough to buy half a sports car. The more Shinsho thought about it, the more annoyed he was, so he didn't want to think about it, and directly wore pants down from the bed and took a bath towel to take a bath. Take a shower and clear your head. Money-making things slowly think. Shinsho sullenly walked into the bathroom, closed the door and took off his pants. Asterisk. This thing isn't right. Shinsho's head was now ringing with a magic BGM. Big friend, do you have a lot of question marks? Shinsho raised his head and hemmed and hawed. Birdshot. He just said a word and froze. He saw himself in the mirror. So handsome. Is this still me? Shinsho raised his hand on his face and touched it. This face value is going against the sky. Definitely to the point where it makes the young lady swoon. If it's a little more handsome, it might not be able to hold it. That is, let the young lady a second drooling. What Li line? Dear Han, are all younger brothers? Shinsho's hand slid from his face to his chest. This pecs are so strong. This abs. Shinsho suddenly realized that he not only looked more handsome, but his body got better, and his head seemed to be much taller. Before he looked in the mirror, his face was right in the middle of the mirror, and now it has reached the top of the mirror, which is a head higher than before. His current mood is not a word that can be described as cool. Shinsho couldn't help but compose a poem. The second youthful gun for a gun. Skin white and beautiful tall. Beautiful women each shouting to be, crying for me to soak. So wet, so wet. Shinsho examined himself while walking under the poncho and opening the water valve. If he were to do this one more time, he would probably be able to look handsome as a non-human being. Shinsho felt that with his current face value, even if someone shouted at him again as a beast, there would be a girl who would rise to the occasion for him. After all, these days, face value is justice. After taking a bath in narcissism, Shinsho went back to his room. Shinsho sat on the bed with a sad face and a pair of beach pants, looked at the pile of clothes on the floor and grumbled with a frown. Big man, the clothes are all too small to wear. Not to mention the clothes, even the underwear, Shinsho did not wear. The panty size was also small, and it was uncomfortably tight to wear, so Shinsho just put on a pair of pants. Although a little unhappy, but soon Shinsho thought of it, is not just to re-buy a few pieces of clothing, the system can make such a big change. This small amount of money will soon be able to rely on the system to earn back. Thinking of this, Shinsho rummaged out a basketball undershirt, directly set on the body, although a little small, but better than going out with a bare bladder. Then Shinsho put on the pair of dark blue slippers, carrying a woven bag and went out. In order to be able to ruthlessly punch Chu Xiaoxiao in the face at the school festival, Shinsho would have to scramble to make money by picking up rags. If he's lucky, the system will reward him with a powerful skill, and he'll become a tycoon in minutes. Blue slippers, beach pants. Shinsho turned into Lu Haiju in seconds. Downstairs, Shinsho began to busy himself. As long as he can see the garbage rags, he has to pick up. Ding, recycle a cigarette butt, reward cash 10 yuan. Ding, recycle 1 beverage bottle, reward cash 10 yuan. Ding, recycle 7 leaves, reward cash 0.07 yuan. Shinsho is a little depressed. A leaf for a penny. This is too stingy. Ben also thought of the leaves all over the ground. A piece of a penny words. Shinsho minutes can income a few $100s. A penny a piece. Shinsho had to give up the leaves. Ding, recycling a piece of soil, reward cash 0 yuan. Ding, recycling a tree branch, reward cash 0.01 yuan. Shinsho was disappointed once again. The dirt was worthless. System, don't they say that they treat money like dirt? Why is dirt worthless? Treating money like dirt. Not treating dirt like money. Please don't play word games. The system was not used to Shinsho at all and directly disliked him back. Shinsho's mouth opened. Realizing that there was no way to refute it, he shook his head with a bitter smile, then continued to start picking up trash. Ding, recycling 1 cigarette butt, rewarding cash of 1 yuan, triggering a special reward, rewarding 1 DuPont Platinum Full Diamond Lighter. Chapter 5 Over a $1 billion lighter. Shinsho was so happy when he heard this reminder from the system that he almost didn't jump up. Platinum full of diamonds. Listening to this name, it feels like it is worth a lot of money, but he waited for half a day without waiting for that full diamond lighter. System, you take me as a child to coax? Where is the lighter? The item has been released into the system space. The host can open it with his mind. The system space is a system attachment, infinite in size, and may not store items with life. As soon as the system finished explaining, Shinsho hurriedly opened the system space with his mind, saying intention. In fact, Shinsho just used his head to think about the words open system space. Then he went out that DuPont Platinum Full Diamond Lighter. After getting his hands on it, Shinsho's mouth watered. The lighter is a little bigger than Zippo. The hole is white gold. The front center is a peanut meter-sized pink diamond. Just like a piece of pink glass. There is no flaw at all. The north side is a peanut meter-sized yellow diamond. Golden yellow diamonds. Let Shinsho is very like. In addition to these 2 large diamonds, the rest are equals or some large rice-sized diamonds. Colorless, yellow, and golden yellow, sky blue, green, rose, purple, ebony black, ordinary yellow and brown. How much must this be worth? Where did system get such a good thing from? It wouldn't be some colored glass on it, would it? System, are the diamonds on this lighter real? How much is it worth? Please don't doubt the professional ethics of the system. The rewarded items won't have fakes. The DuPont wooden diamond encrusted lighter is sold for $80,000, but that one only has a total of 5.2 carats of diamonds on it. This one you're holding has 2 10-carat top-quality fancy colored diamonds, and 88 top-quality diamonds of various colors, each one above 1 carat. You can calculate the value yourself. The system's tone was no longer so mechanical, and had a few more human flavors. However, there was still a bit of disdain in the words. There are a few points to look at. Shinsho this unproductive posture. 2 10 carats, 88 a carat. Shinsho hurriedly took out his cell phone to check up. Enough to check for half an hour. Shinsho only stupidly put the phone into the pocket. Mouth muttered. Fortune. Old son is rich. Body value to be over 100 million. Shinsho had just used the calculator on his cell phone to do a rough calculation based on the comparative prices found online. 2 10-carat diamonds, each worth more than $10 million. Those diamonds around 1 carat. One would also cost more than 60,000 RMB. So calculated, he is really worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Ha ha. Lousy is rich. Lousy is rich. Shinsho violently let out a wild laugh, with the vigor of a fan gene in the middle. He laughed as he ran towards the entrance of the neighborhood, and he planned to buy a pack of cigarettes. Try to smoke with this lighter worth more than $100 million. Will spit smoke rings or money symbols. Shinsho gritted his teeth and spent 60. Bought a box of China. When he used that lighter to light the cigarette, his hand was a little shivering. After all, he is also regarded as the poor first rich. No interest a little bit is also considered normal. Shinsho inhaled hard and then spat it out hard. Phew. Although the smoke spat out was not a symbol of money, he felt extraordinarily sweet. Shinsho smoked while searching in his heart. How can he sell this lighter, and also sell a good price? Squatting in front of the neighborhood, Shinsho smoked 3 cigarettes in a row. Did not think about how to deal with this lighter, so he didn't think about it. Since the system could reward such a good thing, there must be a better and more valuable one. As long as he worked hard at picking up trash and triggered the special rewards a few more times, he might not have to sell this lighter. After all, it was the only one of its kind in the world, so it was a bit of a shame to sell it. Shinsho decided to pick it up for another half a month, striving to rely on his hard-working hands to earn enough money to load up and hit his face. Throwing the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground and stepping on it, Shinsho walked towards the bus stop not far away, and the 2 garbage cans there became his target. The trash cans in the neighborhood were turned over by him, and the garbage in the greenery was also picked up by him almost. So Shinsho did not go back to the neighborhood. Want to turn around outside more? Shinsho went along the road, picking up in one breath, and unknowingly arrived at more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Although Shinsho's body had gone through a strengthening and a remodeling, such a high intensity of work still made him feel a little tired. His neck and waist were slightly sore. Shinsho stretched and twisted his neck and pulled out his cell phone. The short messages on his cell phone were full. All of them were balance change messages from the bank. Shinsho directly looked at the last one. Dear customer, your bank card with the tail number 5670 has earned $10 and has a balance of $92. 344.90. A deposit of more than $90,000. Shinsho grinned. He came out at around 9 in the morning. He didn't even bother to eat at noon, and worked intensely for a total of around 7 small. After removing the 20,000 plus from his card earlier, it was almost an hourly income of $10,000. For this income, Shinsho is still very content. However, thinking about next month's school festival and his plans, he again felt that this earning speed was a bit slow. If there weren't any other special rewards, he would really have to go sell that lighter. Working 12 hours a day and earning 120,000.36 million a month. It was almost enough to buy a nice car, but it still wasn't enough if he wanted to punch Chu Xiaoxiao in the face. Thinking about this, Shinsho frowned. Alas, money is hard to earn, is hard to eat. System, do you have the know-how for anyone to trigger this special reward? It was triggered once in one day today. Can you reward me a few more times? I'm very short of money right now. Sorry host, special rewards are random and cannot be considered manipulated. Please host make more efforts to pick up rags. The more you pick up the greater the chances of triggering. Shinsho's mouth pouted as he heard the system's reply. This system is a bit skinny. Shinsho smoked a cigarette and then continued to walk forward with his head down. After walking a few steps, Shinsho realized that there was a leaflet on the ground. He bent down and picked it up. Seeking medical treatment. Who? Female. 4 years old. Seriously ill. Shinsho read the contents of the leaflet in one glance. Then he smiled. The sky is the limit. This is clearly giving me a chance, or I'll sell that lighter. When Shinsho first read it, he thought it was a fraudulent advertisement for heavy money, but after reading it, he realized that it was a golden road. Hu Ke, daughter of Hu Baoxiang. Hu Baoxiang is a famous rich businessman in Magic City, involved in real estate, overseas trade. His value can be ranked in the top 20 in Magic City. The reason why Shinsho was so familiar with him was because when Shinsho watched the news some time ago, he had seen this guy, who had just donated 20 million to Project Hope. Seeing this single page, Shinsho also knew why this guy donated $20 million. Feelings is his daughter is sick. Give her accumulate good fortune. His daughter's disease is very strange. Domestic and foreign hospital experts see a lot, but just cannot find the cause of the disease. She sleeps most of the time every day, and now she is awake for no more than 2 hours a day, and she is getting thinner by the day. A 4-year-old girl, weighing less than 15 pounds, Hu Baoxiang helplessly began to recruit people to send out flyers for medical treatment. It is also considered a dead horse as a living horse. As long as her daughter is cured, he is willing to pay $50 million in rewards. Shinsho felt that he should be able to earn this amount of money. After all, he was now the one who had divine-level medical skills. Although he didn't know how powerful this divine-level medical skill was yet, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, that $50 million, it smelled good. Chapter 6 Can a sack hold $50 million? Shinsho smiled and pulled out his cell phone, saved the contact number on it, and then recycled the leaflet. Ding! Recycled one publicity leaflet. Rewarded cash 10 yuan. Qinshu first went to the roadside small noodle shop to eat a bowl of noodles before calling Hu Baoxiang. Only he called 7 or 8 times, and when he got through, there was just no answer. Qinshu wanted to give up, but did not want to give up this opportunity to make money, so he continued to call. After calling more than 10 times, someone finally answered the phone. Hello, may I ask who are you looking for? The one who answered the phone was a woman. Qinshu didn't care. Maybe she was Hu Baoxiang's secretary. Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Hu Baoxiang. I can cure his daughter's disease. Well, may I ask what is the gentleman's name? Qinshu. Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. Mr. Hu will call you later. The other party hung up the phone after saying that. Qinshu skimmed his mouth, put his cell phone away, and continued to pick up garbage and rags, picking them up as he waited. Ding, recycling a piece of chewing gum. Reward cash 10 yuan. Ding, recycle a can. Reward cash 20 yuan. In less than 10 minutes, Qinshu's cell phone rang. He hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and picked it up. Hello Mr. Qin, I'm Hu Baoxiang. The other party directly identified himself, which made Qinshu a little bit slightly excited. After all, this was the big brother. The big brother who was worth billions and billions. Hello Mr. Hu, I saw that advertisement for seeking medical treatment. That's why I contacted you. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't want to find a doctor right now. Hu Baoxiang's tone was very low. Qinshu felt that it was filled with an unknown number of bitter tears. Mr. Hu, I'm sorry, I didn't know your daughter was gone. Qinshu's words did not finish. Hu Baoxiang interrupted him, and his tone became a bit icy. My daughter is alive and well. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't know that your daughter had been cured. I'm really sorry. Qinshu was a little depressed. Your daughter is alive and well. What kind of small advertisement for a cure is still being sent? It caused me to be extravagant when I ate noodles just now and asked for half a caddy of beef. It seems that this $50 million cannot be earned. Huku is also really. Can't you hold on for 2 more days? You have to be so anxious to go to the Manhwa bridge to line up for tea? My daughter was not cured. Alas. Mr. Qin, thank you for your kindness. This child has been weak and sickly since she was a child, just soaking up in the medicine pot, eating more medicine than she ate. Over the years, I have looked for a lot of famous doctors, and I have been to a lot of big hospitals, and every time, I have been harboring hope, but in the end, I have only been disappointed. My wife and I have thought about it. We give up. We just want to quietly accompany her to finish the last part of the road. Qinshu heard and understood these words of Hu Baoxiang. It is clear that he does not want to give Huku to see the doctor. He intends to give up. He is going to give up. The old man's 50 million where to earn? Qinshu can still count on this money to put on a hand. Mr. Hu, I understand your feelings, and I also understand how painful it is in your heart to make this decision. But life is like this. There is hope and there is disappointment. But for you to give up treating your daughter for the sake of feeling better about yourself, this is too selfish. It's been disappointment before, but why does it have to be disappointment this time? For the sake of your daughter being able to continue living, I think you should let me go see your daughter. After Qinshu finished saying these words, Hu Baoxiang on the other end of the phone was silent for more than a minute before he spoke. I understand your words, Mr. Qin, but I really don't want to. No, you don't want to. You don't have the right to decide whether your daughter lives or dies. If you have hope, you have to try. If you give up this time, you will really feel guilty for the rest of your life. Please believe me, I really have a way to cure her. Hu Baoxiang on the other end of the phone smiled bitterly. He had heard this kind of words quite a lot. Every person who called to try to cure his daughter would say this. Some even said it with more conviction than Qinshu. Mr. Qin, I've heard these words a million times before. Mr. Hu, although the words are similar, the people are not the same. Everyone has everyone's strengths, and you don't really intend to give up. If you really wanted to give up, you wouldn't have called me back at all, and you wouldn't have listened to me for half a day. You just need me to say something to give you the courage to try again. Mr. Hu, I can really cure your daughter's disease. Qinshu had half a sentence that he didn't say, and that was that he wouldn't pay if he couldn't cure it. He felt that if he said this half sentence, he estimated that Hu Baoxiang would immediately hang up the phone. Mr. Qin, you let me. Qinshu knew that Hu Baoxiang wanted to say think about it. He directly interrupted him. The words are already here. There is no point in saying more. Call me when you have thought about it. Qinshu directly hung up the phone. He felt that he couldn't show too much enthusiasm. Whether or not he could earn the $50 million would depend on whether or not Hu Baoxiang gave the opportunity. And then it depends on whether the divine medical skill rewarded by the system can really cure all diseases. Thinking of this, Qinshu's heart a little bottomless. If he couldn't cure it, then it would be a basket case. System great. Can you give me an idea of just how awesome this divine-grade medical art is? Divine-level medical art contains thousands of things. As long as it's an injury or disease, it can be cured. Then can it bring dead people back to life? Can a missing arm or leg grow back? Can't. What you're talking about is beyond the scope of medicine. It requires other skills or elixirs to do so. Please ask the host to work hard on picking up rags to increase the chances of triggering special rewards. The system's words made Chinsho a bit irritated. This guy didn't move to make himself work hard to pick up rags. What else do you need to say? If I don't pick up rags, am I going to learn how to push a dung ball like a head? Chinsho just finished complaining. His cell phone rang. The call was from Hu Baoxiang. Mr. Shin, this is Hu Baoxiang. I know. Have you figured it out? Well, I'd like to ask you to come over and give it a try. My daughter's situation has been getting worse lately. I hope you can come quickly. I see that your cell phone number is from Mordor. Where are you in Mordor? I'll send a car to pick you up. Chinsho waved his fist hard when he heard this. If it wasn't for the fact that the phone was still on, he probably would have laughed out loud. There was a chance to make $50 million. I'm right here in Magic City. You don't have to come and pick me up. Give me the address and I'll rush over there. This will save a lot of time. Okay, Mr. Shin, my home is in the Emerald Manor. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the district. Okay, see you later. Chinsho hung up the phone, then laughed out loud. $50 million. Lousy finally doesn't have to sell lighters. Calm down, the money isn't even there yet. He mumbled to himself as he ran to the curb, reached out and stopped a cab and sat in it. Master, go to the Emerald Manor. Okay, please fasten your seatbelt. Chinsho leaned back on the seat, eyes closed, his head thinking all about the $50 million. $50 million. How many sacks would one have to take to fit it in? Chapter 7 Basketball Vest Flower Pants. An hour later, Chinsho sat in a cab parked in front of the Jade Manor neighborhood. Jade Manor is considered to be one of the top 2 neighborhoods in the Magic City, where the price of housing has long reached a height of more than 200,000 square meters. The people who can live here are non-rich or noble kind. I heard that there are a few stars. In this also has a house. When Chinsho paid and got out of the car, he saw a 34-year-old man of about 1.75 meters standing at the entrance of the district, looking left and right. Chinsho recognized him. Hu Baoxiang. It felt almost the same as on TV. He hurriedly walked towards Hu Baoxiang. Hu Baoxiang also saw Chinsho. It was hard for him not to want to look. Yellow big flower beach pants, black basketball undershirt, feet stepped on a pair of dark blue slippers. This kind of dress. Really sorry for this young man's face. This is Hu Baoxiang's true thoughts. He did not even think that this person is Chinsho, until Chinsho walked to him and smiled at him. Hello, Mr. Hu. I am Chinsho. Hu Baoxiang froze, then his brows furrowed. He carefully sized up Chinsho. This was the person who had patted his chest on the phone and guaranteed that he could cure his daughter? The corner of Hu Baoxiang's mouth twitched as he extended his hand to shake Chinsho's. Mr. Shin, how are you doing? Hu Baoxiang is a successful person. Mental quality is too hard. If not for another person, long ago Big Mouth smoked Chinsho. Just this big pants flower undershirt, blue slippers. Where is a bit of a doctor? That bowl is the beggar gangmaster. Besides, Chinsho's age, look is 24 or 25 years old. So young doctor? This age, medical school have not graduated, right? Hu Baoxiang head surfaced 2 words. Liar. He felt that Chinsho was a liar, and those who came to fool him for $50 million are the same color. Hu Baoxiang's face was filled with loss and anger. Chinsho could naturally see what was in his heart. He also a little regret. He was a little anxious, afraid that Hu Baoxiang's daughter cannot wait for him to come to die. Fear of losing touch with the $50 million. He should have changed a set of clothes. At least not this image to meet Hu Baoxiang. Mr. Shin, are you really a doctor? Or are you a student of any medical university? Hu Baoxiang's tone was laced with a hint of fire. Chinsho hurriedly nodded. I am not a doctor, nor am I a graduate of a medical university. As soon as Chinsho's sentence was finished, Hu Baoxiang's brows furrowed even tighter. He felt that Chinsho was playing him. The fact that Hu Baoxiang didn't open his mouth to curse or spit out fanfangs already showed that he was very cultured. Mr. Hu, although I'm not a doctor, I know medicine, and since I was a child, I've been studying medicine on my own. Chinsho's words made Hu Baoxiang a bit unable to hold back. Self-taught medicine? Look at you, this dress. Rather like his self-taught begging. This kid is really bold. He dared to cheat himself. Hu Baoxiang forced down the anger in his heart, suppressing the impulse to teach Chinsho a lesson. Then do you have a license to practice medicine? Chinsho shook his head with a smile. No. Hu Baoxiang clenched his fists. This kid wants to cheat people. At least a little money, right? At the very least change into decent clothes and get a fake license. Do not put in a little. Want to come over to cheat people? Is the professionalism of the cheaters so bad these days? Mr. Hu, you must think I'm a liar. In fact, I feel like a liar myself. I came in a hurry today and didn't change my clothes, so I'm really a bit sorry. But please don't suspect that I'm a liar, because if I really wanted to cheat you, I would definitely dress like a man and come over with all kinds of certificates to fool you. A liar wouldn't want to be like me and tell the truth. Whether or not you graduated from a medical university, whether or not you have a medical license, these are even less important. So many famous doctors in big hospitals, they are graduates of prestigious medical universities. All kinds of certificates can be filled with a few sacks, but still can't do anything about your daughter's illness? It doesn't matter if it's a white cat or a black cat. The one that catches the rat is a good cat. Xinsho said a whole lot in one breath. Hu Baoxiang's face eased some. After all, these words are still a bit reasonable. Mr. Xin, your words are right, but this is not a child's play. To see a doctor. Mr. Hu, I came all the way here. You let me take a look at your daughter's situation. Can't cure, I'll leave. You don't have to pay a penny. Hu Baoxiang lowered his head and thought for a moment, then raised his head and agreed to Qinsho's request, leading Qinsho into the neighborhood. Into the neighborhood door, Hu Baoxiang took Qinsho to sit on the property's battery car. The battery car sent the two of them to the door of Hu Baoxiang's house. Qinsho heart is very envious. This is the life of the rich, and so on their own money, must buy a set in this. Hu Baoxiang's house in the neighborhood against the back of the location. A 5-story detached villa. The area is not small. The yard is 200 or 300 square feet. Qinsho feels that such a villa, just the yard, will be more than 20 million. The house, then, could not be taken down without $400 or $500 million. Mr. Xin, this way please. Hu Baoxiang led Qinsho into the courtyard. The one who opened the door for the two of them was a woman. Very beautiful. Qinsho felt that it was a few points more beautiful than some female stars. Hubby, is Dr. Xin here? Qinsho then realized that this chick was Hu Baoxiang's wife. Alas, it's good to be rich. You can marry such a beautiful daughter-in-law. This is Mr. Xin, Hu Baoxiang introduced with a stern face. His wife directly froze, taking her eyes to look up and down at Qinsho. This is a doctor? How does it look like? Like a scrap collector? Then his wife pulled her face down, wanting to be angry. Hu Baoxiang hurriedly opened his mouth to stop. Lily, Mr. Xin came in a hurry. He just wants to take a look at Kor's condition as soon as possible, so that he wants to see Kor. Hu Baoxiang said as he walked to his wife's side and reached out to hold her in his arms. Husband, he really can cure our daughter? Hu Baoxiang sighed and didn't say anything. He didn't know if he was wrong to let Qinsho come. He also wanted to know if Qinsho could cure his daughter's illness. This kid's medical skills are all self-taught, and he doesn't even have a medical license. He didn't dare to say these things to his wife. Otherwise, according to his wife's temper, kicking Qinsho out would be light. You guys don't worry. Since I dare to come, I definitely have some certainty. Hu Baoxiang's two families nodded, then let Qinsho into the house and directly took him to his daughter's room. Qinsho saw Huku on the bed in the room. Her face was pale. Only her lips had a little red color on her whole face. Her eyes were a little sunken. The hair on her head was few and withered yellow, and she was covered with a quilt, so she couldn't see the rest of her body. She's 4 years old? Chapter 8 Fortune-telling or medical consultation. Qinsho asked as he pulled back the quilt covering Huku. 4 weeks old this year, just had his birthday last month. Hu Baoxiang's wife already had tears in her eyes when she said this. Qinsho looked at Huku's body and frowned. Where is this like a 4-year-old child? This body is as small as a malnourished little monkey. To say it was skin and bones would be considered light. Mr. Xin, Kor was born prematurely, 2 weeks early. She has been weak since birth, and yet her development has been particularly slow. Hasn't had a major illness, but minor ailments constantly. Until now have not found a way to improve her physique. Ate a lot of medicine. Used a lot of treatments. The situation is just not getting better. Hu Baoxiang's wife said she couldn't go on, biting her lip, and the tears in her eyes flowed down. Qinsho lifted his head and looked at her, really pitying her. No need to be sad. I'll give her a careful examination. Qinsho finished speaking and took Huku's pulse. After a minute, Qinsho released his hand and stood up to open his mouth at Hu Baoxiang's two mouths. Congratulations to both of you. I can cure your daughter's disease. He can cure this disease? Hu Baoxiang and his wife immediately became excited, their eyes staring at Qinsho. It was like a hungry wolf seeing a large piece of meat. Mr. Xin, you're not joking, right? Mr. Xin, what's going on with my daughter's illness? Qinsho smiled and signaled the two of them to follow him out of the room. Standing outside the door of the room, Hu Baoxiang's two families surrounded Qinsho in the center. Mr. Xin, what's going on with my daughter's illness? You quickly tell me. What medicinal herbs are needed, you also tell me. I'll let someone go and prepare them. Hu Baoxiang looked very agitated, because originally he had no hope for Qinsho. Mr. Hu, don't get excited first. Your daughter's disease is congenital in vein, which caused her congenital yang qi insufficiency. The only bit of yang qi is still being depleted a little bit by the yin vein in her body. She is now at the point of running out of gas. Qinshou's words caused both of Hu Baoxiang's family members to freeze. Innate yin vein? Yang qi? Why did it sound so much like a fortune teller? As soon as he heard that Qinshou could cure his daughter, Hu Baoxiang was a bit too excited. But after hearing Qinshou's words, he calmed down a bit. This kid looks like a beggar. Talk like a fortune teller. This kid is really a liar? Qinshou saw Hu Baoxiang frowning, so he continued to explain. Innate yin vein, in fact, is also a disease. That is, we often say that the body is cold. There are two qi in the human body, yin and yang. The two balance the body will be unharmed. One of them is strong, will inevitably have to extinguish the other side. Only one kind of gas in the body, then, cannot live. The two will compete with each other, will damage. This damages your daughter's body meridians. Meridians damaged. The body of the two gas will naturally be affected. The yin gas will have to swallow the yang gas to replenish their own. The yang gas is less and less. Naturally, will be weak and sickly. Qinshou said here, took a breath, then continued. The weaker the body, the more the damaged meridians will not be able to recuperate. This is a deadly cycle that will not end until your daughter dies. Qinshou finished and glanced at Hu Baoxiang's two mouths, realizing that both of them were frowning tightly, looking like they didn't understand. The two of them really didn't understand. They understood every word Qinshou said, but put together, they couldn't understand it. Mr. Qin, can you briefly explain, and how she got this disease? This disease was brought out from her mother's womb. To put it simply, she has a cold body herself, plus she was born prematurely. That's why she got this disease. She's been suffering from minor illnesses since birth, but not major ones, and her development is much slower compared to other children. Mr. Qin, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that this disease was present in my wife when she was pregnant with her? But there was no problem during the maternity check. My wife's eating and drinking during pregnancy was taken care of by a specialized nutritionist. There shouldn't be a problem. Hu Baoxiang still did not believe Qinshou's words. Qinshou smiled bitterly. Since he had to make himself say it, he didn't hide it. Your wife likes to eat cold food during her pregnancy, and also likes to swim. The most important thing is that she got wet during her pregnancy, and also suffered from unknown stimuli. As for the premature labor, I guess it was your couple's coitus that caused the premature labor. Qinshou's words made Hu Baoxiang's expression freeze, and his wife also froze, then glared at Hu Baoxiang in an atmosphere. You're right, Mr. Qin. When I was pregnant, I did like to eat cold things and swim. I've also gotten wet and irritated. This is all his sin, taking advantage of my pregnancy and screwing around outside. If I didn't go to catch him, I wouldn't have gotten wet. Lily, things have passed. Why do you and Mr. Qin say this? Hu Baoxiang's face was a bit untenable, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to stop his wife. You dare to do, still afraid I say wife, the child's illness is important. The child's illness is important. Mr. Qin, hurry up and tell me how to cure it. What herbs are needed? I'll go and have someone buy them now. Hu Baoxiang now specially hoped that Qinshou would take over the topic. He really didn't want his wife to tell his previous scandal. Qinshou smiled. Your daughter's disease is very troublesome. According to reason, she can't live until now. Thanks to your good food and drink to take care of her. Usually did not give her a lot of supplements, right? Hu Baoxiang's two families nodded. This Huke was also lucky to be reincarnated into Hu Baoxiang's family. If it wasn't for the large amount of supplements to feed her, she would have already gone to line up for soup. Mr. Qin, how long will it take you to cure this disease? Can you get rid of the root? It can be cured in 3 days, completely removing the root. Qinshou did not hide anything and directly stated the time needed. Hu Baoxiang's brows wrinkled once again. He had just somewhat believed that Qinshou could cure his daughter, but this sentence made him somewhat disbelieve again, saying so mysterious, so serious, can be cured in 3 days? Normally, if there was a headache or fever, it would take 7 or 8 days. Mr. Qin, you're talking about 3 days, not 3 years? Mr. Qin, is 3 days enough time? As long as you can cure Core's illness, 3 months, 3 or 4 years we can wait. Qinshou skimmed his mouth. You can wait, but I can't. Next month's school festival, I still have to go and punch Chu Xiaoxiao in the face. And after the school celebration, Chu Xiaoxiao's wedding, Qinshou also intends to go to make a scene. He wants to get that $50 million. He was in a hurry. 3 days was a bit too long for him. Don't worry, what I said is true. 3 days is 3 days. If I can't cure your daughter, I won't take a penny. Hu Baoxiang was still in a bit of disbelief. Mr. Qin, you really aren't joking? Don't worry guys, I'm a person who has never joked in the area of curing people. But I hope that you, Mr. Hu, don't joke with me either. And when I cure your daughter, the honorarium of $50 million, Hu Baoxiang didn't wait for Qin Shou to finish and immediately glared with his eyes. Chapter 9, I am not that kind of person. Mr. Qin, don't worry, as long as the person is cured, I'll give you $50 million with both hands and another $10 million more. Qin Shou laughed at his words. $50 million turned into $60 million in the blink of an eye, with an extra $10 million coming out. It would be strange if he wasn't happy. It was as if Qin Shou had already seen the scene of Chu Xiaoxiao kneeling down and begging herself to get back together. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, my husband's reputation has always been very good. Cure my daughter and the $60 million will definitely be given to you. Qin Shou nodded. Mr. Who is a celebrity in Magic City? I trust him. Prepare paper and pen for me. I've written down the medicinal herbs and instruments I need. Prepare those things and then you can do the treatment. I'll go get them for you. Hu Baoxiang's wife immediately turned around and went to fetch the things. Qin Code was following Hu Baoxiang to the living room. Soon Hu Baoxiang's wife brought a pen and paper, and Qin Shou wrote down all the things he needed. After writing, he also carefully checked once. After all, this is related to the $60 million cannot tolerate half a point of error. A total of 49 kinds of ordinary medicinal herbs, 11 kinds of valuable medicinal herbs, and some messy things, black donkey hooves, black dog blood, cow tears, vermilion sand. There was even grave grass. After Qin Shou finished checking, he handed the piece of paper to Hu Baoxiang. Hu Baoxiang took it and looked at it, and his brows furrowed. Black donkey's hooves, black dog's blood. Is this a doctor or a ghost catcher? Although his heart had doubts, Hu Baoxiang still held back from asking. I will prepare these things as soon as possible. Qin Shou nodded and stood up. Then I'll go back first. Call me when you're ready. You're going back. Mr. Qin, why don't you stay tonight? There are guest rooms in my house. It's also convenient for you to stay here to take care of Kor, and if she's in any kind of condition, you'll be able to save her in time. Hu Baoxiang's wife stared at Qin Shou and opened her mouth to stay. There was nothing wrong with what she said, but the way she looked at Qin Shou made him a little uncomfortable. It always felt that her eyes were like the eyes that Qin Shou used to have when he saw a pretty girl. Qin Shou hastily shook his head. He was here to give medical treatment, not to be the old king next door. Your daughter's situation is fairly stable. There's no need for me to keep watch here. It's also more convenient for me to take a cab over if something happens. It's not appropriate to stay here. Qin Shou rejected Hu Baoxiang's wife's retention, which caused a hint of loss in her eyes. Qin Shou actually didn't live here for other reasons. Living here can't pick up rags. He doesn't want to waste time. Now time and rags are money for him. Going out to pick up rags. If he got lucky, he might be able to trigger a special reward. Mr. Qin, just listen to my wife. There's nothing inconvenient about living here. Hu Baoxiang didn't notice the way his wife was looking at Qin Shou in the slightest and opened his mouth to help retain him. Qin Shou hurriedly waved his hand. It's really inconvenient. Mr. Qin doesn't want to live, so don't force it. Hubby, isn't there a hotel near our district? You go and open a room for Mr. Qin. Let him live there, so that if Kor has a problem, he can also rush over in time. Hu Baoxiang's wife said these words. She really had no selfishness anymore, although she had so much gluttony in her heart for Qin Shou's body, but now she didn't. She was completely looking out for her own daughter. Without waiting for Qin Shou to refuse, Hu Baoxiang took out her cell phone and called to book a room for Qin Shou. Seeing this, Qin Shou was not in a position to refuse. It's really too much trouble for you guys. Mr. Qin is polite. This is what we should do. Let me drive you to the hotel. Wait for me. I'll go get the car keys. Hu Baoxiang said and turned around to go upstairs. His wife followed. When the two reached the room, she pulled Hu Baoxiang, who had gotten the car keys, to go out as soon as she could. Hubby, after you arrange for Mr. Qin to stay, then take him out for a meal and set him up for the night. Well, there's no need for you to explain. I've booked a deluxe suite, and I've thought about dinner. Taking Mr. Qin to eat seafood. That's your arrangement? Nothing else? Hu Baoxiang nodded. Yeah, there's something else? His wife gave him a blank look. Don't pretend for me. Mr. Qin is in a hurry to go back. There must be someone waiting at home. He's young and strong, living alone in a hotel. He must feel bored. After dinner you take him to sing and get a massage, and then find him someone to accompany him at night. Hu Baoxiang heard these words. His eyebrows wrinkled. His eyes oddly looked at his wife. Lily, this is not good, right? Mr. Qin is a man of the world. What if he doesn't like all this? How do you know he doesn't like it if you don't do it? All men under the sky are the same. Unless they don't breathe, they won't not be horny. You just listen to me. Find a young and beautiful one for him. I don't know that kind of person either. Pretend. You pretend again for me? I don't know what kind of goods you are. Mr. Qin is the one who can cure our daughter's illness. You can't not be interested. Okay, well, I'll try my best to arrange it. Hu Baoxiang knew that it was useless to be sophomoric at this time, and could only agree with a stiff upper lip. Also, I asked you to arrange Mr. Sheen. I'm not arranging yourself. If you mess around, I'll cut you off while you're sleeping. Lily's expression was fierce when she said this. Hu Baoxiang smiled awkwardly. No, wife, don't worry. After saying this, Hu Baoxiang ran out of the room and went downstairs to pull Qin Shou away. Hu Baoxiang was very obedient to his wife's words, and first took Qin Shou to the hotel, and after checking in, he took him to dinner. After eating, he also had to take Qin Shou to sing and massage, but the result was rejected by Qin Shou, because he ate too much support. Really do not want to move. Just want to find a bed to lie down beautiful sleep. Hu Baoxiang had to send Qin Shou back to the hotel and then left. But when he left, he also instructed Qin Shou a few words. Mr. Qin, if my wife asks what time you came back to the hotel, you're the one who came back at 2 or 3 in the morning, saying that I took you to sing and massage. Qin Shou smiled and nodded his head in agreement. He naturally understood what this Hu Baoxiang guy was trying to do. It was nothing more than wanting to use Qin Shou as a cover while he went to meet his young lover. Qin Shou and Hu Baoxiang separated and directly went upstairs into his room. Lying on the sofa in the living room of his room, Qin Shou couldn't help but sigh. This sofa has caught up with the width of my bed. No wonder someone likes to be on the sofa. Rich people's life, this is luxury. Qin Shou lay on the sofa for a while, feeling not so propped up. He stood up and turned around in the house. After all, this was the first time he had stayed in a hotel that was over $20,000 a night. The living room of the room was much larger than the one he rented, and the decoration was also permeated with a high-end atmosphere. There were 2 rooms in total, a large bedroom and a small bedroom. Inside the large bedroom, by the window, there was a bathroom separated by glass, with a large bathtub inside. Qin Shou's head immediately came out. Mandarin ducks play in the water of the children's inappropriate images. Chapter 10, 2 Special Rewards. After turning around, Qin Shou directly undressed and got on the bed. The bed was soft and large. Qin Shou tossed and turned, not falling asleep for half a day. Alas, this poor and bitter life of mine. After changing to a higher class place, I can't sleep. The happiness of the rich, I really kinda can't enjoy it. Just read this sentence. Qin Shou's cell phone rang. The phone is Hu Baoxiang called. Qin Shou thought that something had happened to his daughter, so he hurriedly picked it up. Mr. Qin, you're still awake, right? No, is something wrong with your daughter? No, don't be nervous, Mr. Qin, I'm calling you to tell you something. I found a girl to accompany you to chat. The girl's information and photos I'll send you on WeChat later. If you don't like it, just talk to me. If you can look at it, call and contact her. Money I have already paid. Have fun. Hu Baoxiang hung up the phone after saying that, not giving Qin Shou a chance to refuse at all. Qin Shou looked at the phone and froze. A girl? Chatting with himself? Already paid? Accompanying chatting? Qin Shou's head thought of Song Dandan and Mr. Zhao Benshan. Just as he froze, his cell phone rang again. Hu Baoxiang really sent him a picture of a girl on WeChat, as well as the girl's cell phone number. With just one look, Qin Shou's eyes went straight. This girl was too pretty, but not as pretty as Hu Baoxiang's wife. Qin Shou hurriedly shook his head and shook the idea out of his head. Coveting someone else's beautiful wife. How am I different from a chow thief? Besides, this girl on the photo, there can be 8 points. Hu Baoxiang is introducing himself to his girlfriend, but this girl wears really cool, front and back. The body is good. Qin Shou was still enjoying the photos when someone applied to add him as a friend. It was a girl with a cute avatar. Qin Shou added it without even thinking. May I ask if you are Mr. Qin? I was introduced by Mr. Hu. I'm a student at Magic City University. You can call me Lon Lon. Mr. Qin, is it convenient for you now? Tell me the address, I'll go over now. After passing the application, the girl couldn't wait to send 3 messages over. Before Qin Shou could think of how to reply, she had sent over 5 or 6 photos. Mr. Qin, these are all my photos, not PD, just like the real thing. Qin Shou still didn't reply. He was busy looking at those photos. This girl's body is too good. Why is this dress 1 less than 1? Is this the art photo that girls love at the moment? Mr. Qin, Mr. Who asked me to come over to accompany you tonight, and the fee has already been paid. Seeing this message, Qin Shou replied back. How much? A total of 80,000. Seeing the girl's reply, Qin Shou froze. $80,000? Is this girl made of gold? $80,000. How much food and drink can be sold? Chinese cigarettes can be sold more than 100. A single puff could make Qin Shou smoke his way into lung cancer. Mr. Qin, is it okay if I go over there now? Forget it, I'm already going to rest. Let's talk about it later when we have the chance. Although Qin Shou's heart was itching to go, he held back and refused Lon Lon. He knew what the girl's occupation was. To put it civilized, it was peripheral. To put it vulgarly, it was pheasant. Doing this kind of thing was illegal, and Chinsho wasn't going to do this kind of thing. And it was still $80,000. What's wrong with taking it? Hubaoxiang. Count this $80,000 directly into the honorarium. How good. Chinsho can still say a word of thanks to him. Then I won't bother Mr. Chin. Wait for you to have time to make an appointment with me again. Lan didn't force herself. Having been in this business for a long time, she had seen many strange customers. Like Chinsho, she was not surprised to see guests who didn't want to play even though their friends helped pay for it. Chinsho didn't reply to Lan again. He had a small loss in his heart. If he had let her come over night, he wouldn't have to sleep alone. Grandpa, 80,000 Or women are good at making money. Betalai gold 10,000 taels. A year split legs busy. 100,000 snowflake silver Spitting 2 sentences, Chinsho threw his cell phone to the side and closed his eyes to count sheep. I don't know how many sheep I counted, but Chinsho finally slept through it. He slept until more than 8 o'clock in the morning of the next day, and after he got up and washed up, he put on his basketball undershirt and fancy pants, and then went downstairs. His outfit was very eye-catching in the hotel, and many people had to give him sideways glances. The security guards in the lobby would have kicked him out as a junk collector if they hadn't seen Chinsho check in yesterday. Chinsho asked the front desk of the hotel for a big black garbage bag, then walked out of the hotel and started his work of collecting rags. The big garbage bag is used to hide people's eyes and ears, picking up things and stuffing them into the bag before recycling. Otherwise, things disappearing out of thin air in his hands would definitely attract attention. He didn't want to be locked up as a mouse for research. Ding! Recycle 1 plastic bag. Reward cash 10 yuan. Ding! Recycle 2 mineral water bottles. Reward cash 20 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 cigarette butt. Reward cash 10 yuan. Triggering a special reward. Rewarding a box of top quality cigarettes that can't be smoked. Hearing the reminder of triggering a special reward, Chinsho smiled. Only before his mouth could grin, he heard the words "can't finish smoking." The corner of Chinsho's mouth twitched. System, what the hell is this can't finish smoking? How does the name of a top-tier cigarette sound so grounded? Can't finish smoking? How does it feel so rural? Can't finish smoking cigarettes? 10 cigarettes per carton. Automatically filled after 10 cigarettes are smoked. Roll refreshes the mind and cures respiratory diseases. Chinsho felt that this name was really right. After smoking, automatically filled. This is not smoking is what? It is said that smoking is harmful to health, but this cigarette can cure diseases. This is the first time I've heard of it. Chinsho hurriedly took out the endless smoking from the system space. A white box, and the ordinary cigarette box is about the same size, but the thickness is only half of the ordinary cigarette box. The whole body was white, and only the front had 3 big red words. The drawing is incomplete. Chinsho's mouth corner twitched. System, can't you improve your aesthetic level? This thing looks more and more like a fake. Shanghai goods packaging are more delicate than you this. Spit to spit. Chinsho or open to draw out a. Gripped in the mouth. With more than 100 million worth of lighters to their own point, Chinsho forcefully smoked a mouthful, and then immediately eyes light up. Too cool. This flavor. Too fragrant. And after smoking it in, it feels like the throat and lungs are clear and cool. Good stuff. Really good stuff. He smoked while lamenting, and in less than 10 minutes, he finished all 10 cigarettes. The empty cigarette case was immediately filled up again. Chinsho was very happy. He didn't have to worry about running out of cigarettes in the future, and he didn't have to get lung cancer if he smoked too many cigarettes. Mood comfortable Chinsho, carrying the bag toward the trash can not far away. He is now picking up rags. This job. Simply love do not want. Ding! Recycling 1 beverage bottle. Rewarding cash 10 yuan. Trigger special reward. Reward a bottle of pulse. Chapter 11, The Golden Path. After the system's 2 beeps ended, Chinsho was still waiting. He was waiting for the system to explain to him, to explain what was different about this pulsation. As a result, after waiting for 3 to 5 minutes, the system's voice didn't appear. So Chinsho opened his mouth and asked himself, System, what's the use of this pulsation? Ordinary item. It's just a normal pulsation. The system's words made Chinsho almost jump. This is considered a special reward? Old me can go to the supermarket and buy a bottle for $4. When it's on sale, I can buy it for $3, $5. This special reward is too much of a child's play, isn't it? System, your sister. Aren't you trying to trick people? Is pulsation a special reward? I don't need your reward. I'll go to the supermarket and buy as many as I want. Special rewards are randomized and unpredictable. Please host work hard to pick up rags. The system was still saying the same old thing, which made Chinsho depressed. People had to bow their heads under the system. Chinsho sullenly continued to bend down and lowered his head to rummage through the trash can. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do all the handsome guys come out to pick up rags these days? That kid is so handsome. Why is he rummaging through the trash can? It won't be a cutie, right? I think he's like a cutie, but he's so handsome. Why don't you trick him into going home? It's good to have a stupid husband. You're the one looking for a silly husband. Shinsho's actions attracted the attention of quite a few people. Many of them, the nymphomaniac girls, were cursing in their hearts for God's injustice. Such a handsome boy. Why is he a cutie? There were also some parents who didn't forget to educate their children at all times, pointing at Shinsho and started educating the children around them. See, if you don't study properly, in the future you'll be just like him, coming out to rummage through the garbage cans. This is what happens when you don't study hard. You'll live by picking up trash in the future. These words Shinsho heard clearly, but he was not angry. The joy of picking up garbage is not something that ordinary people like them can experience. They can't experience the joy of my old man. You children do not study well. The future will not be the same as the old man. The old man has a system they have? I rely on picking up garbage daily income of 100,000 plus. They can? In the disdainful eyes of passers-by, Shinsho picked up garbage all morning. A total of a dozen garbage cans, 2 large dumpsters. In total, the income is almost 40,000, and a box of top-quality cigarettes, a bottle of pulsation. Shinsho moved his body after recycling the large garbage bag in his hand, earned more than 40,000 in one morning. This earning speed is still slow. It's easy to want to get rich by picking up rags, but it's hard to want to get rich. Shinsho is a little bit of the heart is not enough to swallow the elephant, so that is put into the previous. A morning to earn 40,000. He has long been happy not to know their own last name, but now, he felt that this 40,000 does not smell good at all. The things in the trash can are still too little, and not much can be recycled. If there are more things, the income can surely be doubled several times. Thinking of this, Shinsho violently remembered a place, the scrap recycling station. That place was the place with the most garbage and rags. As if Shinsho had seen a shortcut to the top of his life, he was instantly excited. He hurriedly walked to the side of the road, reached out and stopped a cab and sat in it. Master, pull me to the nearest scrapyard. Sir, the scrapyards are all in places that lean on the outskirts. It's a bit far. You just drive. It doesn't matter if it's far away. Shinsho's words were tinged with some impatience. He hated that he would instantly move and immediately appear at the scrapyard. This time the old son wants not to be developed is difficult. To walk on the peak of life in minutes. Handsome and more gold. The old son's beautiful life is about to open. Shinsho giggled while whispering. This makes the cab driver very worried. He is not pulling a psychopath, right? An hour and a half later, the cab stopped in front of a scrapyard. Shinsho paid the fare and hurriedly got out of the car, diving headfirst into the scrapyard. Really came to the right place. Shinsho looked at the yard full of plastic bottles, paper shells, scrap iron, inside a fire. This yard piled up full of scrap. In his eyes can be money now, if all these things are recycled. Not to mention how many times the special rewards can be triggered. The cash alone should be able to have 10 million. The more Shinsho thought about it, the more excited he became, and he bent down and picked up a mineral water bottle at his feet. Ding! Non-ownerless items cannot be recycled. The system's beep made Shinsho freeze. Can't be recycled? But soon Shinsho figured out that this thing was from a scrapyard, and it made sense that he wouldn't be allowed to recycle it. Then buying it himself and recycling it should be fine. The reward for such a small recycling station should be over $10 million. So how many scrap recycling stations are there in Mordor? How many in the whole of China? How many in the whole world? And there are many islands in the world, all of which are full of garbage. Some countries also spend a lot of money trying to sell their own country's garbage. Shinsho feels that this is a great thing. He went to receive the garbage. Not only have the system rewards to get, but also can earn a share of money. It was too exciting. So what if it is so easy to go to the peak of life? Li Daxiang rich second generation? Lousy is the rich generation. Shinsho was thinking in his heart. A big brother in his 40s came out of the hut in front of him and opened his mouth at him. Young man, you came to sell scrap? Shinsho hurriedly raised his head after hearing these words. Boss, I'm not here to sell scrap. I'm here to buy scrap. That big brother was obviously stunned and looked Shinsho up and down with an odd look. You buy scrap? Young man, you don't look like you're in the scrap business. He was telling the truth. Shinsho's undershirt and fancy pants outfit looked like he was here to sell scrap. Boss, I really came to buy scrap. How do you sell scrap here? That big brother didn't dwell on it, regardless of whether Shinsho looked like it or not. Since he opened his mouth and asked, he answered, what do you want? How many tons do you want? The more you want the cheaper it is. Shinsho would like to return a sentence, according to the cheap to no money want. However, he was afraid to finish getting beaten, so he did not say the sentence. All. Can I come a little less first? First sell me that bag of plastic bottles next to you? Chinsho pointed to a big woven bag next to him, which was very big enough to fit a dozen Chinshos. He wanted to buy all of them, but the money in the card is not enough. Don't look at this waste collection station is all waste, but to really buy it, the price is definitely not cheap. The other thing is that he does not want to take the risk. If he buys them all, the system does not give recovery. He will lose a lot of money. Chapter 12 Inside and Outside the Compensation. That big brother looked at Chinsho, and then looked at taking the bag of plastic bottles. He felt that Chinsho should be a literary youth, wearing strange clothes and wanting strange things. It is estimated that he bought these bottles to go back, is trying to do what crafts it. These days, this kind of literary youth's money is quite good. 60 cents for a bottle. There are almost 500 or so in that bag. Count your whole number. $300. This big brother is a bit ruthless. A bottle he can sell to 10 cents on the good, opening on the price of 6 times, is a bit black heart. Chinsho lazy bargaining, directly nodded yes. No problem. Collection code to me. I will transfer money to you. That big brother was very happy. No wonder his left eyelid kept jumping in the morning. I didn't expect to make a small profit today, enough to eat 2 barbecues. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and let Chinsho scan it. Young man, this bag of bottles is yours. Let me help you carry it out? Chinsho shook his head, walked over and put his hand into that bag, held a bottle and ordered it to be recycled. Ding! Recycling 1 mineral water bottle. Rewarding cash 0.001 yuan. Chinsho's face immediately pulled down. 1 cent for 1 bottle? Wasn't it $10? Ding! The system detected that the altered item was purchased at the host's expense for an impure purpose, so the reward is 0.001 yuan and the chance of triggering a special reward is 0. The system gave an explanation, and the tone seemed disgruntled. System, don't be so serious. Look, I bought it all. At least give a good price. Let me return a capital. Ding! The system doesn't allow this kind of thing to happen. If the host does this kind of intentional money swiping thing again, the system will activate the punishment mechanism and shorten the host's brother by 1 centimeter. Chinsho's face pulled longer and became darker. His heart also instantly ran over the million grass mud horses. Such a ruthless punishment is also too inhuman. I thought it was a shortcut to the peak of life, but I didn't expect it to be a dead end. The system this guy does not know the adaptability at all. So dead-eyed why? Chinsho retracted his hand back. He didn't want his brother to become short. Then he smiled at that big brother and opened his mouth. Big brother, do you recycle scrap here? Chinsho felt that since the recycling reward was so low, he might as well sell it to that big brother for a good deal. That big brother also snapped. Is this kid really sick? Buying such a bag of bottles just to reach out and touch them? This kid will not be a psychopath, right? Collect 1 bottle for 10 cents. Chinsho's entire body froze when he heard the price he offered. 10 cents for a bottle? Is this ever a mistake? Big brother, I but is 60 cents to buy. The price you give is too low. Recycling is 10 cents. I'm selling 60 cents. It's no problem. Doing business is like this. If you think it's low, you can take it away. I'm not forcing you to sell it to me. Chinsho frowned when he heard this. Is Lousy sick in the head? Taking such a large bag of bottles back. 10 cents is 10 cents. Chinsho said and tapped his cell phone and handed it over. That big brother smiled and paid Chinsho $50. 300 bought. Sold 50 in a flash. Inside and outside lost. 250 money. Chinsho skimmed his mouth, feeling that he is now quite suitable for this figure. Then Chinsho left the scrap buying station sullenly, used his cell phone to call a drop, and then went back to the city. He was in a very bad mood. Buy scrap lost 250. The round-trip fare adds up to more than 400. So a loss of $600 or $700 inside and outside the calculation. So much money. Buy ribs do not smell? Take care of the business of the lost girl, but also can contribute to charity. Chinsho returned to the downtown hotel. The sky is not yet dark. He carried a bag around the neighborhood. Although the road and roadside garbage cans recyclable things, not as much as the waste station. But the mosquito is also meat is not small. Going back and lying down can't earn a penny. Wandering around can still earn more or less. If you're lucky, you might even be able to trigger a special reward. Ding! Recover a business card. Reward cash 10 yuan. Trigger special reward. Reward a box of topsy-turvy little pills. Topsy-turvy little pill? Chinsho frowned. What the hell is this pill? Listening to the name, why did it sound so much like a 3-5 product? Top heaven and earth small pill. Allows the taker to become a real man. Improves male reproduction ability. Cures all male diseases, and removes the disease with a medicine. Chinsho listened to the system's explanation. The whole person froze. Where is this? What is a topsy-turvy little pill? Simply a super version of the blue little pill. But a business card can reward such a good thing? The name written on that business card just now, Yang Wei. Shinsho instantly felt that the system had no sense of propriety at all. System, did you swear with your modesty and it was fulfilled and your modesty was taken away? This reward is good, but the name is too random, right? Shinsho couldn't help but spit out the system basis, and as a result, the system didn't take care of him. Top small pill. Shinsho felt that this name was a bit of a spoof, but if the effect is really as good as the system introduction, it can really be a good thing. If you are unfilial, it is important that you do not have any descendants, especially in China. If you don't have children, you will be looked down upon. Shinsho directly took out a white box about the size of a cigarette box from the system space. The box as a whole was also white, with 4 small red characters on the front. Top of the sky. The corner of Shinsho's mouth twitched. This packaging is really the consistent style of the system. Shinsho opened the pill box and took out the contents. He looked at the 2 plates of medicine in his hand and always felt that it was a fake. Is this thing really that divine? There were 8 pills in one plate, and the size of the pills was about the same size as the 6 flavored Di Huang pills. Shinsho even suspected that this was the 6 flavors Di Huang pill, which the system had come up with to fool him. System, is this thing really that magical? Please don't be skeptical, host. The system never gives fake goods. Even if it does, it will inform in advance. The system's words are said in a very tough manner, but you feel that there is a problem when you savor it. Give fake goods will say straight. That means this guy will give fake goods. Shinsho is a bit speechless. This system is really quite a character. But fortunately, at the very least, the small pill in his hand was real. Shinsho smiled. He felt that this little pill could bring him another considerable amount of income. Rich men these days all had a common favorite, and that was young and beautiful girls. But the richer the man, the older he gets, the less physical strength he has. Looking at the meat in front of them, they can afford it, but they don't have a good set of teeth and can't eat what they see. This situation was very painful. If they ate Shinsho's hand of the top small pill, they can see the meat, but also eat it. The sales target. Shinsho had thought about it, but how much would it be appropriate to sell this little pill? Chapter 13, Pouring Oil on the Fire. The first customer Shinsho thought of was Hu Baoxiang. When he went to Hu Baoxiang's house before, he noticed that this guy had weak kidneys, and it wasn't just a general weakness. This pill is just right to sell to him. After eating it, you will be able to be a top man, not looking at the girl only eye. A pill asking him for $10 million shouldn't be too expensive, right? Shinsho pondered how much money would be appropriate to ask for while stuffing the medicine in his hand into the system space. Regardless of how much it could be sold for, it was better to pick up some money before it got dark. Ding! Recycling 3 paper towels, rewarding $30 in cash. Ding! Recover 100 million tadpoles, reward cash 300,000 yuan. Shinsho heard this prompt. The whole person froze. 100 million tadpoles? $300,000? The pieces of paper he just picked up. Shinsho thought of something that made him sick. Grandpa, Lazi should have brought a glove. But a normal man's is 300 million to 500 million pills, and this is only 100 million pills. This dude's body is really bad. Shinsho spat while moving away from the trash can in front of him. The more he thought about it in his heart, the more disgusting it became. So he just turned around and walked towards the hotel. When he got back to his room, he dove headfirst into the restroom and took a half-hour shower. After taking a shower, Shinsho called the front desk again and asked them to send some food up. After eating, Shinsho sat down on the sofa and took out the small topsy-turvy pill. I don't know if this pill is really that powerful. Why don't I take one first and see how it works? You have to understand the product in order to sell it better. Shinsho convinced himself, snapped off a small pill and stuffed it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into a warm stream that slid down his throat. That warm stream quickly flowed into the stomach and then dispersed in all directions. Shinsho felt that his entire body was warm before he fell asleep in a daze. The reason why Shinsho slept over was actually a self-protective ability of his body. His body had long since gone through a systematic remodeling, and his ability in that area had long since been strong, but he was still foolish enough to eat a topsy-turvy little pill. This is simply making his own death. A person who doesn't need to be supplemented. Eating a large supplement is like a bucket of gasoline thrown onto a fire. Shinsho sleeping over was actually a self-protection mechanism. He slept straight through this sleep until the afternoon of the next day, and when he opened his eyes, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Too tired. Shinsho sat up from the sofa in a daze, rubbing his eyes and shaking his neck. Last night he was exhausted in his dreams, this night dreaming of spring. The girls in his computer's E-drive had appeared in his dream, and he naturally had to cut his acting skills with them, so it would be strange if he wasn't tired. But immediately afterward, Shinsho closed his eyes and recalled the dream he had last night. This kind of dream can be done for a long time. Shinsho stood up from the sofa and left the room after washing up. He first found a restaurant near the hotel and ordered some food haphazardly to fill up his stomach. then went straight to the nearby mall. He planned to go buy a few sets of clothes. He also felt that his look of an undershirt and flowery pants with slippers was a bit too noticeable. He didn't want to draw attention to himself for fear of people finding out his secret. After all, the things that were recycled, they all just disappeared into thin air, and there was no telling where the system had gotten them. Shinsho walked while picking them up, and he didn't let go of the garbage cans on the side of the road. Each one was carefully rummaged through. From the restaurant to the shopping mall he was going to, 5 minutes by car, walking was just over 20 minutes. As a result, it took him close to an hour to walk and pick up. In this hour, he went through more than 10 garbage cans, picked up more than 20 bottles, and more than 60 cigarette butts. Miscellaneous picked up a lot, a total income of more than $10,000. Although the money to buy clothes is considered to have, but Shinsho happy not up, because he ran into a pier, robbing his business. A 60-something old man, with a mask, apron, sleeve, riding a tricycle in front of him, picked up almost everything in the trash can. All that was left for him were some leftovers. If there was no that Moncler outlet store, it was estimated that Shinsho's income could double. When he arrived at the mall, Shinsho just recycled the black plastic bag in his hand and walked into the mall. He first went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Just rummaging through the garbage bins got his hands dirty. He first bought 2 pairs of sneakers on the first floor, and then went to the second floor. On the second floor Shinsho spent more than $5,000 and bought 3 sets of sportswear. Up to this point, his undershirt, flower pants and slippers were considered to have been honorably laid off. Wearing the sportswear and sneakers, Shinsho couldn't help but smile. It's really good to be rich. This 1,000 plus set of clothes and 1,000 plus pair of shoes are really comfortable to wear. This was the first time Shinsho wore such expensive clothes. The most expensive clothes he had before was a suit he spent $700 on when he graduated. Or Chu Xiao Xiao picked it out for him. Thinking of Chu Xiao Xiao, the firing Shinsho's heart bubbled up. That stinking woman. What does Lousy want her to do? Give me a weight. I'm going to stomp your face hard on the ground. Shinsho took 2 deep breaths and asked the shopping guide girl to help him load up the clothes and slippers he changed out of. Thrift and frugality are excellent traditional virtues, and Shinsho planned to take them out for recycling. Even if it's only 0.001 yuan, it's still money. It's better than losing it. Then Shinsho walked out of the store and continued shopping. It wasn't until he saw a store that sold men's underwear that Shinsho walked in with a large bag. Good afternoon, sir. May I help you? The shopping guide girl in this store was quite enthusiastic. Her eyes looking at Shinsho were also permeated with a colorful and squinty taste. It wasn't her fault. Who let this guy Shinsho have such a high face value now? Just now, when Shinsho bought shoes and sportswear, those shopping guide girls, their eyes were more than this girl had ever seen. One of the shoppers also took the opportunity to touch Shinsho's pectoral and abdominal muscles by organizing his clothes for him. If it wasn't for the broad daylight, she would have wanted to pounce on Shinsho and put him on the spot. Shinsho retrieved his thoughts and smiled shyly at the shopping guide girl. I would like to buy a few pairs of underwear. Okay, sir, please follow me. I'll show you around. The shopping guide girl enthusiastically brought Shinsho into the store and turned around. Sir, this is the latest model this year. There are many colors. This one too. The colors are only black and white. And these over here are the ones with patterns. You can take a look and see if there is anything you like. The shopping guide girl's mouth never stopped. Shinsho listened to her while looking at those panties. For the first time, he discovered that there were so many styles and colors of men's underwear. Shinsho quickly chose 2 styles of underwear and asked for 3 pairs of each. I'll just take the plain black ones. No problem. What size do you need then, sir? Chapter 14. It's not easy to do business. That shopping guide girl's face violently reddened after she asked this sentence. She hadn't said this a lot before, but the person she was talking to today was different. After all, Shinsho in her eyes is a big handsome one. Then she likes those idols Oba do not know how many times more handsome. This question likewise made Shinsho's face redden. What size? Shinsho thought of his own size. It was really not easy to say what size. I don't have a big waist size, but is there a waist size that is small and bigger underneath, so that it's not so tight to wear? When Shinsho said this, his head was lowered, and he didn't dare to look at that guide girl. Although the girl looks average, but at least is a girl. This kind of words out, or a little embarrassed. The shopping guide girl couldn't help but sweep her eyes downward when she heard Shinsho's words. Special sizes we also have here. You come with me. The shopping guide girl took Shinsho to see the special size underwear, and Shinsho directly chose a few more. He felt that buying things like underwear had become a bit more embarrassing for him than before. In the past, when he went to the night market to buy from the roadside stalls, $5 a piece, and the underwear sellers were all grandpas and grandmothers. But now standing in front of him was a young and beautiful girl, and the feeling was definitely not the same. He will certainly not go to the stall to buy underwear. After all, stall goods color loss, before a red underwear color loss, scared him to think he urinated blood. Shinsho is also rich now. the quality of life naturally needs to be improved a bit. And Chu Xiao Xiao that stinky, also not with him anymore. He also do not have to save money to give her. After spending $4,000, Chincho bought 20 pairs of underwear, only black and dark blue ones. When he came out of that store, Chincho had 20 more pairs of panties in his hand, in addition to an extra slip of paper. On it was written the guide girl's WeChat and phone number. When Chincho was about to go out, that shopping guide girl caught up and stuffed it into his hand, and also said that she got off work at 6:30 p.m. and was free in the evening. Chincho was a little confused at the time, just smiled at her, and then hurriedly and quickly left. Walking to a corner, Chincho threw the note in the trash can. That shopping guide girl, Chincho cannot see. Hu Baoxiang introduced the $80,000 of college girls. He did not have much heart, let alone such an ordinary-looking, and not reserved girl. Chincho was a little wrong to blame the shopping guide girl, like his handsome and a little bit of money man. Ordinary girls how can be reserved up. From the mall left, Chincho directly back to the hotel. After arriving at the hotel, he handed over all the clothes, including the 20 pairs of underwear, to the hotel staff to help dry clean them, in addition to the clothes on his body. Incidentally, Chincho gave the waiter a tip of $200. The waiter was full of gratitude and left with the stuff. After sending him off, Chincho sat his butt down on the sofa. Grandpa, finally I have underwear to wear. Before Chincho finished his emotional words, the phone rang. It was Hu Baoxiang calling. Chincho hurriedly picked it up. Hu Baoxiang was his god of wealth. He couldn't be slowed down. Mr. Chin, I've prepared everything. Are you in the hotel now? I'll go over to pick you up. Ready so soon? I'm at the hotel. I'll go downstairs and wait for you at the door. Hanging up the phone, Chincho went downstairs. After waiting for less than 5 minutes, Hu Baoxiang drove to arrive. Chincho directly sat on the passenger side. I've kept you waiting, Mr. Chin. I'm counting on you for my daughter's illness. How about the girl I arranged for you? If you feel satisfied, I'll charter her for a few days and let her stay with you. These days. Hearing this, Chincho hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt Hu Baoxiang. Let's forget about this. I've been cultivating recently and it's inconvenient. I will definitely do my best for your daughter's illness. Just rest assured. Mr. Chin, you don't have to be polite with me. That girl, if you don't have your eye on her, just say so. I'll help you arrange something else. There's really no need. I can't get close to women for the last while. I appreciate your kindness. Although Chincho refused on the mouth, but in the heart there is still a little so small regret. In fact, at night there is a person to warm the nest, is also quite happy. This is typical of him to have a thief's heart but not a thief's guts. I am sorry, Mr. Chin, my arrangement is not good, and so you give my daughter to cure the disease. You convenient time, I take you out to play. However, last night that girl received money. This money is no way to return, and so you are convenient. Contact her the same. She this kind of girl, although she loves money, but the professional conduct is still there. They take money to do. These words of Hu Baoxiang made Chincho smile. Their kind of profession also has ethics. This sounds a bit awkward. Mr. Hu, the word of color is a knife. Men and women should be restrained, or else they will hurt their bodies, and who knows if they are sick or not. It is better not to fool around. Mr. Chin, you are right. This kind of thing men love, but it does hurt the body. My body is not as good as before now. Otherwise my wife and I would have wanted a second child long ago. What Hu Baoxiang said made Chincho immediately remembered the system space. That box of topsy-turvy little pills came. His body is not working? Then this pill seems to be sold to him. Mr. Hu, when I first met you, I observed you through the art of qi surveying and found that your body does have quite a few problems. You have a bad stomach and intestines, and your kidneys are also very weak. You often dream when you sleep at night, and you get up a lot of times, and your sexual intercourse is also poor. After every time you have sexual intercourse, you will have a bout of soreness in your back, and the whole person is not in good spirits for several days. Right. That's the way. Don't hide. I also went to the hospital to see. I have gastroenteritis, and kidney deficiency is really powerful. That thing is really poorly. Make my wife every day have no good face. I am worried that one day she went out to me to get 2 green hat back. Hu Baoxiang was still a little embarrassed, but after hearing Chincho say that he had all those symptoms, he immediately pulled down his face and said such a bunch of words. Mr. Chin, can you cure this disease of mine? I've seen Chinese and Western doctors. I've taken a lot of medicines and supplements, but none of them have any effect, and now I'm just relying on the little blue pills to pay my rations. Chincho smiled and nodded. This is all a minor problem. I can cure it. Chincho laughed because this Hu Baoxiang was too interesting. Chincho was able to cure Hu Baoxiang's daughter, and when Hu Baoxiang addressed him, it was still you. Now, when he heard that Chincho could cure him of kidney deficiency, he immediately changed to you. Hu Baoxiang immediately rejoiced when he saw Qin Shou nodding his head. Mr. Qin, how long do you think it will take to cure me? What herbs are needed? How much money is needed? Qin Shou didn't answer immediately as his head spun rapidly. How much money? If he took a small topical pill, he would be cured immediately. And as for his gastroenteritis, prescribing 2 pairs of medicines would also cure it. But how much money is appropriate? Want more? Afraid of Hu Baoxiang, do not give. If you want less, you will feel that you are at a disadvantage. These days, do a business. Really not easy. Chapter 15. Are you seeing a doctor or killing someone? Your disease is very good to cure. I have a special medicine here to treat your kind of disease. Eat immediately, see the effect. Only this kind of medicine preparation is more troublesome. Need a lot of precious herbs. One of the medicine is 1,000 years of wild mountain ginseng. I have 8 in my hand. This world is only so 8. Eat a less one. And this medicine is passed down from my ancestors. The prescription I don't have anymore. Qin Shou actually had 16 in his hand, but adhering to the principle that things are more expensive than they are rare, he said less, in order to try to sell it for a good price. He did not directly say how much money. Open price this kind of thing, or let Hu Baoxiang himself say good. Hu Baoxiang is an old man, naturally can understand Qin Shou's meaning. Saying the medicine is so precious is just wanting a high price. Mr. Qin, you set a price. I will never return the price. Hu Baoxiang kicked the ball back. Mr. Hu, each one of my medicines is worth more than 10 million. If you really want it, I can give you a discount. Qin Shou gritted his teeth and set a price he didn't even think he could accept. Asking for $10 million for a tiny pill sounded a bit like a pitfall. Hu Baoxiang's brows immediately wrinkled. $10 million for a pill? This Qin Shou was really a beast. He really dared to ask for it. Seeing his face change, Qin Shou hurriedly added a few words. Mr. Hu, this pill of mine can cure all male diseases. It can improve your ability to reproduce. Eating this pill guarantees that your body will be even better than a 20-year-old lad, and it guarantees that you will be able to have a second child with your wife. Eat this pill. You do not need to eat the little blue pill. To ensure that you can pay public food in place at the same time, there is still energy outside the colorful flags. Medicine you can eat first. If there is no effect, I will not take a penny. If it is effective, the price of this is to go up some. Hu Baoxiang's brows stretched when he heard Qin Shou's words. Eat first and pay later. This is not bad. No effect, big deal not to pay. But listen to Qin Shou's meaning. Have effect. He also want to increase the price. This makes Hu Baoxiang more or less a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, a small pill costs 10 million. This price is already sky high, and he is still thinking of raising the price? Mr. Qin, let's wait for you to cure my daughter's disease before we talk about this. Qin Shou nodded and didn't persuade anymore. After all, rushing up is not a deal. Soon Hu Baoxiang drove into the neighborhood, parked the car in his garage, and brought Qin Shou into the house. Hu Baoxiang's wife warmly welcomed him. Mr. Qin, my husband has had the things prepared. Take a look, and if there is something you are not satisfied with, have my husband arrange for someone to buy it. Qin Shou looked at those things laid out in the living room and nodded with a smile before checking them out one by one. It took more than 10 minutes before Qin Shou finished his inspection, straightened up and opened his mouth at Hu Baoxiang's 2 mouths. The stuff is right. The quality of the herbs is also good. Is the room I'm going to use packed up? Move these things in. I don't want to be disturbed when I boil the medicine later. The room is ready. I'll have someone move it in. Hu Baoxiang's wife immediately went to arrange for the family's nanny and 2 men in black to start working. Those 2 men in black were presumably called over by Hu Baoxiang on purpose. Helping to work is one aspect. There is also the possibility of preventing Qin Shou, if he cannot cure Hu Baoxiang's daughter. Estimated that these 2 guys will teach Qin Shou a hard lesson. Qin Shou bent down and took out a bottle of alcohol and a pack of medical cotton wool from the box, as well as 2 boxes of disposable silver needles for acupuncture. Mr. Hu, first take me to see your daughter. I'll give her acupuncture first. When the acupuncture is done, they'll be almost moved. I'll just boil the medicine. Hu Baoxiang hurriedly nodded and led Qin Shou to his daughter's room on the 2nd floor. Huka's condition was a bit more serious than before when Qin Shou saw her. There was no blood at all on her face. Her pale face was a bit yellowish, and her breathing was a lot weaker than before. In addition to Huku, there was also a 40-something older sister in the room, who was holding a small spoon to feed Huka water. Only the little girl was in a coma, and most of the water that was fed down flowed out. Mr. Hu, you go out first. I'll call you if something happens. Then I'll trouble Mr. Qin. I'll be right outside. If there's something, you call me directly. Hu Baoxiang turned around and went out after saying that. That big sister was also going to follow, but was called back by Qin Shou. Big sister, you stay and do me a favor. Doctor, I am just a nanny. I want to see the doctor. That big sister spoke honestly. It's fine, just help me take off her clothes. Then help me sterilize the silver needle on the side. It's very simple. That's fine, Big Sister said as she walked to the bedside and took off all of Huka's clothes, then stood to the side. Shinsho looked at Huku on the bed and couldn't help but shake his head. How much has this child suffered over the years? The ribs are just skin-wrapped. Legs are not as thick as 2 fingers of Shinsho. Shinsho sighed, and then walked over to the bedside table to move the position, put the hands of the things on it, and then taught the big sister how to use the medicinal cotton dipped in alcohol to sterilize the silver needle. Then Shinsho started to give Huku acupuncture. That big sister handed the sterilized silver needles to Shinsho, and Shinsho stuck them one by one into Huka's body. He was very careful with each needle. After all, this was his first time giving acupuncture. Although it was the first time, his movements were very skillful, recognizing the points accurately, and his hands were steady. Then an old Chinese doctor. After half an hour, Huka was already covered with silver needles from head to toe, and if someone who knew Chinese medicine was here, he would probably be scared to death. Every one of the 36 dead points on Huka's body, except for the 9 dead points on her back, had a silver needle stuck in it. The consequences of an ordinary person being hit on any of the dead points would be very serious. Now that Huka's body had been pierced with silver needles at all 27 dead points, this was not saving a person at all in the eyes of an ordinary doctor, but killing. But Shinsho dared to do so. In addition to the silver needles stuck on the death points, there were another 72 silver needles on Huka's body, a total of 99 silver needles. This set of acupuncture needles also had a nice name, 9 Heavenly Rejuvenation. The purpose was to protect the little bit of young chi and vitality left in Huka's body, while controlling the cold chi in her body and protecting her heart veins. Elder sister, you keep an eye on her here. The silver needles on her body you don't touch. Then can you cover the child a bit? This will catch a cold. No way. The needles on her body, you can't touch a single one, or she will die immediately. There's also the fact that you can't give her food or water. In short, in a word, before I come over, no one can get close to her. Hearing Shinsho's words, that big sister's brows furrowed. Can't be covered? Can't eat or drink water either? Still can't let anyone get close to. Is this seeing a doctor? Why does it feel like this doctor is trying to kill this child? Chapter 16, Better Bitter Than Broke. Doctor, is what you said reliable? That big sister was very unconvinced by Shinsho's words. Just do what I say, Shinsho said and walked out of the room. Hu Baoxiang is in the doorway. Shinsho will instruct that big sister words, and Hu Baoxiang said again, let your wife go in and keep an eye on it. Make sure you do what I say, or the child's life won't be saved. Shinsho's expression and tone were very serious and earnest. Hu Baoxiang naturally didn't dare to be negligent, and directly went to call his wife to go. Shinsho also followed him downstairs, went to the room that was prepared, ready to boil the medicine. Things are all moved in. The 2 men in black also stay in the room. Shinsho directly sent them out. He didn't want to have 2 door gods standing around when he was boiling the medicine. Shinsho first placed the herbs in order and then took the dozen or so medicinal jars next to him. Then he put the herbs into different medicinal jars according to different types and different combinations. This one process alone took him nearly half an hour, as the medicine in each jar had to be placed according to strict types and proportions. The slightest mistake, the effect of the medicinal soup that was boiled out would be greatly affected. After placing the medicine, Shinsho began to pour water into it. The water used was ordinary mineral water. There were no strict requirements in this regard. In the end, Shinsho gave all the medicine jars a number and began to boil them. Hu Baoxiang prepared 2 gas pipes and 2 gas stoves, which can boil 4 pots at a time, which happens to meet Shinsho's needs. When the first batch, 4 cans of medicine were boiled, it was already 3 hours later, during which Shinsho added water and herbs according to the situation in the cans. Shinsho put the 4 medicinal jars aside and stood up to stretch his legs. Moncler outlet, this is not a human job ah. Looking at the ground there are still more than 10 medicinal jars. Shinsho instantly felt miserable, but in order to 60 million, bitter on bitter put, bitter a little tired, then no money strong. The second batch of 4 pots, Shinsho spent more than 4 hours, during which Hu Baoxiang came once, wanting to call Shinsho to go to dinner, and then continue after dinner. Shinsho directly refused. He simply cannot leave. He let Hu Baoxiang give him some pastries, ate a few pieces of nonsense, and then filled a bottle of water, then continued to stay up to go. The third batch took 5 hours. The fourth batch took 10 hours. After all the medicines in the pots were boiled, it was already more than 8 o'clock the next night. Shinsho's body had been strengthened and was still able to hold up, only feeling slightly tired. Hu Baoxiang had seen all that Shinsho had done in his eyes and remembered it in his heart. Shinsho had worked so hard to boil medicine for his daughter. He felt that the $60 million had not been spent in vain. Shinsho boiled all the medicine, the pot of medicine to be all poured into a stainless steel bucket pot, and then put the bucket pot to the gas stove, began to continue to boil. This simmering, is simmered to the next day's 9 o'clock in the morning. Shinsho turned off the fire. The barrel pot to the end of the down. The barrel pot in the liquid is basically boiled dry, leaving only some red viscous material. Strangely enough, this medicinal soup was originally black, but the ointment that was boiled down was indeed red in color. It was also Shinsho's first time boiling this kind of medicine, and even though there were detailed descriptions in the prescription in his head, he still felt a bit surprised after seeing this red ointment. It turned out that it could really be boiled down to a red color. Shinsho stretched his back and walked out. This guy Hu Baoxiang had been guarding the door since he got up in the morning. As soon as Shinsho came out, he excitedly opened his mouth at him. Mr. Shin, how is it? Is the medicine made yet? Yes, it can be used when it's cooled down. I'll go to the toilet first. Have someone prepare some food for me? In addition, find someone to fan the ointment in the barrel pot in the house. Let it cool down as soon as possible. Remember to never add anything to it. No problem. I'll let someone arrange. For you. Hu Baoxiang took advantage of Shinsho's efforts to go to the restroom and called out to the family's nanny, asking her to take care of Shinsho's food and drink. Then he took two black-clothed men with a fan he had rummaged out of nowhere and went to cool down the ointment. Is breakfast in rich families always this sumptuous? Shinsho looked at the table full of dishes and couldn't help but sigh. Eating abalone and lobster in the morning, is it really good? After sighing, Shinsho directly feasted on the food. The high-intensity work of boiling medicine had made him not even eat properly. Shinsho even eat and drink, made more than half an hour. Finally soup and rice. He and the nanny big sister said thank you, then got up and went to the living room. Directly lying on the sofa, closed his eyes and rested his mind. This eye closed, Shinsho directly fell asleep. Only after about an hour did Hu Baoxiang wake Shinsho up. Mr. Shin, the ointment is cold. Mr. Shin, wake up. Shinsho opened his eyes in a daze and climbed up to stretch. Well, the ointment is cold? Cool, that's fine. Find someone to pour all the ointment in the bucket pot into that glass basin and take it to your daughter's room. I'll treat her here. After Shinsho finished speaking, he went to the bathroom, washed his face, and then went directly to Hu Baoxiang's daughter's room. As soon as Shinsho came in, Hu Baoxiang's wife opened her mouth at him. Mr. Shin, why is this ointment red? This medicine is young. Of course it's red. Now I can't find the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. Otherwise the red color of this ointment would be heavier. All of you go out. I will give her medicine now, during which all of you don't come to disturb me. Mr. Shin, this medicine is okay, right? Hu Baoxiang's wife was still a bit uneasy. That red ointment was like a hawthorn cake. Could it really cure the disease? Shinsho frowned. If you don't trust me, hire another expert. Mr. Shin, don't be angry. My wife doesn't mean anything else. We'll go out now and not disturb you. Hu Baoxiang blanked his wife, then pulled her and walked out. That big sister also followed out. After all the people left, Shinsho brought the pot of red ointment to the bedside table. Then he went to pull out the needles on Huku with one hand, and with one hand he smeared the ointment to apply it to the needle eyes. This could be more time-consuming than when he was sticking needles in the first place. It took about an hour or so before all the needles on Huku's body were pulled out, and all the eyelets were smeared with ointment. Then Shinsho picked up the small spoon in the bowl next to him, made a small spoonful of ointment, opened Huku's mouth and poured it in. When the ointment entered Huku's mouth, it directly slid down her throat. Shinsho stood there quietly, carefully observing the changes in Huku's body. Huku's face slowly took on a blood color, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead and the tip of her nose. Girl, whether you can live or not depends on whether this ointment is useful. Chapter 17, The Loser Woman Cries Out. At this time, Shinsho pressed both his hands into the pot of ointment at once, and after his palms were dipped, he put his hands on Huku's body. Soon Huku's body are coated with red ointment. Shinsho, even the top of her head have not let go. To say it is strange, ointment applied to Huku's body. Immediately after the dry tightly pasted on Huku's skin. When the front was dry, Shinsho turned Huku over and applied the back to her. More than 10 minutes later, Huku only nostrils leak outside. The whole person is a layer of red crust to wrap, like a very large fruit dampi. The ointment in the glass pot is also exactly used up. Shinsho looked at the large fructus pie on the bed and nodded with satisfaction. Little girl, count yourself lucky. You have a rich father and you met me. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. After saying these words, Shinsho turned around and walked out of the room. Hu Baoxiang's two families were waiting at the door, full of anxiety. If it wasn't for the fact that Shinsho had explained before, it was estimated that the two of them would have already barged in. Mr. Shin, how is my daughter? Mr. Shin, is my daughter well? These two mouths, one on each side, grabbed Shinsho's arm, and the force was still a bit big. Shinsho felt that if he told them that their daughter had hiccuped, these two people would probably fight him to the death. They could even beat the out of him. It's not ready yet. We have to wait for an hour before we can know the result. but I'm 90% sure that I'll cure her, so you guys can rest assured. Chinsho actually wanted to say that it would be 100% cured, but he just felt that that would make the words too full. He was just being modest. Hu Baoxiang's wife immediately quit. Why 90%? There is still a difference of 10% because of what? The herbs aren't good enough? Her brows furrowed as she said this, and she stared at Hu Baoxiang dead in the face. It was as if she was blaming him. Chinsho hurriedly waved his hand. The quality of the herbs isn't bad, and the ointment boiled out is also very successful. Except that the human body is the most complicated thing in this world, and no one is 100% sure. You can rest assured that she will be able to wake up after the ointment on her body is absorbed in an hour. Hu Baoxiang was an old man. Naturally he could understand the meaning of Chinsho's words. Wife, don't worry, your daughter will definitely be well. Mr. Qin, it's been hard for you. Go downstairs and rest first. Hu Baoxiang led Chinsho downstairs, while his wife went to look after Huku. When he arrived at the living room, Chinsho didn't end up there. He directly laid down on the sofa and closed his eyes. Mr. Hu, I'll take a break. Call me after an hour. Okay. Hu Baoxiang didn't stay in the living room anymore and went upstairs to see his daughter. Only when he saw Huku turn into an oversized fruit dampi, his brows furrowed. This was the first time he had seen such a cure. Hubby, do you think our daughter can get well? His wife was also frowning, and it could be seen that the worry in her heart was no less than Hu Baoxiang. Hu Baoxiang walked over and hugged his wife, patting her shoulder hard. Don't worry, Cora will be fine. 2 hours later, Chinsho left the Hu family in Hu Baoxiang's car. Huku's illness was cured by him. The ointment that Chinsho had boiled worked, and all of it was absorbed by Huku, dispelling the yin and cold chi in her body while also repairing her damaged meridians. Hu Baoxiang's two families, seeing their daughter waking up, their faces were much rosier and their spirits were better. Both of them naturally gave Chinsho a beating and were thankful. If it wasn't for the status that was placed there, it is estimated that these two people would have to give Chinsho a kowtow. Hu Baoxiang drove Chinsho to the hotel where he lives. The reason why he didn't send before and after to his home is because there is still an important thing not done. The money hasn't been paid yet. Hu Baoxiang is a businessman. Although his daughter woke up, the state is also much better than before, but he is still not assured. As the saying goes, not to see the rabbit does not spread the eagle. What if Hu was a return to the light? This end gave the money to Chinsho. That end Huka went to the Naiha bridge to take care of Meng's business. Then he will lose a lot of money. Let Chinsho to the hotel to live. He went back to take his daughter to the hospital to check. After checking no problem, he then give Chinsho money is not late. There is also the kind of Chinsho said before, can let him revitalize the small pill. He is very heartfelt. When Chinsho said it before, he didn't believe it, but now he kind of believed it. Mr. Qin, you now live here for a day. I go back and take my daughter to the hospital to check. If she is really cured, I will transfer the money to you. There is also that kind of small pill. Hu Baoxiang did not put words through, but Chinsho could still understand what he meant. Chinsho put his hand into his pocket, took out a plate of small pills from the system space, snapped off one and held it in his hand and took it out. He didn't dare to take out the whole board. If Hu Baoxiang saw it, he would probably suspect that he had bought the 6 flavors Di Huang pills from somewhere to fool him. Mr. Hu, the pill you eat first, have the effect and then say the price thing. Chinsho said and handed over the medicine. Hu Baoxiang was originally full of anticipation, but after seeing the small pill in Chinsho's hand, his brows immediately furrowed. In his heart was instantly the scene of millions of alpacas galloping. He felt that Chinsho was looking down on people a bit. These days, what man hasn't taken the 6 flavors Di Huang pill? What's the difference between such a small, black and unattractive pill and the 6 flavors Di Huang pill? Mr. Qin, this is the kind of medicine you are talking about. That's right, this is developed by my master based on a secret recipe. You can take it without worry. Or that sentence, no effect, no money. The corner of Hu Baoxiang's mouth twitched as he took the pill over. He actually wanted to ask Chinsho if his master's name was Tong Rintang, and whether Chinsho had sold melons before. Don't pay if it doesn't work. This sentence sounds similar to don't pay if it's not sweet. Mr. Qin, how do I take this medicine? Just take it orally. I suggest you take it tonight. Why eat it at night? Shouldn't taking medicine be before and after meals? How come there is a time requirement? Hu Baoxiang frowned even more tightly, feeling more and more that Chinsho was fooling him. In fact, what time to eat can be, except that if you eat at night, your wife is beside you. This medicine took effect. You are also convenient to test. Hu Baoxiang understood the words and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Mr. Hu was polite. I'll go back to rest first. Remember to notify me when the test is done on your side. Chinsho got out of the car after saying that, entered the hotel and went back to his room. He didn't even wash in the morning. He just laid directly on the bed and went to sleep. These 2 days have exhausted him. Hu Baoxiang directly drove home. Pills he did not rush to eat, no, but wrapped in tissue paper and stuffed into his pocket. He returned home and parked the car, just walked to the living room. He heard the second floor hookah room, came out of his wife's crying. Hu Baoxiang heart thumped. Something happened to the daughter? Chapter 18 Sickness healed. Hu Baoxiang felt a buzz in his head at that time, and his brain almost died. His body reacted very quickly, and he directly turned around and ran towards the upstairs. His wife's cries were like a sharp blade that entered through his ears and then all plunged into his heart. Kur, you mustn't have an accident. Kur, if you die, how will your mom and I live? Qin Shou, if my daughter has a long or short life, I will definitely break you into pieces. Hu Baoxiang chanted as he ran into his daughter's room. As he looked at the scene inside, the words he cursed behind him could no longer be cursed. Her daughter was fine, was sitting on the bed in a good behavior, holding a big chicken leg with both hands, gnawing happily. Hu Baoxiang also found that Huka's face was not just rosy so simple anymore. It looked a little meatier than before he went out. His wife was on the side, with a smile on her face, and her mouth made what was indeed a crying sound. The corner of his mouth twitched, swallowing back the words he wanted to scold his wife. This loser, old me almost let you scare me to death. Daughter is fine. What kind of mourning are you crying about? Husband, my daughter is fine. Just now she has been shouting that she is hungry. This is the third chicken leg she has eaten. She even shouted my mom just now, shouting with strength. Hu Baoxiang's wife wiped the tears on her face and walked to Hu Baoxiang's side. Hu Baoxiang smiled and held her in his arms. It's good when it's good. Dad, do you want to eat a chicken leg? Huku also saw Hu Baoxiang. She held up the chicken leg and opened her mouth at him. The expression on Hu Baoxiang's face froze, the corner of his mouth moved, and tears flowed out. His daughter's illness can always be the pain in his heart. Recently, more than a year, he did not hear his daughter call out to his father. He thought that he would never hear it again in this life. Daddy doesn't eat. Core, you eat. When you finish eating, Daddy take you out to play. Daddy, I want to go ride the carousel. Good. Core, eat first. Hu Baoxiang said as he pulled his wife, sat down on the edge of the bed, and put Huko between them. When Huko finished eating, Hu Baoxiang two mouths took her to the hospital. At noon to go, 7 o'clock in the evening to come back. Hu Baoxiang did all the tests that should have been done and shouldn't have been done to his daughter. All the examination results proved one thing. Huku is well. All body functions have returned to normal, and a few points stronger than ordinary children. Hu Baoxiang's two families brought their daughter home on the way home. All of them cried unprofessional tears. When a family of 3 ate dinner, these two people were still crying. Looking at the little girl who devoured the food, they really wanted to cry a lot, was going to be separated from her yin and yang. After dinner, Huko was taken to bed by the nanny. Hu Baoxiang, on the other hand, hurriedly ran to the garage. The small pill that Qin Shou had given him, he still put it in the car. He now thoroughly believed in Qin Shou's medical skills. A divine doctor. People who were about to die, he was able to save them and cure them. Then there was no need for Qin Shou to lie to him. Hu Baoxiang rummaged out the small pill from the car and directly stuffed it into his mouth. The pill entered as if it was alive and drilled straight down his throat. That's it? Hu Baoxiang stood in place and waited for half a day, but didn't feel any change. Maybe the effect isn't that fast. Hu Baoxiang recited a sentence and went straight back to the house. Only when he walked into the room and saw his wife preparing to take a bath, there was a bang in his body as if something had exploded. Then, he hugged her. Omit 30,000 words here. Omit 3 hours. 3 hours later, Hu Baoxiang looked at his wife who was lying beside him and had already died and slept, and his heart was very satisfied. Men who do not want to fly in the sand, who do not want to wave still, tomorrow must thank Mr. Qin. He not only saved my daughter, but also equal to save me. Finally I can stand up. Hu Baoxiang felt that he was the manliest man in the world. Then he rolled over, again and omitted 2 hours. The next day at 9 o'clock in the morning, Hu Baoxiang only got up from the bed, but his wife is still sleeping dead. Of course, just said dead, did not really die. After all, Hu Baoxiang is not Qin Shou kind of large-size players. Basic attributes are not high, can only rely on sustained attacks to accumulate damage. This kind of damage is not so bad as to kill people. After Hu Baoxiang washed up, he first went to see his daughter Huku. Huku finished breakfast and was brought by the nanny to play in the yard. As soon as Hu Baoxiang came out, she ran directly towards Hu Baoxiang. Daddy, Daddy big lazy pig. Hu Baoxiang smiled and bent down to pick her up. What time did Core get up today? Have you eaten breakfast yet? I've eaten. Auntie made me noodles. I ate a big bowl of it. I also ate several pieces of ribs and drank 2 cups of milk. The little girl broke her fingers and counted, which made Hu Baoxiang very happy. Qin Shou had explained before, saying that Huka's meal size would become much larger. Try to let her eat some meat, something nutritious, without having to deliberately control it. If it wasn't for those words from Qin Shou before, Hu Baoxiang would definitely be shocked. This little girl had eaten more in one breakfast than she had in the previous week. So is Core full? The little girl touched her stomach, then shook her head. I still want to eat. Hu Baoxiang smiled, his face full of favor. Let auntie make it for you later. What do you want to eat? Tell daddy. I'll go out later and buy it for you. I want to eat strawberries, bananas, but also eat steak, eat crabs, prawns. Dad, can you take me to the supermarket? I want to choose for myself. Core, good boy. Wait, daddy has something important to take care of. When mommy wakes up, let her take you there, okay? Okay, I'll listen to daddy. Hu Baoxiang accompanied his daughter to play for a while, then went to change his clothes and drove out. He drove to the hotel where Qin was staying, parked his car and walked straight in. He walked to the door of Qin room before he called Qin. At this time, Qin had just gotten up and washed up, and was about to go out for breakfast. As a result, Hu Baoxiang's call came in. Qin's little heart immediately thumped. This is the god of wealth grandpa coming to the door to send money. Mr. Qin, didn't disturb your rest, right? Hu Baoxiang's tone appeared to be very polite, and Qin laughed outright when he heard it. Openly he really came to deliver money to himself. No, I just got up. Then please Mr. Qin, open the door. I'm at the door. Hu Baoxiang hung up the phone after saying that. Qin excitedly waved his fist. Grandpa, old me will be a multi-millionaire soon. After organizing his emotions, Qin went over and opened the door. Hu Baoxiang stood in front of the door like a schoolboy. As soon as Qin opened the door, he smiled at him. Mr. Qin, I'm disturbing you. Mr. Hu, come in and talk. Qin let Hu Baoxiang into the house. Hu Baoxiang sat down on the sofa and rushed to Qin to thank him profusely, said a whole lot of words of thanks, but didn't let Qin be touched for a minute or a millimeter. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money from the company. I'm waiting for you to send money, not to hear you say these beautiful words. Qin really couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to remind him. Mr. Hu, since your daughter is cured and the pill is effective, you watch the cost. No problem. I will arrange to transfer money to you. My daughter's diagnosis 60 million. How about that pill? 20 million? Hu Baoxiang gave a price that made Qin excited. I thought it would be good to sell for $10 million, but I didn't expect Hu Baoxiang to give a direct doubling. The more Qin looked at Hu Baoxiang, the more he felt that this guy was like a mascot. Chapter 19. A group of elephants on a large number. Qin gave Hu Baoxiang his card number, and he was also very quick, directly arranging for someone to transfer the money to Qin. Mr. Qin, great kindness. I will remember your kindness to me for the rest of my life. In the future, you are my friend. If you encounter any trouble in Mordor, you can directly look for me. Qin smiled and nodded. It doesn't matter if he is Hu Baoxiang's friend or not, as long as the money is in place. $80 million. Such a hit of money. Enough for him to hit Chu Xiaoxiao in the face during the school celebration next month. Mr. Hu was polite. It's just a matter of taking someone's money and eliminating someone's disaster. Mr. Qin is a high-level person. This amount of money is just a small amount for you. With your ability, more money can be earned. Hu Baoxiang seconds to open slipping horse function. Qin natural also not willing to lag behind. Mr. Hu overestimated. To say make money, you are a capable hand-in. The two people began a long more than 10 minutes of business mutual admiration, so that there is a third person present. It is estimated to be the two of them to die of nausea, until Qin received a text message from the bank reminding him that $80 million had arrived. This business exchange of praise could only come to an end. Mr. Qin, it's almost noon. I'll treat you to a meal and then drive you back. Qin's stomach had long been hungry, so he didn't postpone. He packed up his things and followed Hu Baoxiang downstairs. Hu Baoxiang's intention was to eat first, then go to sing, then go to sweat steam, then eat dinner, and then take Qin to seek flowers, and treat him well. As a result, Qin let Hu Baoxiang drive himself back after dinner. Hu Baoxiang a little unhappy. He entertained Qin and other purposes. Is then arranged Qin. He also went to find flowers. Ask Willow. After all, he is now also a hard man. Last night, his wife is no longer a rival. He would like to find someone else to try, to see where his limit. Qin's lack of understanding left him with no proper reason to find his limits. Mr. Qin, why don't we skip the singing and sweating, and I'll take you directly to Chungxianjiwan? That's a good place. Magic City a bit of face. We'll go where to drink tea, where the tea masters are college students. There are many foreigners. Some of the island's small stars are often go over to stay for a period of time. Hu Baoxiang words let Qin a little heart. To drink tea then. Can also. After all, the island girls, Qin has only seen in the computer e-disc. New folder. Growing up so big, have not seen the island girls in clothes. Want to go to see the eyes? Drinking tea is not doing anything illegal. Mr. Sheen, the girls in Chungseonjuan are all clearly marked. After arriving, you can pick whatever you want, and I will pay for the expenses. If you want a yellow flower girl, I can also arrange for you. Hu Baoxiang, the sentence said. Let Qinshou immediately dispelled the idea of going to a long time. Feelings that is not a place to drink tea. Drinking flower wine is almost the same. Mr. Hu, I won't go. I can't get close to women these days. You know that. Hu Baoxiang's face immediately hung a color of disappointment. Then some other day you conveniently call to tell me. I will take you to. Alas, what a pity. After taking the pills you gave me, I now have nowhere to utilize all my abilities. The corner of Qinshou's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that he shouldn't have sold the pills to this guy. It felt like this guy was like a male dog in heat right now. He couldn't wait to cave every day. Mr. Hu, just send me home. As for where you're going, I won't say anything. Hu Baoxiang smiled awkwardly, then changed the topic and chatted with Qinshou about family matters. An hour later, Hu Baoxiang parked his car at the entrance of the neighborhood where Qinshou rented a house. Mr. Sheen, you live here? Hu Baoxiang couldn't figure out why such a capable person lived in such a shabby neighborhood. Well, just came to Magic City not long ago. Living here is quite good. Hu Baoxiang nodded, not feeling that Qinshou was lying in the slightest. If someone as capable as Qinshou had come to Mordor a long time ago, he would have definitely heard about it. Mr. Sheen, there are still a few properties under my name that are empty. If you don't mind, you can move there. Hu Baoxiang was really planning to befriend Qinshou. No need. I'm used to living here. Mr. Who, you go and get busy. Wait for a month. I'll come back to your daughter's door to review her. Thank you, Mr. Sheen. The two men exchanged pleasantries before leaving on their own. Qinshou let out a loud laugh after he walked into the neighborhood. $80 million, ah, ha ha ha. Lousy is rich. Lousy is really rich. The heavens have opened their eyes. What does it mean to be violently rich? I'm really rich. Qinshou's appearance is a little crazy. More or less the flavor of Fan Jin Zhongjia. This is how the poor get rich at first sight. In the neighborhood, there were grandparents walking around, and when they saw Qinshou's appearance, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Alas, pity such a handsome scion, long so good looking, how is a little cute. Is this psycho from our neighborhood? Hide far away. Don't be bitten by him. Qinshou didn't care about the bystanders' strange eyes, nor did he care about what those people said. Even if I'm a psychopath, I'm still a psychopath with $80 million. Although Qinshou was a bit fluttery, but after venting out that excitement in his heart, he also returned to normal, and after he saw the garbage on the ground, he still bent his waist. Ding! Recycling 1 mineral water bottle. Reward cash 10 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 hamburger box. Reward cash 20 yuan. Picking up all the way. Half an hour later, Qinshou walked into the door of the unit. Not bad. Picked up thousands of dollars in half an hour. Purchased a set of clothes. Although it was a lot less than the 4 or 5,000 in half an hour before. But Qinshou was very content. After all, he had $80 million in his pocket. He didn't care about more or less. Humming a little song in his mouth, he carried his things and went straight up the stairs. Only when he went up to the 4th floor and saw the huge thing standing in front of the door, he couldn't hum a little song. That behemoth was no one else but his landlady, Sister Wang. This woman was 34 or 35 years old, 1 meter 6 in height, and over 200 pounds in weight. Standing there, it looks like the product of a herd of elephants after going on a large size. Qinshou heart a little afraid of her. She is the authentic Magic City people, a mouth fierce. Previously, Qinshou had a few times late to pay the rent. This blocked the door to damage Qinshou for an hour or two. Her mouth was more lethal than her size. Qinshou squeezed out a smile on his face and walked towards her. Sister Wang, it's not yet time to pay the rent. Why are you here? Sister Wang was thinking about something with her head down. When she heard Qinshou's words, she lifted her head up. The moment she raised her head, her eyes went straight. Who is this handsome young man? Fancy me? He wants to flirt with me? Does he want my WeChat? Chapter 20, Toad drinking to his head. Sister Wang came with the attribute of a playwright and staged countless plays in her mind, including being pressed against the wall by Qinshou. These days, who wasn't a little baby anymore. Little brother, are you talking to me? Sister Wang said and smiled faintly at Qinshou, throwing what she thought was a seductive wink in the process. Qinshou was immediately disgusted. It is not his fault. Sister Wang, in addition to the body, grows fat. Her face to catch up with 3 or 4 non. Sister Wang, I am Shao Qin, renting your house. Sister Wang immediately froze when she heard the sentence. This is Qinshou? Not right, ah. This kid was not so high before, and not so handsome, ah. Are you really Shao Qin? Qinshou nodded with a bitter smile. Sister Wang, today is not yet the day to pay the rent. Why did you come over? Oh, I just happened to be passing by. Came over to look at the house. I forgot to take the key. I've been standing here for half a day. Open the door and let me go in and sit down. Where was she passing by? She actually came over specifically with the purpose of kicking out Chinsho and a few of their tenants. Some people were interested in her house and gave her a very high price. She planned to sell it. As for Chinsho and his tenants, she planned to force them out, finding some random reasons, and not having to return the deposit and rent. But after she saw the current Chinsho, she immediately changed her mind. Chinsho was too handsome, so handsome that she drooled a little. Of course, as to which mouth was drooling, only she knew. Chinsho hurriedly pulled out the key, opened the door and let Sister Wang in. After Sister Wang went in, she sat down on the sofa in the living room with a single butt. The sofa made a creaking sound as it was pressed by her, and Chinsho raised his eyebrows twice. This would be embarrassed if she collapsed the sofa. Sister Wang, you sit down first. I'll go put something away. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. I'll just sit and rest. Chinsho directly went back to his room, threw the things in his hand on the floor, and then lay down on the bed. He didn't want to go out and chat with that ancient beast, but there were some things that weren't something that he didn't want to do and others didn't ask for. Chinsho, do you have any water here? Sister, I'm thirsty. Sister Wang's voice came in through the door. Chinsho heard it and shivered. This voice was a bit oozing, like the roar of a Tyrannosaurus Rex strangling its throat. Chinsho wanted to pretend that he didn't hear it, but the result was that Sister Wang shouted again. Little Chin, do you have water here? Chinsho couldn't pretend anymore. If he didn't respond, it was estimated that this Sister Wang would still shout on, and if he was heard by his left and right neighbors, they would probably suspect that he had raised some kind of ancient divine beast. Sister Wang, there is in the kitchen refrigerator. Take it yourself. Little Chin, you help Luanjia take it la. I'm a little tired. Chinsho violently climbed up from the bed. The expression on his face was like he had eaten a ton of hot shang. Little Chin, Luanjia? Big sister, how old are you and still learning to talk like a little girl? The toad is lying on the face of the foot, and it is not scary and strange and disgusting. Chinsho blackened his face and directly opened the door and walked out. As soon as he went out, he saw Wang's sister's face, with distorted features and disoriented eyes. It was like a toad drinking wine to the head. In fact, Chinsho was wrong about Sister Wang. Sister Wang just wanted to make her expression look cute and seductive. The initial intention was to hook up with Chinsho, definitely not to scare him. Chinsho dryly coughed, hastily twisted his head and went to the kitchen to take a bottle of water out and handed it to Sister Wang. You help me open it. I can't unscrew the bottle cap, Sister Wang said while still blinking her eyes, then lowered her head and put on an expression that she thought was shy. The corner of Chinsho's mouth twitched. Can't unscrew the bottle cap? Lousy almost believed it. A heavyweight like you can't even open a bottle cap? Stop it. You don't even bother lifting other people's sky caps. Wasn't there a song written for you? Lift up your canopy and let me eat 2 pieces with a spoon. Chinsho did not reject Sister Wang and handed her the bottle cap after unscrewing it. Thank you. Sister Wang was polite and said a word of thanks. In the past, she would never have said this, and Chinsho would never have heard her say thank you. Perhaps Sister Wang was also too thirsty, and after receiving it, she poured down the bottle of water in 3 or 2 gulps. With this speed, it was probably able to break the world record. Xiao Qin, are you still used to living in this house? If there's anything missing, you talk to me and I'll have someone send it over to you. Sister Wang looked very enthusiastic. Chinsho was a bit uncomfortable. Is this possessed by a ghost? The washing machine was broken before, or Chinsho spent his own money to fix it. Quite good. Living is still accustomed to. Sister Wang, you are not going to raise the rent again, right? When Chinsho finished the sentence, he regretted a little. He has already thought about it. The house expires to move. Go to rent a decent house. Never again in this collection of nuisance. Sister Wang's eyes glared and she hurriedly waved her hand. Xiao Qin, don't misunderstand. Before I gave you the rent increase, it is me who is confused. The rent increase is not your set of house. It is another set. Sister Wang had already decided in her heart that she would resolutely not raise the rent for Chinsho. At the very least, before she got Chinsho's body, not a penny could be raised, and she would also try to find a way to reduce the rent for him. Yes, this ancient beast craved Chinsho's body. Xiao Qin, you feel at ease living here. The rent will be given to me if there is any. If there is none, forget it, just as you help me look at the house. If you are not used to living in this set, I still have 7 or 8 sets of houses in the city. Are you free? I'll take you to take a look, and you can move there directly if you like. Sister Wang, in order to achieve the purpose, directly began to blood money, began to pose assets. Little bastard. Old lady is a house sister. More than a dozen sets of houses. Don't young people nowadays want to not work hard? With sister, you do not have to work hard. Xiao Qin before is sister to you bad. You alone in the Magic City fight is also not easy. In the future if the hand tight, And sister said, the rent has to give. No, even if there are difficulties in life, you can directly talk to your sister, and your sister will help you solve the problem. The corner of Chin Shou's mouth twitched, and in his heart, 10,000 alpacas ran. Big sister, you are so close to saying, little old brother, don't try so hard, auntie, I'll raise you. Sister Wang, thank you for your kindness, that you happen to be here today. I have something I want to say to you. Before Chin Shou finished his words, he was interrupted by Sister Wang. You say, what is it? Sister will promise you. Sister Wang was so excited in her heart right now. I didn't expect Chin Shou to get the hang of it so quickly. This kid must be trying not to make an effort. Old lady still has charisma. But what if he asks for a lot of money? Find yourself to ask for a set of house. Let me raise him? No. Old lady cannot invest too much. Besides, some people look handsome, but live is not necessarily good. What if this Chin Shou is an embroidered pillow? 3 seconds real man? Wouldn't that be a loss? Chapter 21. Shao Qin. Sister is not very rich. The house although more, but most of them are in my husband's name. If you want a house, may sister cannot do, but you can rest assured that sister will give you $20,000 a month to live. If you think it is okay, now the two of us will go into the room. Sister Wang was a little impatient and wanted to inspect the goods. Chin Shou was directly confused. Can't give me a house? $20,000 a month? Did this take the wrong script? Sister Wang, I have no intention of asking for your house, and I won't ask for your money. Then what do you want? There's no way I'm divorcing my husband. There's no way I'm marrying you. Sister Wang interrupted Chin Shou once again, thinking that Chin Shou wanted her person. Sister Wang, the playwright, was thrilled in her heart. She didn't expect that after living for more than 30 years, she finally stumbled upon true love, or such a handsome young lad. She was so excited that she almost took out her cell phone to take a picture of Chin Shou and send it to her friends. Old mother has a little puppy too. Chin Shou's face directly blackened, blacker than a cinder block. What is this all with? He wanted to ask, did this forget to take her medicine? Sister Wang, what are you talking about? I'm going to say something about not renting your house anymore. I'm going to go out of town for development. Chin Shou's words made Sister Wang freeze. Not renting the house? Wasting half a day's emotion with the old lady and acting out a one-woman show? Why do you want to go out of town to develop? In fact, you don't have to work. If 20,000 a month is not enough, my sister can give you some more. If you have a use for money, you can talk to me. I will find a way to get you. Sister Wang is still a little undeterred. This to the mouth of the duck. Cannot just watch him fly. That's right. She is treating Chin Shou as a duck. So handsome. It's a waste not to be a duck. Sister Wang, I'm not related to you. I won't ask for your money. It's just the right time to talk to you today. I'll move out in 2 days. Chin Shou at this time also figured out the meaning of those words of Sister Wang. This old is trying to spoil him. Hu Baoxiang introduced the sister. Chin Shou did not lay hands on. She this ancient beast. Chin Shou will not lay hands on even more. Also give 20,000 a month. What do you think? Lousy is now the person who lacks money? Pick up rags and earn it in 2 or 3 hours. Little Chin, is it my previous attitude that made you angry? Sister, to give you an apology. I hope you can forgive me. Sister is really like you. If you can do a one-night couple with sister once, sister give you $100,000. Sister Wang went out of her way, gritted her teeth and gave a price that she thought was heavenly. This price is not low. She went to find a male model. Once is a few $1,000s. Good point is just over 10,000. This $100,000, but her half a month's rent money. Chin Shou gritted his teeth and endured. If it wasn't for the fact that he was currently living here, he would definitely slap Sister Wang a few times. You think I'm a duck? You're the duck. Your whole family is a duck. Sister Wang, please respect yourself. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I'm sure I won't rent the house. That's it. I still have something to do. I'm going out for a while. When you leave, remember to close the door for me. Chin Shou stood up after saying that and walked towards the door. Sister Wang was a bit flustered, but she had thought about what position to use with Chin Shou. Why did he just leave like that? I'm also an old lady, right? She is not attractive to him at all? Shao Qin, don't go. If you think the money is less, I can raise it for you. You open a price. How much I promise you? Chin Shou did not return his head. Sister Wang anxiously wanted to stand up from the sofa, but the result was not stable, and a butt sat down again. With a click, that old sofa was directly collapsed by her. The sofa had borne the weight it was not supposed to bear. For this reason it also lost its life. Shao Qin, come back. The price is negotiable. The sofa sat down and broke, but it still didn't stop Sister Wang's desire for Chin Shou's body. Chin Shou had already opened the door and walked out at this time, and by the way, he heavily closed the door of the room. Big masters, Also do not take a bubble of urine to look at their own what virtues. Chinsho chanted as he went downstairs. A moment and a half will not be able to return home, so just go out to turn around. 1 to pick up rags to earn some money. The second to find there is no suitable house. This landlord greedy for his body. A good house into a murder house. He did not have the courage to continue to live. The woman in the hands of the key. If the middle of the night was she touched into the house. He gave him that what? That can be really big loss. Female spoiled male cannot count bow although the female dry. At most counting intentional injury. Detain her for a few days. In exchange for Chinsho's innocence. How do you think about this deal? Is Chinsho suffered losses? The first thing you need to do is to look for a house and move. The most important thing for Chinsho at the moment. Chinsho went downstairs and directly out of the neighborhood. Bought a pair of gloves and a duffel bag at the supermarket in front of the neighborhood. He felt that he was at least worth $80 million. And if he was picking up rags again, his equipment should of course be upgraded. If you're picking up rags, you need to look like you're picking up rags. Chinsho did not wander around the neighborhood, but directly took a taxi to the city. The location of the neighborhood he lives in is a bit on the outskirts. Not much foot traffic. To pick up more money, you have to move the battlefield. With a cell phone called a drop, Chinsho went straight to the city. Sitting in the car, Chinsho's heart is still a little proud. The old man. This year, taxi out to pick up rags of people, but also their own so only one. This idea just came out. Chinsho had immediately after another idea. Taking a taxi to pick up rags is not as good as driving yourself to pick up rags. He had planned to drive to the school celebration next month, and now that he had money in his hand, it was enough to buy a nice car. Master, send me to the best car city in Magic City. Chinsho didn't dilly-dally at all and directly told the driver master to change the destination. Young man, you want to buy a car? The driver master turned his head to look at Chinsho twice more. He felt that Chinsho was dressed in general, with white gloves, and a duffel bag. The duffel bag was empty. It did not look like the lord who carried money to buy a car. Well, trouble you to drive me to stroll around. That young man you intend to buy what price of the car? I know there's an automobile city that sells used cars, and I also have a friend there, so I'll take you there? Chinsho skimmed his lips, looking down on who? I'm not buying a used car. When he thought of the word used, his heart twisted. He thought of Chu Xiao Xiao. That's smelly. Considered secondhand. I want to buy a better car. One with a price tag of 10 million or more. Do you know where they sell them? If I don't know, I'll get off here. Chinsho's words caused the driver to freeze for a moment, and he turned his head to look at Chinsho twice more. This kid was an invisible tycoon? Chapter 22, The Bald Three Stooges. That's not right. The standard equipment of the invisible tycoon is big pants and flower undershirt, plus a pair of small slippers. The more this kid looks, the more he looks like a rag picker. White gloves duffel bag is not a beggar or rags. Young man, you really want to buy more than 10 million cars? Chinsho nodded seriously, and then his mouth skimmed a glance at the driver. You are responsible for pulling me over on the line. When I get to the place I'll go in and shop around. Chinsho's words were not finished. There was half a sentence. Whether Lao Zi buys a $10 million car or not, what does it have to do with you? He didn't dare to say this. He was afraid to fight with the driver and waste time. Chinsho is now also a person who bends over for a few dozen dollars of income. He has to pay attention to his image. That's fine. There's a car show in the East area. I'll pull you over to take a look. I've heard that if you order a car at the car show, there's still a discount. Okay, just go to the car show around. Chinsho was a little excited in his heart. Previously, he had read some clips on the internet and heard some gossip. The girls at the auto show are all very pretty, and buying a car seems to be able to send a car model. It took an hour and a half. At 11 o'clock or so, Chinsho rushed to the car show center in the east area of Magic City. Young man, this is inside. You pay the money. You can get off. This driver was worried that after Chinsho got off the bus, he wouldn't pay. So he asked him to pay the money first before getting off the bus. These days, there were a lot of people who didn't have a penny in their pockets, but were blowing their bulls out of the sky. Obviously, Chinsho was this kind of person in his eyes. Chinsho didn't say much, took out his cell phone and paid the money, then got off the car. Out of the car, Chinsho did not rush to see the car show. He was a little hungry, intends to eat something first, eat and drink enough to stroll up. Only have the spirit is not. Car exhibition in the east of a convention center. This neighborhood is quite prosperous. Many roadside businesses. There is a restaurant across the road from the convention center. The business of this restaurant is good. When Chinsho went in, the hall was full, and there was no place left. Sir, may I ask how many of you are here? The welcoming girl at the door directly greeted Chinsho towards him. One person. Is there any room now? Sir, there's no room in the hall, but there's still a box, but with low consumption. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait a bit. How much is the low consumption? The low consumption is 1,888 yuan. It's a bit of a waste if you're alone. Yes, take me there. Chinsho did not hesitate in the slightest. At less than 2,000, he could still afford to pay. At least, he was considered a rich man. Raising the standard of the meal a bit was not wrong. Okay, sir, this way please. The welcome girl led Chinsho inside. Only the way Chinsho was wearing white gloves and holding a duffel bag drew the attention of many people. Many of the girls saluted towards him. After all, Chinsho's face value was there. Many of the girls eating here were car models at the auto show, and they had never seen few handsome men. But handsome into Chinsho, such a man, they have not seen. Recently and popular on the street to take luggage bags? No, 2 years ago was popular for a while. This little brother will not be a collection of waste, right? Maybe it's back in fashion. I'll go buy one too. Is your junk collector so handsome? Even if he's really a waste collector, I'd like to have some fun with him. Some people coveted Chinsho's body, while others were not fond of Chinsho. Another claptrap guy knows there's a car show here, so he makes himself weird to hook up with girls, all dressed up in groundlings, and he has the nerve to come here to eat. Chinsho didn't hear these words, or else he would have had to theorize with them. I'm not a stall goods. This clothes at least more than $1,000. The small ticket to buy clothes is still in his pocket. If Chinsho had heard this, he would have thrown the ticket in the face of the person who said this and made him read the amount out loud. Under the guidance of the welcome girl, Chinsho walked into the box with the low cost of 1888. Sir, wait for a moment. I'll call a waiter to take your order. After that girl finished her sentence, she walked out of the box reluctantly. If it wasn't for her work, she would definitely tease Chinsho. This kid was too handsome. Handsome enough to make her mouth water. Chinsho sat for less than a minute before a male waiter walked in. Originally, a waitress came in, but she was stopped by the welcoming girl. She excused herself and said that the guest had requested it, and asked the male waiter to go and order the food. The man that I can't get. I can't let another woman get there first. Chinsho quickly ordered the food. The consumption here was not low. A plate of spicy fried chicken is hundreds of dollars. Chinsho casually ordered a few kinds of seafood. It is almost enough to offset. After a beautiful meal, Chinsho called out to the waiter, bought the bill and prepared to leave. Only when he walked down the hall, he was bumped by a girl who still had a glass of red wine in her hand. She was about to get up and walk across the room to toast the leader. With this bump, she was directly knocked to the ground, and the entire glass of red wine all spilled onto her body. She also did not forget to let out a miserable scream. Chinsho froze. This girl is too unbreakable, right? A light touch and she collapsed? Xiao, are you okay? What's wrong with you? Blind why don't you walk and watch out? You knocked someone down. Xiao, are you okay? Chinsho had not yet returned to his senses. 3 old bald uncles with big bellies stood up, blaming Chinsho as they walked over. One of them reached out and pushed Chinsho to the side, while the other 2 reached out and helped that sister up. Xiao, is there anything wrong? Xiao, let me help you wipe it off. Balding number 2, while saying this, picked up a napkin from the table, and with a slogan of helping, wiped up on that sister's chest. Balding number 1 also didn't dare to lag behind, also took a napkin and joined in. When balding number 3 saw this scene, he was instantly a little angry. Old son confused shouldn't have given over to pushing this kid. Isn't it a bit late for me to join in now? Losing his head start, he was so enraged that he directly vented that fire on Chinsho. Are you walking without eyes? Such a wide road and you still managed to bump into someone? You did it on purpose. He felt that saying these words was a bit unrelieved, so he pushed Chinsho a bit harder. Chinsho took a step back. He was also a bit angry in his heart right now. His own walk well. Is this woman knocked down on him to come? How also blamed to his head. And this woman is also called Little Xiao. Chinsho immediately thought of Chu Xiao. The heart is also evil, fire straight. Try pushing me again. Chinsho raised his eyebrows and viciously opened his mouth at the balding number 3. Chinsho felt that what he said was very intimidating, but in the bald number 3 heard, nothing. What's wrong with me pushing you? You still dare to hit me? You to me you hit me. Balding number 3 said and stretched out his hand again, wanting to push Chinsho. Snap. A crisp slapping sound resounded through the entire restaurant. Chapter 23 really paid out? Balding number 3 was directly slapped by Chinsho, causing his head to tilt and fall heavily to the ground. Chinsho skimmed his mouth. There are so many strange people these days. It's the first time I've seen someone make this kind of request. You all saw it. It was him who asked me to beat him up. I'm just helping him fulfill his wish. How dare you hit someone? Call the police. When Baldy no. 1 and Baldy no. 2 said this, their hand movements didn't stop, still helping that girl to wipe. That girl's face was a bit embarrassed, but she didn't stop the 2 balds' movements. Whatever you guys, he started it anyway. You guys think clearly. The police will check the surveillance when they come. You two are so blatantly eating other people's tofu. You are not afraid that the video will be put on the internet. Chinsho's words made Baldy 1 and 2 stop their hand movements, dropped the tissues in their hands, and took 2 steps backward. They felt that Chinsho's words made sense. If this was put online, they could really be on fire. You hit someone first and hit me with your hands. I want to call the police to arrest you. Baldy 3 stood up from the ground in a daze and yelled at Chinsho. He wasn't worried about whether the video would be put on the internet. He didn't get the tofu and got slapped. This was a loss he didn't want to eat. Doesn't matter. You call the police. Anyway, it's you who moved first, or you yourself took the initiative to ask me to hit you. The people around can testify for me. There were quite a lot of people watching the scene. Everywhere these days there are people who eat melons. Only after Chinsho finished his sentence, those melon eaters immediately dispersed and returned to their seats. Balding number 3 looked around triumphantly for a moment, then rushed at Chinsho and said, "Who will testify for you?" "Them. They'll testify for me. Testify for you unless they don't want to hang out at the car show center anymore." Chinsho's brows furrowed, listening to the meaning of these words. This kid is the leader of this car show center? It's okay. They don't testify, there's still surveillance. Let the police come and see how you eat other people's tofu. Chinsho opened his mouth tofu and shut his mouth tofu, making that woman he knocked down very hot. Being taken advantage of by those 2 old perverts is enough to be angry. You also directly point out, do you even know what it means to be a tough person? Old son, don't call the police. Let him apologize. Pay some money and forget it. Old son, don't call the police. Listen to Director Wang. Let him pay some money. Balding 1 or 2. Do not want to call the police. The 2 of them just ate tofu cool. The police. Then, it is possible to go to the crematorium. The future is ruined, but also by thousands of netizens' scorn. This kind of thing they do not want to let it happen. The balding 3rd corner of his mouth twitched, then reluctantly nodded. Listen to the 2 brothers. Let him lose money. Yes, let him pay for the money, and the money for this dress of mine. The woman called Xiao Xiao also roared loudly. Chinsho shrugged his shoulders. I'll pay for your clothes. Your slap is not compensated. You let me hit. I don't care if you want labor fees is good. The bald 3rd old son clenched his fist and lowered his head. He was holding back strongly, not letting himself explode. The cheapness was all taken up by those 2 people, and he had to eat this dumb loss for the 2 of them. It was too suffocating. The bald number 2 walked to his side, reached out and pulled his arm, and then leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear. It wasn't known what he said, but anyway, Balding 3's expression eased a bit. Okay, young man, you this slap I remembered. Come day to day. Balding number 3 glared viciously at Chinsho. Chinsho skimmed his mouth. This kind of harsh words, movie and TV dramas have been broadcasted. This dress of mine was customized by me from Italy. It cost me 330,000, plus the shipping cost, plus the cost of lost wages. You compensate me 450,000. That girl directly exploded the price. She didn't believe that Chinsho could shell out that much money. Chinsho could shell out, but it didn't mean he was willing to. What clothes were over $300,000, and he also had to pay for his own lost wages? I pay out money, doesn't mean I'm the wrongdoer. What evidence do you have for this dress of $330,000, and the lost labor cost? What is the basis? I have an invoice here, the girl said and picked up her bag from the chair, opened it and pulled out a bill from it and handed it to Chinsho. Chinsho took it and looked at it twice. His eyelids couldn't help but jump twice. Mother asterisk 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 error. This clothes are really so expensive? This refreshed Chinsho's perception of clothes. Heard of a bag tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands. Never heard of clothes can still be so expensive. I'll compensate you for the money for the clothes. And the freight still has to be 30,000. And I have this dress is dirty. There is no way to participate in the next activities. The loss caused to me should also be counted. A total of 45 million. Less a point cannot be. This girl did not want much panic. This dress is indeed to wear in the afternoon. She has to give a few car dealers to stand in these 2 days. Clothing is required. Without this dress, there was no way she could take this job. The labor fee of $100,000 will not be able to get it. Standing for 2 days $100,000. This price is not low. In addition to stand, of course, but also to sell meat. Only the money from selling meat is all sandwiched in the labor fee. This job is this bald one to introduce. Otherwise she would not let it eat her tofu. Chinsho was a bit regretful. He felt that he had promised to pay for the money, and that he had promised too much pain. After all, she herself was responsible for knocking her down. If you don't pay up, I'll call the police. I'll pay for it, but you can still wear these clothes if you wash them. You don't have to pay the full amount, right? I can't wash this dress. The material of this dress doesn't support washing or dry cleaning. When Chinsho heard this, he immediately felt that this woman was blackmailing him. What kind of clothes can't be washed? I'll compensate you for the lost labor and the money for washing the clothes. Don't take me for an ingrate. What clothes can't be washed? That girl didn't give Chin-sho an explanation, took out her cell phone and made a call, and handed her phone to Chin-sho after she got through. Your own customer service. See if I lied to you. Chin-sho took the cell phone over. A minute later, Chin-sho returned the cell phone to her with a black face. Mother of a sheepy, today really long knowledge. 330,000 clothes cannot be cleaned. So expensive disposables. Chin-sho is still the first time to hear. Chin-sho is also too lazy to argue with her down. Directly asked for the sister's bank card number. Directly transferred 450,000 over. Money I transferred, now I can leave, right? The girl subconsciously nodded and then got out of the way. She didn't expect that Chin-sho could really transfer the money to her. 450,000 wasn't $45. Without even blinking an eye, he gave the money? Young and handsome but also much gold. She began to regret a little in her heart. Asking for this 450,000 was tantamount to killing the chicken and taking the eggs. The plot shouldn't be like this. She should have behaved more kindly, and just now she shouldn't have been eaten by those two old guys' tofu, leaving a good impression on Chin-sho, and then pulling the relationship closer, and then trying to find a way to get into his bed. Chapter 24 Low-profile mounted car. In less than 5 seconds, this girl had figured out how to hijack Chin-sho's family fortune. Only this world does not sell regret pills, and there is nothing that can be started over again. Baldy number 3 was also a bit thankful in his heart at this time. Fortunately he didn't call the police. He felt that Chin-sho was a rich second generation. He is just a small leader of the car show center. Rich people. He cannot afford to offend. He can't afford to offend rich people. If they move their contacts, he, the small leader, may lose his job. Chin-sho left the restaurant and went directly to the car show center across the road. This is the first time Chin-sho looked at the car show, although before the internet he did not look at the car model girls' photos, but live people are the first time to see. With an excited mood, Chin-sho walked in from the entrance. Only just inside, he was stopped by an uncle wearing a security uniform. Where's the ticket? What tickets? Tickets. You need a ticket to see a car show? Do you think this is your bed, so you can come and sit whenever you want? Buy your ticket outside. The security guard was very rude to Chin-sho. Chin-sho skimmed his lips and didn't dare to say anything more. After all, this situation was a bit of a show of cowardice. Coming out from inside, Chin-sho saw a ticket station next to the entrance. He walked over and spent $50 to buy a ticket, which is also considered to have increased knowledge. To see the car show also need to buy a ticket. The security guard didn't stop him anymore when he went in with the ticket. Maybe it's because it's just after dinner time. There aren't many people inside. The car model may also rest. Chin-sho did not see a few. This made him a little disappointed. I came to see the car. It doesn't matter if there are car models or not. Chin-sho comforted himself and slowly turned around. The car show center is very big. Chin-sho looked and turned. Spent an hour or only half of the turnaround. There were a lot of cars to see, but not many that Chin-sho liked. What he wants is the kind of car that looks very expensive and can bluff people. The car was bought to face Chu Xiao. Chin-sho sheds money. The kind of car that cost $1 million or $100,000 was not in Chin-sho's scope of consideration. At this time, the showroom more people, and car models are on the platform. Chin-sho turn up the speed is even slower. The car beautiful. In addition to see the car, Chin-sho also want to see the girl is not. The living car model stood in front of him. Let him still a little excited. He wanted to take out his cell phone to take a few pictures, enriching the content of his e-disc. But looking around those professional cameras, each with a long gun, Chin-sho didn't have the courage to take out his cell phone. Since there is no way to take pictures, then look at a few more eyes. So at least you can also get over the addiction, is not it? After turning around for almost half an hour, Chin-sho turned to the high-grade car area, where the cars are obviously better than those before by a large margin. The car models are also much hotter than the previous ones, and their face value has increased by 1 or 2 points. Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Bugatti Veyron, and some cars whose brands Chin-sho did not know. Chin-sho smiled. He felt that today he could buy a car. Stepping on people to hit the face is expected, but he is not in a hurry to make a decision. There are too many luxury cars. Which one to buy is really not a good choice. The sports car is his first choice, but the sports car only has 2 seats, which makes Chin-sho a little bit dislike. Think that after spending money can buy 4 seats, why buy 2? Another thing is that he feels that the sports car is too short, can only drive in the city or on the highway, and when it comes to the bad road conditions, the sports car will be ruined. He doesn't like Rolls-Royce either. He thinks it's a bit stiff and doesn't match his temperament. If he bought this car, he would have to spend money to hire a driver. How many big bosses who can afford this kind of car drive their own cars? Ferrari, Bugatti Veyron, even less. That is a sports car. After wandering around for half a day, Shinsho stood in front of a booth. It is not the booth on the car model attracted him. He turned more than 2 hours. Look at the car model, no less than 100. Has long been looking at the eyes. It was the car on the booth that attracted him. A Hummer than a few circles of the buggy. Shinsho think this is off-road vehicles. And look a few points familiar. Looked at the side of the introduction. Shinsho suddenly realized. No wonder a little familiar. This car is the movie Speed 8 inside that. The Night 15. It is the car driven by that black buddy. This car looks in Hummer. Dongfeng Warrior kind of car almost. But the block is much bigger. And the appearance is more wild. The price of this car is also very beautiful. Low with 15 million, high with 17 million. Shinsho a little moved. Although the car is not very famous in the country. Looks an off-road car, modified car like. But it is expensive. Shinsho feels that a man should drive this kind of car, so as to show the man's temperament. There is also the fact that Shinsho feels that driving this kind of car can be a lot more opportunities to pretend to be a fork. For example, dude, where did you modify this buggy? You're the one who's a buggy. Your whole family is an off-road vehicle. Old me, this is the Night 15. I bought it for $17 million. If you don't believe me, look it up on the internet. You imported this Jeep, didn't you? You're the one who's a Jeep. Your whole family is a Yap. I'm a $17 million car. Thinking of these, Shinsho could not help but laugh. Low-key pretentiousness. He likes. Shinsho decided to buy this big guy. He walked directly towards the vendor's staff next to the booth. Sorry to interrupt. How is this car sold? The middle-aged man in a suit and glasses looked up at Shinsho. Sir, you like this car? He didn't look down on Shinsho because of what he was wearing. And he didn't put away his smile because of the duffel bag in Shinsho's hand. A truly successful salesperson would not be a snob. Shinsho smiled and nodded. I want to buy this car. I wonder if you have it in stock. Yes, sir, you sit over here. Let's sit down and talk. The man led Shinsho to the rest area next to the booth. There happened to be 2 car models, who were sitting there resting. Good day, Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang, let's go to the back and sit down. Seeing Manager Zhang bringing Shinsho over, the 2 car models got up to leave. Manager Zhang smiled and waved his hand. You guys sit here, this gentleman and I will do over there. Nana, please bring 2 bottles of water over. Manager Zhang was a smart businessman. There were some business talks where having a woman present would be more conducive to facilitating a single order. He also had one of the car models bring over water in order for her to make contact with Shinsho. Although he couldn't tell if Shinsho was really rich, he didn't feel like this young man was here to tease him, and it was certain that Shinsho was a young and handsome young man, and with 2 pretty girls beside him, it might stir up some desire in him to put on a show. Sir, my name is Zhang. I'm the brand head of this car show. What's your name? Chapter 25 Plastic Sisters. Manager Zhang made a brief self-introduction. My surname is Qin. Thanks. Shinsho replied as he took the water handed over by the car model and thanked him. You're welcome. The car model girl smiled sweetly at him before returning to the side and sitting down. Xiao Ku, that little brother just now is so handsome. Well, I also saw it. Really handsome, more handsome than even my male god. The 2 car model girls exchanged whispered words, and also peeked at Shinsho a few times from time to time. Manager Zhang had already started to introduce the car to Shinsho at this time. His mouth was full of specialized words, which made Shinsho a bit confused. He spoke for half a day before stopping to take a sip of water. Manager Zhang, is this car sturdy? Shinsho's words made Manager Zhang freeze and almost choked on a mouthful of water. After selling cars for so many years, this is the first time someone has asked this kind of question. Big brother, this is a car that sells for close to $20 million. Not a bumper car. The question of whether it is sturdy or not is not in the scope of consideration, right? Shouldn't you ask if it can be cheaper? Mr. Sheen, this car is quite sturdy. We have done a crash test, and the anti-impact aspect is twice that of a Hummer. How sturdy is that Hummer? Shinsho asked this because he did not have a specific concept. Manager Zhang took Hummer as a comparison, and he did not know how sturdy Hummer. Manager Zhang smiled awkwardly. Mr. Sheen, this car can resist the impact of a truck. There was once a customer who drove our car in a head-on collision with a drive. The front of the car was only slightly deformed and the windshield was only slightly shattered. Shinsho nodded with satisfaction. This car was really sturdy. Manager Zhang sighed in relief. He felt that he should have said so earlier. Mr. Sheen, do you have any other questions? Can I drive it away if I buy it today? Manager Zhang froze. Buy today and drive away? No other questions? Mr. Sheen, do you really want to buy it? Well, buy it with full payment. I want to drive away today, and I want the top of the line. Shinsho's words were very dry. Not only did Manager Zhang hear it, but the 2 car model girls next to him also heard it clearly. This little brother is still a rich second generation. This car tops out at more than $17 million. He also wants to buy it with full payment. Well, you heard right. He wants to buy it in full. The two girls could no longer be subtle, and directly turned their heads, their eyes staring hotly at Chinsho. This was their dish. Definitely the dish of the two of them. How could they strike up a conversation with him? How could one ask for his phone number? The fact that he was dressed in average clothes meant that he was a low-key and educated person. This kind of rich and handsome man, if they just missed out on it, they would all have to cry to death. Manager Zhang's heart was surprised no less than the two of her. Mr. Sheen, the top of the line costs more than 17.3 million, even if there are discounts. It's still 17 million. Do you really want to buy it in full? Yes, as long as I can drive it away today and get the license plate for me, I'll pay the full amount. No problem. We brought a total of 4 cars to this car show. One of them is the top of the line. Pay the money, you can drive away. License words you do not have to worry about. This car show the government strongly support. The staff of the DMV is here on-site office. Immediately can get you a license. Manager Zhang moved a little excited. The car show has been 3 days. 2 more days to the end. He was on a mission to sell a car. He was worried for the past 2 days. If he couldn't sell it, he would lose his bonus for this month. Unexpectedly, God sent Chinsho to him, coming up with the full price for the top of the line. Mr. Sheen, let's go to inspect the car first, then sign the contract, and I'll take you to do the license plate after payment. Manager Zhang stood up excitedly, then took Chinsho to the car show center, where the vehicles were parked. When the two of them left, the 2 car model girls were in a hurry. What to do? He's gone. The contact information hasn't been asked for yet. Wait until he comes back to sign the contract, then ask him for it. Right, make sure to ask him for it. Little brother, he's mine, he's mine. The 2 sisters were originally talking well, but in the last 2 sentences, they started to get a little fired up. But soon the 2 discussed, they are not looking for a husband, they just want to slag off Chinsho, and then get some money to spend. Clearly who first slagged him on the good. There is no need for this matter. Sisters turn their faces. After all, plastic sisterhood, but also to maintain, still counting on each other to introduce customers in the future. Chinsho followed the manager of the car inspection, but also got on the car in the parking lot to drive a circle. Feel the vibration of the engine coming from the steering wheel, listening to the engine's rude roar. Chinsho completely moved. This is the car. Manager Zhang, let's sign the contract? Okay, let's go back and sign the contract. I'll arrange for someone to drive the car to the place for the license plate. Manager Zhang was so excited that he took out his cell phone and made a call without it. Then he pulled Chinsho to sign the contract. The contract was signed. Chinsho directly transferred the money to the account written on the contract. More than 10 minutes later, Manager Zhang called back to the company and smiled even wider after confirming that the money had arrived. Mr. Sheen, thank you. You've been a great help to me. You've helped me too. Let's go get a license plate. No problem. You give me your ID driver's license. It'll be done in half an hour. Chinsho took out his wallet and handed over his ID card. The driver's license is not with me. Forgot at home. Want me to go back to get it? Doesn't matter. Just have it. They check it on the computer. Manager Zhang smiled and was about to take Chinsho away, but the result was that the 2 car model girls directly came over and stopped Chinsho. Mr. Sheen, we also like this kind of car. Are you free at night? Can you drive us for a ride? Mr. Sheen, it's our first time in Mordor. Can you do your duty as a landlord and take us for a spin? When those 2 girls said this, Manager Zhang wisely hid to the side. He hadn't seen this kind of situation often. It was nothing more than the drama of gold-digging girls hooking up with rich men. He had long been tired of seeing it. Chinsho has now signed the contract and paid the money, and is not afraid of the 2 of them to anger Chinsho, resulting in Chinsho returned the car. Besides, these 2 car models' body and face value are not low. Chinsho, who is young and vigorous, will definitely take the bait. He could afford to buy a $17 million car, and he could certainly afford to drive a $50,000 to $60,000 car for a night. Those 2 car models surrounded Chinsho, throwing winks while reaching out to take his arm. Little brother, take us for a stroll, okay? The 2 of us are very obedient and well behaved. We'll repay you. These 2 sisters were obviously a bit anxious when they said such words. Chinsho was so handsome, even if it wasn't for money. Both of them wanted to have a love clap with him. Not to mention he was so rich. Chinsho's heartbeat was a little fast. The perfume smell on those 2 car models kept drilling into his nose, making his heart a little itchy. The meaning of their words, Chinsho very understand. On promise or not promise it? Chapter 26, the fastest way to hit the face. Little brother, if you're not convenient tonight, the night after tomorrow is fine. We'll be done with the car show the day after tomorrow. The 2 of us are thinking of taking a good turn around Magic City. How about you be a guide for the 2 of us? We'll treat you to dinner. Won't let you do it for nothing. Chinsho heart is very entangled. Too hot body. Not bad-looking girls. So active. If he refused, will not seem unsympathetic? Then, okay, the day after tomorrow you guys are busy. Contact me. I'll take you to stroll around Magic City. Shinsho is after all a man. Normal to the point where he can no longer be normal. There is no mutual invitation. He's still compromised. Then Shinsho added WeChat with them and exchanged cell phone numbers. Little brother, don't not answer the phone when the time comes. Little brother, be sure to pick us both up when the time comes. Shinsho smiled and nodded, then followed manager Zhang to get the license. Mr. Shin, those two girls, you don't trust them too much. They are all in it for the money. If you don't buy my car, they won't be so enthusiastic. Manager Zhang was afraid that those two girls would pit Shinsho, so he kindly reminded him. Of course, there was also the element of saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Shinsho smiled and didn't say anything. He was not a cutie pie. Not to mention that this kind of bridge, there were a lot of them in movies and TV dramas. Of course he could understand what those two girls were for. The reason why he agreed to them was because he wasn't short of money right now and wanted to experience a different life. To put it bluntly, it was that he was horny and he wanted to be a hooligan. The meat that is sent to his mouth, which is not to eat a bite of it. Of course, Shinsho down to not go to the mouth is not certain. At least there are two beautiful girls accompanied by shopping, is a good thing. When doing license, except for a little hiccup, Shinsho bumped into the ball 3, and the girl who let him lose money. These two were surrounding a middle-aged man in his 40s, enthusiastically saying something. Mr. Wei, this time, Tiny is giving you a big discount on the car you bought. Mr. Wei, next time you buy a car you must still call me, otherwise I will be angry. Ha ha, sure, how about I host a dinner for you tonight? Mr. Wei smiled and stared at Xiao Xiao. His eyes didn't move away at all. Baldy number 3 looked a little embarrassed at the side. Mr. Wei's treat, we'll definitely go. Mr. Wei smiled and glanced at Baldy number 3. Old son, let's get together some other time. I'll treat Tiny to dinner first tonight. Baldy number 3 smiled awkwardly. No problem, we have this relationship. We can get together whenever we want. Mr. Wei, I have a client appointment tonight. Why don't we do it tomorrow night? Xiao Xiao was a little difficult. She had an arrangement tonight. $50,000 for the overnight fee was collected. Mr. Wei was a bit upset. He bought a Rolls Royce. It was Little who took him to buy it. It cost 6 million. Xiao Xiao must have taken a lot of commission. The money got but didn't want to do anything. Isn't this playing with him? I'll go ahead and return that car. I'm not in a hurry to use it anyway. Don't. Mr. Wei, I will accompany you for dinner tonight. That customer I will make an appointment tomorrow. I will make a phone call to arrange it. Xiao Xiao smiled apologetically when she finished speaking and ran to the side with her phone to make a call. The words of these few people were all heard by Shinsho, who did not think much of it. Although there was unpleasantness before, it's all in the past. Shinsho thought so, but Baldy number 3 didn't think so. He saw Shinsho and after giving him a vicious glare, he opened his mouth at Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei, do you recognize that young man over there? Is it someone's son? Baldy number 3 reached out and pointed Shinsho to Mr. Wei. Well, don't know. I'm familiar with all the dignitaries in Magic City. I haven't heard of anyone's family having such a male son. Mr. Wei's words made the balding number 3's heart come to the bottom. The most important thing is that you have to be able to get a good deal of money from the company before buy this kid a bluff. This kid is probably a thug. At this time Tiny came back from the phone call. Mr. Wei, I will accompany you for dinner tonight, the customer I put off. When she said this, although she had a smile on her face, her heart was dripping blood. That client was angry and made her return the $50,000. $50,000, enough for her to buy a bag. However, if Mr. Wei's side buys a car, she can get more than $100,000 in favor fees. She can tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. Xiao Xiao, you stay with Mr. Wei. I'll go do something. After Baldy 3 finished speaking, he walked towards Shinsho and manager Zhang. Xiao Xiao also saw Shinsho at this time, and she frowned. This old son is going to find trouble with Shinsho. Xiao Xiao, the license is almost done. I'll drive you around and try the car's shock absorption? Mr. Wei said and reached out and pulled Little's hand, squeezing it hard. Good, let's go. Little naturally understand the meaning of this old colorful batch. How old? Still want to play exciting, but on the face of money, Little agreed. Let him pull his hand, and the two left the place. Ball 3 at this time has walked to the side of Shinsho. He did not come up to find trouble. Instead, he directly opened his mouth at the person who was giving Shinsho his license. Show me his paperwork. That staff member was stunned at first, then handed him what was in his hand. Where's the driver's license? How come there's only a contract and an ID card? You can't do it for him without a driver's license. The balding number 3's eyes were a bit glowing. He was a bit happy, finally letting him catch the pigtail, although he couldn't do anything to Chin Shou, but he was disgusted with him first. Only he wasn't happy for long. That staff member opened his mouth at him. "I'm sorry, Deputy Director's son. We have our rules and regulations. If you don't have your driver's license with you, as long as it's available on the computer, you can do it, so please give it back to me." Chin Shou couldn't help but laugh. This bald number 3 was too funny. The person who did the license plate was from the Vehicle Management Bureau, not from this car show center of theirs. People are eating public food. He is the staff of this car exhibition center. To put it simply, he is a deputy director of a private company. Where can he manage people? It is estimated that this guy is accustomed to rampaging in his own unit on weekdays, thinking that everyone can listen to him. Balding number 3's face became wonderful now, and his tone immediately became cold. "I know your Director Zhao. You do as I say. Don't give him a license without one, and I'll find your Director Zhao if anything goes wrong." "I'm sorry, Director Zhao can't do that even if he's here. We have to follow the rules. Please give me back my stuff." Chin Shou couldn't help but want to give that staff a thumbs up. It was too relieving. This face slapping didn't even require him to do it himself. This was considered the fastest face slapping in the world, right? Balding number 3 pulled his face down and threw the item back in a huff. "I'll call your Director Zhao. Here, suit yourself." That staff member took Chin Shou's information and started to get him a license plate. Baldy 3 huffed and pulled out his cell phone. Only Manager Zhang was faster than him and pulled out his cell phone before him. "Deputy Director's son. I know General Manager Qian of your auto show center. Are you trying to ruin my business by making things so difficult for my client? I'll make a call and ask him if he'll compensate me if you cause damage with this practice." Manager Zhang made the call after saying this. Chapter 27, Tractor Converted. Baldy 3 immediately panicked. This was completely different from what he thought. He had thought of letting the staff handling the license plate to discuss Chin Shou. As a result, he was slapped in the face in seconds, and the person didn't give him the slightest bit of face. And he looked at Zhang. Manager seems a little familiar. He couldn't care to think about where he had seen Manager Zhang now, and hurriedly walked over and opened his mouth to stop Manager Zhang from making the call. "Can we talk?" Manager Zhang blankly glanced at this guy and ducked to the side. "Lousy, and you talk about a hammer. It's not easy to sell out a car. You the hell came out to find my customers trouble. What? Are you trying to mess up my business?" Baldy no. 3 was a bit annoyed when he saw Manager Zhang ignoring him. Which of the car dealers attending this auto show didn't give him some face? Which manufacturer's representative are you? I'm looking for your leader. Manager Zhang remained oblivious to this guy's words. By this time, the phone had already been connected, and Manager Zhang directly ducked to the side to make the call. The balding number 3's brows were tightly wrinkled. He felt like the entire world was against him. Why didn't anyone give him face? He had wanted to clean up Chin Shou, but he didn't expect him to be hit in the face first. Should have looked at the yellow calendar when he went out today. He is a little overthinking. Even if today's yellow calendar is suitable for the whole person, others will not give him face. The staff who ran the license plate, and he has no relationship at all. One is a career person, and one is a small director of a private enterprise. He can't control people at all. There is also because Chin Shou bought a car, with a contract of more than $17 million. That staff member can see it clearly. The person who shelled out so much money at once and bought a car in full could be an ordinary person? A small car exhibition center deputy director. Want to find people trouble? The old man hanged himself. He's tired of living. Besides, Manager Zhang, it's even more unlikely to give him face. First of all, Zhang, manager of this kind of manufacturer representative, contact are the main position. That is, the original bald number 1. This balding number 3 was just a deputy director, and at that time, when they dined together, they had only hurriedly met each other. The two people really didn't have many encounters. If balding number 3 could recognize Manager Zhang, he probably wouldn't have come over to find trouble with Chin Shou. "Young man, don't get complacent too early. I'll let you off the hook for now today. Let's have a long day." Baldy number 3 turned around and was about to leave after saying that. He felt that he had lost too much face. He was going to straighten someone out, but in the end, he was slapped in the face, or he was hit in a row. This made him very depressed. He wanted to leave, but someone stopped him. Manager Zhang came back from a phone call, and he smiled at Baldy 3. "Deputy Director's son, right? You won't be in a moment." Balding number 3's brows furrowed when he heard this. Big words can be said by anyone. It's not like Lousy was bluffed. He didn't say anything and turned around to continue walking out. Just as he walked out, he received a call from Mr. Qian, and there was no surprise at all. He was fired. Chin Shou's license plate was done quickly, except that he had to wait until 3 days later to get it. But the staff gave him a temporary license plate, and there was no problem at all driving on the road. Manager Zhang directly sent him out of the car show center outside, saw Chin Shou on the car, drove away. Shinsho car speed is not fast. After all, since he got the driver's license, he has not touched the car. Car skills a little rusty. After buying the car, the next step is to rent a house. The reason why Shinsho didn't buy a house is because he can't afford it yet. Remove the money to buy a car. The card is still left more than 60 million. This money to buy a set of 100 square feet of house enough. If you buy a bigger, better located house, this money is not enough. The house where Hu Baoxiang lived left a deep impression on Shinsho. Shinsho wants to buy the kind of house that is better than Hu Baoxiang's house. That's not a problem that can be solved with this $60 million. At the very least, there must be 700 or 800 million in order to get it done. After all, the price of the magic city in that put it. Since the money is not enough, Shinsho naturally choose to rent a room. First rent a room transition, wait to earn big money and then go to buy the house they want. Shinsho feels that he has the system in his body, is God's chosen man, with not a few years, will be able to save enough money. I just don't know how much the house price will rise at that time. Shinsho thought as he drove. He drove the car directly to a commercial street a few blocks away from the car show center. He was going to buy some things for himself. After he bought the car, he had to buy some decorations for the car. The car was bought. The car decoration to buy some fragrance enhancers, car cushions and so on. There was also the fact that Shinsho was planning to get a new computer. After all, his original computer was bought when he was a sophomore in college. This is the past 6 or 7 years, has long been unable to meet the requirements of Shinsho. There is also the computer disk is too small. His e-disk sister can hardly fit. There is also the Shinsho think it is still early in the day. The commercial street, this kind of busy place, the flow of people, more garbage, come as you are, not picking up a wave and leaving. It is really too much of a loss. Of course, there is the most important reason, is the girl, bought such an expensive car. Do not drive to the crowded place around. That is not wealth is not white. Shinsho does not want to have a brocade night. What he wants is to experience what it feels like to be watched by others with envious and jealous eyes. More than 10 minutes later, Shinsho parked his car at the corner of Commercial Street. He was lucky. Just as a car drove away, he happened to park over. Only parking the car took a little effort. After all, he hadn't driven for many years, and backing into the garage was a little difficult for him. What's more, his car is a little bigger than an ordinary car, and it naturally took a little effort to park it. It took almost 5 or 6 minutes for Shinsho to park the car. Drive to have to find a chance to re-practice driving, or else I won't even be able to match the female driver. Shinsho chanted while carrying a duffel bag down the car. He this down the car only to find that there are a lot of people standing next to him. Is holding up a cell phone to his car shot on. Shinsho heart a happy. Just love to see you people have never seen the world look. Little brother, is your car a converted tractor? A little lowly in a Chinese dress next to him smiled and opened her mouth at Shinsho. The expression on Shinsho's face immediately froze. Tractor modified? You can be a person without having seen the world, but you can't be this unseen, right? Have you ever seen a $17 million tractor? If it wasn't for the fact that it was a cute girl, Shinsho would have absolutely jumped and cursed. Your whole family is a tractor. Don't be ridiculous. A tractor can't be modified like this. Little brother, is your car a Jeep conversion? The corner of Shinsho's mouth twitched. Although when he decided to buy this car, he had thought that he would be misunderstood and then punched the other side in the face. But when someone really misunderstood, Shinsho still had that hint of displeasure in his heart. Chapter 28, Master of Threading Strings. Shinsho hurriedly opened his mouth in order to make himself feel good. This is not a tractor converted, nor is it a Jeep converted. This is the Night 15. It's the car that the black dude drove in the movie Speed 8. This car is more than 17 million. It can sell dozens of Jeeps and hundreds of tractors, Shinsho said with a loud voice, desperate to let the people around him hear. He was a bit hated for this foolishness. Shay, who wouldn't brag? This car looks like a modified Speed 8 I've seen many times. That black dude is driving a sports car. Yeah, and there's one in an armored car. It was all males who said these things. After all, it's the same sex that's the outright hatred. Looking so handsome, and driving such an expensive car, and yelling here, taking all the limelight away. How else could they tease the girls? There's another black dude too. He drives this kind. Shinsho hurriedly explained up, but just after he finished, he laughed. What was the point of getting serious with them? Wasn't the original purpose of buying a car to be a low-key pretender? Wait for them to check online themselves and find out the price of this car. Isn't that a better effect? Shinsho locked the car, smiled and left. So handsome, ah. This little brother is really cool. Cut. Not just a little stinking money? What's the point of fooling around? Obviously is a modified car. Have to say that this car is what the Night 15. I see it as a Jeep second generation. Shinsho didn't care about the various voices coming from behind him, smiling as he walked forward. If he turned into a munching crowd and found a guy like himself, he would probably say those words as well. Shinsho took his gloves out of his duffel bag and put them on as he walked, then walked over to a trash can on the side of the road and bent down to pick it up. Ding! Recycling 1 mineral water break. Reward cash 10 yuan. Ding! Recycling a bamboo stick. Reward cash 2 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 plastic bag. Reward cash 5 yuan. Shinsho found that he had really chosen the right place this time. There were really quite a lot of things in this garbage can. At the very least more garbage than those garbage cans near his neighborhood. Ding! Recycling a chicken leg bone. Rewarding cash of $2. Ding! Recycling. Shinsho couldn't help but hum a little song. Picking up money was too painful. He was not the only one who was happy. There were also those male compatriots who were envious and jealous of him just now. After they realized that Shinsho had actually started rummaging through the trash cans, they were immediately happy as if they had won the lottery jackpot. I thought it was a rich second generation, but it turns out to be a rag picker. This car isn't modified. It's also rented by him, right? A rag picker can afford such an expensive car? That's right. It's probably this guy who spent $700 to rent it for a day. Those girls obviously didn't agree with these sour words. After all, in their eyes, face value is justice. Don't you guys talk nonsense? Can't you pick up rags if you drive a nice car? Can't rich people have some special hobbies? That's right, rich people. They all have a bit of a fetish. This little brother likes to pick up rags. What do you care? A few girls, led by that little lowly in Chinese dress, opened their mouths to help Shinsho fight back, because there was a bit of distance. Shinsho did not hear those words at all. Even if he did, he just smiled slightly. After all, he was having a great time picking up garbage right now. Ding! Recycling a bamboo stick. Rewarding cash of $3. Trigger special reward. Reward skill. Shinsho was happy and immediately yelled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Master of stringing. Nima. Shinsho had originally wanted to emote a bit and use the word to express his joy. However, after hearing the system's prompt, he directly changed his tone and cursed. Master of stringing? This is also considered a skill? System, did you listen to too much of Diyunshi's comedy and came to me to be my comic relief? Skewering master. Allows the host to master the skill of skewering, while others take 10 seconds to skewer. The host can skewer in 1 second. The system explained this skill to Shinsho very seriously. As a result, after hearing it, Shinsho's face became even darker. System, your ass. Believe it or not, I'll play the song, spend money to hire a few black buddies, stuff you into a locket, and carry you away? Can you be a bit more decent? You want to be a system with positive energy, a system with a very positive outlook on the 3 views. You rewarded me with this kind of skill, wanting me to walk up to the peak of my life by stringing? You are afraid that you want to eat farts. Shinsho really couldn't help but start to even curse and spit out. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this dude is still a psycho, talking to himself. I told you, driving such a nice car and still picking up garbage, must be brainwattage. What did this dude say? Go over and listen clearly. The melon-eating crowd slowly gathered up, including those 7 or 8 girls. Just now someone said Shinsho neuropathy. They did not help refute, because they also felt that Shinsho was a bit abnormal. If Shinsho knew what these people were thinking, he would probably hate the system even more. Rewarding an immodest skill and still being misunderstood as abnormal. This beam is a big knot. However, when those people surrounded him, Shinsho fiercely closed his mouth and stopped talking. It wasn't that his fire had subsided, but because the system was on fire. Detected that the host is dissatisfied with the system. Do you want to start the unbinding program? Shinsho immediately refused. He still had to rely on the system to become rich and walk to the peak of his life. How could he unbind it? Because of this, he didn't dare to continue complaining. The system's patience also had its limits. If he gave it an angry scolding, Shinsho felt that his days would not be easy. So Shinsho proceeded to pick up the trash. Those people around him, naturally, had another round of comments, mostly saying that he was a psychopath. There were also quite a few people who took out their cell phones and shot up at Shinsho, intended to send back a jittery voice or circle of friends or something. The title they all thought of. Magic City Commercial Street. A man driving a luxury car to pick up rags. The king and the scavengers. Shinsho did not care about this. He was fully committed to the work of picking up garbage. Commercial Street is worthy of being a commercial street. A garbage can make Shinsho have $1,000 or $2,000 of income. The sky gradually darkened. Shinsho around the people changed wave after wave. Shinsho decided to finish turning over this trash can in front of him to end today's work. Find a place to eat some dinner, and then go to soak in a bath and press a massage. Sleep beautifully, and then say tomorrow to rent a room. Ding! Recycle 1 car magazine. Reward cash 100 yuan. Ding! Trigger special reward. Shinsho's heart immediately lifted when he heard the word special reward. With the previous experience of master string threader, Shinsho was worried that the system would give him another master of car wheels, master of car repair and other skills. Chapter 29, Fake Car Owner. Rewarded Vehicle Mastery Skill. Shinsho let out a sigh of relief and then smiled. He was very satisfied with this skill. It seemed that those words he spat at the system before were not useless at all. At the very least, it made the guy's conscience clear and rewarded such a practical skill. Vehicle Skill Mastery. The host can skillfully drive all vehicles, including military special vehicles. Shinsho smiled even wider. This was actually practical yet very counterintuitive. Just before he could smile completely, he felt his head swell violently, as if a lot of things had been shoved into it. This made him a bit uncomfortable. System, are you deliberately messing with me? It wasn't like this when I was rewarded with the Master of Threading, and I didn't even feel anything? The Vehicle Mastery skill contains a lot of information, so the host will feel a little uncomfortable, but it won't cause harm to the host's body, so please rest assured. Shinsho breathed a sigh of relief. It will not cause harm on the line. If he is made into a little cutie, if he was made into a little cutie, then the fun would be great. I haven't gone to the top of my life. I haven't married a rich white beauty. Out of the people's CEO it. Shinsho saw the good things, did not continue to rummage through the trash can, straightened up his waist and moved his muscles, and then carried his duffel bag and walked back. He looked at the time on his cell phone. It was already more than 7 in the evening. In total, he had been picking up for almost 4 hours, and after a rough calculation, there was about $80,000 of income, $20,000 an hour. This is really picking up money. System, you shouldn't call it the 10,000 worlds recycling system. You should call it a money-picking system. This speed of making money is faster than robbing a bank. First go to eat a big meal, abalone lobster, shark fins and bird's nests, lousy to eat a bowl of pouring a bowl, and then go to the bar around. See how the beautiful young lady 857, and then take a bath. Find someone to give yourself a good pinch. Shinsho walked enchanted, and arranged what he was going to do in the evening. Man, you have to be a little better to yourself, not to mention that you are now a rich man. Of course, Shinsho also thought of a little nasty things, to find a beautiful girl, together for the love of applause. This is a common disease of men. Rich people become bad. Shinsho slowly walked back from the other side of the shopping street to the side where he parked his car. From a distance he saw his car beside the crowd. He heart-thumped, thought something happened, so he quickly walked over. When he walked in, Shinsho's face pulled down. Not only is his car surrounded by people, even his car stood on the head of the two girls, is scratching their heads posing a variety of POS. The car below there are a lot of people are holding a camera on the two of them kept shooting. Shinsho inside towards the crowd squeezed in. He squeezed. Immediately someone is not happy. Squeeze what squeeze? Don't squeeze. Shinsho did not stop at all. Relying on his own strength, easily squeezed in. Before he had a chance to speak, he was stopped by the two lads with their hands outstretched. Stop squeezing. Step back a bit. Don't affect our filming. Shinsho frowned and blankly glanced at the two guys. Then don't affect my driving. This car is mine. The two lads glanced at Shinsho, then laughed. Dude, someone said that just now too. It's not a good move. If you want to take a picture together, wait until we're done filming. I know you're also a fan of 66 and 77, but there's a first come first served basis. Queue up first if you want to take a photo. Don't disrupt the order of the scene. Shinsho was a bit confused. Group photo? 66, 77? Lousy only knows spirits and demons. Shinsho frowned and took out his cell phone, directly tapped the video function, took a picture of the two people in front of him, and then took a picture of the two girls standing on the front of his car. No pictures allowed. Bring your cell phone over and delete the pictures. Those two lads came back to their senses and reached out to grab the cell phone in Shinsho's hand. Shinsho hurriedly gave his hand back. This is my car. Why can't I take pictures? You guys even stood on top of my car. Will you pay for my loss? Dude, this move really doesn't work. If you really like 66 and 77, delete the photo. Turn around and I'll arrange for you to be the first to take a photo with them. If you post the photos indiscriminately, we'll sue you. Those two guys had a very serious expression, and what they said made Shinsho almost not raise his hand and give them two slaps. I don't care what 6, 36, or 7, 49, hurry up and get off my car. You'll have to pay me back for stepping on my car. I just bought this car today. Damage it a little and I'll let you guys buy me a new one. Shinsho's voice was so loud that everyone around him heard it. Another fake car owner? Dude, this trick was really used by someone just now. Bro, don't mess around here. Is this car yours? If you're like this, I guess you can't even afford to go to the live broadcast room and brush a car. Get rid of him. Don't bother 66 and 77 here. The two lads who stopped Shinsho laughed. Dude, I advise you to hurry up and leave, or you won't blame us if you get beaten up by the group later. That's right, This is 6th 6 and 7th 7. Not a small netizen of Putong. There are a lot of true love fans. If you get beaten up, no one will be responsible for your medical expenses. Chinsho really couldn't help himself. Picked up his cell phone and called the police. When he called the police, the people around him were still not sneering at him. Bro, the drama is over. Buddy, although the drama is over, but you are considered to have filed a false police report. You will be detained. Buddy, if this car is yours, I will call your father. The man who was going to call out to his father couldn't say any more before he finished his sentence, because Chinsho took out the car key and pressed it. The car lights flashed. The most terrible thing happened. The whole scene suddenly quieted down. All the eyes of the people looked at Chinsho. This car is really his. Where is the one who wants to call my father? Don't be a shrinking turtle. Come over and call out to me as a father. Chinsho said as he looked towards the surroundings, wanting to find that guy out. It was a pity that he didn't find it, because before he said those words, that guy just slipped away. Watching the drama of a father and son recognizing each other was not something he would do. Chinsho didn't find his cheap son, so he reached out and pushed away the two lads who were stopping him, walked over to the car, and opened his mouth at the two girls standing on the front of his car. Please get out of my car. These two girls were wearing high heels, just like this, just on the front of the car. Of course Chinsho was heartbroken. Those two girls did not move, but smiled at Chinsho. I'm 6'6", she's 7'7", don't you recognize us? The shorter one, the girl, opened her mouth at Chinsho, in a tone that made Chinsho furious. I'm telling you guys to get out of the car, immediately right now. You really don't recognize us? Lulu and I are Netflix. I'm Netflix your ass. Get out of the car. Chapter 30, Can Netizens Command the World? Chinsho directly exploded foul language. He is annoyed with this kind of people. What's wrong with being a netizen? What's wrong with being a web celebrity? Chinsho's words directly made the two girls freeze, and the two young men who had just stopped Chinsho also hurriedly ran over. You speak politely. Who are you cursing? Believe it or not, the fans of the two of them will expose all your information to the internet in minutes. When Chinsho heard this, he became even more angry. Is this dude threatening people so blatantly? Asterisk 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 off. Don't talk to me about useless things here. Get down from the car, then wait for the police to come. My car has to be fixed. I have to pay me as much money as I deserve. Chinsho was still not polite at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's arrogant about it? Isn't it just an off-road vehicle? That's right. What's wrong with stepping on it? 6'6" and 7'7" using your car to shoot a movie is looking up to you. Don't you just want money? How much does your car cost? I'll buy it. Chinsho didn't expect that these two girls really had fans who liked them and had to pay for them. They were really true fans. 17 million. Give me the money now. Not to mention stepping on it and taking pictures. I don't care if you guys smash it. Chinsho was not willing to show weakness and directly burst out the price of the car. Grass. Haven't seen money before? A broken Jeep can be sold for $17 million? You think we're ingrates? I'll give you $170,000. Leave the car keys and hurry up. Give me your card number. I'll transfer the money to you now. The fans of these two sisters did have a few people with small assets. The corner of Chinsho's mouth twitched as he sneered. This car is the Night 15. You guys can search online and see the price before you speak. I just bought it from the car show this afternoon. You two hurry up and get down here. Chinsho saw that those two girls didn't move, so he opened his mouth and urged again. The two lads walked over and helped the two of them down from the car. At this time a few gloating voices came out from the crowd. This car is really the Night 15. The official website sells it for $17,800,000. How awesome. Such an expensive car dares to step on it. Where's the person who just said 170,000 to buy someone else's car? Come out and shell out the money and let the owner sell you a cartwheel. This a pass step. I guess to lose a lot of money, right? This kind of car paint scratches a little bit to return to the factory to repaint, even if it is only repainting the head. Then, back and forth freight, delayed people's time. How to drop also want to lose hundreds of thousands or even millions. Afraid of what? People have said that they are net red. Certainly earn a lot of money. If you can't afford to lose, find a big brother to accompany the tour for a few days. Can also afford to lose. The people who said these words, obviously not the two girls' fans. It is estimated to be watching the crowd who are not afraid of the big things. Chinsho was very happy to hear these words. Sarcastic words someone said for him. The two girls and the two young men were not happy, because they found that the people who just helped them to speak and clamored to help pay for the money, all skipped. They could be sure. This car was really a $17 million luxury car. Those two young men hurriedly rushed to the side with the camera people made a look, but also secretly waved his hand at them, signaling them to hurry up and go. They also escorted the two girls, wanting to retreat into the crowd, and then skipped. Chinsho didn't bother to stop them when he saw it, but instead opened his mouth at them. You guys want to run? I do not stop. You feel free to. I just now can all shoot clearly. Wait for the police to come. Let them help find you also very easy. In addition, I put the video to the night to go. Let everyone help me find you also line. Didn't you guys just say that you would expose my information in minutes? Then your information can be exposed in a few minutes? Shinsho's words made them dumbfounded. Just thinking about not losing money and bugging out, they didn't consider the consequences. If they want to run away like this, is it considered a hit and run? If Shinsho puts the video into the night, how can they clear their names? This gentleman, just now we are wrong. I apologize to you. Can you let us go? Your car is not much damage. The one who spoke was Lulu. She said while also putting on a pitiful expression, wanting to use this to win Shinsho's heart of pity. Shinsho wide a glance at her. Want to and lousy pampering cute, gross useless. The girls in my e-disc. Which one of them is not more pathetic than you? Which voice is not sweeter than yours? Which one knows more poses than you? A little off topic. Shinsho walked to the front of the car with a black face, stepped on the wheel, and checked it. Grandpa, this is called nothing damaged. Shinsho fire is very big. The front hood, soybean-sized depressions have more than a dozen, although the depressions are not deep, but also can be seen with the naked eye. Car paint scratches are more than 20 or 30. You guys are bouncing on the head of my car, aren't you? This roar from Shinsho made the people around him laugh. He quickly reacted. Numb nuts. The front of the car. Grave. Sir, I'm really sorry. We didn't expect this. We really didn't mean it. I apologize to you. Can you not hold us responsible? 66 and 77 held hands and bowed together at Shinsho. Shinsho skimmed his mouth, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that these two were graving him. On what grounds? I just bought a car today and you guys messed it up like this. On what grounds are you not pursuing this? We are netizens. Chi justifiably gave her reason. Shinsho froze, and so did the people around him. Then the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. We are netizens. Why don't you say your father is Li Gang? Li Gang can finally rest. Found a successor. We are Netflix. Laughs at the old man. These two female dolls are not little cute. Shinsho did not laugh. His heart's antipathy towards these two people had once again risen by a large margin. Are you guys netroots? Or net dolls? And does it have half a cent to do with old me? What is the title of a netty? What rights does it have? Can a netizen destroy other people's property and then not have to pay for it? No, I mean, I'm a net red. Can you give a face? Chi growled with a red face. Shinsho gave her a blank look. I can't give you face, but I can give you a charge for your IQ. And by the way, I can send you a book on the law, so that you can learn it properly, lest you think that netroots can be lawless. What's wrong with me? I'm not a netizen. Those two lads pulled back 77 and 66, who were still about to speak, and held them back before rushing at Shinsho and opening his mouth. Sir, the car was damaged by us. We both stayed behind to accompany you to deal with it. Can you let them leave first? Don't worry, we'll be responsible for your damages. I'll contact the person in charge of our company and have him come to talk to you about compensation. One of the lads said and took out his cell phone. This kind of thing, they couldn't handle it, they could only call their boss. Only when this matter was dealt with, the two of them would be out of a job. No, they stepped on my car. They can't leave. Shinsho directly refused the other party's request. Chapter 31. This is extortion. I'm not leaving. Isn't it just stepping on a bit of car paint? What's the big deal? Just pay for it. I have a friend who owns a car repair shop. You don't want to ask for a penny more. The girl called 66 was full of disdain. She didn't even listen to what a certain melon eater said before. If Shinsho's hood were to be repaired, it wouldn't be as simple as a few tens of thousands of dollars. Shinsho was too lazy to argue with them, staring at them, waiting for the police to come over. The police arrived in less than 2 minutes. They questioned Shinsho, the two girls and the two young men, including the surrounding onlookers. The video taken by Shinsho didn't even have a chance to come out, because their photographer, the camera was full of pictures of the two girls, standing on the front of the car. After the investigation, both sides were taken to the police station to negotiate. After arriving at the police station, Lulu called her friend who owns a garage. When her friend arrived, his brows immediately furrowed. He was dealing with cars, and after seeing Shinsho's car, he knew he was going to hemorrhage money. He would have liked to fool some Shinsho, told him to patch the paint on it. Not a few money. To Shinsho 20,000 private chat. Shinsho naturally do not agree. Directly online to check the phone number of a 4S store. After the price, let them come over to do damage identification. 4S store people gave a fair price. Repair costs plus freight, plus Shinsho's lost wages, totaled 400,000 yuan. The price they said was very fair. Only the sisters group disagreed. No, this is extortion. Why do you want 400,000? You're the one who found the person. How much you guys negotiated? We won't give a penny of this money. The man who ran the garage didn't say anything. He knew very well in his heart that this 400,000 was indeed not much. Even if the other party opened his mouth to ask for 600,000, it wasn't too much. Shinsho was not in a hurry at all, not to pay the money on the lawsuit. Anyway, he is not short of money, short of a breath. He especially can't see the face of these two self-proclaimed Netflix girls. As if with the title of Netflix, you can do whatever you want. You can be the boss of the sky. They are the oldest. Today this matter can't be easily compromised. We have to let them know the reality of this society and the cruelty of the human heart. Comrade police, since they do not compensate for my losses, then you deal with it. They intentionally damaged other people's property, causing huge losses. According to the rules should be able to be detained, right? 400,000 yuan of damages, perhaps also can let them sit in jail for a few years. Shinsho's words were directed at a male officer in his early 30s sitting next to him. That officer nodded. That's right. I'm giving you guys the chance to negotiate a settlement. If there's no way to negotiate, then we'll go through the normal procedure. Detain you guys first, then find a third-party organization to come over and fix the damages. And then based on the amount of money he can prosecute you guys. By then if you guys are willing to pay for the damages, and if he doesn't accept to keep insisting on prosecuting, you guys might have to be detained for a month or two as well. The reason why this officer said those words was because those two sisters had left a bad impression on him. When they were brought back, they also argued that they were netizens, arguing that they could not enter the police station, and that they would sue the police station if they had a bad influence on them. Those two sisters frowned. They thought that they just insisted on not compensating, and others could not take them. The man who owned the auto body shop walked over to 66 and whispered in her ear, "Compensate money. This matter we are in the wrong. 400,000 is not much. If the other side is serious, want 600,000 you have to give." 66 heard this, and immediately felt very aggrieved. Why should she give so much money? She had worked hard for a year of live broadcasting, and occasionally answered a short video advertisement, earning just over $1 million. This time she had to take out a fifth of her income. She was not willing. Lulu gritted her teeth, took out her cell phone and tapped on the video function, and shot a burst of shots at the people in the room. After filming, it hid behind someone else and secretly sent a jitterbug with text, because the photo stepped on someone else's car. The other party to compensate 400,000. This is extortion. This is blackmail. The most hateful thing is that the police also helped him. After posting it, Lulu smiled triumphantly. She felt that as long as she made a big deal out of this, Shinsho and the police would be scared and wouldn't dare to ask for so much money. Shinsho had actually seen her little move a long time ago. He just didn't expect her to come up with such a trick. Hey, have you guys thought this through? Can you wait a bit? Our boss will be here soon. We'll make a decision after he arrives. The thing that spoke was the young man who had called the company's boss before. His face was very unattractive. He was originally the company's logistics. Today these two ants came out for an outdoor live broadcast, and by the way took some photos. The manpower was a bit insufficient, so they called him out. I didn't expect to run into such a thing. It's really a bad year. Shinsho was a bit anxious. His stomach had started to rumble. If he dragged it on, his plan to pinch his feet and soak in the bath would be lost. I'll give you 10 minutes. If your boss doesn't come, just wait for me to sue you. I'll call again to hurry. The young man smiled apologetically, then pulled out his cell phone and turned to the side to make a call. Shinsho waited for another 5 minutes before that boss finally arrived. It was a 27 or 18-year-old man, suited and booted, very bookish looking, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, courteous like a teacher more. He arrived after no nonsense, understand clearly after the incident, directly agreed to pay the money, but also Shinsho apologized. Attitude is very sincere, but also hard to train the two girls a meal. Took the money. Shinsho naturally agreed to settle, signed a settlement agreement, and drove directly away from the police station. As for the repair of the car, Shinsho intends to stay a few days. Really cannot first find a garage. To the car paste a full-body film, so that scratches and marks cannot be seen. The car is still able to drive. Leaving the police station, Shinsho went directly to the city center, checked on the internet, and found a neighborhood of the highest grade of Western-style restaurant. Shinsho went in and came out in less than half an hour, not because he ate fast, but because he was not used to eating. The portion of each dish is too small. One bite is gone. Some are even less than one bite. Stuffing his teeth is not enough. Shinsho naturally does not like it. When he left the Western restaurant, Shinsho also made a vow that he would never eat Western food again. It was too much of a test of patience. In the neighborhood to find a Sichuan restaurant, ordered a large table of dishes. Shinsho eat and drink up. Eat and drink enough. Naturally have to go to the bubble bath pinch feet. Originally in the bubble bath before, he also thought to go to the bar around, but time is a little too late, so the bar did not go. That night, he slept in the bath center. Sleep a vegetarian. He would like to sleep meat, but also just think about it. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Shinsho was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. He touched it in a daze and then picked it up. Mr. Shin, I'm Officer Joe who dealt with that incident of yours yesterday. Is it convenient for you to come to the office now? Chapter 32, Self-Made Man Cannot Lie. When Shinsho heard this, he immediately came to his senses, and with a jolt, he climbed up from the bed, and then glanced toward the side. Luckily, himself didn't sleep on meat last night. Officer Joe, is something wrong? Nothing much, it's for you to come over and help prove something. What is it? Let's talk about it when you come. It's not clear in a sentence or two over the phone. Alright then, I'll be there later. See you later. The phone hung up. Shinsho hurriedly got up, took his hand sign and went to the locker room to change his clothes, bought the bill and left. Half an hour later, he drove to the same police station that handled the matter last night. Officer Joe received him and briefly explained the matter to him. The matter was simple, yet complicated. The jittery video posted by the girl called Lulu last night had been hyped up. Many people believed her words and thought that Shinsho was a rich second generation or an official second generation. Things had gotten so noisy that it had caused a very bad impact. Officer Joe had asked Shinsho to come in order to take pictures of his car before finding a third-party organization to do an appraisal, as well as hoping that Shinsho would step in and say a few words. After getting these done, an announcement would be made to give the public an explanation. Shinsho didn't hesitate at all and agreed directly. Officer Joe, I will absolutely cooperate. I still have the video I took at the time in my cell phone. You should be able to use it, Shinsho said and pulled out his cell phone, flipping out the video and handing the phone over. Officer Joe smiled after reading it. Great. Then Shinsho fully cooperated with Officer Joe's request, and by the time everything was done, it was already past 11. As Officer Joe sent Shinsho away, he bumped right into Lulu and her bookish boss. Mr. Shin, I'm really sorry. It's all because of my lax management that something like this happened. And Officer Joe, I'm really sorry. The little girl didn't know any better and caused you a lot of trouble. I brought her here when I got the call. You can just deal with it according to the rules. Officer Joe's face darkened. What he hated the most was this kind of guy who took things out of context and slandered others at will. Her behavior has disturbed the normal social order and caused us a great deal of bad influence. According to the rules you have to detain 15 and fine 20,000 yuan. There's also the matter of intentionally damaging other people's property before. These two things together. Detention for 20 days. You just take her in to be processed. After Officer Joe finished speaking, he turned around and went to see Shinsho off. Mr. Shin, thank you for your cooperation. Or else there's no use explaining this matter any way we can. It's all what I should do. I hope I can help you. The message has been sent out. The truth will soon be known to the public. Shinsho and Officer Joe exchanged a few words of politeness before driving off. He still had quite a few things to do today. He didn't buy any of the things he wanted to buy yesterday, and he still had to go and choose a house if he rented it. I don't know if I can finish it in one afternoon. Shinsho, this person is relatively lazy. He directly to the last night that gave him a fixed damage 4S store called, asked the address, then drove the car over. After choosing a car film and a car recorder, Shinsho handed the car over to them. Then he took a taxi directly to the Chaoyang district. This neighborhood is right in the middle of the city, near the center of the city. The neighborhood is an old neighborhood, built 15 years ago, but the environment is good, and the house type is also good. Shinsho saw on the rental software that there are a lot of houses for rent in this neighborhood, so he just took a taxi there to take a look. Close to the center of the city, the environment is good. On behalf of the rent is expensive. The reason why he chose to live here was precisely because of the proximity to the city center. Surrounded by a number of commercial districts, there is a lot of traffic, and there is a lot of garbage. Shinsho wants to make more money. He has to come to this kind of place. Yesterday afternoon there was almost 20,000 yuan of income in 1 hour, which was impossible to do in the original neighborhood where he lived. Although the houses in the Sunrise neighborhood, a set of rent of 15,000 or 16,000 a month, but compared to Shinsho's income, it was really insignificant. Thinking of this, Shinsho smiled bitterly. He seems to be spending more and more money. The easier this money comes, the easier it is to spend. A rent of 15,000 or 16,000. If this was in the past, he would not have rented it to death. If the rent was more than 3,000, he wouldn't even consider it. But now, not to mention 156,000, even if it is 30,000 a month, Shinsho will rent. High investment and high return. Shinsho is not only willing to spend money, but also learn to count. More than half an hour later, the cab stopped at the door of the Chaoyang district. Shinsho paid down the car, standing at the entrance of the district. According to the rental software on the contact phone call over, the security guard at the entrance of the neighborhood is very responsible. No access card. No neighborhood residence lead. He cannot enter. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before being picked up. A lazy woman's voice came out of the receiver. Who is it? What are you calling about in the morning? Shinsho heard this and looked up at the sun in the sky. It's early in the morning? Is this woman sleepy? Sorry to disturb your rest. I saw the rental information you posted on the internet. I want to rent a house. I'm already in front of the neighborhood now. Can you come pick me up? You want to rent an apartment? I don't haggle over the price of my house. Whatever rent is marked is the rent. No problem. As long as the house is suitable, I'll rent it. There's also the fact that it can't be shared. I rented it to you. You can't rent it to someone else. This is also no problem. And then there's whether you're single or not. Shinsho froze slightly. This renting an apartment has nothing to do with being single or not? I am single. Renting my house, you can't just bring any girl back to spend the night. You can't have a party at home. No problem. I can do this one too. Shinsho was a bit impatient. It's just renting a house. Do you need to make so many demands? That's good. I'll give the property a call. What's your name? Shinsho. Good. You wait a moment. I give the property to make a phone call. You directly come in on the line. 9 Building 2 Unit 302. Arrived at the door and wait for me for a moment. The other party hung up the phone after saying that. Shinsho smiled bitterly and shook his head, then walked towards the entrance of the cell. He stood at the entrance for less than a minute before being let in by the security guard. The environment of this neighborhood is really good. The greening rate is very high, and there is also a small park in the neighborhood, and there are quite a few fitness machines. The building doesn't look like an old building more than 10 years ago. The outer wall is at least not as old as Shinsho thinks. The buildings in the neighborhood are in order of the building number. Shinsho is very smooth to find the 9th building. Press the doorbell on the unit door. 302. The woman opened the door to him. Shinsho just stood to 302 door. The door opened. A woman wearing a police uniform, carrying a large series of keys, came out from inside. Shinsho was stunned at first. Then he understood. No wonder he had just made so many requests. It turned out to be a police officer. Are you the one renting the house? The policewoman looked at Shinsho and froze for a moment as well. Then her face turned red. She had thought that the person who rented her house was a big uncle. It was not expected to be a big handsome man. Chapter 33, who says women aren't nymphomaniacs? Shinsho nodded. It's me. What's your name? Which house do you want to see? I'll take you to see it now, but hurry up. I have to go to work later. Shinsho froze for a moment. Looking at that house? My name is Shinsho. It's the one you posted on the rental app. My name is Tu Shengnan. I posted more than 20 houses on it. Look on your phone. Which one are you talking about? Shinsho froze again. Not because of her name, but because of the 20 sets of houses she said. She has so many houses? Then why is she still a police officer? Could it be that she was a fake police officer who was actually a housing agent? Tu Shengnan saw the doubt on Shinsho's face and explained with a smile. The house is left to me by my parents. I want to sell it but they won't let me. Instead of leaving it empty, I'd rather rent it out. The houses are all in this neighborhood. What are your requirements for the house? Say something and I'll choose 2 sets and bring you over to see them. The corner of Shinsho's mouth twitched. This is a second generation of housing. There are more than 20 houses. How much is the rent in a month? If this were his own, why would he still go to work? I live alone. The house doesn't have to be too big. It's best to be a well-decorated, fully furnished, turnkey kind of house. My houses are all finely decorated, fully furnished with appliances and furniture. Too small to rent out. Now the smallest one is 90 square feet, 2 rooms and 1 hall house. If you think you can, I will take you to see. Don't worry, the rent I can give you cheap. Tu Shengnan added. She felt that Shinsho was so handsome that she should give him a discount. Shinsho smiled and nodded. He didn't want to go and look at them one by one. It would save him time. After renting out the house, he was going to go back and move all his stuff over. Lest the night grows long and he gets spoiled by that ancient beast. Such a big yellowflower lad like himself. He couldn't cheapen Sister Wang. Then make way. I'll open the door for you. Tu Shengnan carried the string of keys and walked directly towards the door of the room 301 on the opposite side. Shinsho first froze, then laughed. This is really a second generation of housing. The opposite door is all her family's house. I wonder how many sets she has in this unit. There are a total of 2 houses in this unit. I live in one, and this one across the street. I have never rented it out. The rest of the houses are in other buildings. Shinsho skimmed his lips when he heard this. She was really a cop. She knew what she was thinking before she even asked. Whoever marries her, it is estimated that the life after marriage will be beautiful, full, fortunate, bet. But the average person wants to marry cannot marry her. not to mention whether she is the second generation of the house, just because of her nearly 8.5 points of face value. The average person is estimated to not enter her eyes. Tu Shengnan opened the door to the room, then greeted Qinshou and walked in. Entering the door is a shoe cabinet. Inside is the living room. The kitchen is over there. There are 2 bedrooms inside, a master bedroom and a second bedroom. The bathroom is over here. When I was decorating, I purposely chose a large bathtub, and in order to press this bathtub, I changed the area of the second bedroom to a smaller one. TV, air conditioning, washing machine have. The kitchen there is a double-door refrigerator. Gas stove would also have, although not new, but after buying it has not been used a few times. You look at. If not satisfied I will take you to see other rooms. Although Tu Shengnan said this on her lips, she began to pray in her heart. Must rent this set. I have to rent this one. I must rent this one. Old mother was willing to use 1 year of her lifespan in exchange for him renting this house. No problem. I'll rent this house. Qinshou had just followed Tu Shengnan and had already looked at it once. There was no need to look at it again, so he directly agreed. The layout of the house was good. The floor was also good. Qinshou was too lazy to look at anything else. While Qinshou was in pain, Tu Shengnan was a bit flustered. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I was just talking for fun. I don't really want to lose my life for a year. Officer 2, how much does this house cost a month? Tu Shengnan was still regretting the matter of swearing to live for a year and didn't notice Qinshou's words. Qinshou then had asked again, how much is the rent? This house is 15,000 a month. Can bargain. Tu Shengnan finished after the faces red. She felt a little nymphomaniac. Just said on the phone cannot bargain it. Now can speak. Alas, before the male color, can be slightly no bottom line. Qinshou laughed. He felt that Tu Shengnan heard interesting. Then 15,000. How much is the deposit? A deposit of 1 or a one-time payment of 1 year? 1 year at once. You cannot pay the deposit. In fact, other people rent her house. Can deposit 1 to pay 3 or deposit 1 to pay 1? But to Qinshou this, she became a one-time to pay a year. The purpose was to let Qinshou live here often. However, on second thought, a one-time payment of $180,000, Qinshou might not be able to take it out. You can pay in installments, 1 month at a time. Qinshou froze. Is this girl's head not too bright? A month a payment. That is not still a deposit a payment? No, are not betting on one. Tu Shengnan also turned the corner. Hastily explain up. The contract is signed for a year. The rent is paid in January. If you violate the contract, you have to compensate me for half a year's rent as liquidated damages. Qinshou smiled and shook his head. No need to be so troublesome. I'll transfer the rent to you at once. Is there a contract? Let's sign a contract. You give me a card number. After signing the contract, I'll transfer the money to you. Tu Shengnan heard this and immediately nodded, turning around and running towards the outside. Wait for me. I'll go back and get the contract. Qinshou couldn't help but laugh again as he looked at Tu Shengnan's anxious appearance. Of course he understood that she was mostly like this because of his face. Who said that women were not horny? They are much more horny than men. It's just that they know how to hide it. Soon Tu Shengnan came back with the contract. She put the contract and pen on the coffee table, then took out her wallet and took out a bank card and handed it to Qinshou. Sign the contract and transfer the money. Tu Shengnan's tone was not as enthusiastic as before. It wasn't that she wasn't craving for Qinshou anymore, but she felt that she had acted too much after she went back and was worried about scaring Qinshou away, so she became a bit more reserved. Qinshou was also very quick to pick up the contract and read it before signing it, and then transferred the money to Tu Shengnan. This is the room key. I have a spare set there. If you lose it you can go to my place to get it. This is the water card, gas card, and point card. There's also a copy of the real estate license. You turn around and make a copy of your ID card for me. Tu Shengnan said and handed Qinshou a sealed bag. Qinshou took it and opened it to look at it. Then please take care of me in the future. Qinshou made a polite remark to Tu Shengnan, and Tu Shengnan smiled back inside. We'll all be neighbors from now on. Take care of each other. Chapter 34 Beast You Come Out. Tu Shengnan was happy in her heart. She felt that she should be getting lucky. Otherwise how could there be such a handsome man to rent her house? And to be able to shell out $180,000 at once shows that there is a certain amount of financial strength. She didn't care if Qinshou had money or not. She didn't lack money anyway, only that her parents still have to pass. If the economic strength is too poor, I guess her parents will block it. Qinshou is a good-looking man. There is economic strength. I think the parents will agree. Talk a few months in love, then directly married, and then have a child. Have a few good at. Tu Shengnan head began to ruminate up. Probably all the girls see a person they like, will be so. Qinshou put away the contract and the bag of things, and then he was ready to leave, go back to the previous house, and move his things over. he saw Tu Shengnan sitting on the sofa without moving, so he spoke. Officer 2, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and move my things, and I'll move over tonight. Tu Shengnan didn't respond. She was now considering where she and Qinshu should be buried after 100 years. Officer 2, are you alright? Qinshu added to a little tone, and only then did Tu Shengnan come back to her senses. Ah, what did you say? I'm fine. Tu Shengnan glanced at Qinshu and lowered her head with a red face. She felt that she was too shameless. Officer 2, I'm going back to move things. Do you have anything else? No. You go move your things. I have to go to work too. And you don't have to call me Officer 2. Just call me Tu from now on. Tu Shengnan stood up after saying that and ran out. Qinshu looked at her back and felt a little tearful. He was just renting a house, letting her make a few blind dates. Isn't he just a little bit more handsome? As for not blushing at all, if Qinshu's words are heard by other male compatriots, it is estimated that they will die a miserable death. A mouthful of spittle from one person will allow him to practice snorkeling. Qinshu tucked in the room key and went straight downstairs. He did not rush home, but directly took a taxi to the 4S store. He didn't think that his rental would go so smoothly and so quickly. When he rushed back to the 4S store, the car film had just been pasted halfway. Under the urging of Qinshu's plus money Dafa, the 4S store deployed a few more masters to come over and help. In less than an hour, the car film was completely pasted. Qinshu turned around the car, but also stepped on the wheels of the car to look at the hood. Good. Cannot see a little scratch. Driving recorder has also been installed. Qinshu paid the final payment and drove away directly. Halfway he also stopped to find a place to eat a meal. From the morning up, water and rice have not hit the teeth. He has long been a little hungry. After eating a meal to continue to catch the road, he ran into a traffic jam. So when he rushed back to the neighborhood where he lived before, it was already about 7 o'clock in the evening. The traffic jam on the road lasted nearly 3 to 4 hours. Parked the car downstairs, Qinshu went directly upstairs. He walked to the door, did not rush to open the door, first lying on the door to listen for a while. After determining that there is no one in the house, Qinshu took out the key and opened the door to go in. After entering, Qinshu went straight to his room. Computer mainframe to take away. Before buying clothes and shoes to take away. The bedding. Don't want it. Some of the previous old clothes and shoes also do not want. Qinshu organized the things to be taken away, and then all stuffed into the system space. As for those things that do not want, Qinshu all recycled. Ding. Recycling a quilt. Rewarding cash of $0.005. Ding. Recycling a pair of broken shoes. Reward cash $0.002 yuan. The system was still ironclad, categorizing these things as items purchased by Qinshu, rewarding a pitifully small amount of cash. In less than a minute, Qinshu was the only one left in the entire room. Not even a single cigarette but could be seen on the floor. When he first moved here, he had bought the bed, computer desk and closet secondhand, and now that the stuff had disappeared, the landlady, Sister Wang, couldn't find fault with it. Besides, Qinshu had no intention of letting her return the deposit. Qinshu glanced at the room he had lived in for more than a year, and a trace of reluctance rose in his heart. But immediately afterward, he turned around and walked out. Manly man, cannot be so pretentious. I have to run to a good new life. Qinshu put the keys to the house on the coffee table, intending to send a text message to Sister Wang to tell her that he moved away. The keys left behind. When he came out of the house, Qinshu took out his cell phone and wanted to send a text message to Sister Wang. Only just as he pulled out his cell phone, he heard Sister Wang's voice. Xiao Qin, you didn't call me even when you came back. The TV you have here is old. I bought a new one. I also bought you a new computer, by the way. It will be delivered later. See if you like it. Qinshu raised his head, just in time to see Sister Wang coming up the stairs, holding the wall and panting heavily. The corner of Qinshu's mouth twitched. This is too much of a coincidence, right? Sister Wang, I'm here to move today. I've finished moving everything. I've put the key on the coffee table, so there's no need to return the deposit to me, Qinshu said as he slowly moved towards the stairway. By the time he reached the stairway, he happened to finish those words. Sister Wang's eyes snapped up and she reached out to stop Qinshu. Qinshu bent down and lowered his head, burrowed under her arm, and then ran down the stairs. Where was Sister Wang willing to let him go? She chased after him with a speed that didn't match her weight. Xiao Qin, you can't go. Sister really likes you. I will give you whatever you want. Xiao Qin, you wait for me. If you want to marry me, I also promise you, I immediately go back to divorce. Xiao Qin, wait for me. Sister Wang's roar echoed in the hallway, and after Qinshu heard it, he sped up a bit more. Grandpa, if she catches up with him, he'll be eaten alive by her. Qinshu ran down the stairs in one breath and directly got into his car. Just before he started the car, Sister Wang ran out from the door of the flat. Qinshu directly pulled out the key, then climbed into the back seat. Grandpa, How come this is so fast? Shinsho did not dare to make a sound. Lying on the back seat, raised his head and looked at Sister Wang outside. Sister Wang panting stood in front of the door of the unit, looked around, did not see the figure of Shinsho, immediately anxious. Shinsho, where are you? You hurry up and come out. There is something we can talk about. Shinsho, sister does not force you. Sister give you time to think clearly. Shinsho, you come out. Sister Wang roared and became anxious. She felt that she was such a charming big sister. To be able to look at Shinsho was his good fortune. And this kid even did not know what was good for him and escaped. The TV and computer she bought. Wouldn't it be a waste of money? Shinsho, where are you? Come out here. Sister Wang yelled as she started to look for him. She first looked at the green belt near the door of the unit and then went to the next two units. Shinsho, you can't do this to me. Shinsho, you screw, hurry up and come out. As soon as she shouted like this, the nearby buildings became lively, and many people opened their windows and looked towards the downstairs. Beast? Why is this big sister looking for a beast? I've heard of a man looking for a lady, but this is the first time I've seen a woman looking for a beast. Chapter 35, 3 men in a row. Will go up. Sister Wang yelled loudly at the top of her voice, and Shinsho hid in the car, his face so black that he couldn't find it even if he threw it into a pile of coal. Nearby, a few buildings above, the people watching the scene have pulled out a cell phone. To the downstairs of the Wang sister on the shoot up. A woman looking for a beast. This is a rare thing in 1,000 years. If this is sent to Jitterbug, it can definitely cheat a lot of likes. Shinsho, you come out. I promise you any condition, as long as you can be with me. Sister Wang can now be said to have a heart like a knife. She feels that there is a true love in front of her. She unexpectedly does not want to spend money. She shouted as she pulled out her cell phone and dialed Shinsho. Shinsho was hiding in the car and saw her pulling out her cell phone, so he put it into flight mode before it rang. That was close. If I had been slower, this would have found me when the cell phone rang. After Sister Wang realized that Shinsho had turned off his phone, her heart became even more anxious. She regretted not giving Shinsho a price that would satisfy him. Shinsho, sister won't force you. Think about it. Money, you don't care how much you want. As long as sister I have it, I'll give it to you. Shinsho heard clearly in the car. How much do you want to give? On your body and looks. Give me the whole earth. I won't have anything with you. Shinsho does not agree, but some people are willing. The young man at the window on the 6th floor of the building next to him, he was willing. That's sister downstairs. I'm the beast. I'm the beast. I can be the beast. I can be the beast if you want to be the beast. How do you see me? Sister, look up, the beast is here. This young man said these words actually more or less have a joking element in it. As soon as he started, the rest of the people started to follow suit. Big sister, I can be a beast too. I can be worse than a beast. Sister, don't listen to him. I'm even more beastly than beastly. I'm even cheaper. Sister, I am cheaper than all of them. I am worse than a beast. Some people even whistled directly, and at once the whole neighborhood was bustling. Sister Wang only reacted at this time. She seems to be too anxious, and did a bad thing, which if it is photographed and transmitted to the internet, her husband will not divorce her when he sees it. Sister Wang hurriedly lowered her head, and with a speed faster than a rabbit, ran to her car, then started the car and directly left. Alas, the big sister's foul searching record, so quickly finished. Is this big sister scared by you beasts? I think it is. There are too many beasts. Big sister can't resist. Ha ha ha. That big sister can't look at you guys. Although she is looking for not a person is a beast, but you guys are real dogs. The people who were familiar with each other disliked each other for a few sentences in the air, and then they went to their own business. Shinsho also plopped down from the backseat to the driver's seat at this time. Too scary. This is really open-minded. I don't know if what just happened will be filmed and posted online. If this is really on Shivering or Weibo, she's probably going to be on fire. Shinsho started the car while chanting. He didn't drive directly to the Chaoyang district. He calculated that it would take an hour and a half to get from here to the Chaoyang district, and by the time he got there, it was estimated to be 10 o'clock. The supermarket near the Chaoyang district was probably closed as well, so Shinsho drove for more than 20 minutes, and when he passed a large supermarket, he stopped and walked in. He wants to buy a lot of things, at least betting he wants to buy some clothing racks, toilet paper, toothbrush, toothpaste, bath towels. Of course there were also some spices for cooking and snacks to eat normally. Shinsho spent almost an hour in the supermarket. The first trip to buy 4 shopping carts of daily necessities, from the bedsheet clothes rack to toilet paper garbage, everything. Supermarket staff helped him push out one by one to the side of his car, helped stuff things into his car. When the supermarket staff left, Shinsho put those things into the system space, and then went to the supermarket again. The second trip selected almost 6 shopping carts of stuff, all of which were some food and drinks. The third trip there are only 2. All are wine, white wine and foreign wine, and cocktails. Qinshu in this supermarket, all of a sudden consumed more than 60,000 yuan. Of course, the wine money accounted for 1/3 of it. Things to buy good. Qinshu is not in a hurry. Driving the car speed is not fast and not slow. Chaoyang District Drive. The road car is not less. Qinshu played an English song of unknown name and rolled down the window. I drove on the avenue of Magic City. Heart is incomparably comfortable. Qinshu hummed tuneless words out of his mouth, a satisfied smile hanging on his face. This was the day of the rich, right? Have a car, have savings, buy things without looking at the price. The joy of life of the rich. Qinshu this is also considered to experience 1000%. If the co-pilot sits on a young and beautiful girl, dainty and throws winks at him, it would be even better. Thinking of this, Qinshu suddenly rang up one thing. He seems to buy a car. It is about 2 car models. Should be tomorrow night to pick them up. Qinshu heart immediately a little excited. Take the girl to play where? If you don't take them out of the country to skate around? No, how much would that cost? Besides, it is 2 girls together and their own out to play. Even if you want to do something is not convenient. The 2 of them probably asked themselves out together because they were afraid of doing something. Qinshu sighed. It seems that he was overthinking it, and guessed that they really just wanted to make themselves a ground companion and take them around. Pure Qinshu. He did not think too much. In fact, these 2 girls together about Qinshu is 2, 3 people, will be able to rise. Qinshu drove to the Sunrise neighborhood when it was already 11 p.m. He was unlucky. Someone on the road had a car accident. Blocked for a while. Show the security guard at the door the access card. Qinshu's car was released. However, the security guard told him that he had to go to the property tomorrow to do the registration, to bring the rental contract, and if he rented a parking space, he also had to bring the vehicle's documents. If you don't have a rental space, parking in the neighborhood is charged by the time, $10 an hour. More than 3 hours later is $20 an hour. Qinshu calculated. If there is no parking space, parking for a day will be more than $200, a month at least $4,000 or $5,000. So Qinshu decided to get up tomorrow to do. Parked in the parking space in front of the downstairs unit door, Qinshu went straight up the stairs. Back home, Qinshu did not rush to sleep, but the system spaced those things, one by one took out. There is a small wine rack in the living room, and the wines that Qinshu bought are just right. As for the snacks, Qinshu piled them all on the bed in the second bedroom. The drinks he put in the refrigerator. When all the things are done, it's already almost 12:30. Qinshu was busy and sweaty, so he went to take a bath. Sleep. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Qinshu was woken up by a knock on the door. He crawled up in a daze and went out of the bedroom to open the door. Who is it? Qinshu opened the leave door while playing. As a result, what answered him was a scream from Tu Shangnan. Then Qinshu felt a kick in the stomach. Chapter 36, Is it counted as a woman with a heart of gold? Qinshu received a kick, but he didn't feel any pain. The damage to him from this kick was almost zero. He didn't even change his body. But Tu Shangnan wasn't so lucky, and was directly rebounded backwards, sitting on his butt on the ground. Stinking hooligan! Qinshu was kicked in the face, and with her shouting like that, he immediately came to his senses. This sobriety he felt that his butt was a bit cold. Slept naked last night. Qinshu immediately closed the door with a bang. Moncler Outlet Online. Ate a big loss. Buy her to see the light. Qinshu immediately ran back to the bedroom to get dressed. Tu Shangnan sat on the floor with a red face. Her face so red that it could be used as red ink. Bastard! How dare you close the door without helping me up? But after saying this, her face turned even redder. If he came over to help himself in that situation, he would probably give him 2 slaps. If he really came over to help me, what will I do? What will happen next? Will he pounce on me? Will he forcefully push me? What should I do? Say yes? Or half-heartedly? Tu Shangnan, who had brainstormed for half a romance novel, finally came back to her senses and climbed up from the ground. At this time, Qinshu also got dressed and walked to the door to open it. Sorry, I got lost in sleep just now. What are you looking for me for? Qinshu's old face was also red when he said this. To his death, he never thought that he would dare to play hooligan with a female police officer one day. Tu Shingnan's face was also red. Then he lowered his head and opened his mouth. I just want to ask you if you've had breakfast yet. You just moved here and are not familiar with the neighborhood. I happen to be free this morning. Do you want me to take you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings? Qinshu was first stunned. Then he smiled and nodded. He happened to have a few more things to buy, such as computers, monitors and computer tables, computer chairs and such. Thank you then. You come in first and sit down. I'll go wash up and then we'll head out. Qinshu let Tu Shangnan in. There are snacks in the small room and drinks in the refrigerator, so get them for yourself. Well, you go wash up. I'll do it myself. Tu Xingnan's face wasn't that red anymore, and she directly sat on the sofa with one butt. She was acting generous, but her heart was still flustered. The chaotic thoughts have never stopped. He let me in. Is trying to introduce the dog to kill? No, the old lady is not a dog. He is the little wolf dog. What is he washing his face and brushing his teeth for? Could it be that he is going to forcefully kiss me in a moment? Suddenly these messy thoughts were gone, and Tu Shengnan felt like a psychopath, like a super big nymphomaniac. When did she become so unreserved? Tu Shengnan was a bit angry. Angry with herself and also angry with Qin Shou. Why angry? She didn't know. Anyway, it was angry. And it was the kind that the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. She wanted to find an excuse to throw a tantrum at Qin Shou. Just at this time, Qin Shou came out after washing up. He smiled at Tu Shengnan. I've cleaned up. Let's go? Tu Shengnan raised her head just in time to see the smile on Qin Shou's face. The anger that was soaring in her heart instantly disappeared without a trace. He smiles so beautifully. If only I could see him smile every day. Tu Shengnan was completely hopeless. Well, good. Tu Shengnan and Qin Shou went downstairs one after the other. Qin Shou, why don't you take my car? Tu Shengnan said as she pulled out her car keys and headed towards a pink beetle. The corner of Qin Shou's mouth twitched. Will he be mistaken for if he's such a big old man sitting in this kind of car? Your car is a bit small. I'm going to buy quite a lot of things. I don't think it will fit. Why don't you take my car? Tu Shengnan stopped and asked back. You have a car? Qin Shou nodded and pulled out his car key and pressed it. His car ticked twice and the lights flashed twice. Tu Shengnan looked at Qin Shou's car and then looked at Qin Shou. This car is yours? Well, I just bought it the day before yesterday. This car is a little familiar. Ah, I remembered. Last night I brushed the jittery voice and saw a video. You were in that video. Qin Shou knew which video Tu Shengnan was talking about and smiled helplessly. That's right, it's me, but I'm the victim. I know. The girl who posted the video was detained. Tu Shengnan said as he circled around Qin Shou's car. This car of yours is really more than $10 million? I look at in cheap almost awe. Qin Shou smiled, wanting this feeling. Do you want me to show you the contract? Or do you search the internet yourself? Tu Shengnan really took out his cell phone. What's the name of your car? Qin Shou smiled bitterly. Get in the car. There's a purchase contract in the car. I'll show it to you. Tu Shengnan followed Qin Shou to the car. And after reading Qin Shou's car purchase contract, Tu Shengnan couldn't help but lament. This is what you call a car. My car is like a rocking car. When I was on my 20th birthday, my dad bought it for me. At that time, the young girl's heart was too heavy. Now I want to change my car. My dad won't let me change it. I actually like this kind of car. It's absolutely handsome when I drive it. Tu Shengnan said more and more angry. Directly pulled out the phone to her dad sent a WeChat message. I want to change the car. After the message was sent, Tu Shengnan put her phone into her bag. She didn't want to know the result, because the result she already knew. Qin Shou, let's go to the property first. You need to do some registration and rent a parking space. Otherwise the monthly parking fees are enough to make you suffer. When Tu Shengnan didn't mention this, Qin Shou almost forgot about it. Qin Shou spent the whole morning with Tu Shengnan. First, he went to the property to register and rent a parking space. Then Tu Shengnan took Qin Shou around the neighborhood. Also followed Qin Shou to buy a computer and computer desk computer chair. At noon, Qin Shou invited her to have a meal, and then drove her to the unit. When Qin Shou sent her to the unit, he realized that Tu Shengnan was still a criminal police officer. This makes Qin Shou is very surprised. But she, a criminal police, kicked him but got himself down. This combat power is a little slag. In fact, it is not Tu Shengnan battle power slag, but Qin Shou's strength is too strong. He does not know it. Qin Shou parked his car in front of Tu Shengnan's unit. Arrived. Tu Shengnan lowered his head and whispered, my feet are numb. Can you help me open the car door and help me a little? Qin Shou didn't even think about it and agreed. How did he know that this was Tu Shengnan's caution? She simply did not have feet numb. Sit a car can sit feet numb. Think about it is a little impossible. She just wants Qin Shou to help her get off the car and let her colleagues look at it. Look at how handsome Qin Shou is. See that she also has a boyfriend. She is not a steel straight woman. There are also people who want her. Tu Shengnan was a little flustered. This little bit of caution is not considered to be a heart, right? Chapter 37, Female Vajra subdued. When Qin Shou helped Tu Shengnan out of the car, this girl was still thinking about whether or not to deliberately pretend not to stand still and directly fall into Qin Shou's arms. Only just as she hesitated, Qin Shou helped her down. Thank you. Tu Shengnan a little regret. When did the old lady so twisted? When the break? Can only eyeball it. I don't know whether his embrace is warm or not. Such a good opportunity is wasted for nothing. Qin Shou waved his hand. You are welcome. Today you accompanied me to shop all morning. Send you over is supposed to. That. Can you come to pick me up from work at night? I didn't drive. Shinsho replied painfully. I'm sorry, I have something going on at night that I might not be able to come over. Shinsho said something is actually about the two car models, has been about with others. Shinsho cannot push away, right? Moreover, he did not want to push away. Although Tu Shangnan is very beautiful, and those two car models are not similar, if you put on makeup maybe better than they look good. But the problem is that Tu Shangnan is a police officer. Shinsho want to be a scum, but also do not dare to scum her, is not it? Tu Shangnan's expression looked slightly embarrassed. According to the development of the script she had thought of, Shinsho should have promised her, come to pick her up from work, and then she would use the excuse of thanking Shinsho to treat him to a meal. Tomorrow morning say that the car is broken down again. Continue to let Shinsho send her, so that one by one, it is estimated that the spark of love can be rubbed out. I did not expect Shinsho to refuse directly. It doesn't matter. I'll just take a taxi back at night. You have something to do first. Then I'll leave first. Bye. Shinsho turned around and got into the car after saying that and drove away. Tu Shangnan watched Shinsho's car drive away and couldn't help but open his mouth and mutter. What's so great about it? Isn't it just a little taller, a little more handsome, a little better looking smile? This chanting, she couldn't get angry. Because of this chanting, she was full of Shinsho's smile at her, making her heart instantly soft like water. Humph, old lady will eat you up. Two. Who are you fixated on? Who was the one who drove you just now? Boyfriend? The one who spoke to Tu Shangnan was her senior brother, also the leader of their serious crimes unit, Long Feng. Ah, no one. I'm talking about what to eat at night. Just now that is my tenant. Tu Shangnan said and blushed. Lang Feng like discovering a new continent, eyes staring round. Tu Shangnan in the police force, but in addition to the famous female Vajra, rare to see her blush. The tenant drove you to work? That car is very expensive. People who can afford to drive that kind of car will still rent a house? Boyfriend on boyfriend, what is embarrassed? I went in first. Tu Shangnan didn't know how to explain. She also didn't want to explain. The reason why she let Shinsho send her to work, wasn't it to let others misunderstand her so? Lang Feng looked at Tu Shangnan's flustered appearance and couldn't help but laugh. That kid is really good looking, and his skills shouldn't be too small to be able to subdue this senior sister of mine. Team leader Lang, who did you say subdued your senior sister? No one. The little girl is in love. Lang Feng smiled and chatted with other colleagues. In less than half an hour, the entire criminal police team knew that Tu Shangnan, the female Vajra, was taken down and had a boyfriend who drove a luxury car and was handsome. An hour later, someone asked Tu Shangnan when she was getting married. This made her angry and ashamed. Lang Feng, you big mouth. Although she complained about Lang Feng on her mouth, Tu Shangnan didn't really get angry, and her heart was a little bit happy instead. Shinsho had already driven back home by this time, and stuffed all the things he bought in the car into the system space, and then went straight upstairs. With the system space, he felt a lot more convenient. Something to a plug, upstairs to take out, no effort at all. If one day he didn't want to pick up garbage anymore, Shinsho felt that he could also open a logistics company, stuff the goods into the system space, and then buy a plane ticket to his destination. The profit is also very objective, easy and not tired, but also decent. Shinsho put the computer desk and computer chair he bought into his bedroom, and then set up his newly purchased computer. His old computer is also connected to the new monitor, for which he also bought an additional converter. Then it was time to move the contents of his old computer's E-drive to a new home. The movie and television materials that he treasured, all copied to the new computer. These things Shinsho is not willing to lose. All rely on them to understand the island life, to experience the island electrician, delivery man, plumbing repairman's work content. In addition to these movie and television materials, there are some things that Shinsho has written before. Although he might not be able to stay up all night writing for money anymore, he still wanted to preserve the things he had written before. While copying things, Shinsho downloaded the game, and he was now using the wireless network in Tu Shangnan's house next door. He had gone to get broadband in the morning, but it wouldn't come to install it for him until tomorrow. By the time the Ranger was downloaded, he had finished copying all his stuff. The old computer went straight to recycling for him. Of course, it was just recycled for less than a penny. After playing 2 games of LOL and abusing the elementary school students, the time came to more than 6 o'clock. Shinsho took his cell phone and sat in front of the computer desk, and was considering whether he should give those 2 girls the initiative to call, or wait for them to call him over. His cell phone rang. He was immediately excited in his heart, but after seeing the number on the caller ID, Shinsho couldn't be happier. The call was from Hu Baoxiang. Hey, Mr. Hu, what are you looking for me for? Mr. Shin, do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner, and by the way, I have a business I'd like to talk to you about. Is it okay to talk on the phone? I have an appointment with someone else tonight. Mr. Shin, can you push me? I have a friend who wants to buy your kind of pills at whatever price you want, for the sake of meeting with you at night to discuss in detail. Hearing Hu Baoxiang's words, Qinshuo's heart became excited again. This is a big business. Hu Baoxiang spent $20 million to buy his own medicine. This thing he must have told his friend who wants to buy medicine. The price is at your own discretion? Even if the price does not increase. According to Hu Baoxiang's price, it will be $20 million. The money he bought the car is equal to earn back. Hu Baoxiang saw that Qinshuo did not say anything and continued. Mr. Qin, in addition to this friend of mine, I also have an important thing to beg you. This matter is good for you and me. If you can help, I guarantee that you can earn more than 200 million. I also called a few girls over at night to keep you company. If you look at them, Mr. Qin, you can take them back at night. The quality assurance is much better than the one I introduced to you before. Chapter 38, Super Awkward. Send me the time address. Qinshuo agreed without even thinking. For the sake of $200 million, not to mention the 2 car model girls, 200 car model girls, Qinshuo could give up. Accompanying those 2 girls, Qinshuo has to spend money. To see Hu Baoxiang, Qinshuo can make money. Thinking with your butt, you know which one to choose. Besides, Qinshuo is just a little bit of non-thinking. If he really wants to do something, he wouldn't dare. And Hu Baoxiang's side also has a beautiful woman as a companion. Mr. Qin, I'll send you the status. I'm already here. My friend will be here in a while. You can just come over now. Okay, see you later, Qinshuo said and hung up the phone. His phone just hung up, then it came back on. The one who called this time was one of those 2 car models. Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. We might not be able to make it to the appointment. We've taken on a new job and have to take a plane overnight to get there. We'll come back to Magic City to play with you some other day when we have time. Okay, no problem. Good luck with your work then. Qinshuo hung up the phone after saying that. He was a little bit glad that he promised Hu Baoxiang, or else he would have lost both his money and his people. After hanging up the phone, Qinshuo went to change his clothes, although they were all the same color and style, but at least they were cleaner than this set on his body. He also did not forget to brush his teeth and wash his face. Hu Baoxiang said on the phone that he had called a few girls together for dinner, so Qinshuo still had to clean up a bit. At the very least, he should look clean. Qinshuo took the cell phone and went straight downstairs. Hu Baoxiang sent over the location of the hotel, not too far from Qinshuo. 40 minutes later, Qinshuo parked his car in the parking lot in front of the hotel, Xinwang Restaurant. Looking at the name of this hotel, Qinshuo skimmed his mouth. The name was really not ordinary dirt. The name is dirt. The decoration is very good, and can open such a 4-story hotel in the city center. The boss is certainly not simple. Qinshuo just walked in. 2 rows of girls wearing red cheongsams at the entrance bowed at Qinshuo. Good evening, welcome. Qinshuo was taken aback. It was the first time he had experienced this kind of scene. He laughed unprofessionally. Good. You guys. The girl in the cheongsam at the front walked towards Qinshuo. Sir, may I ask how many of you? Do you have an appointment? The girl was very enthusiastic, not looking down on Qinshuo because of what he was wearing. That friend made a reservation. 3rd floor Peony Pavilion. You are Mr. Whose friend? Your side please. The girl became even more enthusiastic than before and led Qinshuo towards the elevator. Taking the elevator up to the 3rd floor, the sister led Qinshuo directly to the Peony Pavilion box, and she helped Qinshuo push open the door. Sir, please come in. Thanks. Qinshuo took a step inside, and he froze after entering. In addition to Hu Baoxiang, there were 6 girls in the box, 2 of whom he recognized. It was those 2 car models who asked him to stroll around Magic City. Those 2 car models also froze, and their expressions became a little embarrassed. They called Qinshuo and said that they had taken other jobs and had to fly away overnight, but they ended up bumping into each other here. They did take another job, only this job is to accompany Hu Baoxiang for dinner. $50,000 for a meal, and another $80,000 if they are taken away by a guest. This kind of good thing they naturally will not refuse, so they directly pushed off Qinshuo's side, only to kill them all did not expect. Hu Baoxiang entrusted to let them properly accompany the guests, actually is Qinshuo. This is really embarrassing his mom to open the door to embarrassment. Embarrassed to the home. Mr. Qin, thank you for giving me this face. When Hu Baoxiang saw Qinshuo come in, he immediately stood up with a smile and greeted towards Qinshuo. Qinshuo also smiled at Hu Baoxiang and extended his hand towards him. Mr. Who was polite. You invited me for dinner. I definitely have to come. Come and sit. Qinshuo was pulled by Hu Baoxiang to sit next to him. Those 2 car models didn't even dare to raise their heads now. They were very regretful. They didn't expect a big shot like Hu Baoxiang to be so polite to Qinshuo. If they had known this, they wouldn't have pushed off Qinshuo's side. They felt like they had lost a big watermelon for a sesame seed. Mr. Sheen, today's drink is actually mainly to thank you. The pills you gave me, the effect is really beyond words. I am now strong and tough. I even went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said that my body is very good, and it's totally fine if I want to have a child. Hu Baoxiang looked a little excited, especially the word tough. He also aggravated some tone. Qinshou could naturally understand the meaning of his words. Mr. Hu, everything can't be too much, must be moderated. And the medicine I prescribed for you to treat your stomach and intestines, you don't break. Eat 1 or 2 pairs of it every month. You often have to socialize and drink. That medicine is often eaten. It's good for the body. Hu Baoxiang immediately nodded. Thank you, Mr. Sheen, for thinking of me. I'll make a note of it. Mr. Sheen, that friend of mine is still on the way. It's estimated that it will take another half an hour before he arrives. If you're hungry, let's eat first and wait while we eat. Qinshou shook his head. Although he was hungry, it wasn't so bad that he couldn't wait for half an hour. Let's just wait. Have some tea and wait slowly. Good. Waiter, brew me a pot of tea that I exist in your store up here. After Hu Baoxiang said this, he pointed at the 6 girls and opened his mouth at Qinshou. Mr. Sheen, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Ku. She is Nana. She is Lan Xin. And this is... Hu Baoxiang told Qinshou all the girls' names. 6 girls, except those 2 car models, Xiao Ku and Nana. It's with 4 all smiled and nodded at Qinshou. Qinshou also smiled and nodded in response. These 4 girls' face value and figure belong to the upper tier. Qinshou looked at them, a little greedy. Hu Baoxiang was an old man. He could tell that Xiao Ku and Nana were abnormal. Mr. Sheen, you know both of them? Qinshou smiled without saying anything. Xiao Ku and Nana, however, were a bit unable to sit still. You too. Do you know Mr. Sheen? Hu Baoxiang wasn't as polite when he spoke to the 2 of them. His tone was a bit cold. Xiao Ku and Nana hurriedly raised their heads. Recognize. Mr. Sheen, when he bought a car. We've met. Yes, the car that Mr. Sheen bought is the same car that we stood on. Hu Baoxiang feels that things are not so simple. If you know each other, you don't have to keep your head down and not dare to see anyone, right? Girls like them are not so innocent. However, he did not intend to continue to pursue the matter. He was afraid of involving Qinshou's privacy. Mr. Sheen, you bought a car? Hu Baoxiang took the opportunity to change the topic to a car. Well, bought a car for transportation. It's more convenient to go out. Mr. Sheen, what kind of car did you buy? Night 15. Chapter 39. 5 million is the price of heaven. Hu Baoxiang and Qinshou chatted about the car. Hu Baoxiang actually also liked the Night 15, this kind of car. Only his identity is there. It is not appropriate to drive that kind of car. The 2 men drank tea and chatted, and the 6 girls were left out to dry. Xiao Ku and Nana were still thinking about how to redeem Qinshou. They felt that Hu Baoxiang was so polite to Qinshou, so Qinshou must be a son of a big family. If they could win back Qinshou, they would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. If they were lucky enough to marry Qinshou, they would be considered to have married into a wealthy family. As for whether they were worthy of Qinshou, they didn't think about it. Even if they did, they thought they would. Qinshou was a son of a big family. And they weren't bad either, having been ladies of rich and noble families. The rich and noble family is a KTV somewhere. The other 4 girls, their thoughts were similar to the 2 of them. All 4 of them raised their heads, their eyes staring at Qinshou dead in the face, just looking forward to having an eye-to-eye with Qinshou and throwing him 2 winks. The male son of a big family, but also looks so handsome. Just think about it and drool. Hu Baoxiang heart a little upset. You so look at Qinshou, have not thought about my feelings? The old man do not want to face? Hu Baoxiang immediately decided a thing in his heart, and later invited Qinshou to eat. Must not call the girls over. This is too bullying. When Qinshou was almost full of tea, the customer that Hu Baoxiang introduced arrived. Sorry, the road is a bit jammed, so I've kept you waiting. Old Hu, this is Mr. Sheen, right? The man who spoke was Hu Baoxiang's friend, Tian Zhensheng. He was about the same height as Qinshou, better maintained than Hu Baoxiang, looked like he was in his early 30s, and was well dressed. An air of a successful man. Yes, this is the Mr. Sheen I told you about. Lao Tian, you're late. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups later. No problem. Today is my treat. Hello Mr. Sheen. My name is Tian Zhensheng. Tian Zhensheng smiled and extended his hand at Qinshou. Qinshou also hastily extended his hand and shook his. This Tian Zhensheng Qinshou also recognized. He had seen it on TV before, and was also an entrepreneur with a reputation in Magic City. Tian Zhensheng's arrival made the girls wash their heads in joy. Although Tian Zhensheng is not as handsome as Qinshou, not as young as Qinshou, but at least he is much stronger than Hu Baoxiang, and Tian Zhensheng is a big man. Rich, they had one more target to choose from, and even if they couldn't follow Qinshou to leave tonight, they still had a chance to follow Tian Zhensheng. In short, one more chance to be chosen. As the guests and hosts were seated, Hu Baoxiang had the waiter start serving the food. Tian Zhensheng kept asking Qinshou questions. Where is his family from? Who did you learn your medical skills from? What medicine was used to cure Hu Baoxiang's daughter? Qinshou feels Tian Zhensheng, this guy took the wrong name. He should be called 100,000 reasons. Well, in the dishes on all, Hu Baoxiang greeted the drink. Tian Zhensheng is very fast, directly punished himself 3 cups, then he toasted Qinshou again. Mr. Qin, I still have one more question. That is, that kind of pill of yours was really passed down to you by your master? Qinshou nodded. Yes. Then do you know the formula? Mr. Qin? Qinshou shook his head. Tian Zhensheng sighed. What a pity. If I could know the formula for mass production, I would definitely be able to make a hard profit. Old Tian, don't talk about business matters during dinner. Come and drink. Hu Baoxiang had already seen a bit of impatience between Qinshou's brows and interjected. It's me being abrupt. I'll toast you all. Next, Tian Zhensheng didn't ask Qinshou any more questions, but instead chatted idly. The 6 girls also seized the opportunity to join in. A meal was enjoyed by all, and the 2 of them, Xiaoku and Nana, found a chance to toast and apologize to Qinshou. Qinshou simply didn't care about the 2 of them and had a drink with them. 2 hours later, the meal was finished. Hu Baoxiang again opened to find a place to sit down and talk. Qinshou did not refuse. After all, the main thing has not yet talked about it. They also did not go to other places. Directly to the hotel's 4th floor. The 4th floor of the cave. There is a tea room. There are KTV rooms. In order to facilitate the guests after dinner. Want to drink tea and sing? If you do not have to find another place. Hu Baoxiang's group of 9 people, led by the waiter, went to a tea room upstairs. Mr. Qin, you try this tea. This year's new tea. I chartered a tea mountain in the south. Homegrown. Hu Baoxiang is proud of this tea. Whenever there is an opportunity, he has to take it out to show off. It's no wonder he loves to show off. This tea of his is really good. Not bad. Mr. Who, this tea does smell good. Qinshou responded. In fact, he didn't drink any difference between this tea and ordinary tea. Mr. Qin loves it. I'll have someone send some over to you later. Old Hu, you send me some too. I've finished the ones you sent last time. The 3 people are still chatting, and those 6 girls are sitting on the side in a well-behaved manner, waiting for They looked well-behaved, but in fact, their hearts were already bloody. They all wanted to follow Qinshou to leave, and for that reason they did not hesitate to beat the girls it was with. After 3 cups of tea, Tian Zhensheng cut straight to the chase. Mr. Qin, the medicine you sold me, Hu Baoxiang, can you sell me 2 of them? Qinshou smiled, finally getting down to business. Mr. Tian, just take 1 of these pills. It's useless to take more. There's no difference between the effect of 1 and 2. Mr. Qin, I am trying to help my friend buy one, by the way. I won't hide it from you. He can't do anything in that area either. He's more than 40 years old, and he doesn't even have a child. I want to help him out. Tian Zhensheng lied. In fact, he wanted to buy 1 more. Go back and study it. If he could crack the prescription out, then he would really be rich. Qinshou thought about it for a moment before agreeing straight away. I can sell you 2. 1 is for sale. 2 is also for sale. As long as the other party gives the right price, sell it to whomever. Then I'll thank Mr. Qin for that friend. I'll give Mr. Qin 5 million for the 2 pills. I don't know if you're satisfied? Tian Zhensheng directly gave the offer, and Qinshou froze upon hearing it. 5 million for 2 pills? What a joke! Sold to Hu Baoxiang also at 20 million? Why to you this is 5 million? Qinshou did not speak, turned his head to look at Hu Baoxiang. Hu Baoxiang smiled awkwardly. Mr. Qin, I didn't talk to him about the price before. It's all my fault. Old Tian. Mr. Qin, this pill costs 20 million apiece. That's the price when I bought it at the time. Tian Zhensheng's brows immediately furrowed. $20 million? That's too expensive. It's not true that you spent $20 million in the beginning, but that's because he had to your daughter's illness. Most of the $20 million in there was to show your gratitude before. I think $5 million for 2 pills is already a sky-high price. Mr. Qin, you can think about it. This price is really fair. Chapter 40, Underestimated. Qinshou's heart began to race with 10,000 alpacas again. Only not waiting for him to speak, Hu Baoxiang took over again. Old Tian, that 20 million is the medicine money. Mr. Qin, curing my daughter is another calculation. It has nothing to do with the medicine money. Hu Baoxiang is a little anxious. Last night he and Tian Zhensheng went to play together. He was next door to Tian Zhensheng. After this guy heard the movement, he asked Hu Baoxiang if he took the medicine. Hu Baoxiang said the thing that Qinshou sold him the pill. This guy clamored to buy it too. At that time, he said that he did not care about the price. How much money can be? But why did he change his mind now? Old who? $5 million really isn't low. What kind of medicine can sell for that price? You're willing to offer $20 million. That's your business. It's my business if I'm willing to pay $5 million. Besides, Mr. Sheen hasn't made a statement yet. What's your hurry? The reason why Tian Zhensheng gave the price of $5 million was that he changed his mind temporarily. He felt that Qinshu didn't look like some worldly master with that kind of pill, and that he had stumbled upon a good master who had left him something good. $5 million was already a huge sum of money for Qinshu. He felt that Qinshu would definitely agree. You want me to take a stand? Then I'll tell you that the pill is not for sale. You can think again whether you want to sell it or not. If you want to buy it, come to me with $100 million. $100 million a pill. Love it or hate it. Qinshu's tone was cold and tough. After saying that, he stood up, regardless of Tian Zhensheng who was still in a daze, and rushed at Hu Baoxiang to open his mouth. Mr. Hu, in the future, don't introduce me to any dog or cat. I have to go beforehand. Qinshu walked towards the door after saying that. Hu Baoxiang hurriedly stood up and chased after him. Mr. Sheen, don't be angry. Old Tian is momentarily confused. Old Hu, don't stop him. $100 million apiece. He really dares to make a price. Who has such a big head? I'm not an ingrate. He loves to sell or not sell. A bump can give you face you do not know then. Tian Zhensheng was very angry, and his speech became much more unpleasant. Qinshu stopped and looked back at him. This guy is really a businessman, heavier than the copper odor on Hu Baoxiang. Looking at him young is like a deadbeat price? Like $5 million for 2 pills? This Tian Zhensheng was afraid that he wanted to eat farts. I love to sell to whoever I want. If you buy not 100 million anymore, 200 million apiece, I'll give you a warning. You'd better go to the hospital for a checkup. You should have cancer. If the hospital can't save you, you can come to me. I can cure cancer. The cost of medicine is not expensive. Just give me 300 million 500 million. After Qinshu finished speaking, he ignored Hu Baoxiang's obstruction and pushed open the door and walked out. Tian Zhan angrily slammed the teacup in his hand to the ground. Old me has cancer? Funny. He was angry. He didn't expect Qinshu to be so insensitive. Are all young people so arrogant nowadays? Those 6 girls in the room glanced at each other, not expecting the plot to develop so fast and change so much. In this situation, it was estimated that there was no way for them to make more money tonight. Xiao Ko and Nana regretted the most. They just earned money for accompanying dinner. Had they known this, they must have stalked Qinshu to death. Hu Baoxiang chased Qinshu out and kept apologizing to him. Mr. Sheen, don't be angry. I'll turn around and scold him properly. It's okay. If business can't be talked about, it can't be talked about, and I don't lack a customer like him. Qinshu is right. Top broken sky small pill. How good the efficacy. Hu Baoxiang is the most clear. This kind of medicine, simply as the rich old man's gospel. Don't say 20 million. 100 million will be bought. But what Hu Baoxiang cares about now is not this. Mr. Sheen, you just said he has cancer. Is it true or false? Really, there is no need for me to lie. He really has pancreatic cancer. You can follow him to the hospital for a checkup. Then you can really cure cancer? Qinshu nodded. I can cure, not to mention cancer. As long as the person is not dead and the vital organs are still there, I can cure the person. Qinshu did get angry. If not in normal times he would not be able to say such words. When Hu Baoxiang heard these words, his face immediately broke into a smile. That's great, Mr. Sheen. The big business I told you about on the phone is related to cancer. The name Longfeng, have you heard of it? Qinshu frowned. The name was a bit familiar. For a moment he couldn't recall having heard it there. Hu Baoxiang saw that he didn't say anything, so he said directly, Longfeng, no. 6 big shot on China's rich and powerful list, the owner of Long's group. It was only then that Qinshu remembered such a person. He doesn't have cancer, does he? Hu Baoxiang nodded with a smile. That's right, he and I have a bit of business dealings. I don't know where he got the news that my daughter was cured, so he contacted me and wanted me to introduce you to him to help him look at his illness. What kind of cancer did he have? It's not clear. He didn't tell me. And you shouldn't spread the word about this matter. If the outside world knows about his cancer, it's estimated that it will bring him a lot of trouble. Qinshu nodded. He still understood this kind of simple reasoning. If the outside world knew about Longfeng's cancer, it was estimated that Long's group's stock would go down in flames. Mr. Sheen, since you are certain that you can cure the cancer, I've given him your contact information and he will contact you. Qinshu nodded. Alright then, that's it for now. You don't need to see me off. I'll just go down by myself. Mr. Sheen, don't be angry with old Tian. I'll bring him to apologize to you some other day. No need. If he wants to see me, it's still the same price. Bring me $300 to $500 million. I'll show him. Qinshu finished the sentence and entered the elevator without looking back. When the elevator door closed, Hu Baoxiang's face pulled down inside. Tian Zhensheng Tian Zhensheng. Your shrewdness has been used on a woman's belly, right? Hu Baoxiang believed in Qin Shou's medical skills. Since Qin Shou said that old Tian had cancer, it was basically about right. Qin Shou went downstairs and then called a chauffeur, driving a car to pull him home. On Hu Baoxiang's side, after he returned to the tea room, he let the 6 girls leave, leaving only him and Tian Zhensheng in the room. Old Tian, you are really confused. Mr. Qin is such a capable person. It's just that you don't befriend him. You still want to press the price, and use that kind of attitude to talk to Mr. Qin. What can I say about you? Tian Zhensheng was unimpressed and gave Hu Baoxiang a blank look. Is he as godly as you say? Hairy young man 1. The pill in his hand is still his master left for him. What can he be capable of? Hu Baoxiang's frown became tighter and tighter. Tian Zhensheng's character he knew very well, sometimes especially generous, sometimes especially careful, but never thought that he would be careful in this matter. Chapter 41, Eat whatever you want to eat. Tian Zhensheng, Mr. Qin is my daughter's savior. My daughter's illness was cured by him after 2 days of sleeplessness. If he is not capable, can he do it? You're coming with me to the hospital now, to check and see if you have cancer or not. Old Hu, don't let that kid bluff you. I have cancer. I don't know. I do a physical examination once every 6 months. If I had cancer I would have found it long ago. What's the need for him to play God here? Hu Baoxiang was tempted to turn around and leave, but after all, the two had many years of friendship. Old Tian, you go to the hospital with me now. Do the examination if you don't have cancer. I will never believe that Qin Shou is a capable person again. If you have cancer, then you are ready to smash the pot. Today you have offended Mr. Qin, to let him out to give you a medical treatment. It is impossible for you not to give some blood. I'm not going to. Go. Hu Baoxiang and Tian Zhensheng wrestled for half a day and finally dragged him to the hospital. After a checkup, Tian Zhensheng was dumbfounded. He really got cancer. Pancreatic cancer advanced stage, has begun to spread. Hu Baoxiang stood beside him with a sad face. His heart was a little happy and a little sad. Impossible. I didn't have it when I checked before last year's spring festival. The doctor opened his mouth at Tian Zhensheng with a regretful face. Your condition is developing very quickly. Half a year is completely possible to develop like this. To this extent. Go back and eat whatever you want to eat. Want to eat something to eat something? This sentence to be from the mouth of others out. In fact, there is nothing. The most fearful thing is to say this sentence from the doctor's mouth. This is the same as the brat heard the starting gun, running to claim his life. Tian Zhensheng's face was very unattractive, and he spoke with a tremor. Doctor, could it be a misdiagnosis? I usually don't feel anything at all, and I don't feel that my body is uncomfortable. The doctor shook his head. There's no misdiagnosis, although you don't feel anywhere uncomfortable. But haven't you been burping all the time in the last 6 months and farting a lot more times a day than before? Tian Zhensheng nodded numbly. That's right. Having cancer doesn't necessarily mean that a certain part of your body will be uncomfortable, nor will it hurt here and there. There are many patients whose symptoms become obvious only when the cancer spreads throughout the body, but by that time, it's completely too late, and they don't have more than a few days left to live. When Tian Zhensheng heard these words, his face became completely devoid of any blood color. Doctor, I still have a few days left. Well, your condition is developing quickly. According to my estimation, you have at most 1 month left. Doctor, is there any way? Do surgery, chemotherapy. Is there any special medicine? I have money, as much as I can. Tian Zhensheng completely panicked. He previously felt that he was not afraid of heaven and earth, but by now, he realized that he was really afraid of death. He was so hard to live in this kind of rich days now, and he had not enjoyed it enough, but he was going to go into the ground? He was very unwilling. That doctor frowned. It is not necessary to do surgery. The cancer cells have spread, and it is too late to do surgery now, and the chemotherapy will not be very useful, and the special effect drugs. Let's put it this way, even with surgery and chemotherapy, and some imported medicines, that will only extend your life by half a year to a year, but the process of treatment is very painful. Tian Zhensheng was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that something more dog-blooded than in a TV series would happen to him. Hu Baoxiang was also very uncomfortable in his heart now, although he believed in Qin Shou's judgment before, but he didn't expect Tian Zhensheng's situation to be so serious. Doctor, my friend is still so young. Is there really no other way? Is there any good treatment abroad? Hu Baoxiang's words, let Tian Zhensheng immediately came to the spirit, as if grasping the last straw to save his life. Yes, foreign countries can cure me. But immediately after that doctor's words, it completely doused this last ray of hope. No, now the domestic medical level in foreign countries are almost the same, and even better than foreign countries. You go to foreign treatment, the cost is much higher than the domestic, and the effect is not necessarily good. Even if there is an effect, the pain you suffer is the same, but also just let you live a few more months. The disease has reached this point. Really? The doctor did not finish all his words, but Tian Zhenqing knew that he was going to say that there was no way out. Tian Zhenqing slowly put those labs into a bag, then stood up and walked towards the outside. The doctor wanted to call out to him and prescribe him some medicine, but in the end he gave up. It doesn't matter if he takes medicine or not. Hu Baoxiang followed closely behind Tian Zhenqing. He wanted to open his mouth to comfort him, but didn't know what to say. He wanted to remind Tian Zhenqing to go find Qinshou, but looking at his lost soul, he couldn't open his mouth. Coming out of the hospital building, the two of them got into the car. Tian Zhenqing still had that dead look, leaning on the seat, his eyes empty. Hu Baoxiang several times wanted to open his mouth. Words did not come out. When the car drove out of the hospital, Tian Zhenqing violently sat up straight. I still have salvation. Qinshou said he can cure. Find Qinshou. Old Hu, you take me to find Qinshou, and let him cure me. Old Hu, you give me his phone number. I will give him money and let him cure me. The expression on Tian Zhenqing's face was a bit hideous, and Hu Baoxiang was startled by him. Old Tian, it's so late. I guess Mr. Qin has gone to bed. Why don't I help you make an appointment with him tomorrow? Hu Baoxiang actually wanted to say, you just offended someone today. Tomorrow I'll say hello first, and you can beg him again. But seeing that Tian Zhenqing is like this, he can't say that. No, cannot be delayed. The doctor said that my condition is developing very quickly. Old Hu, you help me beg Mr. Qin. I will give money. Hu Baoxiang skimmed his mouth. Mr. Qin said he wants you to take 300 to 500 million to beg him. Tian Zhenqing's brows furrowed when he heard this, and his mood wasn't as excited. $3.5 billion? He's openly robbing. Old Hu, you help me beg for mercy. I will give him 50 million. Healer's parents. He can't see death to save him. Hu Baoxiang's eyebrows wrinkled. Tian Zhenqing said these words. He wanted to see death. What time is this? This guy still thinking about the price pressure? He forgot what he offended Qinshou? Feelings to the present. He is still looking down on Qinshou. If he looked down on Qinshou, he wouldn't have been able to do what he did before, and he wouldn't have been able to say what he said just now. Old Tian, money is nothing. Spend it and earn it again. Life is no more. What do you expect? I gave him $80 million. This is already high. This is considered the most expensive consultation fee under the sky, right? He will definitely agree. He may not be able to earn this much money in his life. Chapter 42 I want 2 billion. Hu Baoxiang suddenly felt that Tian Zhenqing was a bit strange. The Tian Zhenqing he knew before should not be like this. Qinshou can't make this much money in his life? Are you making a scene? I just transferred $80 million to him some time ago. Life is almost gone, and you're still thinking of spending a small fortune to buy your life. If you don't die, who will? But in the way of the usual affection, Hu Baoxiang did not show the displeasure in his heart. I'll give you Mr. Qin's phone number. You contact him yourself. As for whether he can agree, I don't know. There's no way I can help you plead for mercy. He's been kind to me. It's me who owes him a favor. There's no way I can ask. Tian Zhenqing immediately nodded. Okay, you send me your phone number. I'll contact him. $80 million he will definitely be able to agree. Hu Baoxiang shook his head with a bitter smile. $80 million promise you a hammer. He felt that Tian Zhenqing called Qinshou. If he didn't speak properly, it is estimated that 800 million Qinshou won't even make a move to save him. The word doctor is useless to Qinshou. At the very least, Hu Baoxiang thought so. Qinshou gave him a very odd feeling. Love of money, but a lot of character. Sometimes inscrutable, sometimes show very no interest. Hu Baoxiang sent Qinshou's cell phone number to Tian Zhenqing. Don't be in a hurry to call. Think about what to say first. Go back and think about it before contacting him. Tian Zhenqing nodded, then closed his eyes and leaned back on the seat. Hu Baoxiang asked the driver to drive to Tian Zhenqing's house first. Old Tian, take care of yourself. Tian Zhenqing nodded and got out of the car. Hu Baoxiang's car also drove away. Hu Baoxiang also looked back at Tian Zhenqing in the car. This person should not interact in the future. Tian Zhenqing returned home, sat on the sofa and took out his cell phone, calling Qinshou. He called 3 times before the phone was picked up. Qinshou was woken up by the phone. He came home and went to bed early, sleeping soundly. He was a bit annoyed when he was woken up by the phone. Hey, who is it? Calling in the middle of the night. Mr. Qin, it's me, Tian Zhenqing. What is it? Once Qinshou heard that it was Tian Zhenqing, his anger increased. Mr. Qin, I'm very sorry for what happened tonight. I'll buy one of your pills for $20 million. In addition, I want to trouble you to cure me. You are right. I have pancreatic cancer, advanced stage. Only you can save me. I will give you $60 million, a total of $80 million to you. What do you think? Tian Zhenxing felt that at his price, Qinshu would definitely not refuse. Qinshu snorted coldly. A dog traveling thousands of miles to eat. This is really not true. This guy was dead in the water, and he still wasn't willing to spend money? $200 million for one pill. $500 million for a visit to the doctor. Don't call me if you don't have the money. Mr. Qin, wait a moment. You can't see death like this. Healer, if you don't help me, your master will blame you even if he knows in his grave. Cough cough cough. Qinshu was choked by these words. Where did he get a master? It was just something he made up off the top of his head. Besides, he wasn't a doctor himself. Healer's heart kind of thing. He didn't have one. $700 million. One pill. One life. Don't bull **** me if you don't have it. Qinshu actually just want to make things difficult for him. Out of the heart of the gas. And finally wait for Hu Baoxiang to help plead for mercy. He then sells Hu Baoxiang a face. Want him 89 million. See the good. Surname Qin. Do you know my position in Magic City? $80 million. You have to agree even if you don't. You're a brat drilled out of the mountains. How dare you ask for a lion's share? I'm telling you, $80 million is $80 million. Not a cent more. Tian Zhenxing's mind was now broken. Knowing that he was suffering from a terminal illness, he was scared and angry. Plus the fact that Qinshu, such a person he looked down upon, dared to open his mouth and ask for $700 million made him even more enraged. There was also the fact that he was used to being a bully in Mordor, and felt that if he gave his face, others would change theirs. Qinshu's attitude made him very unable to accept it. Qinshu also got angry when he heard this. I'm not begging for anything. I didn't beg you to give you a doctor. 700 million, I don't want it. That's right, count on your kid to be sensible. If you want to stay in Magic City, you'd better not offend me, or how to die do not know. I want $2 billion, 1 point less and I won't give you a cure. Think about it and let Hu Baoxiang contact me. I don't want to take your calls anymore. Qinshu hung up the phone after saying that, and by the way, he pulled the plug on Tian Zhenxing's number. You can meet any strange person these days. Qinshu recited a sentence, then turned off his phone, rolled over and went to sleep. Tian Zhenxing didn't expect Qinshu to say something like that, and even more so, he didn't expect Qinshu to hang up the phone. What he didn't expect was to call Qinshu again, only to realize that he had been blacked out. Surname Qin, you give me a wait. Aren't you dying for money? I'll let you know that even if you have money, you have to have a life to spend it. After Tian Zhenxing yelled, he took his cell phone and started calling. He was going to find someone to teach Qinshu a lesson, then kidnap him and force him to give himself medical treatment. Even if Qinshu called the police afterward, he had a way to keep himself out of trouble and find a few scapegoats to sit in jail for him for a year or two. After all, kidnapping Qinshu can only be considered illegal detention, not a felony. The reason why Tian Zhenxing and Qinshu made such a mess was because he looked down on Qinshu. In his heart's eye, he does not see Qinshu. Think Qinshu is a hairy young man. Only good luck. There is a good master. Got a few secret recipes just. Tian Zhenxing made 3 phone calls. The first one was to let a person who did private work for him to arrange for someone to kidnap Qinshu. The second call was to Hu Baoxiang, asking for Qinshu's address under the guise of apologizing to him at his door. The last call was made to the first person again, telling him Qinshu's address. Tian Zhenxing sat on the sofa with a cold smile on his face. Surname Qin, I'll let you know who is the sky in Mordor. In the blink of an eye, it was 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day, and Qinshu crawled out of bed in a daze. After washing up, Qinshu dove headfirst into the kitchen and made himself a rich brunch. He planned to eat breakfast and lunch together. After working for an hour, Qinshu was able to finish the meal. Steamed fish, spicy crab, braised beef. Qinshu's cooking skills were average, but it was still considered colorful and fragrant. Just after the meal was served on the table, there was a knock on the door and Tu Xingnan's voice came in through the door. Qinshu, are you home? Qinshu hurriedly answered. Yes, wait a moment. As he said this, Qinshu walked to the door and opened it. Before he could open his mouth to ask Tu Xingnan what was the matter, in her pajamas, she sidestepped past Qinshu and went inside. Qinshu casually closed the door and turned around to ask her what's up, only to see. Chapter 43, hanging on to death doesn't count as a work injury. Tu Xingnan was like a puppy, constantly twitching his nose as he walked towards the dining table. It's so fragrant. Is this all made by you? Qinshu nodded with a bitter smile. When this girl asked that sentence, she could see the saliva spraying out. I did it. I got up a little late today and made 3 dishes for lunch. Tu Xingnan swallowed her saliva, then smiled embarrassedly. Qinshu, can I wash your hands first? I'll get the dishes and eat together. Tu Xingnan smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll go wash my hands. This meal Qinshu did not eat enough, because Tu Xingnan was too able to eat. Qinshu only ate 2 pieces of beef, and when he tried to pinch it again, he realized that there were only potatoes left on his plate. There was also that steamed fish. Chinsho only ate 3 bites. The spicy crab was needless to say. Chinsho only nibbled on 2 crab legs. Tu Shangnan, on the other hand, had a full stomach. Chinsho, can you help me get a bottle of water? I can't get up. Tu Shingnan's face turned red when she said this. She felt that she was too unproductive and too able to eat. It was only at this time that she cared to consider whether her eating would scare Chinsho. Chinsho didn't say anything and stood up to get a bottle of water and handed it to Tu Shangnan. Tu Shangnan took it, and tons of it was poured down. Looking at Chinsho's eyebrows jumped straight up. After eating 2 bowls of rice and so many dishes, and still being able to drink a whole bottle of water, I am really worried that she will hold up and die here. You drink slowly. Propped up is not considered a work injury. Puff. Tu Shangnan last mouthful of water did not swallow, all sprayed out. Hanging on to death doesn't count as a work injury? This sentence made her want to laugh, and at the same time, she was a bit shy and wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Chinsho laughed. He felt that the sentence he just said was considered a divine comment, right? The atmosphere became a little awkward and a little funny. The two were silent for 2 to 3 minutes before Chinsho spoke. You're done eating, right? Tu Shangnan nodded. Well, thank you. Your cooking is really delicious. I also rarely cook. I learned it all from following the recipes on the internet. You go sit in the living room for a while. I'll clean up. Chinsho finished speaking and stood up and started to clean up. Tu Shangnan, on the other hand, obediently went to sit on the living room sofa and then turned on the TV series. By the time Chinsho finished brushing the dishes and came out of the kitchen, this girl was already lying on all fours on the sofa. She is really a little too braced. She cannot cook. Usually either eat instant noodles or snacks takeout. It was rare to have a proper meal. Chinsho's cooking skills were average, but compared to takeout, it was much better. Moreover, today's 3 dishes happened to be all her favorites. When Tu Shangnan saw Chinsho come out of the kitchen, her face reddened again before she hurriedly climbed up. Sorry, I'm used to lying around watching TV at home. Chinsho sat his butt on the sofa and put the plate of preferred strawberries in his hand on the coffee table. It's okay, lying comfortably. The strawberries are the ones I bought yesterday. They are quite fresh. You try them. The reason why Chinsho got the fruits was not because he wanted to curry favor with Tu Shangnan, although she was pretty and worth currying favor with, but her profession made Chinsho have no desire to pursue her. Letting her eat some fruits was because he was afraid that she would really brace herself. If she got sick because of her meal, he would be considered as indirectly assaulting the police, right? Thanks. Tu Shangnan heart happy all can't. Cooking for her to eat. Also don't need her to brush the bowl. Also don't dislike her lying down to watch TV. Also give her a wash of the favorite strawberry. The most important thing is that the one who did all this is still Chinsho. This big handsome man. I don't know if I want to do this, but I'm going to do it. For a meal and a plate of strawberries, will it seem too unprofitable? This girl, Tu Shangnan, was adding drama to her head again. What are you looking for me for? Chinsho's question made the romance drama in Tu Shingnan's head directly break the plot. Tu Shangnan froze. What is he looking for Chinsho? Nothing. She is lying at home, thinking of eating noodles or ordering takeout. Smelled the Chinsho home wafted past the fragrance of the meal, so can't help but come over to rub the meal. But if you tell Chinsho, she is to rub rice, that she cannot say. I want to come over to ask you. Living is still not accustomed to. Chinsho laughed. This is obviously a listen is to find out to make up the number of reasons. Quite good. Very accustomed. Get used to it. Get used to it. There is also the fact that did you do broadband? If not, you can use my home wireless. The password is, you told me yesterday. Tu Shangnan smiled shyly and turned his head to the side. People are hard to break down, big brother. Can't you just pretend I didn't tell you? I'm embarrassed if you do. I don't have a good memory. I thought I didn't tell you. There's also, can you send me a trip this afternoon? My car broke down. Tu Shangnan brazenly made this request. The reason why she did this, in order to let the unit did not see Chinsho to take a look. Yesterday when she came back from work, she had promised a few female co-workers that she would let Chinsho send her again today, so that they could see how handsome Chinsho really was. Promise me, be sure to promise me. Goodness, I'm willing to use 1 year of my lifespan in exchange for him sending me to work. Today I'm going to be at home waiting for the mobile guy to come and install the broadband. Chinsho politely refused Tu Shingnan's request. Tu Shangnan froze and yelled in his heart. God, I'm serious this time. You can take as much as you want for a year of life. I definitely want tea back out. I said it casually last time, but I am serious this time. You can't not help me. I'm not going to be able to do anything about it, but I'm going to be able to do something about it. This time do not give me hold. What things to me? Forget it if it's inconvenient for you. If the broadband installer can finish installing it before you go to work, I'll give it to you. Shinsho is not good to not give face to Tu Shengnan. After all, this house is also rented people. And this girl is still warm to himself. He cannot let people hot face to their cold ass. Tu Shengnan heard this and immediately stood up. Good. It's settled. I'll go back to catch up on my sleep first. I'll come back in the afternoon. If you're not done, I'll take a taxi. Tu Shengnan finished without waiting for Shinsho to reply. She ran out. Shinsho leaned on the sofa and shook his head with a bitter smile. He wasn't an idiot when it came to relationships and could naturally detect that Tu Shengnan had a good feeling about him. But he did not have any idea about Tu Shengnan yet. The only little idea was that there was a little bit of gluttony for her body. If he fell in love with her, Shinsho hadn't really thought about it. But, when he participated in the school celebration, he could beg her to pretend to be his girlfriend. And since he wanted to hit the face of Chu Xiaoxiao, he had to do it in all directions. Tu Shengnan the reason why she flew home for. Calling. Chapter 44, The Eager Installer. Tu Shengnan directly called the mobile customer service, saying that he had an appointment yesterday to do broadband today, and hoped that he could rush the installer to come over quickly. The customer service gave the installer's phone number to Tu Shengnan. Tu Shengnan then called the phone directly. Master, I'm from Unit 301, Block 9, Unit 2, Chaoyang District. Yesterday, I said that I would install broadband for me today. What time can you come? This is not sure. Probably between 12 and 2 o'clock. Master, can you guys come quickly? I have something to go out. It's fine. You get busy first. It's fine for us to wait until the evening to go over and install it for you. Tu Shengnan's mouth pouted. Come at night? No, she can't go and tell Shinsho that he can send himself off and install broadband by coming at night. Then how could she explain how she knew that people came at night? Master, I'm not at home at night either. Can you come over and install it for me now? I'll give you extra money. Little girl, we have an appointment with the customer. We can't change it. I'll give you an extra 100, okay? It's not about money. $200. Okay, after I finish this one, I'll go over. You came to knock on the door of 302 first. I'm in 302. Take the money and then you go to 301 to install. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour or so. Tu Shengnan hung up the phone and excitedly jumped onto the sofa in a flash. She felt she was too smart. Half an hour or so later, the master who installed the broadband knocked on her door. Tu Shengnan hurriedly ran to open the door and stuffed $200 to that master. Master, later you go 301. Don't talk too much. Don't mention the fact that I called you. And don't mention the money. The installation master smiled and nodded. Don't worry, my mouth is tight. More than 10 minutes later, the installation master with his own words and deeds proved his mouth is not at all strict. Young man, the opposite living is your object, right? Is not a conflict? You can't live separately as soon as you quarrel. You have 2 houses here. If you don't have this house, are you going to go to the hotel to live? Wasting money not to mention, but also easy to make mistakes. Shinsho bitterly smiled and shook his head. Where is all this going on? But the words of the installation master, it sounds as if he has a story. Young man, your girlfriend actually still has you in her heart. In order to install broadband for you earlier, she even called me to urge me, begging me to come over quickly to install for you, or you have to wait until the night. The installation master didn't say anything about the money, because he was afraid that Shinsho would ask him for the money back. Shinsho froze when he heard this. Tu Shengnan called to hurry, but thinking about her previous request to send her to work, Shinsho understood. This girl was also too desperate, right? Wasn't it just to send her to work? As for also call to urge the installer? It's not like he, Shinsho, is an unreasonable person. Master, you misunderstood. She is not my girlfriend. Alas. Young man, this is not manly. It is raining in the sky and flowing on the ground. The little 2 quarrels do not hold grudges. Not your object can be so attentive to your things? People girl heart have you. You also don't always end the frame. There is a step down. No step to create a step also to go down. Shinsho skimmed his mouth. This installation master should be a professional who creates steps. Okay, I'll listen to you. You hurry up and install the broadband for me so I can go coax her. Shinsho, in order to prevent the installation master from continuing to chant and continue to impart his experience to him, simply made a mistake. That's right, a man's man can bend and stretch before. I'm talking to you. Wait to go out and buy a bunch of flowers. Say a couple of good words, and then take her out to eat a meal and watch a movie at night. And I guarantee that you'll be able to go back to sleep tonight. Shinsho really wanted to find a piece of cloth and plug the installer's mouth. With this level of talkativeness, I guess he hadn't gotten many complaints, right? In fact, this installation master usually does not talk much. He felt that he took Tu Shengnan $200, more or less should help to say a few words, to enlighten Shinsho, so that the 2 of them in good. This $200 is not counted as a waste of money is not. Shinsho hard-headed, listened to his more than 10 minutes of sermons, finally waited for him to get the broadband. Master, you go slowly. Thank you. Chinsho sent him out the door in a flaming haste, and without waiting for him to reply, he closed the door behind him. The installation master stood at the door and shook his head, then turned around and wanted to knock on 302's door. As a result, before he could reach out his hand, the door opened. Tu Xingnan's head stuck out from the doorway. Master, finished loading, right? Tu Xingnan asked in a small voice. The installation master nodded and gestured an OK sign. Thank you, you go and get busy, Tu Xingnan said as he stretched out his hand and waved it at the installation master. The installation master was understanding, turned around and left. Tu Xingnan stretched her ears and listened. Knowing that there was no sound in the hallway, she opened the door and walked out. She was wearing a white dress. Her face also put on a light makeup, obviously much prettier than before. There was also a bit more tenderness in her body, and a bit more of an innocent air. She was carrying a bag in her hand. The uniform was in the bag. She planned to go to the unit and then change. Although it was not yet time to go to work, she still decided to wait at Chinsho's house, lest Chinsho had something else to do and left the house early. After installing the broadband, Chinsho was poking at the computer in the bedroom, and had just sat down not even 2 minutes before Tu Xingnan started knocking on the door. Chinsho skimmed his lips, stood up and went to open the door. He was originally a bit impatient, but when he saw Tu Xingnan's outfit, that hint of impatience disappeared. He was a bit awed by Tu Xingnan. That I am bored at home. Can I sit here with you? Wait for you directly. No, is your broadband loaded? Tu Xingnan almost set his mouth. Chinsho heard this and his expression became slightly odd. Is the broadband installed? You call to urge people you do not know? Chinsho did not reveal her, but sidled up to let her in. It's just been installed. Come in and sit down. Then are you free to drop me off later? Chinsho smiled and nodded. He suddenly felt that it was actually quite good to have a girl who took the trouble to approach him. You go sit on the sofa for a bit. There are snacks in the small bedroom. Take them yourself. I'll go get my computer first. I'll go drop you off later. Tu Xingnan smiled sweetly at Chinsho. Okay, you go and busy yourself first. I'll wait for you, Tu Xingnan said as she sat down on the sofa and took the remote control to change up the channel, while not forgetting, picking up a strawberry and stuffing it into her mouth. She chewed it twice before she came back to her senses and realized that Chinsho was looking straight at her. So she once again blushed and lowered her head. So she blushed again and lowered her head. Eating strawberries is eating strawberries. Why are you chomping on your own? Tu Xingnan felt that she could go to a May mountain as a monkey if she put on a piece of skin, and her blush probably exceeded a lot of monkey butts. Chinsho smiled and said something casual, then went back to the bedroom. He had just sat down in front of his computer when his cell phone rang. Unknown number? Chinsho frowned and picked it up. Chinsho, is it? The voice on the other side was strange, as if it had been processed. I am. Which one are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I have your woman. Chapter 45, Sister Animal. When Chinsho heard this, he directly hung up the phone. What year is this? Still using such old-fashioned scamming routines? Lousy's woman? Where did I get the woman? The person who called Chinsho was directly dumbfounded. The plot should not have developed this way. Hey, you said that Chinsho is your man. How come he doesn't care if you die or live at all? His words were said at Sister Wang. That's right. This guy is the person Tian Zhenxing found. A small gangster. Others call him Brother Knife. Not because he has a knife scar on his face, but because before this guy was a seller of kitchen knives. He originally wanted to kidnap Chinsho. Tian Zhenxing asked for Chinsho's address from Hu Baoshan. Only what Hu Baoshan told him was Chinsho's previous address. Chinsho has moved. The new address Hu Baoshan does not yet know. The knife brother to this person touched the Chinsho's original address. Just happened to run into Sister Wang. Coincidentally, Sister Wang in the neighborhood shouting beast video was sent to the jitterbug. Completely on fire. Tens of millions of people watch. There are millions of likes. Magic City. Beast sister name. Overnight on the whole network. Sister Wang's husband also saw the video. Directly on this ground. And her divorce. Split half of the family property to the Wang sister. Directly and her cut off. The two people finished the formalities early in the morning. And Sister Wang moved into the house. She was given several houses. Only this one was empty. She could only move in here. Only just after she came in and finished packing. Brother Blade brought someone to knock on the door. Sister Wang opened the door directly, and then she was controlled by Brother Knife. Brother Knife went around the house and didn't find Chinsho, so he forced to ask Sister Wang. Sister Wang said Chinsho is just a renter. Has moved away. Moved to where? She does not know. The Knife brother did not believe. Said that since she did not know, kill her to silence. Of course this is to scare Sister Wang. Want to see if she is telling the truth. As a result, Sister Wang believed it. In order to save her life, she lied that she was Chinsho's woman. Chinsho was her adopted gigolo, and during this period of time the two people had a conflict. Shinsho moved away. That's what led to the scene where Blade called Shinsho. You call him again. Just say that I am in your hands. Let him come to save me. He will definitely come. Sister Wang was now panicking and at the same time felt aggrieved that she didn't get Shinsho's man, but instead it was because he had met such a thing. With a dark face, Blade brother picked up his cell phone and called Shinsho again. After ringing 3 times the phone was connected. Not waiting for Brother Knife to open his mouth, Shinsho directly yelled, "There's no end to it. You guys still come out to cheat people with this level of business? Can you improve your business level? My woman was kidnapped by you? That's really great. Tell me the address. I'll get an errand boy to send you a nail starter with 10 or 8 boxes of nails." Blade's brow furrowed when he heard those words. "Kid, I'm not a phone scam. Your woman is really in my hands. If you want her to live, go to. You think I'll believe it? Do I have a woman I will not know? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and tear the ticket." Shinsho finished speaking and hung up the phone again. Brother Blade's face was completely hung up. Grass. Is this kid out of his mind? He cursed as he walked towards Sister Wang. He said he doesn't have a woman. You lied. Sister Wang's body shook. What to do? What should the old lady do? Big brother, I said that to live. Don't kill me. I have money. I'll give you all my money. I have some jewelry you also all take away. Sister Wang said as she reached for the gold necklace around her neck and handed it to Brother Knife after taking it off. Brother Knife took the necklace and weighed it. The corners of his mouth rose and he smiled. That's all there is. What's the point of beating the beggars? I still have it. In the bedroom. I'll get it for you. Sister Wang said and stood up from the chair. Brother Knife didn't block, and also signaled the other 3 little brothers not to block. Sister Wang sighed in relief, then walked towards the bedroom. One of Brother Knife's little brother followed closely behind. Just when she reached the door of the bedroom, Sister Wang turned violently, and with one hand, she overturned that person on the ground. She turned around and ran into the bedroom, unlocked the door, and then the whole person was dead against the door. At the same time, she yelled at the top of her voice, "Help! Murder! Help! Murder!" Blade and the few of them who were outside immediately ran outside the house. They are not murderers. For a little money to kill, they cannot do. In the current situation, it was natural to run away. The Knife brother is a little angry, tossed half a day to get a necklace. Shinsho's shadow did not see. Tian Zhensheng will not give money, and they are considered a home invasion robbery. The police must swing claws them. The police will surely wave their claws. The Knife brother with 3 little brother ran downstairs to drive the broken van. They drove to the left. The car just drove out of the neighborhood. Brother Knife called Tian Zhensheng on the phone. "Mr. Tian, the person didn't get caught. He has moved. Now just a woman lives. I was thinking of using that woman to force Shinsho to come out to meet, but that woman is too slippery, and she was given a run for her money. I want to go out to hide for a few days. You pay some traveling expenses?" Knife brother, they're kind of people. The deposit is not more than 2 digits. Or all have money to spend. The Lord. He could only look for Tian Zhensheng for money now. When Tian Zhensheng heard this on the other end of the phone, he was immediately furious. Things didn't work out, and you're still looking for money from yourself? Small Knife. We agreed that we will only give money when things are done well. You have smashed this thing and are looking for me to ask for money. It's out of order. Surname Tian, give me 200,000. I go out to hide for a few days. Wait for the wind to pass. I'll come back to finish things for you. If you don't give the money, I have no way to hide. When it comes to being caught by the police, you can't blame me for not having a tight mouth. Brother Knife is a gangster. He is the best at playing hooligans and scoundrels. Talking about rules with him? Funny. Tian Zhensheng regretted that if he had known that this Knife brother was such an unruly guy, he would not have tried to find this guy to do this cheaply. I will find someone to transfer the money to you. If you still get caught after taking the money, don't involve me. Mr. Tian is worthy of being a big entrepreneur. So polite. Don't worry. After taking the money we will leave Magic City. Without waiting for Brother Blade to finish, Tian Zhensheng hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Tian Zhensheng dialed a number out. Send 200,000 to the person you found. In addition, help me find a few ruthless characters. Those bastards screwed things up. This time I want a few ruthless characters. Money is not a problem. Okay boss, I'll arrange it. Readers Group 901953916. Like friends can add a little. The author daily live coding. You can online to urge more. From today onwards daily more 20,000. Cannot do live women's clothing. Chapter 46, 300 eaters. You talk to them directly. $2 million. Find a hidden place and tie the person over to me. Don't involve me. Okay boss. Tian Zhensheng hung up the phone and sent a sigh of relief. With Brother Knife's previous experience, he learned to be smart. Letting his men do this, he didn't step in. And if something happened again, he wouldn't have to be threatened. Shinsho's side walked out of the bedroom after playing on the computer for a while. Tu Shengnan was lying on the sofa, holding a bag of potato chips and watching TV. Seeing Qinshu come out, she smiled in a bad way. Qinshu, why did you buy so many snacks? Small bedroom are piled up. I'm a lazy person. Buy some more at once, and then I'm too lazy to go out and buy them again. You arrive at work time. Right, I will send you. Tu Shengnan nodded with a red face. Half an hour later, Qinshu's car stopped at the door of Tu Shengnan's unit, and she tried to pull the same stunt again, saying that her legs were numb. As a result, without waiting for her to open her mouth, Qinshu consciously got out of the car to help her. It's not that Qinshu has an idea about her. He just thought that Tu Shengnan was wearing a skirt and his car chassis was a bit high, so he was afraid that it would be inconvenient for her to get off the car. Tu Shengnan was very satisfied with this. Enlightened, he finally got the hang of it. Thank you for driving me. Can you come pick me up at night? I'll treat you to dinner. Tu Shengnan didn't say anything in her heart this time about exchanging a year of her life for it. She felt that the heavens were unreliable and didn't work when they should. Qinshu shook his head. I still have things to do in the afternoon, and I guess I'll be busy until late in the evening. Tu Shengnan had just felt that Qinshu had become enlightened, and when she heard Qinshu reject her, she immediately felt that Qinshu was still an elm. Then I'll take a taxi back. You go and get busy. Bye. Tu Shengnan said this sentence and directly turned to leave. She comforted herself in her heart. People should be contented. The heart cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry. Anyway, the purpose of today has been achieved, so that those who have never seen the world pussy see Qinshu to send himself is enough. Qinshu got on the car and left directly. He actually has nothing to do today, is to go to their license plate to receive back, and then go directly to pick up rags. This is the most important thing in his life. He will also rely on picking up rags to go on the peak of life. Rely on picking up rags to be rich. Qinshu collected the license plate and directly hung it up. Then he drove to the commercial street he went to before. Only this time he didn't have as much luck as last time, and drove around the neighborhood for more than 10 minutes before finding a parking space to park his car. Putting on his gloves and carrying his duffel bag, Qinshu got out of the car and started working. Ding! Recycling 1 mineral water bottle. Reward cash 10 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 hamburger box. Reward cash 10 yuan. Ding! Recycle 6 bamboo sticks. Reward cash 18 yuan. Qinshu thumped in his heart, afraid that the system would reward him with some strange skill after Master Skewer Threader. He really didn't want to open a barbecue stand. Fortunately, the system's 3 views were not twisted today. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't that Raggedy Bro? What Raggedy Brother? It's that dude who drives a $10 million car to pick up rags. He came here a while ago, driving such a nice car and still picking up rags? Are you teasing me? I'm not teasing you. It's this dude. No one else is this handsome. Haven't you swiped on Jitterbug? A lot of people have captured it, and I heard that he had a conflict with 2 female netizens that day. You mean the 66 and 77, that have been stinking up the streets? That's right, it's those 2. In the video that 66 posted, the car he was talking about was his? That's right. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then this buddy is also considered a net red. Hurry over to take a shot. Shivering sound can also cheat the likes. Many people quickly gathered around Qinshu. This Qinshu is also very helpless. These people are simply too unseen. Lousy, just open the luxury car to pick up garbage, but not open the luxury car with a girl to do shameless things. As for taking a cell phone around him to shoot, make Qinshu feel like he was caught in the act of adultery. Ding! Recycling 1 chicken bone. Reward cash 5 yuan. Ding! Recycling a piece of watermelon rind. Rewarding cash 2 yuan. Triggering a special reward. Rewarding a special active skill. 300 melon eaters. The system's prompting sound caused Qinshu to stop his hand movements. 300 melon eating masses. What the hell kind of skill is this? Why does it sound as if it costs a lot of money? Could it be that every time you use this skill, you have to invite 300 people to eat watermelon? 300 melon eating masses. Use time limit 24 hours. After using, the host will instantly gather 300 people around the host. Watch the host pretend to hit the face. Qinshu didn't know what words to use to describe this skill. It feels like this is a summoning skill. Except that, summoning skills, shouldn't they summon something with combat power out? The number of this skill summoned is quite a lot, but in addition to watching the crowd, the people who are summoned are not useful. Chicken ribs are 2 chicken ribs. However, when you are pretending to hit others in the face, the more people watching, of course, the more enjoyable it is to pretend. Qinshu in his heart relieved himself, convinced himself to accept the skill. In fact, there was nothing he could do if he didn't accept it. The system had rewarded it anyway. When using this skill, you need to shout out the skill password 3 times. Eat melon. Put. Qinshu almost spat out blood. Eat melon? Also shouted 3 times? Why don't you, or else I yell playing monkey? Or take a gong to make 3 minutes. Feelings this is not letting others cheer Chinsho, but let those people come to see the monkey show. System, I just praised you for having a positive outlook on things, and you immediately gave me an immodest outlook. Can you change my password? Chinsho actually didn't hold much hope. He knew the system's stinky behavior. He just casually complained. Ding! Skill use password replacement completed. When using, please host yell 3 times. Wang bao. Plop. Chinsho knelt down next to the trash can. His eyes were in tears, and he almost opened his mouth and cried out. Granny Wang. Might as well eat melons. Wangwu is a melon seller, and there are other Wangwu who is responsible for pimping and helping Jinlian to solve the physiological needs. And lousy this skill has half a hair relationship? System, you are really hopeless. Why is he kneeling down? He seems to be crying? Was this dude green and stimulated to drive a luxury car to pick up garbage? When this sentence came out, it immediately gained the approval of many people. It's possible otherwise it won't be so abnormal. Brother you truth. Hurry up and go. Be careful he climbed up to silence you. Chinsho kneeling next to the garbage can, really cannot stand what these people say, violently stood up. Turning around, he rushed at those people angrily. You're the ones who got green. Your whole family has been green. I wish you all to be infertile, but to have a lot of children and grandchildren. Chapter 47 Lao Tzu's First Touch. After Chinsho roared, he felt much more refreshed in his heart. The depression after being played by the system was all roared out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This buddy's ears are really good. Just what you said. He heard it all. Grass. Don't blame me. Just now you said it. You guys are so bad. You made little brother angry. That's right. You guys are just saying those words because you see how handsome little brother looks. You guys are too bad. Chinsho originally thought that his words would offend the crowd, but he didn't expect that without waiting for those people to counterattack. The girls in the crowd opened their mouths to defend Chinsho. Chinsho shook his head with a bitter smile. Face value is justice. Also really right. Just after chanting, Chinsho's phone rang. He hurriedly took off his gloves and picked up the phone. Hello, who is it? Mr. Chinsho is it? It's me, Mr. Long wants to see you. Are you free now? Chinsho's heart rejoiced when he heard this. Big business was coming to his door. I have time. Chinsho was so excited in his heart that his voice trembled a little as he spoke. Long Feng, this was a real giant. Chinsho still remembers what Hu Baoxiang said to him that night. 200 or 300 million is not a problem. If he could really make that much money. Chinsho felt that he was really going to take off. Mr. Chin, tell me your address. I will send a car to pick you up. I have a car. Just tell me the address and I'll go there myself. West Mountain Manor, courtyard number 1. Okay, see you later. Chinsho directly hung up the phone, then laughed out loud. Developed, soon to be developed. Not to mention 300 million. Even if it was 100 million, Chinsho was content. With so much money, when he hit Chu Xiaoxiao in the face, he could hit even harder. Asterisk 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 hide far away. This guy seems to be sick. Everyone spread out. Don't get hurt by this guy. The way Chinsho laughed out loud caused many people to raise their hearts up, and they retreated towards the back, fearing that Chinsho would rise up and injure someone. However, there are also bold. Sympathy flooded. To put it bluntly is to face value do not want a life of the sister. Boldly toward Chinsho walked over. Little brother, you also don't be too sad. In order to hurt your people like this, it's not worth it. That is, you have to look forward. You have to cherish the people in front of you, such as me. I am single. I can help you heal. Little brother, don't be sad. I invite you to drink milk tea, okay? Chinsho only came back to God at this time, looking at the side of the 4 or 5 hate to use their eyes to pick him bare sister, subconsciously backward. No, I still have things to do. Thank you. Chinsho finished and walked around them toward his car. He really had to look toward the money. Chinsho started the car and drove out as soon as he stepped on the gas. Shishan Manor is the first neighborhood in Magic City's house price ranking. The price of the house rose to 500,000 per square meter last year. It is estimated that the price is higher now, and the people who can live there are either rich or noble. The entire West Hill is a neighborhood, a total of 99 single-family houses. According to the row number, the further back the smaller the area, but even the smallest one, there are thousands of square meters, plus the front and back gardens. The area is more than 2,000 square meters. In other words, if you want to buy a house there, you need to take out at least $1 billion. Ordinary people really can't afford it. However, there are more and more rich people in China, and since the opening of that neighborhood, all 99 villas have been pre-sold in advance. Chinsho remembers that the company that developed Shishan Manor was under Long Phone. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to live in Villa 1. People are bosses. It is reasonable to leave the biggest and best for themselves. Shishan Manor is not in the suburbs. It is only about 40 minutes drive from the city center. and the surrounding area is also very prosperous. Chinsho's car did not drive fast. The road was slightly congested, and it took him an hour and 20 minutes to get to the place. West Mountain is a small dirt mountain. The elevation is not high, only about 100 meters. Truly speaking, it was at most a large mound. Chinsho parked the car in front of the neighborhood. Such a high-grade neighborhood, not to say into can enter. The security guards at the entrance. Just standing guard there are 4. Each one is a strong body, height in more than 1 meter 8. Look at the fighting force is not weak. In addition to the 4 security guards standing on the 2 sides of the sentry post, there were also 4 security guards in the door guard room. Chinsho skimmed his lips. With his kind of face value and height, if he came to be a security guard, could he be a security chief? He directly pulled out his cell phone and called Longfang's secretary. Hey, I'm at the entrance of the neighborhood. You come out to pick me up? What's the tail number of your license plate? My car tail number 69, Black Knight 15. Okay, I'll call the gate guard. You can just drive in directly. Turn right when you come in, drive along the road all the way up. This house at the top is the No. 1 courtyard. Longfang's secretary said and hung up the phone. Chinsho put away his cell phone and started the car and drove in. When he reached the entrance, he was stopped by the security guard. Chinsho didn't explain much, and after waiting for Longfang's secretary to call the security guard, he was let in, entering the door and turning right, driving forward along the road for about 5 minutes. Chinsho finally saw the number 1 villa. At this time he didn't feel that West Mountain was small. This neighborhood was a bit big beyond his imagination, and the buildings in the neighborhood were not what he had imagined. He had thought that the houses in here were all ancient and antique buildings, didn't realize that the shape of the houses in here are all mixed. There are modern style, minimalist style, there are European and American style, ancient style, and there are some styles that Chinsho didn't know. Chinsho was skeptical that he was in the wrong place, but on second thought he understood. These rich people have different hobbies. Rich people naturally have to follow their own preferences. Chinsho parked the car in front of the courtyard of the No. 1 villa. He looked at the 6-story house in the courtyard and couldn't help but skim his lips. This shouldn't be called a villa anymore. It was a small castle. The whole house is right at the highest position in the neighborhood, and the surrounding houses are like stars in the sky. This yard is a bit too big. Visually the distance from the yard door to the room door is 200 meters. In the yard, there are also 7 or 8 black-clothed people standing, each with sunglasses, hands behind the back, looking like a movie. Clattering. The courtyard door opened automatically, and Chinsho drove the car in. Under the guidance of the man in black, after driving in, he turned left, because there is a small parking lot on the left. Parking the car, Chinsho got out of the car. Sorry Mr. Shin, we need to search you. 3 men in black surrounded him in the center, which made Chinsho a bit upset. However, he knew that rich people were afraid of death, and a body search was a means of defense. Come on. Chinsho opened his hands and his legs were slightly spread apart. The black-clothed man in front of him reached out his hand and started to touch him on his body. The corner of Chinsho's mouth twitched. Moncler outlet. This is considered the first touch of the old man, right? Just so lost. Chapter 48. This is the happiness of the rich. After the body search and inspection, the man in black led Chinsho towards the house. Mr. Shin, what you saw and heard here today, I hope you go out and don't tell anyone, especially about Mr. Long. I hope you can keep it a secret. Chinsho naturally understands these words from the man in black. Isn't he afraid that people in the outside world will know that Longfeng has cancer and it will affect the company's stock? I know. Keeping patient information. This professional ethics I still have. The man in black nodded and didn't say anything else. After walking to the door, the man in black rang the doorbell and waited for more than 10 seconds before the door to the room was opened. The same man in black who opened the door looked at Chinsho for a moment before sidestepping and letting him in. After Chinsho went in, he froze. Just how afraid of death was this Longfeng? There were 7 or 8 black-clothed men outside, and there were more than a dozen in the house. Had this guy done too many unethical things in the past? That's why he got so many people to protect him? Mr. Shin, take a seat first. I'll go get Secretary Fu. Chinsho nodded and sat down on the sofa in the living room with one butt. This living room was so big, the height is 3 stories high, and there is a distance of more than 20 meters from the doorway to the living room. And this living room decoration is also very luxurious. Just the sofa under his butt are all rosewood solid wood sofas. There is also the coffee table in front of him, more than 2 meters wide, more than 4 meters long. Looks like gold Nanmu. Chinsho cannot help but envy up. This a coffee table value is estimated to be 70 to 80 million, right? He is now like Lu into the Grand View Garden. Eyes dripping turn. A moment to see here, a moment to see there. Too rich. Chinsho feels that he was a frog in the well before, thinking that he bought a car of more than 10 million. can afford to rent a house of 15,000 a month, go to the supermarket to buy things without looking at the price of, is already a rich man, and experienced the joys of the rich. He experienced a hammer. This is the real rich man, living in a multi-billion-dollar house. Just a coffee table is enough for ordinary people to eat for several lifetimes, surrounded by more than 24 bodyguards to protect. There are servants waiting. This is what is called the life of the rich. The joys of the rich, he did not experience at all. The ones he had before were just petty pleasures at best. Mr. Qin, please follow me to see Mr. Long. Secretary Fu walked next to Qin Shou and opened his mouth to interrupt his thoughts. Qin Shou hurriedly stood up from the sofa and raised his head towards the paying secretary. It's so beautiful. This is the joy of the rich, right? Qin Shou's eyes went straight as he looked at the paying secretary. When he answered the phone, he already knew that this secretary was a woman. But he didn't expect it to be such a flavorful girl. 1.75 m height, willow curved eyebrows, high nose, cherry small mouth, hair long, bare big thin waist, legs quite long. Qin Shou want to play hooligan. Qin Shou, this guy, I greedy not to mention, but also incidentally in the heart read a limerick. The rich is happy, waiting for their own money. Also find a secretary like this. No, one should find one like this to be one's life assistant, and the job includes warming the comforter. Mr. Qin, please follow me to see Mr. Long. Qin Shou's fiery eyes made the paying secretary a bit flustered. Her looks and body stunned Qin Shou, and likewise, Qin Shou's face value surprised her a bit and made her heart beat a bit faster. This scene was simply put, it was a green bean looking at a wangba, looking at the right eyes. Oh, well, go see Mr. Long. Qin Shou smiled at her. With a reddened face, Secretary Fu turned around and walked towards the elevator. Qin Shou hurriedly followed. After entering the elevator, Qin Shou couldn't help but open up at the Fu secretary. What's your name? Fu Xuecheng. Oh, so your last name is Fu. I thought you were an undersecretary, and wondered how such a pretty girl didn't have a regular job. Fu Xuecheng couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Qin is joking. My name is indeed a bit of a disadvantage. No matter what line of work I'm in, people think I'm a deputy. Her words caused the two men in black in the elevator to freeze. Fu Xuecheng was a famously cold beauty, who actually joked with Qin Shou. Could it be that these two people knew each other before? The two of them looked at Fu Xuecheng and then at Qin Shou, then understood. She wasn't high and cold before. She just hadn't met Qin Shou. Oh, woman. The two black-clothed men had a bit of sourness in their mouths. The elevator went directly to the 6th floor, and Fu Xuecheng took Qin Shou directly to Long Feng's room. She first lost the password, and then verified the fingerprints and iris. Qin Shou stood behind her, feeling more and more that this Long Feng was afraid of death. It wasn't enough to have so many people protecting him, but he also had to make so many cumbersome Chang Su out. While Qin Shou was spitting, the door opened and Fu Xuecheng led Qin Shou inside. The furnishings in the room were simple. A set of sofa, a bed, and a desk. An old man in his 50s was sitting in front of the desk, looking at the computer in front of him. Qin Shou saw him at a glance. This guy's face was very bad, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. The feeling given to Qin Shou was that this guy's yellow soil was buried up to his eyebrows, and he didn't have a few days to live. Mr. Long, Mr. Qin has arrived. Fu Xuecheng opened her mouth at the old man. This was Long Feng? Qin Shou froze. He had seen Long Feng on TV. He wasn't like this. The Long Feng he remembered was in his early 40s, looked in high spirits, and had the aura of a superior. This gray-haired, half-dead old man in front of him was Long Feng? He thought that this might be Long Feng's double. Mr. Qin? The old man raised his head and looked at Qin Shou. Only the look of doubt in his eyes grew heavier. So young? He had always thought that Qin Shou was a white-bearded old man, the immortal kind. At the very least, he should be an old Chinese medicine practitioner who was over 100 years old. Such a hairy young man? Hu Baoxiang was simply fooling around. Mr. Long, I suggest you take bed rest now. After all, you are a patient with advanced stomach cancer. The cancer cells have spread all over the body. The remaining days are only 7 or 8 days. Why are you still so tired? Qin Shou knew that this old boy was a little bit disdainful of him, so he simply said all the things that he had seen through the art of qi surveying. These words of his directly made Long Feng freeze. Long Feng frowned and looked directly at Fu Xuecheng. Mr. Long, I have not divulged your information to him. Although Fu Xuecheng was not Long Feng's personal grand secretary, she had been in contact with him quite a lot, so she naturally understood the meaning in Long Feng's eyes. Don't doubt her. She didn't say anything. It was me who saw it through the art of qi. Look out. If I'm not wrong, you have AIDS in addition to stomach cancer. Chapter 49, The Generous Long Feng. Qin Shou's words made Long Feng unable to sit still as he violently stood up from his chair. Secretary Fu, you go out. No one can come in without my order. Li Gang, you also go out. Long Feng's two words caused Qin Shou to frown. Li Gang? His own name was Qin Shou. Did this old man call him by the wrong name? There were only the three of them in this room. Where did? Qin Shou turned his head to look and found a black kid who didn't know when he was standing behind him. That kid was about 1.7 meters, a little bit thin, and his face was black like a coffee bean. However, his eyes were cold, like the eyes of a viper, inexplicably causing a chill to rise in Qin Shou's heart. Yes, Mr. Long. This black boy's voice was hoarse, as if he had a serious case of laryngitis. After he finished speaking, he turned around and went out with Fu Shuetching. Long Feng walked out from behind his desk this time. Mr. Qin, please have a seat. Qin Shou nodded and sat on the sofa with Long Feng. Mr. Qin, I was the one who slowed you down just now. Please don't blame me. Stretching one's hand does not make one smile. Not to mention that Long Feng was still a god of wealth in Qin Shou's eyes, so he naturally would not be angry for being underestimated. There's no need to be so polite. Mr. Long, I'm young. It's inevitable that I'll be misunderstood. Mr. Qin is worthy of being a man of the world. This temperament is much greater than normal people. These polite words from Long Feng made Qin Shou a bit uncomfortable. He wouldn't have many polite words. If he said a few more, he wouldn't know what to say. So he just went straight to the point. Mr. Long, let's get down to business, shall we? Long Feng nodded with a serious expression. Mr. Qin, is it true that no one told you about my condition? No, Hu Baoxiang only mentioned to me the night before yesterday about you being sick, saying it was cancer but not saying what kind of cancer. What I said is what I saw through the art of qi looking. This is something you don't need to doubt. There was also a woman there just now. I didn't finish my words. It's just you and me now. Mr. Qin can say whatever he wants. Mr. Long, in addition to cancer and AIDS, you were also tainted with syphilis before this, and you also had uremia. Your whole body organs have now failed, and you have eaten aphrodisiacs and shared a room with a woman within the last 3 days. These words of Qin Shou made Long Feng completely freeze. What he said was exactly right. Long Feng was indeed tainted with syphilis and also had uremia. And he got an actress to come over last night. He thought that he wouldn't live long and wanted to have fun in time before he died. Mr. Qin, you can even see this. Long Feng was now a bit impressed with Qin Shou, and had a bit of confidence that he could cure himself. Mr. Qin, can you cure this disease of mine? He was very nervous when he asked this question. His hands clenched tightly, afraid that Qin Shou would say that he couldn't do anything about it. It can be cured. This is all a minor illness. Qin Shou's words made Long Feng frown. He answered so painfully that he wouldn't be coaxing people to play, right? Mr. Long, I can really cure this disease of yours, but the treatment overweighing will be extremely painful. You have to cure your cancer first, and then go to treat other diseases. When your condition is cured, I still have a kind of secret medicine here. After you take it, you can reorganize your virility, and you don't need to go back to taking any tonic medicine, let alone taking any little blue pills. Since Long Feng was tainted with syphilis and AIDS, his private life must be very messy. At the very least, one could tell that he was a womanizer. So Qin Shou took the opportunity to sell the topsy-turvy little pills. He felt that a little bit more is a little bit more, and it's rare to have the opportunity to contact a giant man. Is Mr. Qin serious about this? Long Feng wasn't concerned about being able to regain his virility right now. He was concerned about being able to survive. Mr. Long, I never lie about healing. I can cure your disease. After getting an affirmative answer from Qin Shou, Long Feng almost cried out. He had thought that he was going to die, and he had approached Qin Shou with the attitude of treating a dead horse as a living horse. Unexpectedly, he had really invited the real god. Mr. Qin, what do you need? I'll have someone prepare it for me and start the treatment now. Long Feng was a bit impatient. The sooner he started the treatment, the sooner he could get rid of the threat of death. Qin Shou smiled and waved his hand. Long Feng could still live for a few more days. There was no hurry to get started as the price had yet to be negotiated. Mr. Long, my consultation fee is very expensive. Let us talk about the price first. Talking about money, this kind of thing, some people won't say it so directly. After all, talking about money hurts feelings. Long Feng was different. He was the kind of person who talked about money before talking about feelings. Qin Shou's words made Long Feng smile. He liked this kind of character of Qin Shou. Mr. Qin, you know my identity. Money is nothing more than a string of numbers to me. How much do you want? Just open it. Long Feng was sincerely asking Qin Shou to make an offer, but Qin Shou didn't think so. He felt that Long Feng was beating around the bush with him. Letting him make an offer? How could he open it? If he opened less, he felt like a fool. If he opened it more, Long Feng wouldn't necessarily give it, and might get him killed if he got angry. Mr. Long, this price is better for you to say. I'm not at liberty to say. Long Feng laughed. He felt that Qin Shou was a bit interesting. If this were someone else, he would have been busy opening his mouth to ask for billions and billions of dollars. Mr. Qin, my value is more than 300 billion. According to reason, if you cure me, I'll give you no problem. But you must not want to. Like this. You cure my disease, I give you 1 billion. In addition, I heard Hu Baoxiang said you still do not have a house in the Magic City. I'll send you the set of my house. How? Long Feng's words let Qin Shou froze. He is not think less, but think too much. 1 billion. That was a number that killed Qin Shou could not even say. And this house. Seeing that Qin Shou didn't say anything, Long Feng thought that it was because he felt that the money was less, so he opened his mouth and added, Mr. Qin, this house has a floor area of 5,000 square feet. According to the current market price of 3 billion, I decorated it, spent almost 200 million. There are also the furniture and ornaments in this house. There are almost 400 million. There are also a few limited edition sports cars in the garage, and there are also some stocked wines in the cellar. If all these are added up, the value is more than 5 billion. If you are still not satisfied, I can add more. Qin Shou hurriedly waved his hand. No, too much. I can't take it. Qin Shou was a little afraid. He previously told Tian Zhenxing to ask for 2 billion, but it was only a guess. He did not want to give Tian Zhenxing to see the disease, so he said that he was greedy for money, but with moderation. Long Feng's attitude towards him couldn't be said to be much respect, but at the very least it was polite. Others respected him a foot. He respected others a foot. Chapter 50. He wants to make a movie? Long Feng has money, and it's his money. Qin Shou is trying to give him the opportunity to make a fortune, but he wants to fish at the top of the day is just 200 or 300 million. This Long Feng opening to give 10 billion, but also the house to him. The house plus the cash will have 6 billion. He was afraid that he would hold out. Mr. Qin, this is just a drop in the bucket for me. Not much at all. Qin Shou still shook his head. No, I can't take advantage of the fire. It's too much. Qin Shou didn't expect that he would one day experience what it means to have too much money to burn his hands. Qin Shou's attitude satisfied Long Feng. He had just thought that Qin Shou was too little. Mr. Qin, my life is not worth this much? Qin Shou shook his head and nodded again. It is worth, but it is not worth this much for me to treat you. It is just too much. Mr. Qin, don't be polite with me. The money and the house are not so easy to take. You have to want to cure my disease. I can cure your illness, but I can't ask for so much money. Long Feng frowned. Mr. Qin, if you can cure me, then boldly accept it because you are worth this much, even more than this. This is the offer I'm giving. If you don't accept it, I won't accept the treatment you're giving me either. Hearing this, Qin Shou could only nod his head in agreement. Long Feng smiled. That's right, now you say what you need. I'll have someone prepare it. Please give me a pen and paper. There are a bit too many herbs and instruments to use. I'll write them down and you have someone prepare them. Long Feng heard this and raised his wrist. He had a watch on his wrist. He pressed it and then said, Secretary Fu, come in for a moment. A dozen seconds later, the door to the room opened with a dripping sound, and Fu Xueqing walked in from outside. Mr. Long, what are your orders? Mr. Qin needs some things to cure me. You take him to prepare them. In addition, have someone pack a guest room out? Mr. Qin will stay here for the few days he's curing me. Long Feng even glanced towards Qin Shou when he said this. Qin Shou nodded at him, and considered it a promise to stay. Alright, then Mr. Qin, please follow me. Qin Shou stood up and rushed Long Feng to deliver a few words on his way out. No food from now on, only water. Don't work anymore, go to bed and rest. Long Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. As soon as Qin Shou and Fu Xueqing went out, Long Feng lay down on the bed. He was a little tiny bit excited right now. Qin Shou could cure him. He didn't have to die. After Qin Shou followed Fu Xueqing out, he was taken to a room on the 4th floor by her. Mr. Qin, you'll be staying here for the next few days. There's paper and a pen on the table. Just come straight down if you need anything, and let me know when you're done writing. Here's my business card. Fu Xueqing said as she handed her business card to Qin Shou. Qin Shou took it with both hands and held it in his hands and looked at it. In black and gold letters, Fu Xueqing, followed by the phone number. Mr. Qin, this is my private business card. The phone number on it is my private one, not a work number. Fu Xueqing turned around and went out with a red face after saying that. She had printed a box of such business cards, but so far, had only given out such a one. Qin Shou took the card and put it under his nose without any interest to smell it. What kind of hand-rubbing oil did she use? It smells so good. This was fortunately not heard by Fu Xueqing. What hand-rubbing oil? What she used was hand cream. Qin Shou looked around the room. This room was really not small. It was bigger than the one he rented. The room was partitioned off, with a bedroom and bathroom inside, and a living room outside with a sofa and coffee table. There was also a 2-meter-long desk. Chinsho sat down in front of the desk with one butt, picked up the pen on the table, found a piece of paper and started writing. Longfeng's disease was tricky, and even though he and Longfeng said that it could be cured, it would be troublesome to treat it. Chinsho lowered his head and wrote and drew, taking more than half an hour before putting the pen down. 132 Chinese herbs, 99 kinds of strange and weird things, and children's urine are considered normal. Beans blackened by smoke, coffin nails, chicken blood from a large rooster over 10 years old. The further back you look, the stranger things get. In addition to these, Chinsho also drew a few things. A 2 meter by 2 meter square steam drawer, and a large pot with a diameter of 2 meters. It was similar to the one used by the goblins to steam Porky Pig in Journey to the West. There is also a diameter of 1 meter and a half. 1 meter and a half high large wooden barrel, but also the kind of can bring its own heating function. The last is an iron table. Only Chinsho drew this. The desktop is a strip of steel pipe composition. Each steel pipe has 10 centimeters between the spacing. Then there were 50 medicine jars, and 50 medicine stoves. This time, many of the medicines Chinsho was going to boil had to be boiled at the same time. Unlike when he was treating Huku, where they could be boiled in batches. In the end, Chinsho also made a special note that he needed 20 helpers to help him keep an eye on the boiling of the medicine. A whole page of A4 paper. The front side was those things he wanted. The north side was the diagram he drew, and the specific requirements for the items drawn. After carefully checking it over, Chinsho saved the cell phone number on Fu Shueqing's business card into his cell phone and then called her directly. Secretary Fu, I've finished writing. Come over here. Okay, be right there. Less than half a minute after turning off the phone, Fu Shueqing knocked on Chinsho's room door. Chinsho froze. This girl came so fast? She wouldn't be guarding the door, would she? Chinsho directly walked over and opened the door. Fu Shueqing smiled at Chinsho and walked in. Secretary Fu, you weren't waiting at the door just now, were you? Fu Shueqing's face violently turned red and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chinsho. Her appearance confused Chinsho. He didn't think he had said anything excessive, right? It wasn't like he was asking her what color her underwear was, so why blush? That, me, I live next door to you. The reason why Fu Shueqing brought Chinsho to stay in this room was because she was staying next door, in order to have more opportunities to meet with Chinsho. Oh, so the two of us are neighbors. This is what I want. Just take a look and then have someone prepare it. Chinsho handed the paper in his hand to Fu Shueqing. Fu Shueqing took it and looked at it carefully. Only she looked and frowned. Although many of those herbs in the front were the first time she had heard of them, she knew that they were Chinese herbs just by looking at their names. But the back of those coffin nails, rooster blood, does not feel like a cure for disease. Rather, it is like it is used to catch ghosts and exorcise evil spirits. Mr. Chin, the things behind this are really for curing diseases? Chinsho nodded. Yes. Although Chinsho didn't know exactly what using these things would do for Longfeng's illness, but this was something that was mentioned in those prescriptions that automatically popped up in his head, and in order to cure Longfeng, he could only write it out word for word. There are special instruments I need in the back. Just find someone to make them according to the requirements, as well as the manpower I need and prepare them. Fu Shueqing nodded. No problem. I'll have someone prepare it now. These things can be sent over at first light tomorrow. If you need anything, Mr. Chin, you can ask those 2 security personnel at the entrance to send them over for you. And if you want to go out for a walk, just have them follow you. Fu Shueqing left in a hurry after saying that. Those things on the paper were related to Longfeng's life. She didn't dare to delay at all. Chapter 51, almost not on Tu Shengnan. After she left, Chinsho simply went into the bedroom to lie on the bed and watch TV. Only when he watched it, he fell asleep. By the time he opened his eyes, it was already past 2 in the morning. Chinsho was woken up by hunger, hungry and dreaming of eating roasted whole sheep. In his dream, he held a sheep nibbled happily. Eating, the sheep in his arms turned into a woman. Looked a little like Tu Shengnan, scared Chinsho a jolt, and then woke up. Chinsho sat up, stared and turned his head to look, and then sighed with relief. Fortunately it's a dream. If it had not Tu Shengnan, it would have been troublesome. Chinsho climbed up from the bed and turned on the light, then walked out. There was only a plate of fruit on the coffee table in the house, so Chinsho had no choice but to open the door to his room. As soon as the door to his room opened, the 2 black-clothed men standing on either side of the door turned around and blocked him. Mr. Chin, are you going out? Chinsho shook his head. I'm hungry. Is there any food? Whatever Mr. Chin wants to eat, I'll have someone make it and send it over. Just get some random food. Okay, please wait. The black-clothed man who spoke turned around and left. The other one was still looking at Chinsho with a wary face. This made Chinsho feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. I'm not a criminal. Why are you looking at me like this? Shinsho directly closed the door and went back inside. These two black-clothed men were indeed specially explained by Longfeng to watch over Shinsho. After Shinsho left from his room, Longfeng lay on the bed. The more he thought about it, the more chaotic his heart became. He was worried that Shinsho was coaxing him to play. Worried that Shinsho was looking for a chance to bolt. So he had Li Gang arrange for two people to keep an eye on Shinsho. It wasn't Longfeng's fault. Anyone else would have thought so. Cancer and AIDS is not a fever and cold. It is possible to cure cancer, but AIDS cannot be cured. It was reasonable to have someone keep an eye on Shinsho. Shinsho had just sat on the sofa when his cell phone rang. The call was from Hu Baoxiang. Shinsho was a bit puzzled. What was this guy doing calling himself so late at night? Hey, Mr. Hu, what do you want to see me about? Mr. Shin, has Tian Zhensheng looked for you to apologize at your door? Hu Baoxiang's question made Shinsho frown. That guy apologized door to door? With that attitude of his, it would be good if he didn't come to his door looking for trouble. No, after we parted that night, he did give me a phone call, saying that he was giving me $80 million for me to cure him and give him a small pill. That tone was like giving me that money and looking down on me. Ah, then you two quarreled? No, I didn't argue with him, I just told him that I wanted me to make a move and take $2 billion out. Shinsho's words made Hu Baoxiang's face on the other end of the phone pull down. This Tian Zhensheng, this was completely offending Shinsho. Ah, Mr. Shin, he also called me that night, asked for the address of your house, said he wanted to go to the door to apologize. I thought he was really going to go. I watched the news tonight. One of the neighborhoods you live in has a woman who was robbed by someone. That woman's interview mentioned the name Shinsho. Your neighborhood is just you one called Shinsho, right? Hu Baoxiang actually more than 10 o'clock to see the news. And then the heart has been guilty of muttering. Until now did Shinsho call. Shinsho heard also heart thumped. The neighborhood where I live? You mean the neighborhood where I used to live? You moved, Mr. Shin? Well, moved and haven't told you yet. It's that neighborhood. I guess this thing is Tian Zhensheng. That guy found someone to do. Fortunately, you have moved. Otherwise, alas, this almost set me up for injustice. Hu Baoxiang was very angry. He did not expect Tian Zhensheng from him. This set out Shinsho's address, in order to come to underhanded moves. Shinsho's heart is also very hot. The home invasion robbery was still directed at himself. If he didn't move and was caught by those people, Mr. Hu, Tian Zhensheng's disease, I will not be out. If you contact him, please tell him, do not think of tying me up to cure him. I will be medical, can cure the disease to save people, but also can kill people in the invisible. He has not much time left. If you don't want to die a very miserable and painful words, don't come to bother me. Shinsho didn't brag. He had more than enough recipes for poisons in his head. Even if he didn't put down the medicine, he could easily make a person's life worse than death by directly stabbing his points with a silver needle. Mr. Shin, I will definitely convey it, but you still need to be careful. Tian Zhensheng is a person I understand. He's a one-track minded person who is prone to go to extremes. I am fine. As long as he dares to come, I dare to help him to transcend early. Mr. Shin, has one more thing. Has Longfeng contacted you? I'm already at his home. I can cure his disease. I've already talked about it, and I'll be able to do the treatment tomorrow. Shinsho's answer made Hu Baoxiang very happy. Great. Thank you, Mr. Shin, for being able to step in. Hu Baoxiang's words confused Shinsho. To say thanks, it was also Shinsho who thanked Hu Baoxiang. Such a big customer was introduced by him. Mr. Hu, it's me who should be thanking you. Without you I wouldn't have been able to get to know Longfeng. Mr. Shin, it's me who should thank you. If you cure Longfeng, he will cooperate with me for a big order. I won't hide it from you. I can earn 200 million for this order. Hu Baoxiang was very direct and didn't hide anything at all. Shinsho skimmed his mouth. The feeling that Hu Baoxiang could get so many benefits even if he introduced him to a Longfeng? Mr. Shin, when the contract is signed, I will transfer 20 million to you, as a commission for you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to do this order, and I wouldn't have been able to climb up the Longfeng line. This is not good. You do business to earn money, and I have nothing to do. It's settled. Mr. Shin, you take an early rest. I won't bother you anymore. Hu Baoxiang hung up the phone after saying that. Shinsho shook his head with a bitter smile, not realizing that he could still make money at both ends. At this time the door to the room was knocked on. Shinsho went to look at the door and the man in black pushed a food cart in. Mr. Shin, this was prepared for you during dinner. You were sleeping so I didn't call you. I had someone heat it up. Is it okay if you just make do? Shinsho glanced at the food on the food cart. This is called making do? Steak, prawns, abalone, crabs, and a few dishes that Shinsho did not recognize. Yes, just be able to eat. The man in black immediately put those dishes on the coffee table. Mr. Shin, someone will come over tomorrow to collect them. so take an early rest after you finish eating. After saying that, the man in black pushed the food cart and walked out. Qinshu immediately took a big bite to eat and drink. At this time, on Hu Baoxiang's side, he was on the phone with Tian Zhensheng, and both of them were talking very nonchalantly. Old Hu, you and I have been friends for many years. You help an outsider but not me? Tian Zhensheng's voice was loud and his tone was also very nonchalant. Chapter 52 Old Hu flips out. Tian Zhensheng, Mr. Qin is not an outsider. He is our family's savior. Don't think I don't know what you did. You found someone to try to kidnap Mr. Qin, right? You even pretended to go to the door to apologize and trick me into telling you Mr. Qin's address. You don't even think of me as a friend. Hu Baoxiang didn't speak politely. He couldn't be polite to Tian Zhensheng. Hu Baoxiang, there's no other way for me to do this. He opened his mouth and asked for several $100 million. How could I have that much money? This is all because he forced me. Tian Zhensheng, the reason why Mr. Qin is asking for a lion's share of the money is because you were disrespectful to him, because you looked down on him from the bottom of your heart. That's why he said something angry like that. If you sincerely apologize to him, and I'm pleading for you, he will definitely help you. What Hu Baoxiang said was not true at all. Qinshu had just started to plan this way. You've completely offended Mr. Qin now. He said he won't treat you for your illness. He also told you not to mess with him anymore. And he told me to tell you that since he can save people, he's also more than capable of harming them. He has ways to make the few days you have left even more painful. When Tian Zhensheng heard this, his entire body exploded with anger. Hu Baoxiang, are you threatening me? No, these are the words that Mr. Qin asked you and I to pass on to you. Good, very good. He won't give me a cure. I don't have long to live anyway, so I'll take out all my money and pay for his life. You tell him to wash his neck and wait for me. Tian Zhensheng hung up the phone after saying that. He was angry and afraid in his heart. Angry that Hu Baoxiang had taken Qinshu's side, and also that Qinshu had bitten the bullet and wouldn't give him a cure. Fear is simple. He is afraid of death. He just said the sentence to pay for life. But it is not all angry words. He found someone to kidnap Qinshu, and if he didn't succeed, he would do that. Tian Zhensheng felt that he had to pull Qinshu as his back even when he was dying, and a brat who didn't know where he had drilled out of the ground was so disrespectful to him, and he even threatened him with his words. Hu Baoxiang was also angry enough to spend money on Qinshu's life. Then wouldn't Qinshu be in danger? He wanted to call and remind Qinshu, but gave up on second thought. Qinshu was by Longfeng's side right now to cure him, and it was estimated that it would take a month or two, or even longer. As long as Qinshu was by Longfeng's side, then he was safe. The level of security measures around the giant man was very high. By the time Qinshu came out after treating Longfeng, it was estimated that Tian Zhensheng was already dead. Putting down the phone, Hu Baoxiang laid down, incidentally pulling his wife into his arms. Without shame, Qinshu's side finished eating, went back to the bedroom to lie down. Only just as he lay down, the phone rang. Qinshu frowned. What's wrong with these people? They all like to call in the wee hours of the morning? A glance at the caller ID showed that it was Tu Xingnan calling and he directly picked it up. Qinshu, where are you? Tu Xingnan's tone was a bit anxious. I am at my friend's house. My friend is sick. I came over to take care of it. Male female. Tu Xingnan's tone became wary, and her whole heart was raised. She hadn't even caught Qinshu, the moon, this close to the water, and then someone else got there first? Qinshu smiled bitterly. Male, a forgotten friend. When Tu Xingli heard male, she was still a bit worried that Qinshu's orientation was abnormal, and then she was relieved to hear that he was a forgotten friend. Qinshu will definitely not find an old man to get. No, he does not get. That's good. When will you come back? It is estimated that it will take a period of time. He is very sick. You find me something? Well, the team took a case yesterday. Someone broke into a house and robbed it. The person who robbed it you should recognize. My former landlord. Qinshu didn't wait for her to finish. He knew what it was about. You already know? I watched the news. Then do you have anyone you suspect? Who would be looking for trouble from you? No, I don't have any enemies of. You count this as looking for me to ask questions? If you want to cooperate with your investigation, you have to go to the Interpol, right? No need to call this time, right? Not. I just remembered this thing to find you to ask. Cooperate with the investigation words or to come to the team. Since you want to take care of people, I will go to the team tomorrow to say it. You do not have to come. I look for you is not this matter. I woke up hungry, want to your home to find some food. Not half a day door no one open. So I called. When Tu Xingnan said this, his face was red. Coming out at 3 in the morning to rub food is too embarrassing. Oneself must have been horny. The food was one aspect. The most important thing, she wanted to see Qinshu. She kind of missed Qinshu's face. Don't you have a spare key? Open the door yourself and go in to get it. There are speed dumplings in the refrigerator. And there are also speed xiaolongbao. Things quite a lot. You do some food yourself. Remember to clean up for me on the line. Xinsho is generous to Tu Shangnan. For one thing, she is her own landlord. Polite as it should be. Secondly, this girl is handsome and beautiful. Naturally Xinsho can make her generous to her. This is not too good, right? Tu Shangnan had actually thought of this a long time ago. The spare key would be grasping it in her hand. She almost didn't control it before calling and opened the door to go in. Help yourself. Either you starve until dawn and go out to eat, or open the door and go in yourself. Thank you Xinsho. I'll treat you to dinner later. Talk later, eat and go to bed early. Bye. Xinsho directly hung up the phone. After hanging up, Xinsho simply turned off the phone. Now no one would bother him to watch TV. Only when it was almost dawn outside did Xinsho fall asleep. At 10 in the morning, Xinsho was woken up by a knock on the door. Mr. Xin, everything you asked for is ready. Fu Xueqing's voice came in from outside, and Xinsho got up in a daze to answer. I'll come after I wash up, then I'll wait for you in the living room. Good. Xinsho rubbed his eyes, stretched, and after washing up, he took his cell phone and went downstairs. Fu Xueqing was sitting on the sofa, and as she watched Xinsho come down, she immediately stood up. Mr. Xin, everything is in the courtyard. The house doesn't have a big enough room, so I ordered 2 movable rooms, and they're already being assembled. Xinsho nodded. She was thoughtful. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Xinsho saw a lot of people busy in the yard. The walls of the house had already been erected and the roof was being put on. Mr. Xin, let's have breakfast first, then go and take a look at those things. If any of them are not up to par, I'll immediately arrange for someone to replace them. Xinsho waved his hand. I'm not hungry. Let's check the stuff first. He had just stuffed himself with a bellyful of big fish and meat at 2 or 3 in the morning, so he really wasn't hungry now. Fu Xueqing nodded. Then I'll take you to see. Xinsho followed Fu Xueqing to the courtyard and saw over 200 plastic containment boxes. The names of the items inside were labeled on top of each box. This woman was really meticulous. Xinsho spent more than half an hour carefully inspecting the herbs and items in the boxes, and then took a look at those particular big guys. Not bad. All of them are fine. Once we get this house finished, we can have Mr. Long come down to receive treatment. Fu Xueqing's brows furrowed when she heard this. Mr. Long is going to come here? To receive treatment? This chapter was added for reader body control. Chapter 53, you don't cook that fast. Yeah, not treating here, then what's the point of getting this house? Xinsho was a bit confused. Fu Xueqing smiled bitterly. Mr. Xin, this house is for boiling medicine. If you treat Mr. Long, you have to be in his room. Xinsho lowered his head and pondered for a moment. That's fine, but it's best to have him move from upstairs to the first floor, so it's more convenient. I'm going to give him acupuncture first, then boil the medicine and medicinal baths and smokes. It's really inconvenient for him to be upstairs. Fu Xueqing nodded. I'll go talk to Mr. Long. You go in first and rest. Another hour and you'll be almost done. Xinsho followed Fu Xueqing back to the house. She went upstairs to get a report from Long Feng. Xincode was sitting on the sofa in the living room. An hour later, the mobile cubicle was done and Long Feng moved from the 6th floor to the room on the 1st floor. Li Gang called for 30 black-clothed men, 20 for Xinsho to help. The other 10 were to strengthen the guard force. With some help, Xinsho didn't have to work so hard. He had the people move everything except those big guys into the mobile boarding house. The medicine stove was set up. The medicine jars were scrubbed clean. Then he started stuffing the medicine jars with medicine. Of course those messy things. He also stuffed some of them in different medicine jars, stuffed things differently. After everything was done, Xinsho let the arrangements be made for people to start boiling the medicine. After simmering for 2 hours on high heat, add a bowl of water. Then turn the heat to low and simmer for 3 hours. Then add another bowl of water. Turn the heat to high and simmer for another hour. Then just take the pot of medicine off the stove and after it cools down, repeat the previous procedure of boiling it once more. Xinsho spelled out the way to boil the medicine, but after he finished he felt uneasy, so he got someone to write it down and gave it to Fu Xueqing. You follow what's written above and keep an eye on them here as they boil the medicine. Mr. Xin, how big is this big fire and how small is the small fire? Fu Xueqing didn't dare to be sloppy for a second and asked directly if she didn't understand something. Xinsho led her to the side of the medicine stove and manually jumped the size of the flame. This pill furnace was actually a gas hood, which Xinsho had later changed. This is a large flame. This is a small flame. Understand? Fu Xueqing nodded. What about when these are all boiled down? Then you'll go and call me. No more questions? No more. Xinsho smiled, then went about his business. He had 2 black-robed men carry an empty containment box behind him, and he picked out some herbs and threw them into the box. When the box was full, He took the disposable silver needles for acupuncture and left with the two men in black. He went directly to Long Feng's room, which had been emptied. There was only a large wooden barrel and an iron table made of iron bars in the room. There was also a cauldron with a diameter of 2 meters, which had been set up. Below is an electromagnetic heater. I do not know where Fu Shuecheng got it. Originally Qin Shou wanted a gas cover. Can be heated on the line. Fu Shuecheng felt that the heating speed is slow. Simply replaced a large electromagnetic heater. Qin Shou wanted a square large steam drawer also leaned against the wall. Luckily this room is adequate. Otherwise it really can't be stuffed with these things. Long Feng was sitting on the only chair in the room, while Li Gang, that small black man, was leading 4 black-clothed men, surrounding Long Feng in the center. As soon as Qin Shou came in, Long Feng stood up. Mr. Qin, hard work for you. It's not hard work. I'm just taking someone's money for someone's trouble. Long Feng smiled without saying anything. Put the herbs next to the pot and you two can go out. The 2 black-clothed men carrying the containment box were obedient, lifting the box over and turning to go out. You 4, add water to the pot. Just add 2/3. Qin Shou said as he started picking up herbs from that containment box and threw them into that cauldron. Li Gang nodded at the other 4 black-clothed men before they started moving. Long Feng was a bit curious about what Qin Shou was doing, so he simply walked over. Mr. Qin, are you using all these things to cure me? Can you tell me a little bit about it? How exactly do you plan to cure me? The work in Qin Shou's hands didn't stop, and he opened his mouth as he did so. I told you, the treatment of overweighing will be a little painful. This big pot is to simmer the medicinal soup. Wait to put that square steaming drawer rack above. I will give you a few needles. You will lie on it to steam for 10 minutes. If the effect is not good, to steam for a while longer. Qin Shou's words made Long Feng froze. Steam for 10 minutes. Why is this picture so familiar? Is this really a cure? He felt that Qin Shou was kind of treating him like a fish and was planning to steam him. Mr. Qin, you're not kidding, right? Steaming for 10 minutes. I'm half cooked. Qin Shou opened his mouth without even lifting his head. Don't worry, as long as the top is not covered with a lid, you won't cook that fast. Long Feng almost lost his breath when he heard this. Is this human language? Cooked not so fast? If it's not half cooked, it's still 3/4 cooked, right? He suspected that Qin Shou wanted to eat a steak. Mr. Qin, will this really work? You don't have to worry. The temperature will be a bit higher by then, but not so high that it will kill you. Steaming for 10 minutes, in order to let your sweat pores open completely, to send out some of the cold air that has accumulated in your body, as well as to let you adapt to the high temperature first. Saying this, Qin Shou lifted his head up and pointed to the large wooden barrel next to him. See that barrel, right? Later on you have to go in and soak in the medicinal soup for an hour. Then lie down on that iron table. I'll give you acupuncture once, and underneath the table later on you'll have to put a fire underneath it to roast it, and only then can I give you the medicine to drink in the end. After Long Feng heard these words, his face couldn't be whiter. First steamed, then boiled, then roasted. Is Qin Shou a doctor or a cook? This is healing? Why did it feel like making a full banquet? Mr. Qin, really want this? Long Feng was a little scared in his heart. This walk down is enough for him to drink a pot. It has to be like this. If you change another treatment, I am not sure to cure you. Qin Shou lied. In fact, for Long Feng's disease, he has many treatment programs in his head. Only the one he was using now was the fastest one, which would allow Long Feng to completely recover within 3 days. The reason why Qin Shou chose this way was to get the money quickly. Other than this way, the fastest was acupuncture plus medicine, but it would take 2 months to cure him. Qin Shou couldn't wait. There were still 20 days left before the school festival, and he still had to face Chu Xiaoxiao and Li Daqiang. For that reason, he would just have to make Long Feng suffer a bit. Mr. Qin, did you ever finish knocking me out so that I was cured while I was asleep? Qin Shou shook his head, and Long Feng's eyes immediately became desperate. Mr. Long, between death and suffering a bit, choose one for yourself. Long Feng gritted his teeth. I can do it. I can endure it. He roared this out, in order to cheer himself up. Qin Shou smiled. Alright then, take off all your clothes. This chapter was added for the reader's body control. Chapter 54, Qin Shou suffers a loss. Long Feng froze once again. Take off your clothes? Qin Shou nodded. Take off your clothes and go to that iron shelf and lie down. I'll give you a needle. This set of needles will take some time, mainly to bring the cancer cells in your body under control so that they don't continue to replicate and spread. By the time the stitches are done, the pot of medicinal soup will be almost boiling, so that will save some time. All off? Qin Shou nodded. Did Long Feng's face redden for a moment? He gritted his teeth and turned to open his mouth at Li Gang. You tell the people at the door that no women are allowed to come in from now on. Li Gang nodded, turned around and went to make arrangements. Long Feng gritted his teeth and took off his clothes, then lay down on that iron shelf. Up to this point, Qinshu started treating him. It was from this moment that Long Feng's miserable screams had been ringing for 2 days. Of course it wasn't always screaming, sometimes it was just too painful and he fainted. However, every time he fainted for no more than 10 minutes, Qinshu would wake him up. In these 2 days, the person Long Feng cursed the most was Qinshu, and he couldn't wait to eat Qinshu alive. The process was too painful. When he went up to the steam drawer to steam, he thought it was painful enough, and when he came down from above, he felt that he was cooked. But when he went into the big wooden barrel, he realized how happy he was when he was on the steam drawer, and that's when he started cursing from the big wooden barrel. He also yelled this to let Li Gang give Qinshu a beating, but fortunately Li Gang understood that Long Feng was not serious, and also knew that Qinshu was curing him. He did not carry out Long Feng's orders, he instead listened to Qinshu very well, and led the people to put Long Feng dead in the wooden barrel. It was not easy to get through the barrel. Long Feng lay down on the iron table. Qinshu removed the silver needles from his body, and spent another hour to reapply a set of needlework on him. Long Feng once again vomited several mouthfuls of reddish-black blood. After vomiting, he felt much more comfortable. Only, before he could appreciate Qinshu for a few minutes, Qinshu had someone put a gas stove underneath and turned on the fire to roast him. Naturally, Long Feng pulled out his voice and cursed, but it was only roasted for an hour. Qinshu pulled out the needle and removed the fire. Qinshu went out to look at the medicine and let him rest. Half an hour later, Qinshu came back and got Long Feng back on the steam drawer, and gave him the previous process again. Just like this week after week, Long Feng was roasted back and forth 8 times, and the last time he came down from the iron frame, he was sent to the room on the 6th floor. Long Feng directly cried out, "It is too difficult, he is still alive." He hadn't finished lamenting, he directly fell asleep. After all, after being tossed around for 2 days and 2 nights, he had barely closed his eyes. He slept, but Qinshu was still awake. The medicinal soup he needed was boiled under Fu Xueqing's supervision, and the last part was going to be his own. He had someone brush the 2-meter diameter cauldron clean and move it to the mobile cubicle and set it up. Then he poured all the tonics into it and stirred it with a spoon while heating it up. "Secretary Fu, go and rest. None of you can help with the rest." Fu Xueqing didn't refuse. She too hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights, and now she already looked at anyone like a pillow. "Then it's hard on Mr. Sheen. I'll go rest for a while." With all the people dispatched, there were only 4 black-clothed men that Li Gang had arranged to guard the place. One of them was the one who took Qinshu's first touch. "Mr. Sheen, why don't you take a rest and I'll do it?" He had just come from his shift and was in high spirits, so he was like to help Qinshu. Qinshu shook his head. "You can't do this. I have to use different stirring speeds and different stirring directions at all times according to the changes in the medicinal liquid. When I let the water be added later, you can just add the water for me." "Okay, Mr. Sheen." Hard work. Qinshu did work hard, and this hard work, another day and night had passed. The black-clothed people around him had already changed a batch. Fu Xueqing also stood behind him at this time, looking at Qinshu with eyes full of little stars. This man's body is awesome. After not resting for so long, it still looks like he is full of spirit. If he is with him, what am I thinking about again? Fu Xueqing lowered her head with a red face. Qinshu was a bit unable to open his eyes, and he clenched his teeth and held on. "It's almost ready. It's almost ready." There was only about a bowl or so of liquid left in that cauldron, sticky as asphalt, and the flavor was strangely foul. Those who didn't know thought that Qinshu was cooking poop. After another hour had passed, Qinshu looked at the fist-sized black pill at the bottom of the cauldron and finally let out a sigh of relief. "It's done. Help me bring a bowl over." As soon as the words fell, a man in black handed the bowl over. Qinshu directly used a spoon to get that pill into the bowl. Turning around, he handed the bowl to Fu Xueqing. "Leave it for an hour. Let Mr. Long eat it and take it with water. After taking this pill, you can't eat anything for 12 hours. I'm too tired to sleep first." Before Qinshu finished his words, his eyes closed and he fell towards the back. Fortunately, the black-clothed man beside him was quick on his feet and held him in his arms. Fu Xueqing's eyes were filled with heartache. "Quickly send him to his room to rest." Qinshu slept for a day and a night, and when he woke up, he realized that Long Feng was sitting beside his bed. Li Gang and Fu Xueqing stood behind him. "Mr. Qin, you're awake?" Long Feng's voice was full of joy and sounded neutral. Qinshu looked at him carefully. His hair was all black, his face was flushed and his breathing was strong now. "Mr. Long, give me your hand. I'll take your pulse," Qinshu said and sat up. What he was most concerned about now was Long Feng's body. If he was cured, he would be able to get $1 billion himself. Just thinking about it was exciting. Long Feng smiled and handed his hand up. Qinshu put his hand on his wrist and then closed his eyes. 3 minutes later, Qinshu released his hand. "Congratulations, Mr. Kong, you are cured." Long Feng laughed out loud. "Mr. Sheen, I've already gone to the hospital for a checkup. I'm healthy now. You don't know how wonderful the expression on my attending physician's face was at that time. He thought he'd seen a ghost, and if it wasn't for my status being there, he probably would have arrested me for dissection. You get up and wash up. Go downstairs and eat something. We'll talk while we eat. Shinsho nodded and lifted the covers to get out of bed. As a result, as soon as the quilt was lifted, he hurriedly covered it back up. Fu Xueqing blushed and also hurriedly ran out of the house. Shinsho did not mention how embarrassing. He was only wearing a pair of underpants on his body and suffered a loss. Being seen by Fu Xueqing, older brother. Your clothes I let someone give you to take off. According to your size to buy you a new one. Your original clothes I threw you. You go take a shower first. Get dressed and go downstairs. I'll wait for you downstairs. Long Feng said and got up and left with Li Gang. Shinsho was left alone in the room, and he finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. Developed. I'm going to heaven. 1 billion 1 billion. Can't spend it all in a lifetime Can't spend it all in a lifetime. This chapter is added for reader body control. Chapter 55. Worshipping Big Brother with Big Brother. Shinsho became that Fan Jin Zhongjie look again, chanting with his mouth while his hands clenched into fists and smashed the mattress hard. I make money. Make money. I don't know how to spend. It's 1 billion. Shinsho really doesn't know how to spend it. This is like that paragraph about beggars. To the beggar in the city center of the busiest place to get a store. Ask him what to do. The beggar's answer is to squat in front of the store to ask for food. Shinsho was originally a monthly income of 4 or 5,000 poor people. Suddenly have money, want to sell cars and houses and other things. From Hu Baoxiang that got 80 million. He was happy fast sleepless. This immediately have a billion to hand. His little heart is fast from the chest out. More than 20 minutes later, Shinsho washed up, put on the clothes that Long Feng had someone prepare, and went downstairs. When Long Feng saw him come down, he stood up from the sofa in the living room. Mr. Shin, come over and sit. Serve tea. Shinsho nodded with a smile and walked over to sit next to Long Feng. He still looked sort of calm, which was something he had managed to adjust in his room. He didn't want Long Feng to think that he had no talent. The air of a worldly superior still needed to be there. Mr. Shin, when you were treating me, I spoke out of turn. Please don't pay attention to it because it was really too painful and I couldn't hold back. Long Feng apologized to Shinsho and he was sent back to his room to sleep after his treatment. When he woke up, he realized that Shinsho had fainted from exhaustion in order to boil medicine for him. Thinking about the words he had scolded Shinsho, he was dying of shame in his heart. When he came back from the hospital checkup, the shame in his heart was even heavier. Shinsho smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Long is overstating it. I am well aware of the level of pain during the treatment. If you don't roar a few times, I guess you can't help it. It's only human nature. Mr. Long doesn't have to be concerned. Shinsho searched his stomach and said all those literary words he knew. Mr. Shin, I am well. The kind of small pills. You said before I wonder if you can give me a detailed introduction? Long Feng was a rich man, or the 6th-ranked man on the Chinese tycoon list. With money, he would enjoy life even more. Men, what they crave for is nothing more than wine and sex. He has no other hobbies, just a little good sex, which is nothing to be ashamed of. Previously, he also ignored his dying body, taking drugs and looking for girls, want to die before a quickie. Now that he was cured, he didn't have to worry that he wouldn't live long, so the matter of men and women would have to start thinking about it. Mr. Long, the name of that pill is very cheesy. The top small pill. Is my master through an ancient formula developed? The efficacy is actually very simple. After eating it to reorganize the male wind, and this life do not have to worry about the lack of energy, but also can cure all male diseases. Infertility is not a matter of course. Shinsho's words made Long Feng freeze. Sterility? He didn't have a child and this was the most painful thing in his heart, especially when he was dying before. Thinking about his huge family fortune that he had no one to inherit made it even more painful. People die money not spent, not to mention, there is no one to take over. This is the most painful thing. Mr. Shin, what you said is true. Shinsho smiled and nodded. Mr. Long, there was an injury there before, so you can't have children. I actually saw it a long time ago, but don't worry, I've already cured you. You can still sow seeds even if you don't eat this medicine of mine. It's just that eating this medicine of mine can increase the seed activity and increase the efficiency and length of your work in that area, improve work efficiency and increase work hours. This was something that every man longed for. Long Feng's expression became a bit agitated and he opened his mouth and said, Mr. Shin, this medicine of yours. He was halfway through his words as he felt that he had gone a little too far, being so excited, making it seem as if he couldn't work. Mr. Long, your body has just healed. You have to wait 2 days before taking it. There's no rush. There is also one thing you have to avoid. You should not get close to women when you have recovered from a serious illness. At the very least, you have to stick to it for a month, or else your illness will come back, and I won't be able to save you then. Shinsho said these words are blind words. In fact, Longfeng is now going to find two pussies to have fun is fine. The reason why Shinsho said this is for revenge. When treating Longfeng, this guy did not curse his mother. Shinsho said that he didn't mind, but in his heart, he still minded. If he didn't clean up this Longfeng, Shinsho always felt that he had suffered a loss in his heart. Longfeng's brows furrowed when he heard Shinsho's words. Mr. Shin, I will definitely do it. Shinsho smiled without saying anything, then put his hand into his pocket and took out a small pill from the system space, then pulled it out and handed it to Longfeng. Longfeng excitedly took it with both hands. Mr. Shin, this is the topsy-turvy small pill? He didn't doubt Shinsho because the pill looked like the 6 flavors Di Huang pill. He now had 100% trust in Shinsho. Even if Shinsho took a pile of poop and told him to eat it, saying that it could cure him, he would also eat it without hesitation. Eat it 2 days later, or else anything that goes wrong is a big deal that will cost you your life. Definitely, follow Mr. Shin's medical advice. Longfeng's head was nodding frantically as if he had pressed an electric mini-motor. Shinsho looked at Longfeng who had become a nodding doll. His heart was a little anxious. The disease was cured. The pills were given. When are you going to pay, big brother? Shinsho's pair of eyes stared dead on at Longfeng, while Longfeng was staring dead on at the small pill in his hand. Secretary Fu, keep this pill for me. Longfeng fondly handed that pill to Fu Xueqing. After Fu Xueqing took it, she turned around and went to take care of it. Only then did Longfeng smile and turn his head towards Shinsho. Mr. Shin, you have saved and recreated my life. I will remember this friendship. Mr. Long is polite. This is all what I should do. Shinsho was a bit anxious. This old guy wouldn't be trying to renege on his debt, right? Mr. Shin, Mr. Long, have an unkind request. Please consider it Mr. Shin. Shinsho froze for a moment, then nodded. Is he really planning to renege on his debt? It was painful to say before. Billions and billions of dollars to give, and now you have an unforgiving request? If you old kid doesn't pay, believe it or not I'll make you not see the sun tomorrow. Mr. Shin, I want to befriend you. I don't know what Mr. Shin thinks, Longfeng said in a very certified manner. He did want to befriend Shinsho because Shinsho had saved his life, cancer and AIDS, and Shinsho was able to cure them both. One could imagine how capable Shinsho was. Such a man of the world. Longfeng will not let go easily, and he climbed some relations, to his own benefit. At least in the future do not have to worry about themselves and the people around them around. These days, what rich people want to befriend the most is people with power, and then the famous doctors. After all, the richer you are, the more you are afraid of death. Longfeng's proposal made Shinsho a little bit moved as well. This is a huge man, and he worships him, and in the future, he can more or less get some light. He is rich, and it is enough to hit the face of Chu Xiaoxiao. But if he became Longfeng's godbrother, wouldn't the face slapping be even more powerful? Shinsho wants to agree, but he is worried that he can't get the money after agreeing. He is a little tangled up. Chapter 56, Face slapping also has an assist. Mr. Shin, you first give me your bank account. I'll arrange for someone to transfer the money to you, and in the afternoon, I'll let Secretary Fu take you to handle the transfer of this house. I'll take care of the taxes and whatnot. You just need to bring your ID card with you. Longfeng was an old man. Naturally he could see what Shinsho was worried about. Solely he talked to Shinsho about money first. Shinsho didn't hesitate in the slightest, pulled out his wallet, drew out a card and handed it to Longfeng. At this time, Secretary Fu happened to come back with a small jade bottle. Longfeng then handed her the card. You go and transfer $1 billion to this card. I've already greeted the finance side. Fu Xueqing took the card, then handed the jade bottle in her hand to Longfeng. Mr. Long, the pills are in here. Such a valuable thing. I think it's better for you to bring it personally. Longfeng took it and nodded with satisfaction. You did a good job. This time Mr. Shin cured me. You also worked hard. The Magic City branch is still missing a vice president. Tomorrow you will directly take office. Do a good job. You have a lot of room to rise. Making a clear distinction between reward and punishment is Longfeng's consistent style of doing things. Fu Xueqing was first stunned, then hurriedly rushed at Longfeng and bent down to thank him. Thank you Mr. Long. I will definitely do a good job. Longfeng waved his hand, and Fu Xueqing left with an excited face. From secretary to vice president, Shinsho wasn't sure how many levels she had jumped in a row, but looking at Fu Xueqing's excited look, he knew that there must be 7 or 8 levels. Mr. Shin, I've already arranged for the money, so think about it first and answer me when the money arrives in the account. The reason why Long Feng wanted to tie the knot with Qinshu was a little bit other than those reasons he said before. He was a big man in his 40s, his status wasn't low, and everywhere he went, people called him Mr. Long, Mr. Long. He had never called anyone you before. Moreover, Qinshu was only in his early 20s, and Long Feng called him, more or less awkward. If you don't use honorifics, it would seem that Long Feng doesn't know how to be grateful. Solely in Qinshu worship handle, one to be able to draw close to the relationship between the two. In addition, he did not have to be awkward. Directly shouted Qin old brother on the good. Qinshu didn't dwell on it. Since Long Feng had arranged for someone to transfer the money, he didn't have anything to worry about. Mr. Long, I promise you. Long Feng laughed out loud. Promise is good. In the future we'll call each other brothers. I'm a few years older than you. In the future I'll call you old brother Qin, and you call me big brother Long. Qinshu hurriedly nodded. He was also considered to have his back against a big tree. Big brother Long, if you tie the knot, do you have to worship Guangong and drink blood wine? Long Feng smiled and shook his head. What year is this? Don't talk about that set. I'll turn around and let people publicize it. You'll be the honorary chairman of my Long's group in the future. Long Feng's words made Qinshu's jaw almost drop in shock. Honorary chairman? He was giving the company to Qinshu? After Qinshu came back to his senses, he immediately waved his hand. Big brother Long, this can't be done. You've already given me $1 billion in this house. You can't be too greedy. Your company I can't have it. Ha ha. Qin old brother, you want brother I cannot give you this honorary chairman is an empty position. No real power. Just hang a name. In Long's group all the hotel consumption are free. Buy a house can enjoy the cost price. There is also the right to mobilize $2 billion from the company, but it has to be paid back. Long Feng's words made Qinshu sigh in relief, and at the same time made him a little bit excited. Hotel consumption doesn't cost anything. You can still buy a house at cost price, and you can also draw on $2 billion at any time. This treatment is enough to make many people greedy. Brother Long, how many honorary know-it-alls are there in the company in total? Just you, and you're the only one in the future. Long Feng's answer was very serious. Qinshu's heart was immediately a little touched when he heard it. This Long Feng was really mean to him. The name Tian Gensheng emerged from Qinshu's heart. He now wanted to grab Tian Gensheng's neck and yell at him. Look at the vigor of others. And then look at you, what virtue. You know why Long Feng is in the top 10 of the Chinese rich list. Brother Long, thank you. Long Feng pretended to be angry. You call me big brother and you're still polite to me? You saved my life. I'm not even this pretentious to say thank you, right? Older brother. Don't worry. In the future, no matter what you meet, I will help you. Brother can't help you. Go and beg others to help you. In a word, in the future, your business is my business. My business is your business. Definitely, definitely. Qinshu smiled and nodded. Having got such a big brother as a big brother, his days can be better in the future. At least he can follow him to learn how to experience the happiness of the rich. Older brother, this afternoon, pay the secretary. Shop I first to take you to do the transfer, and then take you to buy a decent piece of clothing to take pictures. These 2 days to take you to serve as the honorary understandings of the Long's group to publicize. You have no opinion, right? Qinshu immediately nodded again. No opinion. Thank you, big brother. Qinshu of course had no opinion. In his heart he was beginning to thank Long Feng's ancestors for 18 generations. For something like this, it was best to make it known to everyone. He wasn't someone who cared about fame, but at this time he had to care. He wanted Chu Xiaoxiao to see this news in advance, preparing for Qinshu to hit her in the face. Even if Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't see it, the people attending the school festival would definitely be able to see it, and there would be people who could assist when he beat up Chu Xiaoxiao. Just at this time, Qinshu's cell phone text message rang. He picked up his phone and tapped it to read it. The money had arrived. $1 billion had arrived. Qinshu hemmed and hawed and giggled. He couldn't care less if Long Feng would blame him for being unproductive. This is $1 billion. Qinshu counted it several times, and the more he counted, the more he smiled. Qin old brother, don't count it. What's so good about this amount of money? Long Feng did feel that Qinshu was a bit out of his depth, feeling that the worldly Highlander was a poor man who had never seen money before. Had he? Qinshu then came back to his senses and smiled embarrassedly. Brother Long, don't be offended. This is the first time I've made so much money. Qin old brother, this medical skill is so skillful, can be called a god doctor? How much money you want to earn in the future can earn can be more than me. The Chinese rich list. No, the world rich list certainly have a place for you. Haha carrot. Big brother, you don't make fun of me. I think this money is enough for me to spend a lifetime. Older brother, you really don't have enough money to spend for a lifetime. Buying a yacht is not enough. Buying an island would take tens of billions. I don't buy yachts or islands. Saving and spending is enough. Qinshu's words made Long Feng laugh bitterly. This godbrother really hasn't seen the world. In the future there will be time to bring him more, to change his consumerism. Older brother, do you have the formula for the topsy-turvy small pill? The two of us can open a pill factory together and definitely make a fortune. Long Feng had been holding this sentence for half a day. He was a businessman. Making money had almost become his instinct. Chapter 57, This Bitch. Loser. Qinshu shook his head. No, master didn't say anything to me. Qinshu's answer made Long Feng a little disappointed, but immediately afterward, he raised another question. Older brother, how about you come back to the capital with me and we open a medical center together? I'll fund the medical center. I'll bear all the expenses. You're only responsible for sitting in the clinic, and we'll split the money we earn 30% to 70%. 30% for you and 70% for me. Long Feng although take 30%, but he felt quite a lot. When the time comes, let Qinshu specialize in treating the rich. No one receives 1 billion or 800 million. Definitely can earn a lot of money every day. Qinshu shook his head. He had also thought of opening a medical center, hanging a pot to heal the world. But then, he would not have time to pick up rags, and would not be able to be as free as he is now. Besides, the world is still poor people. No money patient store. He treat it or not. If he cures it, it's a waste of time. If he doesn't cure it, he will be scolded by the world on the moral high ground. It would be a matter of minutes before he would be stigmatized for the rest of his life. He did not want to be trapped in the matter of healing people, and he did not want to be stigmatized for years. He is not a saint, just a beggar. Suddenly become handsome and rich beggars. Ideological awareness is not so noble. Qinshu also did not want to be that noble. Brother Long, I don't want to open a medical center. If you have a friend's disease can be introduced to, I help cure on it. Forget about opening a medical center. I haven't had enough fun yet. Qinshu rejected Long Feng. Long Feng wasn't angry. He also looked back and felt that he was being abrupt. Elder brother Qin, it's my brother who took it for granted. If you don't open it, then don't open it. But when my brother begs to come to you, you can't not make a move. Qinshu hurriedly nodded. The two chatted for a while, then Long Feng took Qinshu out for dinner. After eating, Long Feng said goodbye to Qinshu. Older brother, I'm going to the capital. If you need help in Magic City, give Xiaofu a call. You two are of similar age, have time to get in touch more. She is also considered to be one of the flowers of this Magic City branch of ours. But you can enjoy the flowers and taste the flowers. But you can't dig the flowers away from me. There aren't too many capable people in my brother's company. Long Feng had long seen that Du Xueqing's eyes looking at Qinshu had a bit of another flavor. When he said this, Fu Xueqing even lowered her head with a red face. Qinshu hurriedly waved his hand. How could I have thoughts about Big Brother's people? Big Brother, don't misunderstand. When Qinshu first saw Fu Xueqing, he still had some thoughts. After all, she was beautiful enough. But then he thought that Fu Xueqing was Long Feng's lover or mistress, and he had no more thoughts. Dumplings can be eaten. Sister-in-law cannot be missed. Long Feng first froze, then laughed out loud. Older brother, Xiaofu is just my employee. Your kid don't think too much. Your little sister-in-law is indeed quite a lot, but she is not. Something need to help you to find her. I leave first. The capital is still a big pile of things waiting for me to deal with it. When you arrive in the capital, remember to call me. Long Feng said this and directly got into the car. Big brother, remember to not. For a month. I know. Just remember not to dig my company's corner. Long Feng finished saying this and rolled up the car window. As soon as Long Feng left, Qinshu and Fu Xueqing were the only two people left at the entrance of the hotel. The atmosphere before the two people was a bit strange. Qinshu was a little excited in his heart that Fu Xueqing was not Long Feng's woman. This old man was quite conscientious and knew that rabbits don't refuse the grass around the nest. Fu Xueqing, on the other hand, is a little shy. Her head is still thinking about what Long Feng said, about enjoying flowers and tasting flowers. Secretary Fu is not right, it is General Manager Fu. Are we going to do the closing? Fu Xueqing raised her wrist and looked at the time. The housing authority hasn't gone to work yet. Why don't I take you to buy clothes first and then go take pictures? I have an appointment with a reporter at 5 in the afternoon to interview you. Fu Xueqing's words made Qinshu freeze. A reporter interview? What the hell is this? What did he have to interview? Although he could heal and save people, his real job was to pick up rags. But if there was a reporter interview, he could yell out 3 times for Wang Bao and summon 300 melon eaters over to watch. But what was the point of that? Forget about the interview. I'm not a celebrity and I don't know what to say. This is something Mr. Long explained. I have to do it right. Don't like to show my face. Just take a picture. Forget about the interview. Qinshu bit the bullet and didn't let go. Fu Xueqing didn't continue to force him. Then I'll take you to buy clothes. Mr. Qin, do you have any favorite brand? Qinshu looked down and thought, if he said he liked cheap brands, would Fu Xueqing think he was dirt? You help me choose. I don't have any requirements for clothes. Fu Xueqing drove Qinshu to an upscale mall in the city. She was Qinshu's driver since he had been drinking. The fact that Fu Xueqing, such a delicate beauty, was acting as a driver for Qinshu really made him happy. It also made him produce a lot more saliva than before. A professionally dressed Fu Xueqing sat in the driver's seat and drove the car with a serious expression, giving Qinshu a different feeling. In addition to being beautiful, this chick was also a bit handsome, but in the next 2 hours, Qinshu felt that she was not handsome, a bit of a loser. The clothes she picked for Qinshu were really good, and they could very well enhance Qinshu's temperament. Although the clothes were good, the price was very unfriendly. A casual suit cost more than $300,000 and a tie cost more than $8,000. 7 or 8 sets of suits alone were chosen, and there were more than 10 ties. There were also some casual clothes that were usually worn. The cheapest pair of pants cost more than $40,000, not to mention the top, which was also a $50,000 or $60,000. Fu Xueqing chose 6 pairs of pants and 3 tops for Qinshu. Finally, she took Qinshu to buy a few belts. Only then did Qinshu realize that a belt could be sold for more than $100,000. The shirt is also a must-have, a total of more than 20 pieces. And even in order to match the shirt, Fu Xueqing took Qinshu to choose 2 sets of suits. There are also cufflinks. Cufflinks, such small objects. Although the object is small, the price is more expensive. Diamond encrusted, jewel encrusted, a cuff tops the price of a belt. Finally, Fu Xueqing took Qinshu to buy a Patek Philippe watch. So a flip down, Qinshu card money less almost more than 10 million. Of course, that Patek Philippe watch accounted for half of it. In order to perform in front of Fu Xueqing, Qinshu forced a smile on his face as he swiped his card in order to endure the pain of cutting flesh in his heart. Mr. Qin, the shoes haven't been bought yet. I'll take you to choose a few pairs of shoes and buy 2 more sets of sportswear. Fu Xueqing's words were filled with a sense of joy. This joy of hers came from Qinshu. Qinshu had bought quite a few things, although none of them were for Fu Xueqing, but the joy of shopping she experienced without a hitch. Chapter 58 The Pain of Dying in Place. Qinshu let her experience the joy of shopping in a painful way. If this was for her to buy something, she would never come to this mall, nor would she buy something so expensive. Her previous annual salary was only about 200,000, and even now that she had been promoted to vice president, her annual salary was still around 3 million. There was simply no way to support such a purchase. Qinshu wanted to refuse to go shoe shopping, but after Fu Xueqing finished speaking, she walked towards a store that sold shoes, so Qinshu could only follow with a stiff upper lip. He consoled himself in his heart that things were bought for himself, and it just so happened that he was about to go to the school festival. So let's consider it as a preparation for punching Chu Xiaoxiao in the face. Fu Xueqing picked out 10 pairs of leather shoes for Qinshu to match his clothes, and another 5 pairs of casual style shoes. Then he went on to pick out 2 sets of sportswear, 4 pairs of sneakers, and 2 pairs of shoes for running. So a turn down. Qinshu card money and brush out more than $2 million. Good thing that Qinshu this kind of big customers. The mall specially sent 4 security guards to follow, help take things, otherwise so many things, Qinshu one person is not able to take. He also couldn't put that big pile of stuff into the system space in full view of everyone. No one would believe him if he said he did magic. Mr. Qin, why don't I take you to choose some more skincare products? There's also men's perfume. I remember there's a perfume that's especially suitable for you. Fu Xueqing's eyes were now full of little stars. Booling booling. She was in a very soothing mood. The feeling of letting go of buying things was really too good. Qinshu smiled and nodded in agreement. Already spent so much money, don't care to spend a little more. Although his heart aches and his flesh hurts, he understands in his heart that earning money means spending it. His card now had more than $1 billion in it. Without improving his quality of life a bit, could he keep that money for the next child? I want to change those bad habits I had before. Earn money to spend. Can't buy heartache. Buy that also heartache. Qinshu followed behind Fu Xueqing and muttered in a small voice. The store that sells makeup is on the 2nd floor. Fu Xueqing first took Qinshu and the security guards out of the mall. She put all the things she bought into Qinshu's car. Then she and Qinshu went to the makeup section on the 2nd floor of the mall alone. Qinshu was like a schoolboy, following Fu Xueqing closely as she chose things and he swiped his card. It took more than an hour for the two of them to come out of the mall. By this time, Qinshu had already carried 7 or 8 bags in his hands. Facial cleanser, toner, skin cream. Qinshu can't remember the names of those things, let alone how to use them. The only thing I know how to use are 2 things, facial cleanser and perfume. Fu Xueqing hand also carried 2 bags. Qinshu bought 2 sets of skin care products, and a bottle of perfume to him. It's a way of saying thank you to her. Fu Xueqing originally wanted to pay, but Qinshu refused. Fu Xueqing is not good in front of the crowd in Qinshu Pool, can only let Qinshu paid the money. Qinshu had thought that this was the end of the matter, did not expect. After the house transfer procedures, Fu Xueqing took him to do the hair. Qinshu did not refuse. Anyway, sooner or later to get, so just follow her to go. He first recognized the road, and then come over to get it done when he went to participate in the school celebration. It was only at 9 p.m. that Qinshu drove back home. After he got his hair done, Fu Xueqing dragged him to a photography studio and took some pictures. In the end, the two of them had dinner together again and then sent Fu Xueqing home again. Fu Xueqing let Qinshu directly. She sent her downstairs. This made Qinshu a little bit slightly excited. He had previously read an article from the internet, which said that a girl letting you send her home means that she has a good feeling about you. Sending her downstairs is more favorable than sending her to the entrance of the district. Actually, Fu Xueqing wanted to invite Qinshu upstairs for a drink, but she was afraid that Qinshu would think she was a random girl, so she didn't say that. Qinshu stuffed the things in the car into the system space and then went upstairs. Only when he opened the door and walked in, his entire body froze. The TV in the living room was on, and Tu Shengnan was lying on the sofa asleep. Her sleeping posture was a little spirited, not to mention that she was on all fours, and there was a bag of potato chips on her chest. The coffee table is also piled up with snacks, and the trash can next to the coffee table is also piled up with snack bags. Qinshu laughed bitterly. He hadn't been home for a few days. This chick has made herself at home here? Tu Shengnan, you wake up, go home and sleep. Sleeping here will catch a cold. Qinshu walked over to wake up and shouted at her. The result was that Tu Shengnan didn't react at all. Qinshu had to reach out and push her arm. Tu Shengnan, wake up. This time Tu Shengnan opened her eyes in a daze. Qinshu, finally dreamed of you. I miss you so much. Tu Shengnan didn't finish her sentence before her eyes closed again. Qinshu skimmed his mouth and smiled bitterly. Even if he was stupid, he now understood that Tu Shengnan was interested in him. Qinshu didn't continue to call out to Tu Shengnan, but turned around and went inside, took out a blanket from the cabinet, came out and covered Tu Shengnan. Then he turned off the TV and turned off the lights in the living room and went back to his room, took the things he bought out of the system space in his head and put them on the bed. Then Qinshu got busy, hanging the clothes inside the closet. The socks and underwear were also put into the drawer in the cabinet. The cuff pins were put into the nightstand. He spent almost half an hour or so just packing these things. After everything was packed properly, Qinshu took a shower and went to bed. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Qinshu was woken up by his alarm clock. He hadn't even had time to get up before he heard a scream from the living room. Ah! With a jolt, he got up from his bed and rushed out wrapped in his quilt. This time he learned to be smart and didn't come clean with Tu Shengnan. When he rushed out, he saw Tu Shengnan sitting on the sofa with a pained expression, both hands holding his left foot and rubbing it hard. What's wrong with you? Tu Shengnan lifted his head up when he heard Qinshu's voice, then lowered his head again with a red face and love. I'm fine. I just accidentally kicked the coffee table. Tu Shengnan felt that she had lost her face to her grandmother's house. She woke up from her sleep and found herself covered with a blanket, and immediately knew that Qinshu had returned. She took advantage of Qinshu's absence to mix food and drink in his on, and even slept on the sofa. Old lady's image. Tu Shengnan scolded herself while climbing up, wanting to quietly leave and pretend that this matter had never happened. It's just that she was too nervous, and when she was not careful, her little toe kicked the coffee table leg. Everyone has had this experience. Toes kicked to the top of a hard object. That kind of pain can make people inside the original place to die. Tu Shengnan is no exception, did not hold back and screamed out, "It's good for you to rest. I'll go wash up later and eat breakfast together." Qinshu wanted to do the words that Tu Shengnan said in a daze last night, and when his heart was soft, he uttered these words in a ghostly manner. Tu Shengnan nodded without a squeak. Qinshu was turning around and went back to wash up. When Qinshu cleaned up properly and went to cook, Tu Shengnan took the opportunity to clean up the living room. By the time Qinshu made breakfast and called her to eat, she had already finished cleaning up, like a schoolboy, sitting on the sofa and waiting for 5 or 6 minutes. Neither of them spoke, and halfway through the meal, Qinshu and Tu Shengnan opened their mouths at the same time. You slept in my house for the past few days. What time did you come back yesterday? Chapter 59. Give a broken basket and place an order. Tu Shengnan's face once again reddened into a monkey's ass, and Qinshu smiled in embarrassment. I came back last night after 9 o'clock, and seeing that you were asleep, I didn't call you. Qinshu had wanted to take the words that Tu Shengnan had said last night and flirt with her, but he always felt that if he did that, it was a bit like flirting with her. Tu Shengnan didn't dare to look up. She now hates herself in her heart. Why did she fall asleep watching TV? Qinshu was also right. He didn't know to call in advance when he came back. I'm sorry, I was a little bored yesterday, and there was nothing to eat at home, so I ran to you to eat some snacks. and I didn't expect to fall asleep watching TV. Eat those snacks. Turn around, I bought back to you. Shinsho hastily waved his hand. No need to return it. When I invited you to eat. Shinsho had not steeled himself to the point of being a straight man and letting the girl return the snacks. Besides, didn't you do me a favor before? A little snack is nothing. Tu Shengnan raised his head in doubt. What favor did I do you? Did you forget the phone call you gave me? If it weren't for you, I'd probably still have to make a trip to get a statement. Shinsho reminded Tu Shengnan of this, and only then did she recall it. You're talking about that matter? Ah, it's nothing. I just happened to know you, and helped you talk about the situation with our team leader. Has the case been solved? Tu Shengnan shook his head. No, that neighborhood is an old neighborhood. There is no surveillance equipment. The car driven by the suspect has just been locked recently. I believe it will soon be clear. Shinsho nodded and didn't say anything else. He did not shake out Tian Gensheng's matter. Not that he did not want to offend Tian Gensheng, but he did not have evidence. In addition, Tian Gensheng will not live for long. It is not significant to arrest him or not. After dinner, Tu Shengnan grabbed to brush the dishes. Shinsho did not grab with her, but sat on the sofa, took the phone to read up. He was looking at a map of the downtown area of Magic City. In addition to the commercial street he had been to before, he also wanted to find a new place to pick up rags. You can't just hang out on a street to pick up trash. Soon he chose a place. University City. The commercial street will only have more traffic on weekends, not much on weekdays, but the university town is different. All day long, except for summer and winter vacations, there are a lot of people. Moreover, college students nowadays can produce garbage very fast. They drink mineral water and often order takeout for meals. The most important thing, the university town is not far from that commercial street. It's only 40 minutes away by car. More important point is, to go to the university to pick up garbage, can by the way to see the youthful and beautiful female college students, while making money while looking at beautiful women. Think about it as one of the most beautiful things in life. At this time Tu Shengnan finished brushing the dishes and came out from the kitchen. Shinsho, I finished cleaning up, so I will go back first. Thank you for treating me to breakfast. Well, your car is fixed, right? You don't need me to send it to work, right? Shinsho was just saying this casually and being polite. Tu Shengnan was not polite with him. She was the kind of person who could climb when given a pole, shine when given some sunshine, and lay an egg when given a broken basket in Shinsho's place. My car hasn't been repaired yet. If you're okay, please give me another ride. That's good. You drive slowly. Shinsho subconsciously returned a sentence, but as a result, he reacted halfway through the sentence. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He was still too impulsive. Go change your clothes. I'll send you later. Thanks. Tu Shengnan cheerfully thanked him and ran back to his house to change his clothes. This one doesn't work. The color is too vulgar. This one doesn't work. It's too revealing. It looks like I'm casual. Tu Shengnan spent almost half an hour before she painted her makeup and changed her clothes. Shinsho also changed his clothes. He had to go out to pick up garbage, and he didn't want to wear those tens of thousands of dollars of clothes he had just bought. But he originally only had 2 sets of sportswear, one of which was lost, and the other was still piled up in the washing machine without being washed. In the end, he could only wear a set of casual clothes, and then put on that watch. His heart's reluctance is only so much. He feels that wearing tens of thousands of dollars of clothes, tens of thousands of dollars of shoes, tie 100,000 or so belts, with millions of watches to pick up garbage, is a very bullish thing to do. If someone was talking around him when he was talking about it, he could smile and leak out his belt, raise his wrist and blind them with his watch. Tu Shengnan knocked on the door of Shinsho's room, and Shinsho just opened the door and walked out. When Tu Shengnan saw Shinsho, his eyes lit up. It's too handsome. Before it was just handsome. Now there is also some more noble temperament. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. This sentence is really true. Let's go. I hope you won't be late for work, Shinsho said and also intentionally lifted his watch to look at the time. It's almost 10 o'clock. Tu Shengnan is too casual for this class. Tu Shengnan saw Shinsho's watch, his heart slightly stunned. It seems to be worth a lot of money, but it feels like Shinsho's action of looking at the watch is a bit of a plastic bag, too able to be loaded. But, pretending to fork are so handsome, not letting people be disgusted at all. Tu Shengnan, this girl is considered completely hopeless. She followed Shinsho downstairs car. Shinsho started the car to drive out. Tu Shengnan head has played 2 or 3 romance drama. She felt that Shinsho was also interested in her. Otherwise why would he take the initiative to ask for a ride to work, and also deliberately dressed up and sprayed perfume? This boy is too exquisite, right? Lao Ao must take him down. Shinsho had a crush on her, but it was definitely not the kind she thought. The reason why Shinsho wore this outfit was because it was the cheapest available. The reason why he sprayed perfume was because he felt that if he spent all his money on things to buy, It would be a waste if he didn't use it. This was all completely different from what Tu Shengnan thought. Xinsho, are you free the day after tomorrow? I'm on vacation and would like to invite you out for a spin. Tu Shengnan took the initiative and wanted to go further with Xinsho. Xinsho thought about it, then decided against Tu Shengnan. I have things to do during this time. Let's wait until I'm done. Xinsho did not say the words to death in order to take care of Tu Xingnan's face. He did have things to be busy in the past 2 days. The house in Longfeng had just been transferred to him, and today, he and Fu Xueqing had made an appointment to go around the house together. By the way, he found someone to clean up the house and get rid of the things that Xinsho didn't want. This was something that Longfeng had explained, and Fu Xueqing definitely had to strictly implement it. Xinsho also wanted to look at that house, clean it up a bit, and by the way, see what he didn't like and redecorate it. Oh, is your friend's illness still not well? Tu Xingnan's mood instantly became not so high. The friend's illness as well. Took the medicine I prescribed has been cured. Is a little something else. Speaking here, Xinsho paused for a moment. When he was eating breakfast, it was like he was talking to Tu Shengnan about moving, but he just didn't have the heart to open his mouth. Chapter 60, Answering the phone without shame. Longfeng had given him the house, and Xinsho couldn't wait to move there immediately. What is it? Can you tell me? Maybe I can help? The more enthusiastic Tu Shengnan acted, the worse it was for Xinsho to open his mouth. It's fine. It's just a small matter. I can handle it myself. Xinsho still decided to wait for a suitable opportunity to talk about moving. An hour later, Xinsho parked his car in front of Tu Xingnan's unit. The road was jammed, so it took a little longer. My legs are numb. Tu Shengnan couldn't continue halfway through her sentence because she kind of wanted to laugh. She had used this trick twice. Xinsho smiled and got out of the car to help her down. Thank you for giving me a ride. You're welcome. A distant relative is better than a close neighbor. Then I'll go and get busy first. Bye. Xinsho waved his hand and got into the car, starting the car to rush to Shishan Manor. Tu Shengnan watched Xinsho's car drive away before turning around and walking in. Sister Tu, aren't you off today? A young lad on duty at the door rushed at her and opened his mouth. Tu Shengnan froze for a moment before giving him a blank look. I forgot to take something and came over to pick it up. After saying this, Tu Shengnan turned around and walked out. The young man on duty looked at Tu Xingnan's back in confusion and scratched his head. Didn't she come to pick up something? Why did she leave? Tu Xingnan's face was now red as a monkey's ass. In order to let Xinsho drive her, she had forgotten about her rest today. Tu Shengnan, you're too unproductive. You're too horny, she chanted as she pulled out her cell phone and called her good girlfriend Shishue. Hey, what are you doing? Ing. Shishue's voice was a bit strange, but what she said, Tu Shengnan understood in seconds. Dead Neezy, what time is this? I'll be at your house in an hour. Hurry up and kick your boyfriend out. Tu, not today. He just came back from a business trip. I don't have time to accompany you. You go find you. Shishue hung up the phone after saying that. The expression on Tu Xingnan's face couldn't be more wonderful. This lecherous man. Since something is busy, why still answer the phone? Tu Shengnan didn't want to go look for you, so she could only take a taxi home. When she arrived home and went upstairs, she was gentle, afraid of being knocked down by Xinsho. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. In fact, her worries were superfluous. When she arrived home, Xinsho had just arrived at Shishan Manor. This would be Fu Xueqing who was accompanying him around the house. Mr. Xin, let me first take you to the garage to take a look. There are a total of 8 cars in the garage. All of them were bought by Mr. Long before, and they are placed in the garage, and he hasn't driven them a few times. Xinsho nodded and followed Fu Xueqing into the elevator. The garage was on the negative floor, and when he came out of the elevator, the lights in the garage automatically lit up. Xinsho sucked in a breath of cold air. The garage in front of him, and he imagined the difference was too big. This garage is simply a parking lot with an area of 5 to 6,000 square feet. At the very least, it could stop more than 200 cars. There are also the 8 cars that Fu Xueqing said. Xinsho had thought that they were Rolls-Royce or Mercedes-Benz or some other business cars. I didn't expect 8 cars. All of them are supercars. Ferrari, Bugatti Veyron, and a few license plates Xinsho did not recognize. Mr. Xin, these cars are all under Mr. Long's name. If you want to do the transfer, you can do it tomorrow, and the formalities will be sent to Magic City tomorrow. Xinsho swallowed his saliva and nodded. Mr. Xin, these 8 cars are all limited edition. The cheapest is that Ferrari, around 20 million. The most expensive thing is these 2 Rolls-Royce customized supercars, only 10 in the world, the only one in China. The selling price is around 300 million renminbi. Now it's estimated to have doubled or tripled. Fu Xueqing's words made Xinsho's eyes glazed over. Excitedly ran to the Rolls-Royce customized edition supercar and shivered, reaching out to touch it. $300 million a car. Shinsho felt that he was a little too unprofitable yesterday when he was heartbroken about buying clothes. Look at others. 300 million to buy a car, put in the garage is not open, just as a decoration. Alas, or his own height is not enough to become a giant like Long Feng. Mr. Shin, the car keys are in the car. You can drive out and try. Shinsho hurriedly shook his head and rejected Fu Xueqing's proposal. Such an expensive car. If you drive out bumped, that will not be heartbroken to death? No need. Just take a look first today. Fu Xueqing smiled. Then I will take you to see the wine cellar? Shinsho nodded and followed Fu Xueqing into the elevator once again. There were a total of 3 floors underneath this house. The garage took up 1 floor, below that was the wine cellar, and the bottom floor was a storage room with a huge safe. It took half an hour before Shinsho returned to the living room. If those 8 cars shocked him, then the wine cellar shocked him. The most ordinary wines in the wine cellar cost $70,000 to $80,000 a bottle. The most expensive ones cost $3 to $4 million, and there were even wines that exceeded $10 million. There are also many types of wine, from white wine beer, to whiskey vodka, everything. Of course, the most is still red wine. Fu Xueqing gave Shinsho a list, which densely recorded the stock of wine in the cellar. Shinsho did not remember so much. He only remembered the valuation of this cellar above. 1.27 billion. Shinsho roughly calculated. Long Feng gave him this house and house furniture, car and wine cellar. Definitely more than 5 billion. Long Feng is really willing to give away. Mr. Shin, the place you said before that needs to be redecorated. I will arrange for someone to change it to your preferred style as soon as possible. And the things you don't like, I will also find someone to move them away. Do you see anything else you need me to do? Shinsho shook his head. That's good, Mr. Shin. One last thing, this house originally had a cooking chef, 3 cleaning ants, and 4 security personnel. Will these people continue to be retained, or will you find them again? These people that Fu Xueqing was talking about. This would be standing in the living room. When Shinsho had just arrived, Fu Xueqing had introduced them one by one to Shinsho. They were now looking at Shinsho with a thirsty face. They didn't want to lose this job. Shinsho was also in a bit of a bind. He was used to living alone, and with so many more people all of a sudden, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get used to it. But looking at the eyes of those people, he couldn't bear to reject it. Don't change. I'll stay. Thank you, Mr. Shin. Those 8 people bent down and shouted in unison at Shinsho. Shinsho was taken aback, then waved his hand with a smile. You guys go and get busy. Go and get busy. Those 8 people left happily, leaving Shinsho and Fu Xueqing in the living room. Mr. Fu, their wages aren't high, are they? Shinsho's words made Fu Xueqing smile. Thank you for the reward from Big Brother Childish Ghost Lao Air. Big Brother rewarded 1620 blocks plus 1 more chapter. So it is going to be 80 more chapters, plus the previous 15 chapters, minus today's 5 chapters plus more. A total of 90 chapters plus more are owed. Chapter 61, Beautiful Housekeeper. He was at least a man with $1 billion, and he still cared about this expense? The one who cooks is 10,000 a month, the 3 ants, 7,000 a month each, and the security is 12,000 a month. Labor expenses will be 65,000 a month. Shinsho let out a sigh of relief when he heard this number. 65,000 wasn't expensive. Picking up garbage for 4 or 5 hours would earn it back, but besides these 8 people, you're still missing 1 more person. Shinsho froze for a moment. Missing 1 more? He alone needs 9 people to take care of him? He wasn't the stupid son of a landlord's family. Where could he use so many people? You're still missing a housekeeper, or else whoever you let them spend money on will come to you for it? There has to be someone in charge of them, right? The previous butler was taken to the capital by Mr. Long. You need to hire a new one. Shinsho's brows furrowed. What Fu Xueqing said made sense, but where was he going to find a housekeeper? Did it go to ask him to go to the recruitment app and send a message? Mr. Fu, do you have a candidate to recommend? Mr. Shin, you'd better not call me General Manager Fu. You call me Xueqing, General Manager Fu. I want to laugh when I hear it. Fu Xueqing laughed at herself. When she reported to the company today, someone shouted at him to pay the vice president. At that time, not to mention how awkward the atmosphere was, both she and that person were holding back their laughter. Xueqing, help me find a suitable person. I don't know much about this. Well, I have a friend who was looking for a job recently. I'll call her over. You interview her? Okay, your friend knows the routes and can be trusted. Fu Xueqing nodded and got up to go make the call. Just as she left, the uncle who was cooking came over. Mr. Shin, are you eating here for lunch today? What would you like to eat? I'll go prepare it now. Shinsho looked at the time. It was already past 11. We'll eat here at noon. Just make a few of your specialty dishes. Okay, Mr. Shin. That uncle turned around and left after saying that. Shinsho leaned on the sofa and tilted his head to look at the crystal chandelier on top of the living room. He did not expect that one day, he would be able to live in the West Mountain Manor, and it is still the one courtyard, and there are people who cook for him to eat, and he could not dream of such a dream before. The life of the rich, really unimaginable. Shinsho at this moment, in his heart eyes grateful to the system. If not for it, he is estimated to be still nestled in the rental house, eating noodles for the rent to worry about it. The idea of slapping Chu Xiaoxiao's face is even more impossible to realize, and can only endure the anger, with the cuckold she gave, and watch her and Li Daxian get married. System Big Brother, do you have any wishes? You say you also have no way out, or I invite you to drink and soak and tease the girl to go. Shinsho muttered in a small voice, and it happened that Fu Shueqing came back from the phone. Just heard the word girl. Mr. Qin, did you just say girl? I didn't tell you that my friend is a female, right? Fu Shueqing was a little bit slightly unhappy in her heart, and she suddenly regretted a little bit that introducing her best friend over to work was a wrong thing to do. Shinsho smiled awkwardly. You heard wrong. What sister? I mean life is beautiful. Fu Shueqing nodded and didn't pursue the matter further. Mr. Qin, that friend of mine came back from studying in the UK, studying housekeeping. This major is okay to find a job abroad, but she went straight back to China after graduation, and before that she worked as an account manager in a hotel, and because of the conflict with the guests, she lost her job, and stayed at home for almost half a year. Fu Shueqing and Shinsho sat in the living room and chatted idly. Almost an hour or so later, Fu Shueqing's friend hurriedly arrived. After seeing her, Shinsho immediately had a deep sense of identification with the saying that people are divided into groups and things are grouped together. Although this girl was not as tall as Fu Shueqing, she had a good figure, with a curvaceous front and back, and her face value was even slightly higher than Fu Shueqing's. She wore a pair of jean backpack pants, but she was not as tall as Fu Shueqing. She wore a pair of denim backpack pants, a white short sleeve on top, and a double ponytail. She stood in front of Shinsho, causing him to feel a youthful aura. Mr. Qin, my name is Hazelmoon. I'm very glad that you can give me an interview. Hazelmoon smiled and stretched out at Shinsho. Shinsho gulped and extended his hand to shake hers. Hello, nice to meet you. Her hands were so white, so tender, so smooth. Shinsho loosely let go of her hand. The meal happens to be all ready. Let's eat and chat. Shinsho greeted Fu Shueqing and she walked towards the restaurant. The uncle who cooked the meal brought out all his skills in order to give Shinsho a good impression. There were 12 dishes on the dining table, as well as a soup. If it wasn't for the limited ingredients and time at home, he would have wanted to cook everything he knew how to do. Mr. Qin, take your time to eat. If any of the dishes are not to your liking, you can turn around and tell me. I won't do it again. Well, it's been hard on you. You also sit down and eat together. The cooking uncle hurriedly waved his hand. Mr. Qin is joking. I won't disturb your meal. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Fu Shueqing and Hazelmoon looked at each other and smiled when they saw the scene. Hazelmoon felt that working for Shinsho was also a good thing. At the very least, he was handsome, close and easygoing, and treated his employees well. Women are visual creatures. As long as they are handsome, doing a little bit of small things will be infinitely enlarged in their eyes. At this time is like this, Shinsho invited cooking uncle to eat together action. Let him become Hazelmoon heart good boss. The three people ate and chatted. Shinsho basically didn't ask a few questions. It was Hazelmoon herself who introduced herself. After a meal, Hazelmoon became Shinsho's housekeeper in a proper manner. The salary was set with the help of Fu Shueqing. A month's salary of 20,000, 14 months of salary a year, 2 days of vacation per month, inclusive of food and housing. Shinsho has no opinion on this. After all, he is also a visual animal. Such a beautiful girl, in his eyes worth the price. Not to mention Hazelmoon is not a vase. She is also someone with real talent. Mr. Qin, I'll move in tomorrow. Shueqing said that you have some places to decorate in this house. I'll keep an eye on it. Later let Shueqing take me to get acquainted with a few other people. Let me know your cell phone number. I'll call you. Hazelmoon immediately got into the swing of things. She didn't just exchange contact information with Shinsho, she also gave him some requests. Mr. Qin, you have to go and run a card for me. Every month's expenses you have to deposit into the card in advance. At the end of every month I will make the bill ready and bring it to you. In addition you have to prepare a car. Before the food and drinks were given to me by a special supermarket. The price will be a lot more expensive. So why don't you go out and purchase it yourself? Shueqing said that the garage is full of sports cars. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Shinsho one by one all agreed. Professional things to professional people to do. He just happy to leisure. This chapter for the Big Brother Childish Ghost Lao Air plus more. Chapter 62 White Rabbit White and White. Card. I'll give it to you tomorrow. I'll buy the car later. The three of them chatted for a while longer before Chinsho left. He had eaten and drank enough and wanted to move around a bit. After all, he hadn't picked up garbage for a few days, and he felt like he had forgotten whether to bend or reach first. Hazelmoon also followed Fu Shuiqing's car and left. Chinsho told her to go to the garage and open a random car for use. But this girl didn't dare. She was afraid that she couldn't afford to pay for it if she touched it. Chinsho drove directly to the previously selected university town. There are a total of 4 universities: Magic City Music Academy, Magic City Film and Television Academy, Magic City Normal, Magic City University. He drove the car directly into the Magic City Film and Television Academy. As for why he chose this school first, because he wanted to see the beautiful young ladies. As soon as Chinsho's car drove in, he couldn't help humming a little song. Dude finally made a right choice. Just coming in, he saw a lot of beautiful young ladies. If it wasn't for his mouth being shut tight, his saliva would have wet his tens of thousands of dollars of clothes. When he looked at those girls were also looking at his car. Now what car dares to drill into our school? A modified car. Also do not know whose boyfriend. Is this the latest model of Jeep? Of course, there are those who don't know what they're talking about, and there are those who know what they're talking about. This car is a Jeep? Stop it. Haven't you seen the Speed 8? This is the Night 15, priced close to $20 million. I've seen it online. This car is really expensive. The one driving is a big handsome guy. Did you guys see it? I don't know whose boyfriend he is. He's handsome and has money. Chinsho was sitting in the car, so naturally he couldn't hear what they were saying. He drove the car around the campus and then parked it in the parking lot. There were quite a few cars inside. Presumably all of them were school teachers' cars. After all, this was China, and students who drove to school were still a minority. After parking the car, Chinsho put on his gloves and jumped out of the car with his duffel bag. When he got out of the car, he immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Wow, so handsome. Which senior is this? Hey, you're in your 4th year, alright. He might be your senior. You can't lay hands on a senior. You swore an oath. Sworn? Then I'll take another oath. I'll take him down. You're such a dog. These two girls were closer to Chinsho, and with their voices a little louder. Chinsho heard their words loud and clear. Chinsho turned his head and smiled at the two girls. Wow, he smiled at me. Nymphomaniac. He clearly smiled at me. Rushing me. You have a boyfriend. You can't steal from me. Then I call immediately break up, and then fair play. You're also a real dog. Chinsho bitterly smiled and shook his head, then walked towards the trash can not far away. Looking at the girl is a piggyback thing. The main thing he did not forget. Walking next to that trash can, Chinsho then lowered his head and rummaged around inside. Ding! Recycling 1 mineral water bottle. Reward cash 10 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 beverage bottle. Reward cash 10 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 fast food box. Reward cash 20 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 pair of disposable chopsticks. Reward cash 10 yuan. The system's beep made Chinsho a little excited. This pleasant sound. He hadn't heard it for a few days, and there were quite a few bottles and fast food containers in this trash can, as well as some express delivery boxes and bags and such. Anyway, they were all things that could be recycled. Unlike the garbage cans there on the commercial street, there were a lot of things that couldn't be recycled. Ding! Recycle 1 cardboard box. Reward cash 100 yuan. Ding! Recycle a pair of old sneakers. Reward cash 300 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 makeup bottle. Reward cash 200 yuan. Trigger special rewards. Reward special skill beauty secret method. Use once in 24 hours. Use password. Little white rabbit white and white. Chinsho hadn't been happy for 3 seconds before he almost fell to the ground at once. System, you big man. You're having fun, right? Are you done with this? First of all, the skills of the 300 gourd eaters. To yell out the king's wife. I endured. Now you come to a skin beauty secret method? You want the white rabbit to be white again. Why don't you let me sing a complete song? Little white rabbit white and white. 2 ears up. Cut the meridians, cut arteries. Emotionless, really cute. This sentence Chinsho has never dared to say out. On the system that has no lower limit of beat sex. Maybe really change the password to let him sing 3 times the little white rabbit. Skin beauty secret formula. Can enhance female skin activity, remove wrinkles and scars, whitening and brightening, and it can cure all female skin diseases. When using it, cover your hands on top of the skin that needs to be improved and chant the mantra 3 times. The system explained the usage of the skill, and Chinsho felt a bit more comfortable listening to it. This skill is much more practical than that 300 eaters. At the very least it can whiten and brighten, get rid of wrinkles and scars. These days, women are very willing to spend money for beauty. With this skill, Chinsho can touch a woman's face in the future. Chinsho was having a great time with his YY and didn't notice that quite a few people had already gathered around him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dude is too talented. Wearing a brand name, driving a luxury car, coming to school to pick up garbage? What do you know? This is performance art. Fart. I just see this kid is a psychopath. I guess he is stimulated by something. Those who said these words were all men. Shinshou's face value invites women to like, but also really invites men to hate. All are animals with long tails in front. Why are you so good? Handsome even if, but also drive a luxury car. This is a bit of life or not left for others. All these can be forgiven. The only unforgivable thing is that Shinshou came to their school. Shinshou's behavior is the same as and they grab food to eat. Those boys do not come up to hammer him even if it is very civilized. Which department is this little brother from? Who knows him? I'm willing to trade a set of Lancome makeup for his contact information. I'm willing to exchange a LV bag for. This little brother doesn't seem to be from our school, right? If he was, he would have been famous and eaten by the whole school. How could it be your turn? Is this little brother a Netflix star who came to our school to film a segment? Possibly. Look at his clothes. The cheapest is his pants. To more than 50,000 yuan it. And the watch on his wrist. I look like Patek Philippe's latest model. The crowd of onlookers instantly split into two waves. The boys got together and said some sour words. The girls got together and sent a nymphomaniac. Shinshou did not pay attention to these. He was considering whether to open a beauty salon to earn a wave of women's money. Just as Shinshou froze, a girl in a Chinese dress poured out the bottle of mineral water in her hand and then walked towards Shinshou with the empty bottle. This chapter is added for Big Brother Childish Ghost Lao Air. Chapter 63, lining up to deliver the bottle. Her action immediately caused the rest of the girls to look at her angrily. Sax. Why didn't the old lady think of that? Heart meter. Black tea watch. No, Lao Mama is also going to accost. First go buy a bottle of water before saying so. There are fast-reacting girls who have already turned and run away. That Chinese dress girl walked to Shinshou's side and said softly, "Little brother, this bottle is for you." Shinshou lifted his head immediately after hearing that. He glanced at the girl and then smiled at her. "Thank you." Shinshou reached out and took the bottle, then stuffed it into the bag. Then he turned around and continued rummaging through the trash can. The Hanfu girl froze for over a minute before coming back to her senses. "He smiled just now? That's too good to look at, isn't it? He smiled at me." The Chinese dress girl excitedly ran away. Only just ran into the crowd. She regretted. Forgot to ask for contact information. No. Go buy a few more bottles of water and send him bottles. The contact information must be asked for. There were more and more girls around Shinshou, and by the time he finished picking up a trash can, 200 to 300 people had gathered around him. Shinshou straightened up and was taken aback. He didn't use that skill of 300 eaters, did he? How come so many people were gathered around? Wow. Really handsome. The side face is handsome enough. Didn't lie to you, right? You didn't believe me when I told you that there is a handsome guy. If you don't come over here, you won't be able to have this kind of luck anymore? Which department is this little brother from? More than 200 girls chattered away. The scene was a bit scary. Shinshou frowned, so he carried his duffel bag towards the next trash can in his impression. He had just driven around the campus in order to memorize the location of the trash cans and plan a route to pick them up along the way. Only he hadn't taken a few steps when a girl came up with a mineral water bottle. "Little brother, this bottle is for you." "Little brother, I have it here too." Shinshou smiled and opened the duffel bag. "Thank you guys, just put it in here." More than a dozen girls have thrown the bottles in their hands into the bag. "Little brother, can you add a WeChat? For the sake of us giving you bottles, can we add a WeChat?" Shinshou hadn't seen this kind of scene before. He was a little bit excited, and was very tempted to take out his cell phone, tap on the QR code of his WeChat, and let these girls just scan it. But he was a little worried. Added so many girls, which one to chat with? Besides, he didn't have time to chat, and even if he did, it was impossible to chat with so many people. "I'm sorry, my cell phone locked the car. If not, wait until I'm busy and then add it. I'm really sorry," Shinshou said as he squeezed out from the circle of a dozen or so girls. After squeezing out, he pulled his leg and ran towards the next trash can. "The dozen or so girls are not angry," he said busy plus. Then wait for him to finish busy when he left plus. So dead follow him. Must be added to the WeChat. The girls who followed Shinshou to the next trash can were not the only ones. The rest of the girls also followed. Most of the girls ran towards the supermarket and cafeteria. Delivering bottles would make it possible to add WeChat. Shinshou, who had already started to turn over the second trash can, didn't know in the slightest that because of him, a wave of water-buying craze had been set off on this campus. The supermarket's mineral water was instantly off the market, because some girls didn't follow the rules and directly bought a mention alone. Once someone started, it was natural for someone to follow suit. Girls who couldn't buy mineral water went to buy drinks. They didn't even drink it. They poured it into the green belt, and then pulled the empty bottle to find Shinshou. The boss of the supermarket was a bit confused. What's wrong with these girls today? Collective water shortage? He did not know. These girls are not collective water shortage, but collective nymphomania. But if he knew the cause of the incident, he would probably send Chinsho a banner and invite him to pick up garbage here every day. In the blink of an eye, the mineral water and drinks on the shelves were all sold out. Chinsho decided to leave without finishing the second trash can. The girls in this school were a little too enthusiastic. One by one, they lined up to come up and give him bottles. If he hadn't secretly recycled some, his bag wouldn't have fit. Thank you classmates. Thank you. After collecting the last girl's bottle, Chinsho decided to leave. He was worried that if he went on like this, his secret would be discovered by someone with a heart. After all, it was impossible to fit that many bottles into the bag, but he gave it a go. Chinsho carried the duffel bag and headed towards the parking place. Little brother, are you not picking it up? Little brother, are you going home? Little brother, can you add WeChat later? Those girls were still following Chinsho closely, which made Chinsho's head spin. At this time, he really wanted to run away, but received the bottle. Also promised to add WeChat. If so, run away. Is not it a broken promise? Chinsho finally hardened his head on the car, pretending to take out his cell phone from the car, pointing out the QR code of his own WeChat, and then held up. Have you seen more than 200 girls chasing a man to ask for WeChat number? Today you have seen it. The front, after sweeping we behind us have not yet swept it. That is, a bit of quality, okay? Plus the hurry to avoid. The girl in front swept, did not immediately leave, so that the girls behind did not sweep a little dissatisfied. The girl in front wanted to dislike a few words back, but thinking that it's not good to do that in front of her male god, she could only sulk and dodge away. In a little over 3 minutes, all the girls present had added Chinsho's WeChat. Chinsho retrieved his cell phone and looked at the 257 friend applications and smiled bitterly. It seems that in the future, when picking up garbage, you'll have to wear a mask. Looking handsome is also a kind of trouble. Chinsho lamented and went straight to his car, then started it. There were quite a few girls outside who waved at him and quite a few who yelled at him. Little brother, if you come back again, talk to me in advance. Little brother, I'll save bottles for you later. You remember to come and get them. Chinsho pretended not to hear, started the car and turned around and drove away. Time is still early. He didn't rush back. He drove the car away from the Film and Television Academy, bought a mask in the roadside supermarket, and then drove to the next door of the Conservatory of Music. It is not easy to be free. Do not pick up garbage to do what? Moreover, Chinsho felt that he would be able to get a special reward today, which would definitely be much better than the secret skin beauty method. Chinsho directly drove the car into the Conservatory of Music, the same inside the first turnaround, and then parked the car, put on gloves and masks, carrying a duffel bag to get off to pick up garbage to go. This chapter for Big Brother Childish Ghostflower plus more. Chapter 64, Double Skill Reward. Chinsho was much better with the mask. Although there were still people who noticed him, they wouldn't come up to him like before. The environment of the Conservatory of Music was a bit more elegant than the Academy of Film and Television, only that the area was a bit smaller. However, in Chinsho's opinion, it was just right, and it was just right to finish going through the garbage cans before it got dark. Ding! Recycling 1 mineral water bottle. Reward cash 10 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 lunchbox. Reward cash 40 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 pair of slippers. Reward cash 100 yuan. Ding! Recycle 1 male underwear. Reward cash 20 yuan. Chinsho was wearing gloves and didn't mind getting dirty. He picked up whatever he could recycle. After emptying 3 trash cans in a row, Chinsho came across a large item. Next to the 4th trash can, there was a broken computer desk piled up, along with a computer chair. Chinsho looked around and took advantage of the fact that no one was around to directly recycle those 2 items. Ding! Recycling a computer desk. Rewarding cash of 2,000 yuan. Ding! Recycle a chair. Reward cash 400 yuan. Chinsho smiled. So much money was enough to buy 2 new sets of computer desks and chairs. There was also good stuff in the trash can next to it. Half a guitar. It was probably some clueless teenager who had failed in his courtship, angrily smashed the guitar, and then threw it here. Chinsho reached out and recycled it. Ding! Recycling half a guitar. Rewarding 500 yuan in cash. Trigger special reward. Reward skill proficiency. Music theory proficiency. Musical instrument proficiency. Passive skill. Host can master the playing method of various musical instruments. Music theory proficiency. The host's talent for arranging and composing lyrics rises to the top. Comes with a superb guitar and 10 famous songs. The expression on Chinsho's face froze as he suspected that he had heard wrong. Giving 2 skills at once, with a superb guitar attached, and 10 famous songs. System, is it the new year today? Or is it that old me won't live long? It feels like you're making me eat a broken head? Ever since I got the system, I've never seen the system so generous. System greatly. Are you mistaken? The system didn't make a mistake. All special rewards are randomly triggered. Double rewards also exist. It's just that the chances are relatively low. The system's reply made Shinsho breathe a sigh of relief. If this guy said it was right, Shinsho wouldn't have to worry that it used the error as an excuse to take back the rewards. Although, it had never done that before. But the way it had no lower limits. Shinsho had seen it before. Shinsho violently felt his head swell and felt like there was a lot more in his head. Then he felt his head cool again, and his entire being was a bit more refreshed than just a moment ago. He knew that this was the system handing out rewards to him. Shinsho found the superb guitar in the system space. He saw that no one was around, so he took the guitar out. The guitar looked no different from an ordinary guitar, but it felt weighty in his hands. He held the guitar in his arms, skillfully tuned the strings, and casually strummed it twice. The guitar emitted a few notes that made Shinsho immediately sweat. This sound quality is fantastic. It feels like the sound it emits can hit the human soul directly. Shinsho took off his gloves, held the guitar and leaned against the tree next to him. Then played it. He had 10 songs in his head, and he played the first one first, Wake Up Spring. At first Shinsho played a bit slowly. After all, it was his first time touching a guitar, and even though he had the system's rewards, he still had to familiarize himself with it. This familiarization process only took about 10 seconds, and he played faster. Shinsho had already entered the realm of oblivion when the first note rang out. His eyes were closed and it was as if a scene of the spring breeze sending warmth to the sky and the pluralization of all things appeared in his mind. Each tone he played out seemed to carry a surge of vitality, causing those who heard it to smell it and then feel their bodies crunching. A song. Shinsho talked for almost 8 minutes or so. When the last note finished playing and opened his eyes, Shinsho froze. So many people. Shinsho was startled. He was now surrounded by others. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. All of them were people. In addition to the young students, there are several older ones, presumably the teachers here. Good. Great. I've never heard such a good guitar tune. Good. The playing is too good. With 2 shouts of approval, the applause rang out, and everyone's face was overflowing with excitement. Shinsho's face burned a little, and he became a little embarrassed. The applause lasted for more than a minute before it sort of died down. What's the name of that piece you just played? Yeah, what was it called? This question was what the crowd wanted to know. This tune seemed to have a magical power. Listening to it made one feel lazy and tingly, and after listening to it, one's body was filled with energy. Wake Up Spring. Shinsho directly said the name of the tune. Waking Spring? This name is good. Spring wakes up everything. Good name. Who composed this tune? Who did you follow to learn this tune? Shinsho was first stunned. Then he said shamelessly, I composed this tune. The original. Shinsho felt that there was nothing wrong with him saying that at all. The tune system rewarded him. So it was his. The tune given by the system was definitely not something that had ever existed in this world. No matter where it had gotten it from, there was nothing wrong with saying that it was Shinsho's own creation anyway. You composed it? How can our school lift the person who can make this kind of tune? It's also Senior Chio. Which class are you a student of? That's right. You look about the same age as us. How could you possibly compose this kind of tune? Take off your mask and let us see which year's student you are. That's right. Take off the mask and let's see if you're someone besides Senior Chio. Maybe you stole this tune from Senior Chio. Shinsho froze. Just now this group of people were praising the tune as being good, and even applauded themselves. Why are they talking so nonchalantly now? In fact, this was all caused by Shinsho's phrase original. People who could enter the Magic City Conservatory of Music were all a bit talented, and those who were talented wouldn't give in easily. They felt that Shinsho and they looked about the same age. The same students. Why Shinsho was so good? The senior Chio they were talking about was Chio Tiantong, a junior folk music student. He was a recognized genius in the school, and in these people's hearts, they could lose to Chio Tiantong, but they couldn't lose to Shinsho, who was an unknown nobody. Of course, some of those who said that kind of thing were also Chio Tiantong's fangirls, who felt that only Chio Tiantong could make this kind of tune. In their hearts, Chio Tiantong was handsome and talented, and was incomparable to anyone else. I'll take off my mask when you guys tell me to. Ha, did you guys give me money or food? Shinsho's temper also came up. One of them yelled at him. It would be strange if he didn't get angry. How much can I take off the mask? You name a price. The one who spoke was a girl, wearing glasses, wearing a Chinese dress, and holding a flute in her hand. 100,000. Shinsho opened his mouth to make a price. He felt that this number could scare these uninformed people away. As a result, the girl smiled disdainfully. Give me the card number. I'll transfer it to you. Chapter 65 Shouting for Dad. That girl's face was full of disdain, and when she said that, she was quite the card number to beat the money. $100,000. I thought how much you would want. Shinsho frowned. It seems that he is still too kind. He can't let this girl know the danger of the human heart and the indifference of the society. I said 100,000. Take off the gloves. Shinsho directly played the rascal. The girl was directly anxious. Eyes glared and roared. 100,000 is not enough? Then you say another price. I'll give you whatever you want. Students who studied music were basically the kind whose families weren't poor, and couldn't afford it if they were poor. 1 billion. Shinsho's tone of voice sounded so beaten up. To the onlookers, there are quite a few people who want to see what Shinsho looks like, including the professors who are packed in the crowd. Young man, which department are you a student of? I'm Prof. Wang from the folk music department. Have you ever taken my class? I'm Professor Lee. Have you ever taken my class? Shinsho skimmed his mouth. Why are these professors getting close? That Chinese dress girl violently exploded at this time. She yelled at the top of her voice. You're poor and crazy. $1 billion. Why don't you go and grab it? Don't say 1 billion. If you have $1 billion, I'll call out to your father right now. Shinsho is happy. These days, more money can still recognize the daughter? Right. These days the rich old man, who has not raised a few goddaughters. Shinsho didn't say anything, freeing up a hand to take the cell phone out, and then clicked on the balance reminder text message sent by the bank. You, come over here. I'll show you if I have $100 million. That Hanfu girl leaned up with a huff, and Shinsho took the phone and aimed the screen at the girl. She stared at the text message on Shinsho's phone with wide eyes carefully. 10 million, million, billion, a billion. She was still mumbling in a small voice at first, and when she counted to the last digit, she couldn't control it anymore and directly roared out loud. He has $1 billion. Shinsho smiled and put the phone back, rushing to ask, what did you just say you were going to do if I had $1 billion? The Chinese dress girl stared angrily back and forth, her hands clenched into fists, itching to give Shinsho a set of combination punches. This guy really had $1 billion. He was digging a hole for her to jump into. Who knows if this text message of yours is real or fake? The Hanfu girl turned around and squeezed into the crowd after saying that, then disappeared. The crowd of onlookers were not cuties. The fact that she fled in such a hurry means that Shinsho really has $1 billion. So young, to have so much money? There are quite a few sisters who have some other thoughts rising in their hearts. Little brother, I believe you. You composed that song yourself. Yes, we also believe in you. Little brother, do you have any other compositions? Play another one, will you? Young man, play another one. As long as the quality is about the same as the one before, I'll be able to fight for a publicly funded study abroad spot for you, and send you to study at a well-known music academy abroad. Young man, if you weren't a student of our school, I could also get you specially recruited in, with free tuition and a hefty scholarship. Shinsho didn't have much of an idea about studying abroad or about scholarships, but he enjoyed this feeling of pretending. Then I'll play another song? Yes. Everyone applauded and welcomed him to play another song. Then the applause rang out, and Shinsho picked up his guitar. Previously, he had played Awakening Spring, then this next one was Haunting Spring. This piece was suitable to be played on the pipa, but there was no problem using the guitar. Only the flavor and rhythm would be a bit worse. When the tune sounded, the crowd of onlookers held their breath as the first note stunned them. This song is 3 or 4 minutes longer than the previous one, and by the time Shinsho finished, the surrounding area was silent. Those onlookers, one by one, their faces turned red, feeling that the blood in their entire body was flowing rapidly. It's too good. This is the Divine Comedy. Shinsho looked at those who were still dumbfounded and said shamelessly, you guys can applaud now. After saying this, Shinsho put his guitar behind his back. He planned to continue picking up garbage to go and play 2 songs to get over it. He didn't care about being full. Applause sounded. All the people looked at Shinsho with excited expressions. Too good to listen to. Little man, did you compose this tune? Little brother, did you really compose this tune? Brother, which class are you from? You're so talented. I've never heard of you before. You must be Chio's friend. You stole this song from him. Chio Tianton's diehard fans are still alive. Get lost. Your senior Chio is nothing in front of him. Chio is indeed talented, but how can he make this kind of music? Don't think that Chio is so handsome and talented that everything good under the sun goes to him. Why don't you say that our school was founded by him? You, Master Chio is just better than him. Senior brother Chio can also make such a beautiful tune. Shinsho couldn't help but sigh. Who doesn't have a few brainwashed fans anymore these days? After loading the forks, Shinsho had to get back to work. He put on his gloves and carried his duffel bag towards the trash can. Young man, which department are you from? Which class? What's your name? Young man, why don't you come with me to the office? I heard that piece you just played. It should be played on a pipa. I have a good pipa in my office. Can you play it again for me? The one who said this was that Professor Wang. His words made Shinsho couldn't help but look at him twice more. This old man is not simple. He can hear that this piece should be played on a pipa. Must be someone with real talent. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Chio. It's this guy. Shinsho was interrupted before he could finish his words. The person who interrupted him was the Hanfu girl who had just fled from the crowd, pulling a boy who was about 1 meter 8 in height and squeezing in from the crowd. Shinsho looked at the guy a few more times. He was quite tall and handsome. This Senior Chio was indeed considered a handsome guy. Hey, have you figured it out and intend to honor the bet? Hurry up and shout. I'm going to get busy after that. Shinsho looked at the Hanfu girl with a smile. You asshole. Want me to shout your father? You dream. Oh, are conservatory students so devoid of the spirit of contract? Speaking and farting like a fart. Didn't your teachers teach you what it means to keep your word? Shinsho's words were a bit inappropriate, making the hearts of the onlookers a bit uncomfortable. That shouting your father is not all the students of the Conservatory of Music. Can not be a Pole all killed, is not it? You, let me shout your father can also. You, as long as you can compare to Chio's senior brother. I will shout your father. All of us students in the Conservatory of Music will call out to your father. This Chinese dress girl was also mad with anger to be able to say such hateful words. Chapter 66 Extra Large Plastic Bags. You can't represent us. If you want to shout yourself, don't at us. It's up to you if you want to bet. The Conservatory of Music is a big place, so who are you to represent us? The onlookers had just heard Shinsho play a song, and in their hearts, Xiao Tianton was not even worthy of Shinsho's shoes, and if they were to compete, they would have no chance of winning. Shinsho smiled and shook his head. I'm busy. I don't have time to break up with you. Besides, I'm rich, but I can't afford to raise so many kids. No, you have to compare. No comparison. I didn't eat your family's food or drink your family's water. Why should I listen to you? Shinsho was most annoyed with this kind of self-righteous woman, thinking that all people under the sky should listen to her and all people should spoil her, treating herself as everyone's little darling of the heart. You have to compare. If you win, I will call your father. Not then. You, this kind of unfilial daughter, old son does not want. Shinsho's words made many people around him laugh. Not only is this dude talented, he also talks funny. How can you compare to Senior Chio? The Chinese dress girl roared with a reddened face. Xiao Tianton was the male god in her heart. She wouldn't allow anyone to surpass Xiao Tianton. The man she liked was the best. It's fine to compare, but I won't agree if there's nothing to win. I've said it all. If you win, I'll call you dad. No, you can't even call me grandpa. You still owe me a cry. If you want me to compete, first pay back what you owe me, and then take some of the colorful money out. That Chinese dress girl clenched her fists, her eyes red, like a crazy heifer. Dad. Shinsho froze. The power of love is just great. This sister actually really shouted it out. Many people around him burst out laughing. Xiao Tiantong frowned. Just now he didn't say anything. Has always been that high and cold look. Now see his favorite little sister, in front of the crowd shouting other men dad. He is a little annoyed up. Brother, be a man to be generous. You and a girl to calculate. It seems that you are too low. Shinsho gave him a blank look. As soon as Xiao Tiantong opened his mouth, Shinsho felt that he didn't like him anymore. This kid was too able to pretend. Although Shinsho was able to pretend, he was at most a small-sized plastic bag. This guy was definitely an oversized one. Really able to pretend. What's it to you? What are you involved in the bet between me and her? Shinsho was not polite at all and directly disliked him. The expression on Xiao Tiantong's face couldn't be more awkward. No one had ever spoken to him like this before. Wherever he went, there was a chorus of praises, all of which were words that slipped out of his mouth. You talk so vulgarly. I think you can't make any good tunes to come. Where did you buy the tunes you played before? Or who did you steal it from? Shinsho bristled. This guy looked like a spoiled child who hadn't suffered the beatings of society. You didn't even listen to it. So you said it wasn't mine and that I stole it. So what? You didn't major in music. You studied criminal investigation? Then you're in the wrong school. Don't be a smart ass. If you have real skills, compete with Senior Chio. The Hanfu girl still had that little crazy cow look. You want a colorful match? Compete with me and I'll give you my flute if you cater to me. Xiao Tianton was exasperated by Shinsho's words and did not hesitate to take out his beloved flute as a plug. Senior Chio, no way. That flute of yours was left to you by your grandfather. Before Shinsho could say anything, the Hanfu girl got agitated first. Some murmurs also came out from the surrounding crowd. Asterisk. This Xiao Tiantong is really anxious? That's the meat of his heart. I heard that an old professor approached him to buy that flute, and he didn't even sell it for $500,000. Xiao Tiantong is really anxious. This is trying to maintain his reputation as a genius. Shinsho skimmed his mouth when he heard those words. $500,000? No comparison. A broken flute. How much is it worth? If we were to compare, this amount of prize money wouldn't be enough. You want money. I have money. If you can win against Senior Chio, I'll give you $1 million. If you lose, you'll give your guitar to Chio if you lose. Although the Hanfu girl was a bit brainwashed, her vision was good. She could tell that Chinsho's guitar was not a mortal product. $1 million for a guitar. It's worth it. It's worth it. What kind of sound quality does his guitar have? You didn't hear it just now. It's definitely worth more than $1 million. I heard that the guitar of the president of the guitar club was bought for more than $800,000, and the sound quality is far from his guitar. That's right. This guitar is definitely a master-made. The material is also top-notch. $1 million. Estimates can only buy half of it. Chinsho shrugged. You heard what they said? This guitar of mine can be more than $1 million. The Chinese dress girl wilted a bit. She also agreed with those words, but she didn't have any more money, and this $1 million was still the year-end money she had saved since she was a child. I still have a violin. I spent 700,000 yuan to buy it at first. If you win the money and the violin are yours. Chinsho still shook his head. Your credibility has had problems before. I don't accept your bet. The Hanfu girl's anger value was once again full. If not for the fact that her male god was standing beside her, she would definitely pounce on her and scratch Chinsho's face into shredded potatoes. I'll use the flute and my leading arrow as the bet, plus another $1 million in cash. Dare you bet? Xiao Tiantong was a little heartbroken when he said these words. He had two heartfelt treasures, the flute and the arrow, which were both passed down to him by his grandfather, especially that dragon head arrow. It was an object from the mid-Qing dynasty. It was considered an antique and was worth more than $3 million. Chinsho did not know the value of that dragon head arrow, but the surrounding melon-eating crowd immediately exploded. He naturally could learn its value from their words. The value of the bet was almost $5 million. It was a good deal. I'll compete with you. I disagree. The Chinese dress girl stood out once again, glaring at Chinsho with an exasperated glare. That guitar of yours is $2 million at most. Master Chio's stuff plus the money is already almost $5 million. You're taking too much advantage. I'll give the money. If I lose, I'll give him another $5 million after the guitar is out. That's quite a suitable amount with you. You, Xiao Tiantong pulled the Hanfu girl. Don't say it. I'll give you revenge later. The Hanfu girl nodded, her expression sort of easing up. The match between the two was set in the school's small auditorium, which was proposed by Professor Wang. Chinsho's previous good feelings towards this old man increased quite a bit. This old professor was quite interesting. If it were any other teacher, he would probably have been jumping high to educate people, shouting that gambling was wrong. But what about him? Setting the address for the match. He also let his students publicize the matter and called people to come and watch the match. He himself also shouted a lot of teachers over. A little bit of the old professor's appearance is not there, like an extremely love to eat melon masses. Chapter 67, Face Finish. When Chinsho entered the door of the small auditorium, he purposely shouted 3 times at the top of his voice for Wang Mao, unleashing the skill of 300 melon eaters. He wanted to see if this skill was effective or not, and if it was effective, he would definitely use this skill when he facebombed Xu Xiaoxiao. These 3 roars of his made the people around him freeze. Wang woman? What the hell? Shouldn't you be shouting cheer? After shouting, Chinsho walked quickly into the small auditorium in the eyes of the surprised crowd. Luckily, he was wearing a mask, otherwise he really didn't dare to shout like that. It was too embarrassing, and others looked at him like he was a psychopath. Said small auditorium? In fact, the area is still quite large. Chinsho touched the stage can almost sit 800 or 900 people. It's just that the stage is a bit small, just 7 meters wide and 11 or 12 meters long. After Chinsho went in, he directly leapt onto the stage with a single stride. And the reason why he was so fast was because there was only one chair on the stage. He took off his gloves and stuffed them into his duffel bag, threw his luggage to the side, and sat up holding his guitar. As soon as he sat down, a group of people poured in from all 4 entrances to the small auditorium at the same time. Those people had a somewhat dull expression, as if they were sleepwalking, and after they came in, they looked for a seat and sat down. Chinsho kept staring at those people. He felt that those guys must have something to do with his skills. As expected, those people came to their senses after sitting down. Why am I here in the small auditorium? Wasn't I going to the cafeteria? How did I get here? I'm going to class. So many people in the small auditorium? Is this some kind of event? All of a sudden the small auditorium looked like a pot had been opened. Professor Wang frowned as he went up to the stage with a microphone in his hand that he didn't know where he took it from. Quiet everyone. Everyone. Prof. Wang still had some prestige in the conservatory, and the people on stage immediately shut their mouths. Today, Xiao Tiantong student in this. Student, what's your name? Professor Wang turned his head and asked Chinsho. Chinsho. Today Xiao Tiantong and Chinsho, the 2 students here are going to compete against each other. All of you here are judges. Later each of them will each choose 3 instruments and play 3 tunes, so that everyone can judge the highs and lows. Good. Finally someone challenges him. Someone who doesn't know how to die has challenged Senior Chio. Wait and see how this kid dies. Che, what's wrong with Chio Tiantong? Daring to challenge him is courageous. Go buddy, we support you in spirit. Chinsho? Which year's student is this? Have you guys heard of this name? The stage was once again a mess, and Professor Wang hurriedly signaled everyone to be quiet. Chio Tiantong, please come on stage. The two of you can now choose your instruments, one of which is piano playing, and the remaining two you can do as you please. As soon as Professor Wang's words fell, Chio Tiantong took the stage from the side of the stage, holding a long black box on his hand and carrying one on his back. Shinsho knew at a glance that this guy must have brought his flute and arrow. He was a bit fretful, he only had a guitar. Where to find another instrument? Shinsho hurriedly stood up and walked towards Professor Wang. Professor Wang, can you let me use the microphone? Professor Wang nodded, and handed the microphone to Shinsho. Fellow students, I'm currently lacking a musical instrument. Can any of you lend me a hand? Any instrument will do. Shinsho's words caused many people to frown. Any instrument will do? Spoken as if he could use anything. Brother, you're way out of your league. Coming to a challenge without even bringing a full meal. The people under the stage laughed. Shinsho was also a bit embarrassed. I'm not a student of your school, and it wasn't my intention to come to this competition. So whoever is willing to lend me a piece of equipment, will give it to Chio Tiantong when I win his flute. After Shinsho finished this sentence, many people's faces changed, and the one whose face changed the most was Chio Tiantong. You damn well haven't even won yet, and you're thinking about what to do with my flute. What a big mouth. Not from our school and still dare to challenge Chio Tiantong? You're here to smash the scene. If you win, you'll be slapping the face of our school of music. What a big mouth. Which school are you from? Shinsho is not a student of the Conservatory of Music, challenging the genius of the Conservatory of Music. This is clearly a kick to come. He didn't expect that his words could stir up the collective honor of the people on stage. Shinsho laughed bitterly. This was moving a stone to hit his own foot, right? Gentlemen, I didn't want to compare, but he was the one who had to drag me to compare. I'm not from any school. My specialty is not the same as yours. I just like music. Today is not kicking, is to learn. Before Shinsho finished speaking, Professor Wang snatched the microphone away. What instrument do you want to use? I'll get someone to get it for you. If you say any more, I'm afraid you'll be beaten up by the group before the competition starts. Hearing this, Shinsho looked at those students who were swarming under the stage, and in his heart, he kind of regretted using the 300 melon eater's skill. If he didn't have it, there would have been less people beating him up later. I can play any instrument. Shinsho's reply made Professor Wang frown. This kid was indeed crazy. Any instrument will do? He didn't even dare to say such words. The pipa then. I'll have someone fetch it. Thank you, Professor Wang. Shinsho rushed to Professor Wang and thanked him before sitting back in his chair holding the guitar. Professor Wang called a student he was familiar with to go to his office to fetch the pipa. Gentlemen, everyone be quiet. Let the two of them get ready. In 5 minutes, the first match will begin. After saying that, Professor Wang arranged for someone to carry the piano. Dude, kicking the door all the way to the door. Afraid to meet people? That's right, take off the mask. If you dare to kick the school, you have to show your true colors. Take off your mask. Take off your mask. Take off your mask. The people under the stage shouted in unison. The sound was a bit amazing. Shinsho sat on the stage and smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to take off his mask. There are a lot of people under the stage have taken out their cell phones and rushed to the stage to shoot up. He was afraid that someone will pass today's things to the internet. In addition to the Ragged Brother, it is estimated that he is going to have a few more nicknames. Guitar Brother? Kickboxing Brother? Take off the mask. Take off the mask. Under the group's anger, Professor Wang frowned and stood up. He looked at those students behind him and then at Shinsho on the stage. He gestured at Shinsho to remove his mask. Shinsho sighed and reached out to remove the mask. Just take it off. What am I afraid of? As soon as Shinsho's mask was removed, the small auditorium was instantly quiet. All the people are frozen looking at the stage. Shinsho, leaning back, some people who cannot see clearly also toward the front body, stretching their necks, dead staring at the stage. Shinsho. Professor Wang sat down on the stage and couldn't help but shake his head. If it was more than face value, Shinsho had already won, or the kind of complete victory. Chapter 68 Bloodshed triggered by a song. What a handsome little brother. So handsome. Love it, love it. Che, a little white boy, really can pretend. Wearing a mask for this moment, right? The girls and boys under the stage had two very different reactions. The girls all had spring in their eyes, wishing they could go on stage right now and hug Shinsho, announcing that he was their boyfriend. Boys, on the other hand, have a disdainful face, and in their hearts, they are envious, jealous and hateful, as well as regretful. Just now they should not have let this guy take off his mask. Chio Tiantong was standing on the stage. and he could see Chinsho's looks better than anyone else. He first froze, and then his face pulled down, looking more handsome than him. It was fortunate that he and Chinsho were the same human, otherwise he would have rushed up and dueled with Chinsho a long time ago. The Chinese dress girl who thought of Xiao Tiantong as a male god sat in the first row of the stage. She looked at Chinsho, then at Xiao Tiantong. It's still Shifu who's more handsome. Men with talent are more handsome. She said this without even a semblance of a backbone, rather as if she was trying to convince herself. The chaos under the stage lasted for 5 minutes until Professor Wang went up to announce the start of the match, and the first to play for everyone was Xiao Tiantong. Go senior brother Xiao, let him know that the men of the conservatory are invincible. Go senior brother Xiao, I'll always support you. There were quite a few people cheering him on, both men and women. Xiao Tiantong bowed at the stage before sitting in front of the piano, adjusting the distance from the stool to the piano. He then placed his hands on the piano. As his hands bounced, the tune sounded. He played the first movement of Beethoven's Sonata The Tempest. The people on the stage were instantly unsettled. This is the 10th grade piano examination repertoire. Xiao Tiantong's specialty is folk music. I did not expect him to have passed the 10th grade piano. The teachers under the stage were also a bit moved. They knew that Xiao Tiantong was talented, but they didn't expect this kid to have such high attainments in piano playing. Grade 10 piano pieces were not that easy to play. When he finished pressing the last key and stood up, a tidal wave of applause rang out from the stage. Xiao Tiantong, I'll serve you from now on. Senior Xiao, I love you. Too awesome. This kid's piano is definitely grade 10. Xiao Tiantong walked to the front of the stage and bowed at the stage before giving Chinsho a smug look. Chinsho shrugged his shoulders, stood up from his chair, clasped his fists at the stage, then walked to the front of the piano and sat down. The stage was instantly quiet, and the expressions on the faces of those people were a bit odd. He just clasped his fists? How does it feel like a street vendor? After Chinsho sat down, he directly put his hands on the keys, without any prelude, and played directly. He played the tune rewarded by the system. Summer Rain. The people under the stage furrowed their brows. What kind of track was this? I haven't heard it before. At first, Chinsho's hand speed wasn't too fast, and the tune sounded wonderful but didn't amaze the crowd. But gradually, the speed of Chinsho's playing accelerated quite a bit, and it was getting faster and faster. So fast that it was impossible to see the trajectory of his finger movements. The tune also changed with the speed of his hands, and everyone felt like they were in the middle of a raging storm. This high-speed playing continued for almost 7 or 8 minutes, and then Chinsho's speed slowed down. The people under the stage collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling just now was too scary. The violent storm was just the beginning. Behind them they became a lonely boat on the sea, being swept into the violent winds and waves. Everyone unknowingly grasped the armrests of the chairs, so tense that they didn't dare to breathe. Chinsho pressed the last tone button then stood up, still clasping his fists at the people under the stage. Offerings, offerings. There was no applause or cheering, and the audience under the stage each froze in their seats with nervous expressions. Xiao Tiantong also stood dumbfounded. Chinsho skimmed his lips. His playing wasn't that bad, was it? The entire small auditorium was quiet for more than a whole minute, during which not a single person spoke, only the sound of heavy breathing. After a minute, the first thing that rang out was not applause nor cheers, but Professor Wang's exclamation of surprise. Professor Lee, what happened to you? Quickly call 120. Professor Lee had a heart attack. Hurry, carry Professor Lee out first. Professor Wang's voice made many people come back to their senses, and 2 boys got together and were about to carry Professor Lee out. Chinsho immediately jumped off the stage, his mouth roaring loudly. Put him flat, all spread out, don't surround. Chinsho was a little nervous in his heart. If this Professor Lee died here, would he be responsible? If he goes to jail because of playing a tune, then he is also too wronged. Chinsho roared as he rushed up. He pushed away the boy who crouched down and was ready to carry Professor Lee. He's having a heart attack. Put him down first, I can save him, Chinsho said as he reached out to help Professor Lee. The other boy also reached out to help. After leveling Professor Lee, Chinsho looked up at the people gathered around him and frowned. All go back to your positions, don't gather around. He needs ventilation. Students, all go back quickly. Professor Wang opened his mouth, and those people hurriedly returned to their original positions. Chinsho first gave Professor Lee a pulse, and then he put his outstretched hand on his body and pressed a few acupoints. Help look in his pockets. Is there any medicine? Feed it to him. Professor Wang nodded and squatted down and rummaged through Professor Lee's body, quickly finding a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills from his pocket. Chinsho snatched it over, broke open Professor Lee's mouth, and directly poured it in. Then Chinsho reached out and pressed his hand on Professor Lee's throat a few times. Professor Lee's throat moved and the pills were swallowed. Chinsho then reached out and pressed hard on several acupoints on his body. He didn't have a silver needle right now, so he could only use his hands to stimulate the points. 3 minutes later, Professor Lee sat up violently and coughed twice. Alive! Saved! Prof. Wang was very excited. He was a bit scared in his heart. He was the one who organized this match. If Professor Lee died here, he was also responsible and would feel guilty in his heart. Chinsho sighed in relief. The old man was finally saved. Professor Lee, I'm sorry, I didn't know you had a heart condition. Otherwise I would have played a different tune. Chinsho said politely, but in his heart, he was cursing. What's the condition of your body that you don't know? Do not honestly sit in the office, read the newspaper and drink wolfberry tea. Running here to find excitement? Your old boy just came to a short-term tour of the Yellow Springs Road. I'm fine. Can hear such a good tune. I died also worth it. Professor Lee's words caused Chinsho to roll his eyes. It doesn't matter if you die, but you can't involve me. Chapter 69 I want to give you a monkey. Old Lee, you scared me to death just now. If it wasn't for Chinsho being here, I guess you'd be in danger this time. Professor Wang was talking with an expression of afterthought. Chinsho brought Professor Lee to his feet. He smiled at Chinsho. Young man, thank you for saving me. Did you compose that song just now as well? Chinsho smiled and nodded. It's my own composition, called Summer Rain. This old man, who almost died just now, was still thinking about the tune. Not bad. I didn't expect you to compose such a good tune at such a young age. Can you write the sheet music here? Or let me record a copy. Don't worry, I'll be sure to label it with your name. Chinsho shook his head. He didn't want to write any tunes. There were quite a few people who recorded the image just now. Just find someone to ask for a copy. Chinsho refused Professor Lee, and he wasn't angry. It's me being abrupt, so I won't trouble you. Old Lee, the ambulance will arrive later. Go to the hospital for a checkup. I can't afford to take responsibility if something happens to you if you fall ill again. Prof. Wang said as he pulled Prof. Lee towards the outside. But Prof. Lee ended up directly breaking away from him. Don't go. I'll go after the two of them finish the competition. Don't think I don't know. You're just afraid that I'm going to rob Chinsho, the student, from you. But he's been able to make such a good tune, and the two of us won't be able to be his teachers anymore. With these words, Prof. Lee's evaluation of Chinsho was already very high. Prof. Wang didn't object and nodded. Indeed, there's nothing more we can teach him. Instead of going to the hospital, Professor Lee resumed his seat, and Professor Wang went up to the stage, announcing that the competition would continue. The first to play in the second round was still Chiu Tiantong. His face was already grave at this point. In the first round with his ass, he had lost. If he still lost in the second round, it would be a serious slap in the face. So in the second round, he directly used the arrow to play a horse race. Although this arrow piece was ordinary, it was still a test of skill to play it well. Only when he finished playing, the applause was obviously not as loud as before, and those little fangirls of his didn't say anything about holding up their feet. All of them were looking forward to it, expecting Chinsho to surprise them. Chinsho still clasped his fists, then stood to the center of the stage and played a song called Insect Song on his guitar. The song was a bit short, only 5 minutes or so, but what it brought to the audience on stage was another different experience. Everyone seemed to be under the starry sky, with fireflies flying in front of them. Many people closed their eyes, listening to the tune played by Chinsho, experiencing the beautiful night sky that the tune brought them. There were also quite a few people with their eyes open, but they were all girls who were staring at Chinsho's face, not wanting to miss a second. Chinsho was so handsome that they felt they had lost out even if they looked at him for a second less. After Chinsho finished playing, the stage remained silent. It was so beautiful. A piece of music could bring such a wonderful feeling to people. It wasn't known who took the lead, and applause rang out from the stage. The applause grew louder and louder. Chiu Tiantong's face pulled down. He knew that he had lost. This tune that Chinsho had just played should also be an original. He had never heard it before. 2 original tunes, and obviously much better than him. He lost. No hope of winning at all. The applause from the stage rang for more than 2 minutes before it stopped, and Professor Wang went back on the stage. And by this time he already had an extra pipa in his hand. He went up and handed the pipa to Chinsho. At this time Chiu Tiantong walked over to Prof. Wang with a dark face and whispered, Professor Wang, I've lost. There's no need to compete. Chiu Tiantong knew very well that the result would be the same in the third round. He didn't want to continue looking for abuse here. If it wasn't for the shred of dignity left inside him, he would have turned around and left. Professor Wang raised an eyebrow. No, you have to continue to compare. If you don't, my class counts as 0 points for you. Professor Wang couldn't care less about Chiu Tiantong's face right now. All he wanted right now was for Chinsho to play the previous song again with the pipa. It didn't matter if he, Chiu Tiantong, died or not. Chiu Tiantong wanted to die when he heard Professor Wang's words. 0 points if you don't compare. This is too unreasonable, right? I compare. Xiao Tiantong did not allow 0 points on his report card. Anyway, he had already lost face today. Prof. Wang nodded with satisfaction, then said with the microphone, "The third game will begin. I have a request for Qinshu. That is, I want him to play the song Haunting Spring on the pipa. I hope he will agree." Professor Wang turned his head to look at Qinshu, who smiled and nodded. "Good. Next, please ask Xiao Tiantong to play first. Qinshu, please get ready." Xiao Tiantong bowed and received a few rounds of applause. He almost collapsed inside. He used his flute to play a piece called Phoenix Song, probably because of the heartache of Avalanche leaving. The piece he played was average. After he finished blowing, applause and yells rang out from the stage. Qinshu! 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 Xiao Tiantong felt like he cracked, not applauding just, but also shouting Qinshu's name. This is not give him any face. Xiao Tiantong turned around and wanted to get off the stage, only to have Qinshu go up in one healthy step and pull him down. "Wanna run? The game is not over yet. Want to go also can." Flute arrow left. "And give me another transfer of $1 million. Xiao Tiantong regretted to death in his heart. What evil had he gotten himself into? "You want to compete with him? You're dragging me around for money. Aren't you afraid that I will cry to you? You let go of me. I'm not leaving. I'll wait for you to finish playing." Only then did Qinshu let go of him, then sat back down and held the pipa and played. Xiao Tiantong didn't leave. Not that he didn't want to. At first, he was still thinking of ways to escape, still weighing the difference between reneging on the debt and honoring the bet. But after Qinshu played the tune, he was completely engrossed in the tune. When Qinshu finished playing, he came back to his senses. At this time he wanted to run again. There is no chance, because Qinshu had already stood beside him. By this time, the stage had exploded. The hooting and hollering continued, and there were even some girls who weren't reserved, roaring loudly, "Qinshu, I love you. Qinshu, I want to give you a monkey. Qinshu, I want to be your girlfriend." These words from the girls made some of the boys slightly upset. However, when they thought about Qinshu's face value, and thought about the tune Qinshu had just played, they were relieved. If they were female, they would have shouted the same. Prof. Wang talked to a few other professors on the stage for a long time before he came on stage. "The match is over. I believe everyone should have the result in their hearts. Please tell me, students, who won this time?" Qinshu. Chapter 70, Forcing a Genius to Cry. The people under the stage shouted in unison, including Xiao Tiantong's Hanbok's senior sister. That little girl stood in the first row with a red face, waving her small fists in excitement. She seems to have forgotten certain things. The reason why Xiao Tiantong competed with Qinshu. She is the one who started it. The expression on Xiao Tiantong's face became even more wonderful when he saw his little sister. Face. "Okay, everyone be quiet. Qinshu is not a student of our academy, but just now several of our professors discussed it and decided to specially enroll him." Professor Wang was very excited, as if such a genius as Qinshu was already his student. Only without waiting for him to finish, Qinshu walked over and snatched the microphone from his hand. "Who promised you guys that I would come to school? I've graduated from college for 2 or 3 years. It's not easy for me to go to school when no one is in charge. How much am I thinking about it? Music is just a small hobby of mine. I have a successful career now. I don't lack money. Qinshu, this is art. Don't get involved with money." Prof. Wang's face was displeased. "Don't talk about money, talk about what? I won't come to school anyway. Xiao Tiantong, give me your flute and arrow, and transfer me $1 million. We agreed before. You can't renege on your debt." Xiao Tiantong heard Qinshu's words and really wanted to cry. If he gave the flute and arrow to Qinshu, he would be beaten to death by his grandfather. The stage opened up again at this time. "This guy is so crazy. Our school hasn't had a special enrollment for how many years, and he still doesn't agree. If I were so talented, I wouldn't agree either. He's really right. I only studied music anyway so I could make money." "Me too. Do they still have colorful prizes for the competition?" This time Xiao Tiantong has kicked the bucket. His flute and arrow are treasures. Can he spare them for Qinshu? The chatter under the stage was getting louder and louder. Xiao Tiantong was hugging his treasures on the stage, his eyes filled with tears. It was estimated that if Qinshu pushed him one more time, he would be able to sit on his butt on the ground and roll around and splash around. Professor Wang stepped forward at this time to be a peacemaker. "Gambling is not right. The two of you are considered to be destined to perform on the same stage, and some of the words are jokes." Qinshu immediately quit. "This game but you this old man the whole process. The old man is also for the colorful only to come. To now you but out in mud? No." The gentleman said a team of horses is difficult to catch up. Said I won he will give me things, but also gave me $1 million. If it wasn't for the sake of the stuff and the money, would I be competing with him? Qinshu didn't give Professor Wang any face at all, which made the old man's face a little embarrassed. "Xiao Tiantong, keep your words, come on, give me the stuff." Qinshu walked to Qiu Tiantong's side and stretched out his hand at him. I can't give it to you. My grandfather will kill me. What do I care? Give me the stuff. I won't give it. Qiu Tiantong held the flute and arrow in his death grip, with the air of not giving them to death. Qinshu skimmed his mouth, suddenly feeling very uninterested. He wasn't going to continue demanding. He picked up the microphone and opened his mouth with a smile. Are all the students of your music academy such people who don't honor their words? No wonder the geniuses from your school can't even compare to an amateur like me. When we first started the competition, you all laughed at me. You all looked down on me. It's clear that you're just dog-eyed, and now that I've won, the professors of your school are helping the students to deny their words. Today I've grown to know better. In the future, when you graduate, don't say you graduated from the conservatory. I'm ashamed for you. I don't want the stuff or the money. Just think of it as me being bored today and playing a few tunes to open your eyes. After Qinshu finished speaking, he shoved the microphone into Prof. Wang's arms and jumped off the stage, walking towards the door. No one spoke in the entire small auditorium, and the students and those few professors felt their faces burning. Being humiliated so much, they were speechless. Prof. Wang had wanted to fire back a comment about gambling being illegal, but he didn't dare to say anything. The girl's eyes looking at Qinshu are full of reluctance. Little brother is leaving. When will I see you again with this farewell? Listen to what he just said. As if this school is very disappointed. He will not come back later, right? Boys look at Qinshu's eyes are bubbling with fire. Was this humiliated a bit? But they have no way to do it. Originally it is a disadvantage. The talent is not compared to others. If you do it, then the Conservatory of Music will really become a laughingstock. Qinshu walked out from the door under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Out of the door he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't look at him when he walked out of the footsteps steady, but the heart has long been panicked. He just said those words were also a bit of fire in his heart, set under the impulse, after saying that he regretted it, fearing that he would be surrounded and beaten up. Those students are all young and vigorous youth. In case there is a rash youth to raise his arms and beat him, then he will be accounted for here today. So he said he hurriedly jumped off the stage and left. Fortunately, no one took the lead. Qinshu looked back at the exit of the small auditorium. No one chased out. It seems that these students are still very qualified and sensible. Those students of course would not chase out the boys, because they were humiliated and had no place to spread their anger. Simply cursed Qiu Tiantong loudly. Waste. Can't compete with others and still deny it. The face of the Conservatory of Music has been disgraced by you. Expel him. Those girls felt that they would never see Qinshu again, and their hearts were also a bit angry, so they simply shouted along with the boys. Qiu Tiantong really cried. Before he competed with Qinshu, he was still the pride of the Conservatory of Music, and there were thousands of fangirls. How did he become a street rat that everyone shouted at? When he saw that the Chinese dress teacher sister shouted more excited than anyone else, Qiu Tiantong simply closed his eyes and pretended to faint. His pretending to faint was the best solution in this situation. The small auditorium drama. Qinshu cannot see the sequel. He has run to his parking place, opened the door into the car, start the car and step on the gas. The car leaped out. He was afraid that if he walked slower, he would be surrounded by the whole school. Qinshu didn't go home, because it was only after 4 in the afternoon. There was still some time until dark. He wasn't going to go to the university next door. Who knows when the students from the conservatory reacted? They would be looking for him all over the world with knives. So Qinshu drove directly to the commercial street. He felt that he was lucky today. He had already triggered 2 special rewards, so he might be able to trigger another one. Half an hour later, Qinshu drove to Commercial Street. He came at a good time, just in time to see a car drive out of a parking space. Qinshu hurriedly drove over with a kick of the gas, and then steadily parked his car in that parking space. Just as he parked his car, the car that drove out unexpectedly backed up. Qinshu hurriedly honked the horn, wanting to remind the driver, but the car didn't stop. Instead, it accelerated violently, and its butt directly hit Qinshu's car. Bang! Chapter 71. The car was hit. Qinshu froze. This dude did not hear himself honking the horn, and also accelerated back. This guy is intentional. Qinshu immediately opened the door and jumped down. The front of the car left and right 2 doors also opened. 2 girls drilled out. Qinshu skimmed his mouth. Really unlucky to run into a female driver. The 2 girls did not look very old, just in their early 20s. The age is about the same, but the body and looks are a lot different. Driving the girl about 1.7 meters, wearing a little partial neutral, looks a little male and female. She also left short hair, if not to see her chest and 2 to meet words. Qinshu really put her as a man. The one down on the co-pilot, it is very feminine. The height is almost 1.7 meters, the front and back, and a head of waist-length hair. Female characteristics are particularly obvious. Her face value was not low, Just a little bit lower than Fu Shuetching's. She just didn't have the same temperament as Fu Shuetching. She just didn't have a temperament as good as Fu Shuetching. The short-haired girl frowned and huffed as she opened her mouth at Qin Shou. Why did you grab my parking space? To death, Qin Shou did not expect that this girl would use this sentence as her opening line. I robbed your parking space? You just clearly have driven out. Besides, this parking space is a public parking space, but not your private parking space. You drive away, but also expect to keep it for you? The short-haired girl's eyes immediately glared a little wider. When did I drive away? I wasn't quite in the right spot. I was going to drive forward a bit and back in. Qin Shou skimmed his mouth. What this girl said might be true. After all, parking this kind of thing is still a very high difficulty factor for girls. How do I know you are trying to back up? Even if you want to back up, get out of the car and I say it's not over. I let you just. As to hit my car? The short-haired girl's expression immediately changed again, yelling at the top of her voice. Who let you honk your horn? I was startled by you and mistakenly used the brake as the gas. It's all your fault. If you hadn't honked, I wouldn't have hit your car. Qin Shou laughed bitterly. He kind of knew why there were so many paragraphs on the internet that denigrated female drivers. It was really true that segments came from life. Girl, you're being a bit forceful. What does it have to do with me if I mistakenly use the gas as a brake? You would have hit my car just the same if I hadn't honked. You're the one who grabbed my parking space first and then honked your horn to scare me. I don't care. You have to pay for my car repairs. The short-haired girl's words were a bit unreasonable. Qin Shou's eyebrows directly wrinkled. You think you look like a scourge? How dare you be unreasonable when you have no femininity at all? Grow a little better looking and pamper yourself. Maybe Qin Shou will not pursue the matter. I compensate you for money? Poor crazy, right? Out of the porcelain to play? If you want to touch the porcelain, you should also let her drive. Her kind of face value and body can increase the chances of success of touching the porcelain. Qin Shou said while pointing at the girl whose face value was not low. His words made the surrounding people who were watching laugh, including the long-haired girl. The short-haired girl immediately became furious. Who are you saying touched the porcelain? It's clearly your responsibility. Yuanzi, you're not allowed to laugh anymore. If you hadn't eaten all the snacks you were going to bring with you, would I have driven out to accompany you to buy them? Do you have any conscience left? You're still laughing. The long-haired girl hurriedly waved her hand. Don't be angry. I won't laugh. I won't laugh. The long-haired girl covered her mouth as she spoke. After Qin Shou heard her voice, he always felt a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. You said I touched the porcelain. Then I'll touch the porcelain today. You pay for my car. The short-haired girl pinched her waist and yelled at Qin Shou. Qin Shou shook his head and pulled out his cell phone. Call the police. Let the police see who's responsible. Qin Shou started dialing after he finished speaking, and that short-haired girl immediately panicked. She actually understood that the responsibility was hers. It's just that she felt that it was heartbreaking to crash the car she just bought. We're not touching the car. It's our responsibility. Don't call the police. We'll pay for your car repair. The long-haired girl hurriedly opened her mouth to block up Qin Shou. She did this because the short-haired girl drank a drink with alcohol before she came out. If the traffic police came, the short-haired girl might be driving after drinking and be detained. And she doesn't have a few points left on her driver's license, so she might have to take a new driver's license. Qin Shou gave the long-haired beauty face and put the cell phone back. Wouldn't that have been the end of it? The short-haired girl immediately blew up again when she saw Qin Shou's smug look. Yuanzi, tell him to call the police. I won't pay him a dime. Sonoko gave her a blank look, then walked over to her and whispered in her ear. The drink you had when you came out was not low in alcohol. Did you want to get detention? Mariko's words caused the short-haired girl to completely wilt. She just focused on getting angry and forgot about it. She sheepishly looked up at Qin Shou, then put her head down again. Yuanzi turned her head and smiled at Qin Shou. Little brother, your bump is not serious. I'll give you $3,000. Let's chat privately? Qin Shou didn't rush to answer, but took out his cell phone, opened the flashlight on the phone, and carefully examined the place where the car was hit. The right front wheel above some of the location was hit a fist-sized crater. The lights were also crushed. $3,000 is probably not enough. Scratch a little paint. R to 400. 000. This are mounted broken lights. Hit the concave a piece. Must be higher than 400. 000. Qin Shou stood up and sighed, then shook his head. $3,000 is not enough to estimate. The car light's broken, but also concave down a piece. Before the paint on the head of my car was scratched, the repair paint will be 400. 000 yuan. 3,000 is really not enough. Qin Shou said is the truth, but in the two girls listen. It is like extortion. Still the short-haired girl first opened her mouth to roar. You're the one who touches the porcelain, right? Even if the lights are broken, it won't cost much. I'll add $3,000 for the lights. Yuanzi also rushed at Qin Shou with a blank look. she felt that Chinsho was trying to extort this gentleman. Repairing the car for 3,000 won't work. Replacing a headlight won't cost 3,000 either. The most I can give you is 10,000. Chinsho smiled bitterly. He also wanted to give this beautiful woman a face, but if he gave face, he would have to spend money, so he chose not to give face. I'm sorry, $10,000 is really not enough. It's not that I'm touching the car. You can find the forest point of people to come over and fix the damage for me. If they say that $1,000 can fix the car for me, I want $1,000. After Chinsho finished this sentence, Yuenzi's heart was a little bit muttering. She felt that Chinsho could say this kind of words. It didn't seem like he was intentionally asking for more money. The short-haired girl had a straight heart, and after Chinsho finished speaking she pulled out her phone to make a call. Chapter 72 The Courageous Hobbit. The forest store where she bought the car is in this neighborhood. Yuenzi didn't stop the short-haired girl from calling. After all, she felt wronged when she shelled out more money, and Chinsho didn't agree when she gave less. Then only through the professionals to determine the damage. After the short-haired girl made the call, she pulled Yuenzi to lean against the car. 5 minutes away. Chinsho shrugged, pulled out a cigarette and lit one for himself and leaned against his car. In less than 5 minutes, the manager of the forest store arrived with 2 maintenance masters. That manager arranged for the 2 masters to inspect Chinsho's car while he himself chatted with the short-haired girl. Guangzi, don't be afraid. Wait, I'll talk to him. His car is not a valuable car. This manager is actually just arrived at the store work not long, not familiar with the car model, and his attention is on that short-haired girl. Did not look carefully at Chinsho's car, or beat him to death. Cannot say this kind of words. Thank you. Hiroko frowned. She was a bit annoyed with this manager. At that time when she bought the car, he showed a bit too much enthusiasm. After she bought the car, he even called to ask Hiroko to have dinner. Hiroko didn't feel good about him at all. If it wasn't for the fact that she really had no choice, she wouldn't have called him over. This little thing, don't need to thank me. Wait and let him drive the car to our store. I'm responsible for the repair costs. You don't have to worry. That can't be. The money can't let you out. Not much money. If you treat me as a friend, let me pay for this. That manager and Hiroko argued, and Mariko listened with a frown on her face. Chinsho also heard him and couldn't help but laugh. I think you should say yes to him. If he says he'll help you pay for the repairs, just let him pay. The reason why Chinsho said this actually didn't have any good intentions. The manager of this forest store looks really a little bit out of the ordinary. Thick eyebrows, small eyes, the nose is still lying down. A big mouth accounted for 1/3 of the face. The most important thing is that he also has no chin. Chinsho feels that if he grows like this, he definitely does not have the courage to go on the street. There is also the fact that the height of this guy is only up to the shoulders of the short-haired girl. A living, breathing hobbit. Chinsho has a little admiration for him. Growing like this to dare to go on the street, and also dare to get close to the girl. Really confident. That manager heard Chinsho's words and smiled at him. Brother, don't worry. The forest store is run by my family. I'll let the master fix it properly for you. Definitely not fool you. His words let Chinsho understand where his confidence came from. So he is also considered a small rich second generation. Okay, since you're so enthusiastic, then I'll let you be responsible for the cost of repairing my car. Chinsho smiled, holding back a bellyful of bad water. That hobbit also smiled and nodded, but those 2 car repair masters couldn't laugh anymore. Their foreheads were sweating a bit. One of them straightened up and waved his hand at the hobbit. Manager Wei, this car, what happened to this car? How much is the fixed loss? Forget it, pull the store directly and fix it for him. Wei manager, this car is Night 15, imported car. The roof has to be 200,000. The body is damaged. The paint has to be repainted, and it needs to be returned to the factory for repairs. The car damage alone has to be about 700,000, plus the freight. Costs are at least 800,000. The words of the car repair master made the hobbit freeze. 800,000? Are you kidding? Did you see it clearly? Is it a mistake? That repair master shook his head. That's right. I've seen this kind of car before when I worked in the capital, and the repair cost of 800,000 is still a conservative estimate. In addition to Chinsho and the people watching, the rest of the people froze. Didn't see that this car is so valuable. That little girl is in a big mess. Young man, aren't you going to help her pay for it? Hurry up and tow the car back for repair. These days, there is no shortage of people who are not afraid to see what's going on. Hobbit's face a little hung up. 800,000. He cannot come out. His father is to come out, but his father will not let him pick up girls. To give him 800,000 yuan. The short-haired girl and Yuenzi's faces were also not good. They did not expect Chinsho's car to be a stealth luxury car. They had thought that $10,000 would be enough to settle things, but they didn't expect it to take 80,000 $100,000. Guangzi, the master just said, this car cannot be repaired in our store. It can only be returned to the factory. You negotiate with him. I have something in the store and I will leave first. The hobbit said this sentence and left without looking back. He is now a little happy in his heart. Fortunately not yet pursued on Hiroko. Otherwise this 800,000 yuan. He will have to think of ways to help put together the money. No, even if you catch up, you have to break up with her immediately. Such a woman is too defeatist. Che, who can't say big words. Softball 1. Dude, don't run ah. Cannot say it does not count ah? Those people in the crowd who are not afraid to watch and see what's going on directly mocked. The two car repairers then reacted and also directly left. Shinsho looked at the two girls with a smile, waiting for them to open their mouths. Those two girls, on the other hand, lowered their heads sheepishly and waited for Shinsho to open his mouth. After almost a minute or so of silence between the two sides like this, Shinsho opened his mouth. You guys heard it just now, right? Repairing the car 700,000 yuan. Shipping costs 100,000 yuan. This is still a conservative estimate, plus the cost of lost labor, the depreciation of the vehicle. I want you to 1 million is not too much, right? 1 million. Why don't you go rob? Hiroko raised his head and yelled loudly at Shinsho. Yuanzi hastily reached out and pulled her back. Hiroko, let's discuss this with him properly. Shin Mamoru bristled. There's no discussion. It's going to be $1 million. Hiroko blew up again. $1 million? You are also responsible for this matter. Let's split it 50-50. I'll give you up to 100,000 at most. Her words caused Shinsho to directly laugh out loud. I say sister, you're letting the gym teacher take the blame? 50-50? You have to give me $500,000 as well. How come it's 100,000? Hiroko face stifled red. It is not that she does not know how to do the math. It is that she only has $100,000. She did make money, but she just bought a card and there is only $100,000 in it. Yuanzi tried to squeeze out a smile and walked to Shinsho. Little brother, can we discuss again? Our two little girls' work is not easy. A year's salary is not much. Can we compensate you a little less? And then you go on your own insurance. Please, Yuanzi said as she struggled to put on a pitiful expression, and a layer of water bubbled up in her eyes. Shinsho smiled and took a step back. This girl's acting skills are good, but is it a little late to start acting pitiful and cute at this time? No way. Yuanzi, don't beg him. Big deal. I'll drop the car to him. Guangzi, don't be impulsive. Little brother is not that unsympathetic. Shinsho skimmed his mouth. This little girl's mouth can be really poisonous. If he agreed, it is reasonable. Do not agree is unsympathetic. Shinsho raised his eyebrows and said coldly, you're right. I'm just not reasonable. Chapter 73, Can I lose less money? Shinsho's words made Yuanzi freeze. She did not expect Shinsho to be so insensitive. Her previous tried and tested method of selling cute, together with the agitation method, it was unbeatable. I did not expect to hit a nail in Shinsho today. Hiroko huffed and puffed up, pulling Yuanzi's hand to leave. I don't want the car. It's given to you. Yuanzi, let's go. Shinsho's eyes narrowed. I'll call the police if you leave. You're considered a hit and run. Not only do you have to pay for the money but you'll also be detained. Shinsho's words made the two girls stop in their tracks. Hiroko turned around and yelled at Shinsho with an exasperated voice. What the hell do you want? Mariko also frowned slightly and rushed at Shinsho. You're asking for too much money. We just can't afford to shell out. Can you be a bully just because you're good looking? Can you be so aggressive just because you're good looking? These words were said by Hiroko, who had already been pushed a little bit into confusion and said whatever came to her mind anyway, not paying the slightest attention to the fact that Shinsho's expression eased a lot when he heard these words from her. Good words were loved by everyone, and Shin Mao was no exception. Yuanzi was first stunned, then followed Hiroko's words. That's right, so handsome, but not generous at all, so careful. Yuanzi's words made Shinsho's face slate once again. This chick's face value is traded for her IQ, right? Don't say anything if you can't talk. He wanted to ask Hiroko how she had survived until now without being killed when she had this kind of pig teammate. Young man, it's not easy for the two little girls. How about asking for a little less? Buddy, if you really can't do it, just take the insurance. They really can't take out that much money. Buddy, cannot you let her to the body in favor of it? The money do not want. When the bride price of the surrounding melon eaters have opened their mouths, what they said, let Shinsho a little crying and laughing. $1 million bride price? The short-haired girl is obviously not worth it. The long-haired, IQ and EQ are both low, and they are also not worth this price. However, he also understood that even if he forced these two girls to die, they couldn't shell out that much money. How much can you guys compensate me? Shinsho's tone eased a bit, and Yuanzi immediately came to life. Guangzi has 100,000. I still have more than 200,000 here. Guanzi's car cost 250,000, a total of 550,000. However, we have to leave 20,000, rent and living expenses. Can give you 530,000. Yuanzi directly explained all the bottom of the two people. Hiroko on the side of the impulse to cover the face. This chick is too stupid. Just now, she was also shrewdly stopping her from calling the police. How can this be head into the water? Shinsho also laughed. This girl just now also cute and petulant with a provocative method. This will immediately become a qualified pig teammate? The most handsome but 3 seconds. Said this kind of person, right? Give me 200,000. Thank you. You're really a great guy. Yuanzi didn't wait for Shinsho to finish his sentence before she excitedly thanked him. Shinsho gave her a blank look. What are you thinking? I'm saying give me 200,000. Give me an IOU for the rest. Turn around and pay it in monthly installments. And the two of you discuss how much you can pay me back each month. Shinsho's words made Yuanzi pull her face down. Feelings that she was excited for nothing? Hiroko frowned and opened her mouth at Chin Mao. I'll give you 100,000 first. The car is driven by me. Can't let her help me pay for it. The remaining 700,000. I'll pay you back 10,000 a month. Hey, it's the remaining 900,000. Can't you be a little less? You're driving such a nice car. Can't you be a little soft-hearted if you're handsome? Just now, the car mechanic said the conservative price is $800,000. Shinsho smashed his mouth a bit and loosened up. 800,000 is 800,000. $100,000 first transferred to me, Shinsho said and pulled out his wallet. As a result, Yuanzi stopped Hiroko with one hand. You drove the car, but you only came out to pull me out to buy snacks. There is my responsibility here. I'll help you pay half. No way. I'll take responsibility for mine. Just listen to me. I make more than you do. Besides, if I hadn't been greedy and eaten all the goods I had to bring, this wouldn't have happened. If you don't agree, we won't be friends anymore. Hiroko's eyes turned fiery as she looked at Mariko. Thank you, Mariko. We're BFFs. Saying thank you is out of line, Mariko said and took Hiroko's hand. I'll give you 200,000 first, and for the remaining 600,000, we'll pay you back 20,000 every month. If you agree, let's find a place to sign the contract. Yuanzi's words. Guanzi was relieved. She was afraid that this niece would open her mouth and say that she would pay back 50,000 or 100,000 a month. Shinsho nodded and agreed. Then Guanzi moved the car and drove off to find a parking space to park. Yuanzi, on the other hand, was left behind by Shinsho, who was afraid that these two girls would run away. Shinsho looked at Yuanzi beside him and couldn't help but ask that question in his heart. Have I seen you somewhere before? Your voice sounds familiar to me. Yuanzi blankly glanced at Shinsho. Do you think you'll succeed in hitting on me after you die asking for money? Shinsho's expression froze. This is too embarrassing. He laughed awkwardly twice. I didn't die asking for money. Didn't I give you guys a minimum price? I also paid for this car. Should I not ask for money if I was hit by you guys? Yuanzi heard Shinsho's words and thought that it made sense. But when she thought about what Shinsho had just said and done, she couldn't give him any good looks. Right, we'll just pay for it. What are you getting close for? The corner of Shinsho's mouth skimmed, thinking that this girl's emotional quotient was too low. Surely she hadn't suffered from society's poisonous beatings. Hey, speak politely. The contract hasn't been signed yet? If I'm not happy, then you'll have to pay me $1 million. Shinsho's words made Yuanzi freeze for a moment. She was a bit regretful. She should have waited until she signed the contract before being mean to him. I'm sorry, we haven't met before. Yuanzi's tone was a bit more polite, but Shinsho still shook his head. The more he listened to this girl's voice, the more familiar it became. He had definitely heard her voice before. If you don't tell me, then I'll change my mind. Yuanzi turned her head and glared viciously at Shinsho. This guy was too hateful to threaten her. I am Yuan. You may have seen my live broadcast. After Shinsho heard this, he immediately remembered someone. During the time he spent on New Year's Eve, he didn't write a new book and decadently spent almost a month watching live broadcasts and playing games. He watched a game anchor at that time, with poor skills but a good voice, and a particularly funny live broadcast style, as if that anchor was called Yuan. Only she had not shown her face. Shinsho had not seen her looks. You're the pig squealing girl from Round. Yuan nodded, then shook her head again. I'm Yuan, but I'm not the pig squealing girl. Shinsho laughed. That's right, she's Yuan. No wonder she feels that her IQ is a little low. I have seen you live, quite like your lifestyle. As soon as Yuanzi heard this, she immediately came to the spirit. You're my fan? Then can I pay you less money? Chapter 74, You Fake Fan. Shinsho shook his head with a bitter smile. Can't. Yuenzi's newly raised spirits immediately deflated. You fake fan. Black powder. But, it's not non-negotiable. Ah, is it negotiable? Can you finish your sentence once and for all? Mariko's exasperated look made Shinsho laugh out loud. Obviously looking like a scourge of a face, but not leaking it out. It's simply a riot. At this time, Hiroko parked her car and rushed over. Then the three of them went straight to that coffee shop next door. Asked the clerk for paper and pen. The three people began to write up the contract. The contract was for $600,000, with a monthly repayment of $20,000. Hiroko and Yuenzi both added Shinsho's WeChat to facilitate future transfers. Then Guanzi and Yuenzi each transferred $100,000 to Shinsho's bank card. When the bank's SMS reminder was sent over, Shinsho's cell phone was placed on the table, and he directly tapped it to take a look. The two of them, Mariko and Hiroko, twisted their heads and swept a glance. It was this glance that made the two of her directly dumbfounded. What a long string of numbers. How much money is that? When these two girls wanted to count it clearly, Shinsho picked up the cell phone and put it in his pocket. In the future drive pay attention to point. Fortunately is to run into me this good talk. Otherwise certainly want you to lose more. Shinsho's words drew blank stares from the two girls. He called this good talk? 800,000. That was a whole $800,000. Don't look at me like that. I'm already very kind. Yuenzi, you're at least a big anchor. Your savings are only so small. You only pay me back 20,000 a month. Someone else would definitely disagree. Shinsho's words made Guanzi sit up a bit. What do you know? Most of Yuenzi's money has been donated. Hiroko, stop it. Let's go shopping. We'll need it for the live broadcast tonight. Mr. Shin, goodbye. No, never again. Yuenzi stood up, pulled Hiroko and left. Shinsho skimmed his mouth. This girl's temperament is not small. However, it feels like she is really miserable. Isn't live broadcasting quite lucrative? Why can't she take out $800,000? Shinsho simply took out his cell phone, drinking coffee to check up. This check also really checked. There is a lot of news about Yuan on the internet. Funding poor students, donating money and goods to nursing homes, and donating a hopeful elementary school with a few friends. Shinsho skimmed his mouth and put away his cell phone. This girl is quite positive. Finished the coffee, paid the money. Shinsho drove directly back to the house. He wasn't in the mood to continue picking up trash. Enough things happened today. He was a little messed up in his mind, especially after he checked the information about that girl Yuenzi. He felt that he shouldn't have asked for so much compensation. He should have gone with the insurance. Shinsho started the car and drove straight back home. When he got home, it was already 8:30, and he was already powerless to spit on the traffic in Magic City. All day and all night there is a traffic jam. After getting the car quite well, Shinsho got out of the car, intending to go back to take a shower and cook a meal, and then go to see Yuenzi's live broadcast. Just as he just got out of the car, before he had time to walk into the door of the unit, the green belt next to him jumped out of the four people. These four guys were tall and big, with guys in their hands. Shinsho directly froze, and then received a baseball bat on his head. Dang! Shinsho felt a slight pain in his head, and then the whole person slumped forward. The person who hit Shinsho felt a pain in his account, so he let go of the baseball bat in his hand. It was as if he had hit a stone with this blow. The remaining three people also froze. They all heard a dang sound, and the bearded one who led the way directly whispered at him, "Old four, you're crazy. Why are you using so much force? Beaten to death the employer does not pay. Big brother, I didn't use much strength." Shinsho at this time has come back to God. He fell on the ground, while those people did not pay attention to him. Hurriedly crawled forward, crawled 2 times. He hurriedly stood up. Those 4 strong men at this time once again surrounded up. "Who are you guys? Did Tian Genshing send you guys? Kid, you'd better listen obediently. We just tie you up. Don't want to hurt you. If you cooperate, I guarantee you won't be subjected to." Before the bearded man finished his words, he directly screamed miserably, because Shinsho kicked him hard on his crotch. Villains die from talking too much. Don't you know that? The other 3 strong men, seeing that Shinsho had made a move, pounced towards him inside. Shinsho's body retreated backward, dodging 2 of them, then swung his fist towards the third guy's head. Bang! He smashed his fist on the guy's temple. The guy only felt a flash of red in front of his eyes before he slumped to the ground and fainted. The other 2 guys stabilized themselves and continued to pounce towards Shinsho. Shinsho directly raised his foot and kicked one away, and he was a little excited in his heart. He realized that his reaction speed was faster than these guys and his strength was much greater than theirs. There was also the fact that when he received a stick on his head just now, he only felt a slight pain, and his bag didn't even rise. He understood that this was because his body had been strengthened by the system before. He just didn't expect it to be strengthened to this extent. 4 people. 3 down. Just the last one left. That guy glared viciously at Chinsho, not charging up. He reached his hand behind his back and fished out a pistol from his back waist. Chinsho was so scared that he violently shrunk his neck. The big master can't afford to play is not it. 4 against 1 is not enough, but also with a pistol. This is also too playful, right? Don't move. Move again and I'll kill you. Chinsho hurriedly waved his hand. Big brother, have a good conversation. Don't you want to tie me up? Killing me would be worthless. Don't talk nonsense. Big brother, are you okay? Second brother, see if Lao Si was killed by him. You squat down for me. Hold your head. Chinsho was obedient and obediently squatted to the ground holding his head. He didn't want to die. He had just gotten a system and money. The good life hadn't been enjoyed enough. He hadn't gotten revenge on Chu Xiaoxiao yet. Big brother, take it easy. Be careful of the gun going off. Who sent you guys? I know very well. How about this? How much did he pay you? How much will I pay you guys? No, I'll double it for you guys. Don't talk. Squat down honestly. The guy with the gun said as he went to help the guy, who was kicked in the crotch by Chinsho. Up. Big brother, are you alright? It's fine. This kid is not comfortable with the rules of the Jianghu. Men fight without kicking the crotch. The bearded man stood up, then opened his mouth at the guy who had been kicked by Chinsho. Lao Air, can you stand up? Can. This kid hit too hard. This kick almost knocked me out. Lao Air slowly climbed up, then walked over to the guy who had been smashed in the head by Chinsho. He bent down to help the guy, and as a result, the guy didn't react. So he directly squatted to the ground and put his hand under the guy's nose. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big brother, old 4 is out of breath. When Chinsho heard this, his heart also thumped. I killed someone? Actually, Lao Si has gas. It's just rather weak. The big bearded man inside then caught fire, snatched the gun in Lao San's hand and pointed it at Chinsho. You killed my 4th brother. I want you to pay for your life. Big brother has something to say. Bang! The gun went off. 70 to -74 chapters. For readers naive Ghost Lao Air plus more. Owes more 85 chapters. If you like this book, you can add a group. Group number 901953916. Chapter 75 Pistol with Blue Fire. When Chinsho heard the gunshot, he was so scared that his crotch tightened and he almost peed. He clutched his head with both hands forcefully. His eyes were dead shut, and his body kept shaking. He felt that even though his body had been modified to be able to carry a baseball bat, it certainly couldn't resist a bullet. This is finished. Laozi's big house has not yet had time to live in it. The money is going to be gone before it is spent. He was not willing, but then he felt that he did not seem to have been shot. The bearded man's marksmanship is too bad. Chinsho shivering raised his head. Then he froze. That pistol in the hand of that bearded man. The muzzle of the gun was bubbling with a blue flame. The bearded man's eyes were glaring. His mouth was open, and then his body slowly fell toward one side. He was holding a pistol-shaped lighter, or a windproof one. Chinsho frowned. So what was that gunshot just now? Just at this time, Tu Xingnan's voice rang out. Nobody move. Burst your head and crouch down. Chinsho hurriedly raised his head and looked upwards. He saw Tu Xingnan, half of her body poking outside the balcony, and she was holding a pistol in her hand. Chinsho sighed with relief. Just now that shot was fired by her. Scared the old man to death. Chinsho, are you okay? Tu Xingnan words were very obvious anxiety. She just woke up from a nap for a while, went to Chinsho's house and turned around, and found that Chinsho didn't go home, so she took a bag of snacks and came back with the intention of watching TV. As a result, she just came back. She heard the sound of fighting downstairs, and when she leaned to the window to see, she saw Chinsho at a glance. The man that the old lady likes also dares to fight. The fire in her heart jumped out. She had wanted to yell twice before going downstairs to help. Just at this time, she saw someone pull out a gun. It was dark, and there were only 2 lights downstairs, so the light was a bit dim to see if it was real or not. But in her mind, it was real. She hurried back to her bedroom and pulled out her sidearm. When she came to the balcony window again, she saw that bearded man rushing towards Chinsho with a pistol, shouting to kill him. Tu Xingnan did not hesitate at all and directly fired a shot towards the bearded man. She was aiming at the bearded man's shoulder, but the blame is on the bearded man himself. His crotch was kicked by Chinsho, walking fast a little bit pulled to the pain. Tu Xingnan shot when he happened to be a crooked head. The bullet directly from the top of his head leaped in. How did the bearded man not expect that he would one day die on a lighter? No, a windproof lighter. Bearded ghost, is there a difference? Tell me, is there a difference? I just came out and got my box lunch. After Tu Xingnan shot the gun, she also found this. Her heart also thumped, her eyebrows also wrinkled. This seems to be trouble. However, she could not care so much. There are still 2 people downstairs, Shinsho may be harmed at any time. So she put the bearded man's matter first, put it once again. Shinsho squatted on the ground a little weak in the legs, also a little froze. For a moment forgot to answer the words of Tu Shengnan. Tu Shengnan opened her mouth again and asked loudly, Shinsho, are you alright? This time Shinsho came back to his senses and hurriedly waved his hand at Tu Shengnan. I'm fine, quite well. Shinsho actually wanted to say that his legs were soft, but there was a feeling that saying it like that would be shameful, so he changed his mouth. Gritting his teeth, with his hands on the ground, he stood up, his body shook, and he was barely standing. All of you don't move. Unbuckle your own belts. Shinsho, you tie them all up. The other two men obeyed, and shivering, they began to undo their belts. Their legs were now much softer than Shinsho's. The bearded man collapsed on the ground. A hole opened up on the top of his head, and blood was already flowing out in a large area. The three of them don't want to die. The oldest two unbuckled their belts, then crouched to the ground with their hands on their heads. The oldest three hands are still groping for his waist. His tears are anxious and almost down. He regretted. Why didn't he bring a belt when he went out today? You, hurry up. Tu Shengnan was upstairs and thought that this kid was going to play tricks, so he opened his mouth and urged. The oldest three body obviously shivered, and then his hands were raised. Don't shoot me. I don't have a belt. Take off your pants. Hurry up. Shinsho, you use your pants to tie his hands, then use his shoelaces to tie his ankles. Whatever Tu Shengnan arranged, Shinsho did. In less than 3 minutes, Shinsho tied up those two guys, then raised his head and raised his hands to give an okay gesture at Tu Shengnan. Tu Shengnan sighed in relief, then put her gun back. Just now, after she fired her gun, there were quite a few people who opened their windows and looked towards her. There were also some bolder ones that had already converged downstairs. Shinsho, call the police. I'll go down now. After Tu Shengnan finished speaking, she shrunk her head back and hurriedly changed into her police uniform and went downstairs. Dead man, what are these people for? This bearded man is a ruthless person, with a gun to his own heavenly soul cover open. Really Bullfork a hammer. This gun is his. Shot to open his canopy, is the policewoman in our neighborhood. Live in this building on the 3rd floor. That person can't be saved, right? What happened to the one lying over there? Was he shot dead too? Tu Shengnan had just come down, when he heard these words and saw those melon eaters downstairs. Everyone, don't gather around. Quickly disperse. Don't ruin the scene. Shinsho saw Tu Shengnan come down and hurriedly greeted him. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I guess I would have been shot to death. After Shinsho finished the sentence, both his and Tu Shengnan's faces became odd, and both of them simultaneously looked at the gun held in the hand of the bearded corpse. No, it should be that windproof lighter. There's no need to thank me. I'm a police officer. I'll stand up for anyone in danger. Tu Shengnan's expression was very serious. It wasn't that she intentionally threw her face off, but she was now panicking a batch in her heart, and she was also annoyed. The bearded man but was killed by her. She is sure to be investigated, but also to write countless reports. Thinking about it gave her a headache. Girl, good job. These 4 guys don't seem to be from our neighborhood. They are probably here to steal things. Killing them is to get rid of harm for the people. Girl, with you living in our neighborhood, we have a lot of peace of mind. Girl, a few days ago someone stole the electric car in the neighborhood. Next time you see, also a shot to him to kill it. An excellent melon-eating crowd. The standard is never afraid of melon big. Tu Shengnan shook his head with a bitter smile, pitching an electric car to death. Everyone disperse, don't surround, don't destroy the scene. Good, let's listen to the police. Step back. The melon eaters slowly retreated toward the back, but they did not leave. Chapter 76 Tian Zhenxing killed. In less than 5 minutes, people from the nearby police station arrived, and they directly pulled up a cordon to protect the scene. The 2 people who were tied up by Shinsho, and Tu Shengnan, were directly brought back to the police station. The one who was knocked out by Shinsho was sent directly to the hospital. As for the bearded man, his body was covered up, but not moved, because it was necessary to wait for the forensic scientist and the technical investigation to come to investigate the scene. When they arrived at the police station, Tu Shengnan was asked to hand over his gun and was then taken to a separate room. Shinsho was also taken by 2 policemen to make a statement. Lao Er and Lao San were also escorted into separate interrogation rooms, with specialized police officers questioning them. Shinsho directly shook Tian Zhenxing out this time. Previously, he felt that Tian Zhenxing wouldn't live for a few days, and as long as he was careful, this guy wouldn't do anything to him. What happened today made Shinsho realize that a person who was going to die is not necessarily as good as his words. Tian Zhenxing, this guy is a poisonous snake. Dying also want to pull Shinsho do back. This time the bearded man took a windproof lighter. Next time the person may take a real gun. Shinsho thinks his luck won't last forever. Who will save him next time? Shinsho didn't go into detail about the little pills, just said that Tian Gensheng looked for himself to buy medicine and he wouldn't sell it. After the two people argued, Shinsho said jokingly, Tian Gensheng has cancer. He can cure. Who thought that really by him right? Tian Gensheng then looked for him to cure. He wants 2 billion. Wanted Tian Gensheng to scare, so that he no longer find their own trouble. Whoever thought that Tian Gensheng began to find people to kidnap him? Shinsho also talked about what happened to Sister Wang before. The reason why Shinsho didn't go into detail about the little pill and didn't admit that he could cure cancer was because he was afraid that it would get out. If the world knew that he could cure cancer, would he still have a peaceful life? It was expected that his doorstep would be surrounded by people seeking treatment every day. He didn't want to be a famous doctor. He just wanted to be a rich man. Shinsho said everything he could, and then he was hung out to dry. But after being hung out to dry for just an hour and a half, a police officer came to inform him that he could leave. Comrade policeman, how is Tu Shangnan? The policeman had a good attitude and smiled at Shinsho. Officer 2 is fine. The 2 people who were arrested have given an account. We followed the trail and found the person who hired the 2 of them. Then we found Tian Gensheng. It's the same as what you explained. The people were hired by Tian Gensheng at his own expense. You're fine, you can go now. Shinsho skimmed his mouth. He knew it was this result. He didn't care about this. What he wanted to know was what happened to Tu Shangnan. Comrade police, how will you deal with Tu Shangnan? Don't pry blindly. This case has been handed over to the criminal police team. She is expected to be investigated. This is all the procedure that should be followed. Don't worry, we won't wrongly accuse a good person. And even more so, we won't wrongly accuse our own colleagues. Then can I see her? The policeman shook his head. She has been taken away by the people from the criminal police. You probably can't see her, but don't worry. In 2 or 3 days you'll almost be able to see her. Then comrade policeman, what will happen to Tian Gensheng? Collect evidence and prosecute him. But based on his situation, even if he's sentenced to jail, he'll be released on medical parole. But you don't have to worry. Medical parole will also be monitored by our police. Shinsho asked some questions, and the policeman answered everything he could before driving Shinsho back. When the police car pulled up downstairs, Shinsho thanked the cop and turned around to go upstairs. He was a little afraid, especially downstairs can also smell a faint smell of blood. Plus now immediately 12 o'clock, there is a small wind a-blowing. Shinsho always felt that the bearded man came to find him to claim his life. Big brother injustice has a head and a debt has a master. If you want to find it, don't find me either. The one who killed you is your second brother. If he does not take a pistol-shaped windproof lighter out to bluff people, you will not die. This bearded man's death is really to blame for that second brother. He that pistol-shaped lighter is just brought on the body is to pretend to be cool with. But when he tied up Shinsho, he realized that he was no match for these few people. So he remembered that lighter and took it out directly, not expecting to really bluff Shinsho. That bearded man thought that the old man, in order to be able to do this thing, secretly bought the ruthless guy. His death can only be said to be a bad fate. When he went upstairs, Shinsho opened all the lights in the house, and then a head was stuck into the bedroom and lay down on the bed. There were quite a few things that happened today, and he was already a bit exhausted. But even so, he couldn't sleep. His mind was full of that bearded man's collapsed figure. Alas, Laozi didn't do anything wrong, and it wasn't me who beat him to death. Laozi is afraid of a hammer. Shinsho violently sat up from the bed. Wine is strong and courageous. He decided to drink some wine to strengthen his courage, so that he can have a good night's sleep. The kitchen refrigerator has some cooked food he bought, canned fish, canned beef, and spicy noodles. He took some to the living room and then opened a bottle of white wine. Half an hour later, Shinsho looked at the 3 empty wine bottles on the coffee table and frowned. Grandpa, the body has been transformed, and this liquor capacity has also been transformed? 3 bottles of 56 degrees of white wine down his belly. He was not even a little drunk. On the contrary, a little support. Shinsho skimmed his mouth, stood up and went back to the bedroom, took the cell phone lying on the bed and brushed up the jitterbug. Who knows, just open the jitterbug. The first short video is actually round. Shinsho immediately thought of Yuan Z. Ghostly he downloaded the live broadcast software, registered a number and found the live broadcast room of Yuan. After clicking in, Shinsho heard Yuan's hilarious pig squeals. Don't panic everyone. Although the snack samples to bring in were finished by me, I went out and bought another one today. Brothers, the value of these snacks can be expensive. In order to buy them, Guang even got into a car accident and crashed into a bad guy's car. Getting back to the point, let's give you guys a taste test first. Shinsho looked at the cell phone and smiled. He did not see the round sun, only saw Hiroko, that short hair girl. Hiroko sat in front of the camera. Her hands were tied up, a face of grief before. Hiro, let's make a deal, huh? You'll eat whatever I give you. Hiroko nodded his head in a lifeless manner. Then a small fat hand appeared from the side. pinching a small black and unattractive ball and stuffing it into Hiroko's mouth. The people watching the live stream immediately cheered. So cruel. Headline C. Yuan feeds her best friend sheep dung eggs. My god. Guang is so cool. I really want to ask her how she survived until now. Wow. Plastic sisters. A sheep's dung egg. Shinsho laughed and typed a sentence to send out as well. So desperate to pay off the car repair money? Eating all the sheep dung eggs? Chapter 77. Let you see who is brother. Only this message of his, quickly brushed away. Round Sun Live Room now has more than 50,000 people. Message refresh simply cannot see over. Shinsho mouth skimmed. This is forcing Lousy to open the king $60,000 a month. Shinsho did not even think about it and charged the money and opened the king. What happened tonight made Shinsho figure it out. When he was pointed at by the bearded man with a gun, he felt that he was going to die, and the money was not spent, and he really regretted it. So he decided that in the future, he would live a little more freely and generously. Earned money is used to spend. Spend out of the money is their own. Shinsho just opened the king. The live room directly floated the screen. Congratulations, my car was hit. Opened the king. My car got hit. Was the name Shinsho himself obtained? He originally wanted to write about Yuan Zi's debtors, but thinking about Yuan Zi's current popularity, he was afraid of being swarmed by Yuan Zi's fans. Hiroko saw the message and immediately frowned. It can't be that bad guy, right? Hiro, isn't it good? You really do have an expression like you ate a sheep's dung egg. Mariko's voice came in from off-screen. Hiroko rolled her eyes. Thanks to my car getting hit opening the king. Mariko, you have an extra big brother. Ah, really? Thank you, big brother. Thank you, my car was hit by this big brother. Mariko's voice was excited at first, but eventually it went right down to inaudible. Mariko's tone is so weird. Do you all remember just now when Mariko said that Hiro had gotten into a car accident with his car? I think this guy is the one who got hit. Big brother, is this a door-to-door debt collection? Big brother, hurry up and tell me how much they compensated you. These days, no matter where you go, there are sharp sniffing, quick-witted sure. Shinsho didn't say anything, and directly ordered 25 super fire out in one breath, and the whole live broadcast room immediately exploded. Big brother domineering. Big brother is mighty. Yuan has picked up a customer. Congratulations to Yuan for taking on a big brother. Guanzi and Yuan also opened their mouths to thank up, although they are still skeptical. My car was hit as Shinsho, but people out so generous, they cannot be indifferent. Originally, this is a harmonious scene where the guests and hosts are happy, and the atmosphere has been made up by Shinsho. But who did not expect? Another king in the live broadcast room, called the guy with a round heart, came directly to a sentence. Looks like I'm going to let some people know who the real big brother is. This sentence was said with a lot of gunpowder flavor, and immediately a lot of people were up in arms. Is Brother Heart on Heart going to be powerful? Is this a declaration of sovereignty? Brother Heartfelt is going to fire. Another big brother is going to submit at the feet of the king. Everyone knew the skill of fanning the flames these days, and there were quite a few experts. These words quickly floated all over the screen. Then that guy directly swiped 50 ultra flames out, twice as many as Shinsho's. Yuan Zi's live room completely exploded. 50 ultra flames, $100,000. Brother Xin Shang is mighty 87. Brother Xin Shan returns as the king. Brother Xin Shang is awesome. Hiroko smiled excitedly. Thank you, Brother Xin Shang. Pencil and Brother Xin Shang. Mariko's voice was also a bit excited. Thank you, Brother Xin Shang. Brother Xin Shan broke the bank. She finished her sentence and followed it up with another. Everyone be good. Don't bring the rhythm. Everyone who comes is a guest. Everyone sit down. I still have 7 or 8 products that I haven't introduced to you guys. Don't make a scene. I have received the heart of Brother Heart and Brother Crash. The 2 big brothers have broken. Shinsho smiled bitterly when he heard the name Brother Crash. Can't this girl stop shouting blindly? However, she was live streaming, but her emotional intelligence had increased. Shinsho understood that Yuan Zi didn't want to see him and that guy fight and make a scene. Shinsho decided to give this face to Yuan Zi. He came to see this girl live, but not to fight. However, he did not want to not mean that others do not want to. That guy saw Shinsho half a day did not say anything. Inside and arrogantly came a sentence. In the future know who is brother, right? If you don't serve, I'll you and let you know who Yuan belongs to. Hiroko frowned. Honestly, she did not like this guy called Round Sweetheart. A bit of money is not true, but do things are too arrogant. Yuanzi also didn't like it, but it couldn't be helped. She broadcast live just to make money. It was always bad to offend people. Brother Xin Shang, what song did you say you wanted to hear me sing last time? Why don't I sing for you? Hiroko, reminded by Mariko's eyes, decided to shift the topic and attention. No stopping. I'll finish educating this guy first and let Mariko sing later. Hey, are you still there when the car gets hit? It's a man, say something. whether to yell for dad or keep doing it. In fact, he wanted to hit the shouting brother, but it turned out that his arm brain was fast, so he hit the father. But he also felt nothing. Anyway, he has money, he can be arrogant. Shinsho frowned, he felt that this guy was too annoying. Compete, the loser calls daddy. The live broadcast room exploded once again because of Shinsho's words. Yuanzi also saw this sentence and she gestured at Hiroko. She signaled Hiroko to go off the air, but Hiroko just ignored it. She felt that this was a good opportunity. Two big brothers were fighting each other. The money-making thing was Mariko, and the two of them were still carrying a debt. Going off the air at this time? Hiroko, wasn't that stupid? Shinsho issued a challenge, and that roundy sweetheart answered. Super fire, the loser shouts for daddy. Bullish, we'll have a show today. Veteran Big Brother versus Rookie Big Brother. Opening bets are placed. Those who bet on brother heart on heart transfer me money. Those who bet on brother crash transfer me money. Those who don't have money can also bet on their girlfriends and wives. Can you bet on inflatable wives? I bet on my husband. 1 cucumber. Shinsho laughed and then started charging money. He came to watch Yuenzi live and all he wanted to do was to brush her with gifts. Let this girl earn enough to get 800,000, so that it was the same as not letting Yuenzi lose money. For Yuenzi to get 800,000, Shinsho would probably have to brush around 5 million. After all, the platform and the labor union would have to split some of it. Shinsho was just now wondering if he should just transfer the money to Yuanzi. That would still save a lot, but now he didn't want to. Someone wanted to step on him. He naturally had to step back. Shinsho directly began to recharge up. He was a little depressed. This platform can only charge up to more than 990,000 at a time, missing a piece to 1 million. He charged 3 times and directly charged 3 million. Yuenzi's sweetheart, that guy, should also be busy recharging, did not say anything. Shinsho also didn't care about him, and directly opened Super Emperor first, and then began to frantically light up Super Fire. Asterisk. Brother Crash comes up and opens Super Emperor. Rich man, this is Super Fire. Is Big Brother so capricious? The speed with which Big Brother swipes Super Fire is faster than I can break a toothpick. Your toothpicks cost $2,000 apiece? When Shinsho had swiped almost 300 of them, that brother on the heart also opened Super Emperor and started swiping Super Fire.